Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request. Chapter 325. Everyone was very curious as to what treasures would be inside the puppet palace. However, this was the Yu clan's secret. Shui Wuxia, Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers suppressed their curiosity and waited for Yue Yang's return in the grimoire world. Yu and Yu Bing also stayed behind voluntarily. Especially Yu Bing. Although she really wanted to go, she knew that she would only be a burden if she stayed by her brother's side. Without her, it would be more convenient for her brother to move around. The time that they agreed to enter the prison Emperor Divine Palace with the old dragon turtle was getting closer. Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers had not become innates yet. Yu Bing didn't want to be a burden to her brother's plan. Yu Yang didn't try to persuade them to stay behind voluntarily. Indeed, exploring alone was much more convenient than bringing Yu Bing and the others. It was just that the journey would be a little boring. Now that he had the grimoire world, Shui Wuxia and the others could come out anytime. It was much more convenient than fighting alone in the past. According to the teleportation scroll given by Elder Yu Hai, Yu Yang teleported to the mysterious puppet palace. When the teleportation was completed, Yu Yang discovered that he was in a world filled with darkness. He couldn't even see his fingers if he stretched out his hand. If it was someone else, they would definitely be blinded. However, it wasn't a problem for Yu Yang, who had night vision. Yu Yang summoned the quintet seeking golden mice and let them lead the way. Although Yu Yang already knew most of the traps in the puppet palace's route map, he still didn't know much about the secret inner palace. However, Yu Yang still passed the task of finding the way to the quintet seeking golden mice. He also wanted to find out if there were any treasures left behind on the way. The puppet palace was built underground. It was a little like an ancient passage. However, the tunnel here was not man-made. Instead, it was a natural cave that cleverly concealed the palace. Because he had a map of the way forward, Yu Yang successfully walked through the maze-like forks and bypassed all kinds of traps. After walking for close to an hour, he finally arrived at a huge door that sealed the puppet palace. The giant door was made of metal. It was 10 meters tall and 5 meters wide. The door was carved with the head of a monster that looked like a teote. This was also one of the protective mechanisms of the puppet palace. If one touched the door without the key, the monster statue would spew out flames, and the door would shoot out poisonous arrows, killing the intruder on the spot. If the invading enemy had puppet beasts, then the magic magnetism of the monster's eyes and the heaven runes, lose control, counter-devour, destroy, and so on the door ornaments would form a rune circle that would make the smart guy suffer. When Yu Yang saw these, he couldn't help but sigh at the ghost genius Yu Gong's design. This fellow was really worthy of being called the one and only ghost genius. He was too awesome. He didn't think that he could even use heaven runes to counter puppet beasts. The ghost genius Yu Gong seemed like he wasn't only proficient in dwarf runes and puppet beasts. From the combination of these heaven runes, the ghost genius Yu Gong was at least a rune master who had mastered heaven runes. Yu Yang knew quite a lot of heaven runes, but he had never thought that Yu Gong could use them in such a way. It could be said that this special combination gave Yu Yang a lot of inspiration, broadening Yu Yang's train of thought. Yu Yang didn't have any other strong points, but he had always been humble to learn from others. The anti-puppet rune circle, Yu Yang had deeply engraved it in his heart. He believed that this rune circle would be very useful in the future. The miraculous, anti-puppet rune circle. This reward came from the entrance of the puppet palace. Just the main door alone had already given Yu Yang a huge surprise. What else would be waiting for him inside? Yu Yang couldn't wait to go in and take a look. He took out the key, rune crystal and gently placed it into the notch on the monster's forehead. The crystal and the notch on the monster's forehead merged together seamlessly, and a light, ka, sound was heard. Then, it became as if it was made by nature. As Yu Yang transferred a strand of innate chi into the crystal, the entire rune crystal immediately shone. The soft light enveloped the surroundings. The energy flow from the rune crystal then triggered the intricate mechanism in the monster statue's head. The eyes of the mechanical monster suddenly flashed with a faint green light, and the sound of mechanical movement came from the door. It was almost inaudible, but if one listened carefully, they would be able to hear the subtle and concentrated sounds. Yu Yang stretched out his hand and used his innate chi to sense the changes in the door. He realized that if the mechanical monster's head detected a fake key, it would not flash with a green light, but a red light that represented death. It was a kind of violent energy that was similar to a dragon's breath. It was destructive. Once it was shot out, the target that was hit would be in a tragic state. With a real key to open it, the giant door slowly rose up and retracted into the top of the cave without any sound. This giant metal door was 1 meter thick, and there were holes in the middle of it at regular intervals. Those were the positions where the various intricate mechanical axles were connected to the ground. When Yue Yang saw the mechanical axles that were connected to the ground, there was not a single trace of it being sewn together. It was even more high-tech than the high-tech movies that he had seen before he traveled to this world. He couldn't help but praise it. He felt that creating a giant metal door wasn't difficult, the difficult part was its sensitivity. Machines weren't living things. No matter how intricate the instrument was, it couldn't compare to a human's brain, and it couldn't be flexible. This giant metal door designed by the ghost genius Yue Yang was still so sensitive and effective after hundreds of years. Yue Yang couldn't help but admire this ghost genius Yue Yang. He estimated that even after hundreds of years, this door would still work as usual. Just from this point alone, it could be seen how powerful the ghost genius Yue Yang was. They entered the puppet palace. After passing through a long passage, they suddenly arrived at a high cliff. The cliff was so high that the bottom could not be seen. The only passage was not at the bottom. Instead, every 100 meters, there was a special floating platform made of magic magnets. This floating platform was called the Sky Bridge. Innate rankers who wanted to enter had to step on the magic magnets' footprints one by one. They had to pass the magic magnets' inspection and be confirmed before the door to the inner palace would slowly open. If they forcefully used beasts to fly over, there would be endless traps waiting for them. Yue Yang stepped on the magic magnet's stone surface easily. Every time he stepped on it, the magic magnet's stone surface would flash with light, indicating that he had passed the inspection. The new master of the puppet palace could continue to move forward. After passing the magic magnet's floating stone, there was another metal door that had already opened. Inside, there was a long hallway structure. The light crystal stone had illuminated the passage for hundreds of years. Under this gentle light, 2 rows of mechanical beasts, from low rank to high ranked, and from low rank to high ranked, lined up in order. In front were normal rank level 1 and normal rank level 2 iron skin monsters. Following them were stone puppets, rock giants, bronze ranked battle wolves, and silver ranked battle leopards, battle tigers and battle eagles. There was a dazzling array of mechanical beasts that Yue Yang had seen before. After advancing for 2 kilometers, the number of sea, land and air-type beasts gradually decreased. The number of humanoid or humanoid puppet beasts increased. At the same time, they were also separated according to their levels, from low to high. Rock puppets, metal puppets, guillotine slaughterers, sawtooth dual-wheeled travelers, iron claw followers, there were all kinds of puppets. There were even some humanoid mechanical puppets that Yue Yang had never seen before. Walking towards the back, there were also separated rooms. There were humanoid mechanical battle puppets that were above gold ranked scattered in these rooms. Even Yue Yang, who was used to seeing big scenes, felt dizzy looking at them. Gold ranked level 5 Earth Guards, gold ranked level 6 Earth Generals, gold ranked level 7 Earth Marshals and gold ranked level 8 Earth War Emperors. Yue Yang almost drooled when he saw them. If it wasn't for the fact that these puppet beasts didn't have a core energy source and couldn't move, Yue Yang really wanted to move a few of them back. Were these the masterpieces of the ghost genius Yue Yang? No, Yue Yang felt that these were just the tip of the iceberg that the ghost genius Yue Yang had shown. It could be seen that these puppet beasts, more or less, had some kind of flaw. Of course, only Yue Yang, who had the Heaven Eyes divine vision, could see this. In the eyes of a normal warrior, these puppet beasts were definitely perfect. Yue Yang suddenly had a feeling in his heart. Why was it arranged like this? Could these be the process of the ghost genius Yue Yang's growth? In the beginning, the beasts that he created were still low-leveled. His craftsmanship, design and composition were also rough. As he created the beasts, the ghost genius Yue Yang's improvement was obvious. Some of the flaws and problems in the beginning disappeared. Whether it was his craftsmanship, design or composition, they all improved by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, this kind of improvement was divided into several levels. From animal-type puppet beasts to humanoid puppet beasts, there was a huge leap. From humanoid puppet beasts to humanoid puppet beasts, there was another huge leap. From bronze-type puppet beasts to silver-type puppet beasts, there was another huge leap. from bronze-type puppet beasts to silver-type puppet beasts to gold-type puppet beasts. Was Yue Yang's improvement only limited to this? No. Yue Yang walked to the front of the gold rank level 8 Earth War Emperor and realized that its user manual was filled with Yue Yang's comments. Almost all of them were flaws. For example, there was a problem with the distribution of the core energy, or the inability to use combat skills, or the inability of the Earth War Emperor to adapt to different kinds of terrains, or the inability to display its full combat power in special areas, etc. Yue Yang was dumbfounded. Being able to create a gold rank level 8 humanoid puppet was already very impressive, but the ghost genius Yue Yang was extremely dissatisfied. From this, it could be seen that he was a person who pursued perfection. I thought of a way to solve the problem of adapting to different terrains, and that is to transform. The humanoid puppet could only use the designed combat skills in battle, but this was far from enough. It must also be able to transform and reassemble itself into the shape of a certain animal. It must be able to adapt to battles in the sea, land, air, desert, glacier, volcano and other special terrains. It needs more precise equipment and a stronger driving force. Perhaps I had made a mistake, but I felt that the idea of using the heaven runes as a driving force was completely feasible. To humans, this was a pioneering act. However, to the lifeforms in the outer realm, this might have already become outdated, becoming a cliché or a commonplace thing. If I was given another 50 years, no, 10 years, I believe that I would be able to perfect all of this. It's a pity that I don't have the time. The ghost genius Yue Yang recorded his research in the puppet outer palace. The more Yue Yang read, the more shocked he became. He was completely shocked by Yue Yang's crazy idea. The ghost genius Yue Yang wrote at the end, "I am fascinated by the research of puppets. The more I research, the closer I get to the core of the profound meaning of puppets. In the last year, I have decided to research the most important thing. If I succeed, I will be able to leave behind 3 great treasures for the future generations. Outside of closing the outer palace, I hope that the outstanding descendants of the Yue clan who have reached this point can enter the inner palace and receive the results of my research. If I can't complete it and have already died, then please continue to complete my research based on my foundation, 3 great treasures." There were still 3 great treasures in the inner palace. When Yue Yang saw this, his heart couldn't help but be moved. What would these 3 great treasures be? Chapter 326. Entering the inner palace was not as simple as entering the puppet outer palace. It required an innate level authentication. In the past hundreds of years, maybe some Yue clan elders had entered the outer palace, but Yue Yang was sure that no one else had entered the inner palace before him. The 3 great secret treasures had never been seen before. He didn't even know if the ghost genius Yue Yang had completed them. Yue Yang summoned his grimoire and channeled his innate qi into the heaven rune at the entrance of the inner palace. In an instant, a light flashed. The authentication crystal had successfully channeled its energy and activated the device inside. The passage to the inner palace was a magic floating stone that could be moved up and down. When Yue Yang stepped on it, the magic floating stone slowly descended. About 100 meters later, a new palace appeared in front of Yue Yang. All kinds of instruments were placed on the left and right. In the middle, there was a crystal pillar that Yue Yang was familiar with. It was about 10 meters tall and was filled with energy. Heaven runes were engraved on it, faintly emitting a white brilliance. This crystal pillar was very similar to the teleportation crystal pillar that Yue Yang saw in Tong Tian Tower. It was also similar to the crystal pillar that sealed the Qilin girl in the demon palace. However, it was neither of them. Yue Yang realized that this crystal pillar's energy, teleportation, sealing and other effects were completely different. It was somewhat similar to a magic crystal's effect. What made Yue Yang feel strange was that a large piece of the crystal pillar was missing, as if someone had used some kind of device to cut it off. Could it be that the ghost genius Yue Yang was going to use this crystal pillar's fragment as the core driving force for the puppet? Yue Yang, who had fought in the demon palace, knew how sturdy this crystal pillar was. Even if it was the Demon King's light pillar attack or the Qilin girl breaking free from the seal, it was not damaged at all. How did the ghost genius Yue Yang cut it off? Besides, puppets didn't need any additional driving force to move at all. As long as the dwarven rune combination was accurate, they didn't need any magic crystals to create low-level rock puppets. Those that needed additional driving force were all precision mechanical war puppets. What kind of precision mechanical war puppets would need to use a crystal pillar fragment as the core driving force? Suddenly, the quintet golden puppet mice went past Yue Yang and rushed towards the crystal pillar. Yue Yang's summoning grimoire automatically flipped. On the page of the quintet golden puppet mice, a line of words appeared: found the energy source, filling the energy reserves. The quintet golden puppet mice moved closer to the crystal pillar that had a big gap, their tails connected to the heaven rune at the base of the crystal pillar. Energy flashed, and streams of energy flowed from their tails to their bodies. At this time, the unremarkable quintet-seeking golden mice's bodies became sparkling and translucent, as if they had suddenly turned into crystals. Yue Yang felt that it was inconceivable. Even puppet beasts couldn't level up. How could the quintet golden puppet mice that Yue Yang created be able to level up automatically? Could it be that this chipped crystal pillar was one of the 3 secret treasures? It would probably take some time for the 5 mice to fill up. Yue Yang decided to take a look at the other treasures first. The palace was very tall, the ceiling was domed, and there were rows of pillars that separated different spaces. In every space, there were different beasts. There were humanoid puppet beasts, and even animal-shaped mechanical monsters. Here, there was a type of puppet beasts that couldn't be seen. Those were the rock giants that didn't need any extra power. The inner palace was filled with puppets that were made of metal, and there were all kinds of them. Casually walking in front of a silver-ranked level 5 storm warrior, Yue Yang picked up the bottle at its feet and gently poured out a polished crystal ball. The crystal ball was about the size of a ping-pong ball and was filled with energy. There was a heaven rune engraved on it, Wind Eagle. Yue Yang tried to put the Wind Eagle crystal ball into the dent on the storm warrior's forehead. The humanoid puppet's eyes flashed with blue light, as if it had just woken up. The blue light in its eyes scanned Yue Yang's body. Faster than lightning, it pulled out the sword that was originally stuck at its waist and slashed downwards. Yue Yang was alarmed when he saw its eyes glowing just now. In a flash, he flew into the sky and dodged the storm warrior's attack. The storm warrior jumped twice, but it couldn't hit Yue Yang. It immediately started to transform. Yue Yang was dumbfounded. Damn, the ghost genius Yue Yang was really an abnormal person. He could even create the soaring dragon continents transformers. The storm warrior quickly transformed into a mechanical wind eagle. It spread out its huge wings and soared into the sky. Its claws quickly clawed towards Yue Yang's body. If the person who came in wasn't Yue Yang, but someone else, if they saw this kind of strange phenomenon and received this kind of strange attack, even if they didn't die, they would be heavily injured. Would a silver-ranked level 5 puppet beast be a threat to Yue Yang? Even if it could transform, if Yue Yang wanted to attack, it would only take a second to end the battle. Yue Yang dodged it cleverly. In the instant that he passed by, he reached out his hand and retrieved the small crystal ball that was embedded on the Wind Eagle's forehead. The mechanical Wind Eagle immediately floated down to the ground and quickly transformed back into the Storm Warrior's appearance. The blue light in its eyes disappeared and it returned to its original calm state. Of course, it wasn't standing at its original position anymore. It was standing at a corner of the Great Hall, more than 10 meters away from its original position. If Yue Yang didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe that Yue Yang could create such a powerful transformers. The only flaw was that it couldn't be controlled. It didn't differentiate between friend and foe when it attacked. It was a headache. If only there was a controller for this thing. After searching for a long time, Yue Yang finally found a wristband with a crystal ball embedded on it on the right side of the Great Hall. This should be the distinguishing device. After Yue Yang put it on, he activated the Storm Warrior. As expected, it didn't attack anymore. Yue Yang used his spirit to guide the Storm Warrior and the wristband device to guide it. The Storm Warrior obediently walked back to its original position. It didn't resist Yue Yang's action of retrieving the crystal ball. Awesome, I didn't think that Yue Yang would really solve the problem of transforming the puppet. Yue Yang admired Yue Yang from the bottom of his heart. He had also made a puppet beast before, so he knew how troublesome it was to make a puppet beast. It was already good enough to make a puppet move. On the other hand, the puppets that Yue Yang made could not only use combat skills, they could also transform and adapt to different terrains and battles. Compared to Yue Yang, who was from another world, Yue Yang was much stronger. Even though Yue Yang had inherited the knowledge from the pitiful guy's mother and studied the puppet encyclopedia that Yue Yang had left behind, when it came to making puppet beasts, he and Yue Yang were simply not on the same level. In the Great Hall, there was a bottle at the feet of every puppet beast. That was their energy core. Silver-ranked level 5 puppets like the Storm Warrior were all placed on the forehead. Those that were silver rank level 6 and above were all placed in the heart, their energy core would not be exposed. For those that were gold rank level 5 and below, like the gold mammoth, their energy core was placed in the head. If one didn't shatter the head, one wouldn't be able to stop it from moving. Furthermore, this kind of puppet beast's head had the strongest defense. For those that were gold rank level 5 and above, like the gold titan, this kind of giant had 2 energy cores, one in the head and the other in the heart. The strangest thing was that this kind of mechanical titan could still exchange its head and arms even if it lost its body parts. Once it lost its ability to fight, it would automatically repair itself. If there were any spare parts, they would directly pick them up and use them. If there were no spare parts, they would also exchange them. Yue Yang couldn't understand the ghost genius Yue Gong's design. How did he design it to be able to do this? This was practically an AI. As expected of the ghost genius, this fellow was really awesome. He couldn't help but admire him. I don't have much time left. However, I have only made some progress in my research. I really want to live for another 100 years, even 10 years would be good. It's a pity that my body has already reached its limit. Heaven runes are really useful things. I am like an enlightened child, gaining new insights every day. This feeling is too good. It's a pity that I can't tell anyone about it. I can't share it with anyone. The combination of heaven runes feels like human words, but it's richer and more perfect, just like human poems. No, it's a type of summoning technique. It's actually a very special summoning technique. As long as I learn this summoning technique, countless difficult problems in different fields would be easily solved. My research is only at the beginner level. God gave me a brain that was good at thinking, but he didn't give me a long life. Sigh, this is all God's will, the real puppet grimoire. Yue Yang discovered Yue Gong's belongings. It was a book that was similar to the puppet grimoire in Yue Yang's Lich Ring. When he flipped open this puppet grimoire, he realized that the knowledge inside was too rich. It was dazzling. Compared to this, the puppet grimoire in his Lich Ring was like a primary school textbook. Inside this real puppet grimoire, there were no basic things. Everything that was recorded was the crystallization of the ghost genius Yue Gong's blood, sweat and tears. There were also rune combinations, energy distribution, transformation targets, battle instincts and corresponding battle skills, etc. Yue Yang was excited as he read. With this puppet grimoire, he would never have to worry about not having enough puppet beasts. At the end of this puppet grimoire, Yue Gong's regret was recorded. In my life, I have created countless beasts, but none of them were successful. They all had their own flaws. They were all failures. How I wish I could create a perfect puppet beast. If I was given 10 years, even 3 years, I would be able to take a step closer to this regret. Now, I can only bring this regret with me and sleep forever. If my descendants read this book, I hope that they will inherit my research and continue to create a perfect puppet beast. I hope that, after 1,000 or 10,000 years, there will be an outstanding descendant who will complete my regret. He will bring a puppet beast that can speak, learn and have emotions. He will bring this puppet beast that is just like a human to my crystal coffin and tell me this good news, so that I can smile in the underworld. After Yue Yang finished reading, he muttered to himself for a long time. In the end, he slowly nodded his head. Although I feel that your regret is an impossible task, I will try my best. After keeping the puppet grimoire into his Lich Ring, Yue Yang found an inconspicuous rune. If one didn't recognize the heaven rune, they would definitely not know its use. However, Yue Yang recognized this heaven rune. It meant, secret door. Discovering its existence, Yue Yang's heartbeat quickened. Could it be that there was another secret door here? Yue Yang pressed his hand on the heaven rune and inserted his innate chi into it. The heaven rune shone brightly. At the same time, behind the pillar, on the wall, a hole silently appeared. The secret door quietly opened, revealing the innermost secret room. Other than the energy source crystal pillar and the real puppet grimoire, the third treasure was in this secret room. When Yue Yang entered the secret room and saw what the third treasure was, he was completely stunned. With a sincerity that he had never shown before, Yue Yang said sincerely, "Senior Yue Gong, I take back what I said just now. I will definitely help you complete your regret. Not just try my best, but I will definitely do it. No matter how long it takes, I will definitely help you complete it." After coming out from the puppet palace, Yue Yang returned to the little flower garden. When he told the girls about the exploration process, he showed them the energy source, crystal pillar and the real puppet grimoire. However, he didn't mention the third treasure to them. The girls didn't ask him either. They knew that if they needed to know, he would definitely tell them. Ghost genius Yue Gong's regret was definitely related to the third treasure. This was Yue Gong's secret. Yue Yang had to help him keep this secret until the day he completed his regret. After exploring the puppet palace, Yue Yang felt that no matter if it was his state of mind or his knowledge, they had all increased greatly. Faintly, he was about to break through the 6th level of innate invisible sword chi. Would he be able to break through in time to break through the prison emperor divine palace? Yue Yang also had this kind of hope in his heart. After all, every time he became stronger before breaking through the prison emperor divine palace, the scales of victory would be tilted towards his side. Chapter 327 The appointed time with the old dragon turtle was approaching day by day. Yue Yang improved every day. However, the more impatient he was, the harder it was for him to break through the 6th level of innate invisible sword chi. Breaking through was not only about increasing his skills, but also about expanding his mental state. This required enlightenment from the heaven and earth. Impatience, who had finished her preparations, also came. She personally helped Yue Yang train for 2 days. In the end, Yue Yang felt that he was only a step away from breaking through, but he was unable to do so. This made him feel very regretful. Breaking through needed an opportunity, it couldn't be done just by training hard. Otherwise, the old fox wouldn't have been stuck at the bottleneck for dozens of years. Being impatient is a warrior's biggest obstacle. Relax. Shui Wuxia consoled Yue Yang, which was rare. Xiao-san, even if you don't break through, we can still pass through smoothly. Yu, the second sister, prepared a lot of food to support her brother. She even planted a lot of vegetables and fruit trees in the grimoire world. Under Yu Bing's green light tree demonesses, green rush, skill, the vegetables and fruit trees grew very quickly. Yu's idea was that if her brother really couldn't defeat the enemies, he would bring everyone to hide in the grimoire world. He would heal his wounds and rest well before going out to fight with the enemies. Yu's expectation was that even if they had to live and train in the grimoire world for a few months, or even a few years, they must pass through the prison emperor divine palace without any losses. No one must die in the challenge, not a single one. City Mistress Fallen Flowers, who especially liked to plant flowers, was the most supportive of Yu's preparations. She had also planted a lot of flowers in the grimoire world. If not for the limited time, she would have moved the sky garden in the 4th floor of Tong Tian Tower to the grimoire world. If they really couldn't defeat the strong enemies in the prison emperor divine palace, the participants could hide in the grimoire world and recover while fighting. This was a very good idea. Anyway, there were less strong enemies in the prison emperor divine palace. They could just fight with the enemies until they exhausted themselves. Of course, this was the worst case scenario. If the Qilin girl or the Phoenix sisters were willing to help him when he was trying to break into the prison emperor divine palace, then there wouldn't be any problems. It was just that the Qilin girl hadn't come out since the last time she ran out. He reckoned that she wasn't really interested in charging into the prison emperor divine palace. Yue Yang reckoned that unless his life was in danger, she and the Phoenix sisters wouldn't come out and interfere with his battle. Could this be the heavenly sword goddess's secret instructions? Yue Yang would sometimes speculate like this. For Yue Yang, difficulties might be tough, but it was also an opportunity for him to cultivate and improve. If the heavenly sword goddess was willing to take action, Yue Yang would be able to sweep across the entire soaring dragon continent unrivaled. However, she did not do that. She had also never asked about Yue Yang's usual battles. She had completely let Yue Yang fight on his own. All she did was force Yue Yang to train hard in the dream world. Any flaws or areas that Yue Yang needed to improve would be pointed out by the heavenly sword goddess using her sword chi, forcing Yue Yang to correct them. Could the heavenly sword goddess come out from the dream world? Yue Yang had never doubted this point. Hence, the reason why the Phoenix sisters didn't care about Yue Yang's battles, other than being kind beasts and not taking the initiative to attack, could also be because of the heavenly sword goddess's instructions. Why would the Phoenix sisters come out from the demon palace and force the 3 great demon kings and the 2 great lich kings to retreat, making them not dare to chase after Yue Yang? Thinking back, Yue Yang was extremely dangerous at that time. If he wasn't careful, he would be instantly killed by the 3 great demon kings. Hence, the Phoenix sisters had to come out. Otherwise, Yue Yang wouldn't be able to leave the demon palace. Even if the Qilin girl and the Impatiens who hadn't recovered their powers were there to help him, the heavenly sword goddess, the Phoenix sisters and even the naturally slow-witted Qilin girl who was lost, didn't ignore him. Instead, they secretly protected him. Usually, no matter how he lived or how he fought, once his life was in danger, they would immediately take action. I won't rush anymore. A hasty person won't be able to eat hot tofu. I need an opportunity to break through, I can't rush this. Yue Yang let go of the huge stone in his heart and didn't insist on breaking through anymore. Instead, he helped Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers to become innates. You train with Sister Fallen Flowers. Princess Sissy pulled Yue Yang to the side and said softly, I have made a promise with wuxia to become innates during the battle in the prison Emperor Divine Palace. What? Yue Yang was shocked by their thoughts. Actually, I'm just a little bit away. With you, I won't have any problems becoming innates. On the other hand, Sister Fallen Flowers is still lacking. If you help me to become innates with all your strength, she won't be able to do it in time. Why don't I slow down a little and you help Sister Fallen Flowers to become innates first? I'll work hard these few days, it won't be a problem when the time comes. Princess Xianxia's fair, jade-like face suddenly turned red. I don't care what that old fellow said to you. You can't mess around with me like you did with Sister Wuan. I haven't agreed yet, you little thief, I can only give you a chance to woo me temporarily. Without my consent, even if you force yourself, don't expect me to spoil you like how Sister Wu Hen dotes on you. In the end, this two-faced tigress even raised her fist, showing that she wasn't someone who could be easily bullied. Yue Yang smiled. He wanted to see how long this tigress could last. Actually, it was a good thing to have a personality. Wouldn't it be more fulfilling to train her slowly? Princess Sissy realized that this fellow's smile was indescribably evil. Panic surged in her heart and her body became a little weak. She hurriedly left as if she was escaping. Shui Wuxia, who was quietly reading a book in the corridor, closed her book and disappeared quietly. Shui Wuxia and Yue Yang had a tacit understanding of each other. Even if they didn't speak, they could understand each other's thoughts. Moreover, Yue Yang, Inan and Yu Bing shared the Virgo Temple's reward skill, Heart Mirror. If they were to be extremely focused, they would be able to share each other's thoughts and have a mutual understanding of each other. This Heart Mirror skill would change according to the distance between them and the tacit understanding of each other. The meaning would also be vague and couldn't be arranged into words, but the meaning would definitely be understood. Just like when Shui Wuxia closed her book and left, she expressed in her heart, push her down boldly, hinting to Yue Yang that he must help City Mistress Fallen Flowers reach the innate realm. Even if he had to push her down, he must do it boldly. Although City Mistress Fallen Flowers wasn't an expert in battle skills, her Aurora Light was extremely powerful. Furthermore, it could counter enemies with darkness, undead and ghosts. She might even be more useful than Princess Sissy in the prison Emperor Divine Palace. Therefore, she wanted Yue Yang to attack boldly and not let go of that Fallen Flowers girl. There wasn't much time left, only 3 days. Although City Mistress Fallen Flowers was improving quickly, if she didn't reach the final step and use the method of dual cultivation as husband and wife, she might not be able to make it in time. Maybe it was because of this reason that Princess Sissy told Yue Yang that she would level up after reaching the prison Emperor Divine Palace, and asked Yue Yang to level up City Mistress Fallen Flowers first. Little friend, do you want me to teach you a few moves? It was unknown when impatience arrived behind Yue Yang. She moved her cherry lips close to Yue Yang's ears and kissed him lightly. Then, she breathed out a burst of extremely seductive fragrance. Che, who's teaching who? Yue Yang immediately laughed out loud. As a virgin, she wanted to teach him how to push someone down. What a joke, you're not modest at all. Impatience lightly shrugged her shoulders, her snow-white breasts trembling. Then, she twisted her waist and walked away. Yue Yang's eyeballs almost fell to the ground as he watched. If it wasn't for the fact that he was much weaker than her, Yue Yang would have pushed down this mesmerizing impatience a long time ago. It wasn't that he had never seen G breasts before, but he had never seen one that was so firm and perfect. Forget about Ji Zun, Yue Yang hadn't even seen her treasure clearly. How could there be someone like Impatience who could see as she pleased, such beautiful breasts? If he could bury his head in them, even if he suffocated to death, he wouldn't have any regrets. Yue Yang secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Forget it, this Feng Xian girl would be pushed down by him sooner or later. There was no need to be anxious, she couldn't run away. After dinner, Shui Wuxia and the others entered the grimoire world early to rest, leaving the shy city mistress Fallen Flowers alone. Of course, she understood everyone's intentions, but she couldn't stop them. Moreover, leaving her and Yue Yang alone was something she had longed for a long time. City Mistress Fallen Flowers forcefully suppressed her heart that was beating like a deer, and tried her best to maintain a calm expression. I haven't patrolled my own castle for a long time. I order you, the incompetent personal guard captain, to lead the way, otherwise I will deduct your salary. Thinking back to when she first met Yue Yang, City Mistress Fallen Flowers couldn't help but find it funny. Who would have thought that their first meeting would become the fate of the two of them together? In the future, could it be that the Moon Elder really used a red rope to tie the two of them together? Was this fate really destined by the heavens? Yue Yang was extremely quick-witted. He bent down and carried City Mistress Fallen Flowers on his back, just like how he carried her down the mountain in the Sky Pavilion. City Mistress Fallen Flowers twisted her body slightly. At first, she was a little uncomfortable, but she quickly calmed down. She also remembered that when she fainted after losing the battle, he was the one who carried her down the flying mountain, and even found the beautiful demonic flower seed that she had been looking forward to for a long time. Little rascal, did you touch me at that time? City Mistress Fallen Flowers faintly remembered that his hands were not very well behaved at that time. No, I'm a well-mannered child. I'll see and not touch anything. Yue Yang flatly denied. Who are you lying to? City Mistress Fallen Flowers would have believed him at that time, but now, she knew that he was a bad person. She made him carry her all the way down the mountain. Would he really be so obedient? You don't even want to touch me. That was impossible. City Mistress Fallen Flowers' face flushed with embarrassment. However, she felt that sooner or later, this brat would take advantage of her. Letting him touch her was not a big deal. She was often taken advantage of by him when she trained, and it had almost become a habit. However, her face was still tender, so she could not spare him verbally. I'm really a good child. I'm definitely qualified to be the personal guard captain. I can even be in charge of warming the bed at night. Yue Yang recommended himself to sell his own advertisement. That naughty hand, however, did not obediently reach up. He moved his hands lightly on Luo Hua's City Mistress's plump and perky buttocks, testing her reaction and becoming restless. As a sensitive girl, how could City Mistress Fallen Flowers not know this brat's naughty intentions? She started off by lightly hitting his naughty hand, but in less than 2 seconds, the naughty hand came back again. She really had no other way. In the end, she could only use her little white teeth to bite people. She lightly bit his ear, and hot breath came out. Who asked you to be naughty? Who asked you to pretend to be an obedient child? This city mistress punishes you. Carry me to the Sky Garden. You are not allowed to rest on the way. With a beauty on his back, Yue Yang wouldn't be so stupid as to rest. He immediately agreed. Yes, I will definitely listen to City Mistress's orders. I will also definitely flatter you. His naughty hand even patted City Mistress Fallen Flowers' buttocks twice, causing her to pout even more coquettishly. Yue Yang teleported out from the Sky Garden. He really did carry City Mistress Fallen Flowers on his back along the way, rushing straight to Tong Tian Tower. His goal was the Sky Garden on the 4th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Of course, his other goal was to push down this Fallen Flowers girl. Chapter 328. After passing the Shangwu camp, Zhang Zan teleported to the Tong Tian Tower. Carrying a great beauty on his back, Yue Yang was very proud. On the other hand, the city lord was afraid that someone would recognize him, so he hurriedly struggled free and looked around unnaturally at the passers-by. His usual unrestrained and forthright demeanor was completely different. He looked a little like a lover going on a tryst with his sweetheart. It was only in front of the Tower of Babel that she returned to her usual serious demeanor. Anyway, all the guards recognized her, so she couldn't hide anymore. When an acquaintance greeted her, she even introduced, "This is my personal guard captain," after Yue Yang. Her teleported in, a silver-armored guard scratched his head in confusion. Didn't they say that City Mistress Fallen Flowers was engaged to the Yu clan's third young master? Why are you so close to a handsome guy called Titan? The silver-armored captain guarding the gate of Tong Tian Tower immediately gave him a slap on the head. Are you allowed to discuss the matters of the higher-ups? Furthermore, your dog eyes must be blind. That person was the Yu clan's third young master. Did you really think that he was the personal guard captain? Titan is Yu clan's third young master's alias in Tong Tian Tower. If you don't know, then don't talk nonsense. Smelly mouths are the most annoying, understand? This slap caused the silver-armored guard to tremble. He hurriedly smiled apologetically. Boss, I was wrong, please don't be angry. is that really third young master Yu? You scared me to death. Tong Tian Tower, 4th floor. This was Yue Yang's first time going to the 4th floor. In fact, City Lord Fallen Flowers had brought him to the 2nd and 3rd floors of Skysplit Tower. Every level required the corresponding procedures. If he didn't have a familiar person like City Lord Fallen Flowers to lead him and strictly follow the rules of a martial artist, Yue Yang estimated that it would take him several days to complete dozens or even hundreds of mercenary missions. The difficulty was not high for him, but it would be annoying to death. The Sky Garden was located on the 4th floor of Skysplit Tower. This Skysplit Tower was very strange. Every floor was 10 times larger than the floor below. After the 3rd floor, the demons of the Demon Abyss and the human warriors of the Soaring Dragon Continent would share the same land. The battle to the death between the two clans also started because of this. Both sides were competing for the precious resources of Skysplit Tower. It had been like this for the last 10,000 years. The only difference was that 10,000 years ago, the humans had the advantage, but now they were at a disadvantage. On the 4th and 5th floor, there were a few warriors from the Qi Land Continent, White Cloud Continent, Desolate Barbarian Continent and other continents. The Soaring Dragon Continent called these continents the Outer Realm. On the 6th floor, there would be even more spaces in the Tong Tian Tower. There would also be more outer realms. The legendary rankers from the Dragon Island, the Fairy Realm and the Dwarf Continent would all appear. There would even be the Eastern Goblin Tribe. Of course, the battles on the 6th floor and above had nothing to do with the countries of the Soaring Dragon Continent. That was a place where innates and lesser innates were active. If a level 6 elder in the Soaring Dragon Continent went up there, it would be almost the same as the mercenaries in the 1st floor of Tong Tian Tower. It would be extremely difficult for them to survive there. Other than the young elders with potential who would go up there to train, the older elders would normally not go up to the 6th floor. City Lord Fallen Flowers, on the 4th floor of Skysplit Tower, there was a sky garden. With her strength in the past, it was actually a little difficult for her to occupy it for a long time. Warriors from the Demon Abyss and other continents would covet that kind of treasured land. However, this sky garden was the place where the Night Empress lived before. No one who knew about it would dare to have any ideas about this place. For example, some low-leveled warriors who did not have eyes or the demons from the Demon Abyss who barged in without knowing the ins and outs of the situation. After being ruthlessly slaughtered by City Lord Fallen Flowers a few times, they were also extremely respectful towards this place. At the same time, City Lord Fallen Flowers' prestige gradually became known. None of the low-leveled warriors dared to have any ideas about the Sky Garden anymore. It was the same for the rankers from the Demon Abyss. Demon Marshals, Demon Kings and other rankers did not move around in the lower floors. Demon Generals could not defeat City Lord Fallen Flowers. At that time, only rankers who were at the level of Demon Commander could possibly fight against Fallen Flowers. Furthermore, forcefully attacking the Sky Garden would easily incur the wrath of the Night Empress. The rankers from the Demon Abyss would definitely not do such a strenuous and unrewarding thing. The Night Empress was famous for her protectiveness in the entire Tong Tian Tower. City Lord Fallen Flowers was her descendant. It would have been fine if they had fought in other places. However, forcefully attacking the Sky Garden and killing City Lord Fallen Flowers, the Night Empress would definitely not let the matter rest. This was equivalent to Yue Yang running to the Demon Palace to cause trouble. If not for the appearance of the Phoenix Sisters, giving Baruth, Ha Xin, Grun and the others a huge pressure, they would definitely not let Yue Yang leave. Even if the Impatiens tried her best to protect him, it would not work. This was because charging into the Demon Palace was an act of slapping their faces. As a Demon King, they would definitely not tolerate it. Of course, the Phoenix Sisters were extremely strong. They were worried that he would be killed instantly, but that was another matter altogether. They were almost at the Sky Garden. Yue Yang remembered the seed of the beautiful demonic flower. He smiled and said, "The beautiful demonic flower from last time, has it blossomed? You can't smell it. That's not for a man to smell." City Lord Fallen Flowers hurriedly glared at him, hinting him not to act recklessly. Haha, Yue Yang, who had studied the medicine encyclopedia thoroughly, naturally knew what use the beautiful demonic flower had. This was a strange flower used by fox-type beasts to transform into humans. If a man were to smell its fragrance for a long time, he would lose his sexual interest and become impotent if he ate it. If it was made into medicine and consumed by a man, he could even become a transvestite. It was extremely terrifying. 5,000 years ago, the use of this flower was first discovered by a queen. Because she hated her unhappy marriage, she placed a pot of beautiful demonic flower in full bloom on the king's window. The king loved the beauty of this pot of flower deeply. Every day, he would water and weed it. He would smell the blooming flowers deeply to his heart's content. He even used the flower petals to make flower tea. In the end, he was completely tragic. The most tragic one was the king's prince. Because the prince who succeeded the throne was not the queen's son, the queen, who was proficient in medicine, made the flower into medicine and secretly let the prince consume it. In the end, all the princes turned into transvestites, except for the queen's son. This matter went too far. Not long after, it was discovered by a famous doctor. The queen was even killed by the furious king himself. However, even though 5,000 years had passed, this story was still passed down. The beautiful demonic flower's fame was not inferior to the starlight serene indigo grass. It had always been revered by all men. However, even if all things counteracted each other, there would still be a way. About 3,000 years ago, a miracle doctor called Jing Bo discovered another magical effect of the beautiful demonic flower. That was to raise fox-type beasts. In Yue Yang's words, it could be used to raise a fox spirit. Not all fox-type beasts had this effect. Only a small number of spirit foxes or demon foxes, fox-type beasts that had the potential to evolve into human form, would be able to unleash the true effect of the beautiful demonic flower. It was said that spirit foxes or demon foxes that absorbed the beautiful demonic flower's energy would become enchanting beauties once they evolved into human form. Furthermore, their body fragrance had the effect of stimulating men's desires. It could even revive impotence in impotence. For 3,000 years, many kings had hoped to raise this kind of fox spirit beauty. Unfortunately, because the miracle doctor Jing Bo refused to reveal the secret method to the world, and because there were very few spirit foxes or demon foxes that had the potential to evolve into human form, no one in this world could successfully raise a fox spirit beauty. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was an exception. This was because her secret cultivation method came from the Night Empress. The Tian Luo royal family was the only royal family that had a secret cultivation method that had never been revealed to the world. To others, the beautiful demonic flower was a scourge, especially to men. It was a terrifying poison. City Mistress Fallen Flowers, who knew its true effect, used it to strengthen the three-tailed snow fox, helping it to evolve into a human form, hoping to become a holy beast as soon as possible. Even though she knew that Yue Yang was proficient in the medicine encyclopedia, she still warned him repeatedly. She did not want the beautiful demonic flower to affect Yue Yang's body in any way. Actually, if one did not smell the flower's fragrance for a long time or eat it, a little bit of the beautiful demonic flower's fragrance would not harm the body. Furthermore, with Yue Yang's abnormal physique, why would he be afraid of the flower's poison? Yue Yang knew that this fallen flower's girl was concerned about him. He turned around and pinched her little nose, laughing out loud. "Don't laugh, you're so annoying." City Mistress Fallen Flowers glared at Yue Yang. She thought back to the day when she went to the pavilion in the sky to steal the beautiful demonic flower, but met the demon commander Ma Liang, who was one step ahead of her. If it was not for Yue Yang, she would have been at a disadvantage in that battle. After the battle, the scene of him carrying her on his back and escaping in a sorry state was still vivid in her mind. She could not help but laugh out loud. She laughed so hard that her shoulders shook and her flowery branches trembled. Yue Yang saw this beautiful city mistress, straightforward laughter again. He could not help but feel moved. This fallen flower's girl's laughter was too charming. He liked her this way. He reached out and picked her up. He bent down and kissed her deeply. City Mistress Fallen Flowers struggled a little. When his fiery lips kissed her, she felt as if she had been electrocuted. Her whole body was soft and powerless. She shyly closed her eyes and let this bad guy take advantage of her. When he pushed her petal-like cherry lips apart and explored further, City Mistress Fallen Flowers felt dizzy, as if she was trapped in a hazy dream world. It was not the first time he kissed her, but the feeling now was especially different. Maybe it was because she had accepted this bad guy in her heart and let go of her previous reservations. That was why she felt especially relaxed and especially wonderful. A pair of jade-like hands unknowingly wrapped around his neck. When he was sucking domineeringly, she also clumsily responded and gently bit his tongue. Then, she quickly understood and without a teacher, stuck out her little pink tongue and tangled with him sweetly. When City Mistress Fallen Flowers woke up from the sweetness, she found that her lips were a little swollen and even a little painful. She raised her fist and lightly punched him. This brat kissed her non-stop and kissed her for too long. Wasn't he afraid that she would suffocate? Yue Yang's naughty hands did not withdraw from her clothes. He only gently caressed her lower abdomen and the back of her waist, making fallen flowers feel so comfortable that her little nose lightly hummed. If he rashly reached up to Saintess Peak and rubbed her Snow Hill red plum blossom, she would definitely pull his naughty hands out. But now, his hands were only lightly caressing her lower abdomen and back. It gave her an extremely gentle and comfortable feeling. A feeling of being comforted by him arose spontaneously. She did not refuse him, and she liked his flirtatious way of doing things. She liked this the most, but she did not like him hurriedly tearing off her clothes. She did not like his naughty hands forcefully exploring her most sensitive areas. Because, no matter how much she liked him, she was still a girl and would also feel shy. She was very happy that this bad guy did not rush to possess her. Instead, he gently caressed her, making her feel relaxed and at ease. Bad guy, let's go. I'm a little sleepy. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was not sleepy, but she wanted to hug Yue Yang and sleep in his arms. As for whether his naughty hands would take advantage of her, she had already acquiesced to it. Chapter 329. The Sky Garden was located in midair. It was part of the Sky Island. The mountain peak was a bit like the Flying Peak, but there was not only one. Several mountain peaks were connected together. The height was different, and the mountain on the Sky Island was also much bigger. The mountain peak was high cliffs. There were dozens of waterfalls of different sizes, hanging down from the mountain walls, shaped like white silk. There was a valley in the mountain. In the valley, the garden was filled with hundreds of flowers, butterflies fluttering. Usually, no one lived here. Every once in a while, the servants of the Night Empress would come down from the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower to clean and tidy up. They maintained this place very well. Everything was the same as when the Night Empress lived in the past. It was just that there were flowers and plants planted by the city master, Fallen Flowers, in the garden. Yue Yang and the city master, Fallen Flowers, were not in the mood to appreciate these beautiful scenery. The two of them held hands and flew up to the Sky Island like a light breeze, flew over the birdsong and fragrant flower garden, and floated into the house. As soon as they stepped on the ground, the two of them could not wait to hug and kiss each other, asking for more sweet affection from each other. After a long time, their lips parted. City Master Fallen Flowers bashfully hit Yue Yang lightly, indicating that this brat was too impatient, playing tricks on her as soon as he arrived. Her passionate gaze was as intoxicating as a mellow wine. Yue Yang knew that the beauty was moved. Gently, Yue Yang, with gentle movements, gently placed the fallen beauty in his arms on the bed. He did not pounce on her like a pervert, but sat on the edge of the bed, reached out his hands and gently hugged her, kissing her lightly. As expected, this move greatly removed the wariness and shyness of Fallen Flowers. With this buffer, she no longer resisted his naughty actions. She did not even know when he had quietly laid down on top of her, hugging her, but she was completely unaware. Her entire body and mind were focused on kissing him, their tongues and lips lingering. The sweet kiss made her body soft and limp. Little by little, as her body trembled with nervousness and anticipation, he gently covered her Saintess Jade Peak. She bit his lips, and an extremely seductive moan came from her throat. It seemed to be uncomfortable, but also comfortable. It seemed to be resisting, but also encouraging. It seemed to be uncomfortable, but also happy. When he bent his head down, she weakly pushed him away, panting and refusing his next step. But when he slowly and irresistibly kissed the sensitive bud, she hugged him tightly and excitedly embraced him. His heart had long since forgotten about love, and he did not know what year and month he was in this world. Scoundrel, scoundrel, you big scoundrel, you're not allowed to do that again. I'm so sad. Enough, greedy guy, you can't bite me. It hurts, so embarrassing, you scoundrel, you're too reckless. The beauty's clothes were half undone and she was panting. That brocade robe was disheveled because of the invasion of his large hands. The rapid breathing, the burning red cheeks, the hot breath, the intoxicated eyes, and the soft body all showed the passion of a beauty. His large hands wandered all over her body, domineeringly occupying one high spot after another, announcing that this virgin land was completely under his name. When his naughty actions made her whole body tremble, her small hands, however, were helplessly sliding on his back, not knowing whether to hug him or let go, allowing his actions to go deeper. It was the first time she had experienced such a flirting from her lover, and she did not know how to react. His kiss, that domineering plundering and sucking, made her feel suffocated. Yue Yang, who had practiced on the sickly beauty many times, had definitely reached the level of a grandmaster in terms of flirting. Not to mention that the city lord of fallen flowers was still a virgin, even sickly beauty, who had had sex with him many times, could not resist. I can't breathe, quickly stop. The city lord of fallen flowers felt a kind of heat flow ignite in her body, and her whole body had a strange reaction, as if something was quickly accumulating in her body, and there was a strange feeling that she would not be satisfied until it was released. Especially when his knotty hands rubbed the lump of flesh in front of her chest, there was an inexplicable feeling of emptiness, as if her body was yearning for his heavy pressure. She felt that the more his hands went down, the stronger the strange feeling in her body became. She almost opened her mouth and asked him to quickly do something naughty, so that she could free herself from that uncomfortable state. However, when Yue Yang's hands invaded her lower abdomen, the sensitivity of her virgin made her body tremble slightly, and there was a slight spasm in her legs, from the base of her thighs all the way to her little toes. Subconsciously, the city lord of fallen flowers tightly clamped her legs, stopping his hot big hands from moving forward. The city lord of fallen flowers looked at Yue Yang and knew that her important moment had come. She resisted the shyness in her heart and kissed him lightly. "Bad guy, you go take a bath first, I'm a little scared, let me take a break." Yue Yang quickly withdrew his hands and kissed her gently until she shook her head and said that it was okay. Maybe she really needed to take a break. It was not good to be too eager for success, it might leave a psychological shadow on her. Yue Yang decided to leave for a while and let the city lord of fallen flowers solve the knot in her heart first. After all, this was a real union, not the previous kisses and hugs. Besides, would a virgin feel any burden at the moment of giving her chastity? Even if it was the person she loved, she would worry about whether her body would hurt, whether she would get hurt. All of this needed to be overcome by herself. When Yue Yang came back from the bath, he found that the city lord of fallen flowers had redecorated the whole room. The doors and windows were hung with auspicious red silk, even the silver moon hook in front of the curtain was tied with a red string, the wedding clothes were placed on the bed, and there were a few pots of fresh flowers in front of the table. They were bright red and the flowers were in full bloom. "It's a pity that there's no wine, otherwise I would like to have a cup of nuptial wine with you, although this is not a wedding," the city lord of fallen flowers said with a little regret. In fact, she still had a little longing for the bustling marriage in the secular world. Sickly beauty, Shui Wuxia and the others didn't care. Anyway, marriage was more to fulfill the wishes of the elders, to fulfill a certain kind of custom. For the bride and groom themselves, it was more of a mess. Princess Sissy, for example, disliked marriage the most, because the marriage of the royal family was very troublesome. She had seen it from a young age and found that when all the brothers married their sisters-in-law, or when their sisters married, they couldn't do anything about the etiquette. As for those sisters-in-law who married into the family, they looked very glamorous on the surface, but secretly sighed with her, feeling that there were too many rules, it was too much of a hassle. The ones who had more longing for marriage were the younger Inan and the gentle and virtuous Yu Yu. Inan hoped that she could sit on the big sedan chair, follow Yue Yang on his big horse, happily go home with him, marry into the Yu clan, bow to the heavens and the earth, bow to each other, enter the bridal room, and finally become his bride, his little wife. Yu Yu was purely a traditional woman. She felt that marriage was a major event in life, it had to be grand. The city lord of fallen flowers didn't care much about marriage ceremonies. She thought that her father would drink with his friends during her wedding ceremony, or fight with others if there was a disagreement. She didn't care about the wedding ceremony. The city lord of fallen flowers felt that the most important thing was to complete the ceremony of husband and wife with the person she loved. It was a pity that she didn't prepare in advance, otherwise she would like to have a cup of nuptial wine with her husband. "Who said there's no wine? Look, look." Yue Yang took out the wine, cups and other things from the lich ring. The city lord of fallen flowers was so happy that she kissed him excitedly. Snuggling in her lover's embrace, they drank together, their hearts wishing each other well, vowing to stay together forever. At this moment, the city lord of fallen flowers felt happy like a spring, joy gushing out from the bottom of her heart. She raised her pair of watery eyes, shyly looking at her lover. She found that he was especially heroic today. His handsome face glowed with a special light, it made people's hearts tremble uncontrollably. Especially with his eyes that carried electricity, just looking at him would make people's heart beat faster, like a deer running around. In Yue Yang's eyes, beauty was also in the eye of the lover. The fallen flowers in his arms was a beauty like a dream. That snow jade face was flushed, dyed red, as if she couldn't handle the wine, but also brimming with happiness. Yue Yang lowered his head and kissed her again and again. No matter if it was her smooth and white forehead, her long eyebrows, her delicate nose, her rosy cheeks, or her slightly swollen cherry lips, he couldn't bear to let go of all of them, leaving behind fiery kisses. Finally, he carried the great beauty who couldn't bear to look at him, to the side of the bath where the fallen flowers' petals were scattered. He gently took off her brocade robe and undergarments, revealing her perfect snow jade body. Using clear water, he gently washed the delicate and powerless beauty's body, washing away her worries, washing away her fear, washing away her shyness and reservation. The city lord of fallen flowers was trembling slightly, tightly closing her eyes, not daring to look at him. That snow jade body, however, followed his movements, allowing him to do as he pleased. Yue Yang lifted the great beauty who was as pure and flawless as a white lotus in the clear water, using a silk handkerchief to gently wipe away the water droplets, sighing in his heart at the perfection of her snow-white body. This was truly the gathering of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, truly a masterpiece of nature's uncanny workmanship. Such a beauty had reached the perfect state of, a bit less is too thin, a bit more is too fat. The rarest golden ratio was everywhere on her body. Yue Yang couldn't help but lower his head, planting his first kiss on this snow jade beauty's delicate skin, announcing that she belonged to him forever, at the same time leaving a new mark in her life. From today onwards, she would change, have a new identity, and become his wife. The city lord of fallen flowers was both proud and shy. She liked to see his infatuated expression, liked his gentle kisses, liked his careful care. Scoundrel, be gentle. When she was put down on the bed by Yue Yang, she knew that her important moment was coming. Even though she was mentally prepared, she was still nervous. Be good, don't be afraid. Yue Yang first used the snow-white blanket, gently covering her body that was trembling from nervousness. Then, he slowly crawled in, reaching out his hands to gently embrace her. At the same time, when she felt her fragrant body being filled, it also calmed her wildly beating heart. His hand was as hot as a flame, roaming around her body, igniting the flames of desire everywhere. It made her body, which was a little stiff from nervousness, gradually relax, gradually soften, and gradually heat up. Yue Yang first kissed her cherry lips, lingering for a long time. Then, he slowly leaned down and kissed her. He kissed her sensitive earlobes, kissed her ticklish neck, kissed her round shoulders, kissed her shallow collarbone, kissed her snow-white skin, kissed her most beautiful jade peaks, kissed her pink and tender buds. Other than panting heavily, the city lord of fallen flowers could do nothing else. She even lost her ability to think, completely immersed in the pleasure that he brought her. Yue Yang went all the way down, kissing her lower abdomen. When it slid down to that fragrant navel, he naughtily used his tongue to explore downwards, causing the city lord of fallen flowers to shiver all over. Amidst her aroused and shy anticipation, he gently parted her legs. On the left and right sides of her slender thighs, he left a string of hot kisses. Every kiss caused her body to tremble, until he naughtily kissed her most sensitive and beautiful petals, where the flower dew had long been overflowing. As soon as he kissed it, the city lord of fallen flowers' 10 fingers immediately tightly ran through his black hair, as if she was resisting, but also as if she was trying to persuade him to stay. Her previously accumulated overflowing pleasure, along with an uncontrollable scream, burst out to its fullest. This kind of orgasm was unfamiliar, but also wonderful beyond her imagination. She had never thought that her lover's naughtiness would bring such a huge and comfortable pleasure. It was really indescribable. At this moment, her mind became blank, and she no longer knew how to think about anything. Her soul seemed to fly out of her body along with the big explosion, rushing straight to the 9th heaven, floating in the air, not knowing whether the world still existed or not. Even when the tide receded, when the remnants of the pleasure disappeared, she sensitively discovered that his little trick was making her quickly glow with a second pleasurable orgasm. At the moment when it had not completely subsided, another new orgasm was formed. Once again, it hit the almost returned soul even higher. Even further. This bad guy was too bad, he was simply killing people, she would definitely die. After the second orgasm, the city lord of fallen flowers recovered a little bit of her rationality, and hurriedly tried to pull her beloved bad guy up. She did not dare to let him continue to be naughty like this, otherwise she would definitely die, she would be suffocated with happiness. Regardless of his mouth full of her nectar, the city lord of fallen flowers kissed him excitedly, giving him her sweet little tongue to express the joy in her heart, and gave him this satisfied reward. All kinds of rune patterns, unknowingly appeared on their bodies. The more intimate the two were, the more happy they were, the richer the combination of the runes, and the more mysterious it was. Yue Yang's innate chi penetrated from his mouth into the city lord of fallen flowers' cherry lips, and flowed through her whole body, at the same time carrying out the body fusion, dual cultivation. The city lord of fallen flowers was completely unaware, and only cared about the endless entanglement with him, but she did not know that the meridians in her body were further connected, and the woman's secret private parts that Yue Yang could not touch were no longer an obstacle to her cultivation. Now, she was about to become his little wife, and her body and mind were completely open. No matter what he did for her, he did not have to worry. The city lord of fallen flowers almost didn't feel the slight pain of the meridians in her body being connected, but the pleasure from the stimulation of the innate chi and the lust caused by his naughty hands made her feel quite sad. There was a desire in her heart, a natural instinct, an instinct that all life longed to find the other half after maturing. Yue Yang knew the desire in the beauty's heart, and in fact, he also longed for her. The union of the two people officially began at this moment. The high-spirited, scorching, and huge dragon spear was raised high in anger. When the knight blew the horn to charge, the target was pointed straight at the mysterious gate of the castle. The knight began to ride forward, and in this world, there was no power that could stop it. The gate of life, which was as fragile as a flower, finally welcomed its new master in the cries of a virgin. The falling red was a testimony to the conquest and possession of the new master. Although Yue Yang's movements were very gentle, the city lord of fallen flowers still felt that it was difficult to bear, because his naughty thing was too big, and her tender and delicate place was too small. When he forcibly broke through the barrier of protecting her chastity, she could not bear it no matter what. She could not help but cry out in pain, and two crystal-clear tears oozed out and slid down her cheeks. Her lips had no choice but to seek his comfort, and kissed him tightly. Although the pain was unbearable, she knew that she had to go through this once. It was because she had to bid farewell to the young girl, bid farewell to her virginity, that she could truly be together with him, that she could truly become an inseparable pair in his life, that she could become his wife. Naughty thing, it hurts. She cried to him weakly, acting coquettishly. She completely had the right to do so, because she had completely dedicated her most precious everything to her lover. She belonged to him, no matter if it was her body or soul, past, present or future. Don't cry, be good, don't cry. Yue Yang gently kissed away her tears, trying his best to soothe the pain of bidding farewell to her virginity. After the completion of the union ceremony, when the innate chi had completely linked up all the meridians in the city lord of fallen flowers' body and flowed back into Yue Yang's body, the city lord of fallen flowers' summoning grimoire suddenly appeared. A ray of light shone on its master's body, instantly stimulating the potential of its master's body. The accumulated energy suddenly exploded, and under the strong support of Yue Yang's innate chi, it continued to increase, rapidly advancing towards the innate realm. With a boom, the summoning grimoire's golden pillar of light shot up to the sky, reaching a height of more than 10 meters. City Lord of Fallen Flowers' innate realm had finally reached great completion with the help of body fusion. Her guardian beast, Aurora, had leveled up. The three-tailed snow fox was also bathing in the golden pillar of light, continuously absorbing the energy. Gradually, its body changed. It became humanoid, and quickly approached the realm of a holy beast. Chapter 330 Despair Abyss. When Yue Yang stood in front of the old dragon turtle again, the person beside him was no longer Yu Bing and Inan, but Impatience. This old dragon turtle obviously knew Impatience. Impatience also knew him, but she didn't greet him, as if she didn't see his existence. Yue Yang felt that Impatience and the old dragon turtle might have some old grudges between them. They might have fought at the higher levels of Tong Tian Tower. In any case, they were definitely not friends. The old dragon turtle asked cautiously with an incomparably old voice, "Young man, have you really decided to challenge the prison emperor divine palace?" Yue Yang rolled his eyes when he heard this. Why did he come to this damned place instead of challenging the prison emperor divine palace? Could it be that he was really too bored? Of course, he could also hear that even if Impatience came to help him, the old dragon turtle still felt that he was not strong enough and advised him not to act rashly. It would be best if he gave up on the idea of retreating. From this, it seemed that just one Impatience was not enough. However, the more it was so, the more interested Yue Yang was in the prison Emperor Divine Palace. Challenge. Yue Yang was least afraid of challenges. If he really couldn't defeat a strong enemy, he could just hide in the grimoire world like Yu said and fight while recovering. If his life was in danger, the Phoenix Sisters and Qilin girl would definitely help him. After this battle, he should be able to break through the 6th level of innate invisible sword chi. How could he miss such a challenge and opportunity? A black light flashed. The old dragon turtle was bathed in the black light as his body gradually changed shape. After spending a long time, he finally became an old man carrying a big turtle shell on his back. However, he didn't look like a Roshi hermit at all. He didn't have the spirit of a dragon horse. Instead, he looked like a dying old man with a weak body. The old man that the old dragon turtle had turned into had gray hair and beard. There were old age spots all over his face. His body was also emitting a strange and thick aura of death. Let's go. The old dragon turtle supported himself with a dragon-headed walking stick and slowly led the way with trembling steps. You're not preparing to fight with us, are you? Yue Yang was sweating profusely. If this old fellow wanted to charge through the trial with him, wouldn't that be the biggest burden? I will do my best. I hope I can send you all through the first hall. As for the other 2 halls, you will have to rely on your own efforts. The old dragon turtle muttered to himself. Although he was heavily injured, he seemed to still have some confidence in himself. In front of a mountain rock, the old dragon turtle drew a mysterious rune circle with its withered hands. At the same time, he used his spiritual energy to maintain the operation of the runic circle for a long time. The runic circle flashed with a dazzling light, and a strange portal appeared in front of Yue Yang. There was a runic array seal on the surface of the portal, so it was impossible to open it. However, one could enter from the outside. The old dragon turtle's aged body slowly squeezed into the teleportation gate, step by step, and finally disappeared. Yue Yang and the impatiens followed closely behind. After the teleportation light dimmed, Yue Yang realized that he had arrived at a dark world. There was no light source, and it was dead silent everywhere. With his night vision, he could see a few pillars in the distance. The pillars were so huge that it was hard to imagine, and each pillar had a radius of more than 100 meters. Other than Tong Tian Tower, Yue Yang had never seen a pillar that was bigger than this. Furthermore, these pillars were perfectly round, and the top and bottom were the same. It was obvious that they were man-made and not naturally formed. In the sky supported by the 4 pillars, there was a huge island. It looked like a sky island, but Yue Yang realized that it was at least 10 times bigger than City Mistress Fallen Flowers' sky garden. On top of a small mountain, there was a path that looked like a stairway to heaven. The path was winding like a snake, and it reached the island in the sky. That was the only path that they could walk on. This was originally the prison emperor's imperial palace. There were a total of 3 floors, and it was 1,000 meters tall. In order to seal the Heaven Realm warriors, the prison emperor turned the world's most majestic and beautiful palace into a graveyard for his enemies. The old dragon turtle sighed proudly. In the end, he also felt a little sad, as if returning to this place had brought back countless memories. The enemies are waiting up there. Yue Yang didn't have time to lament about this. He wanted to pay more attention to the enemies' movements. The number of broken rune steles outside indicates how many enemies have broken free from the seal. Even if the old dragon turtle didn't say it, Yue Yang could guess it. Luckily, there weren't many broken rune steles. He estimated that there were only around 20 of them. As long as he wasn't surrounded by more than 20 awakened Heaven Realm warriors, he still had a chance to break free from the seal. Yue Yang guessed that the 2 strongest Heaven Realm great leaders might have broken free from the seal, but they were restricted by the Prison Emperor Divine Staff and the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. They couldn't move freely and were trapped on the 3rd floor. This battle is going to be very bad. Impatiens nodded her head solemnly. I have a bad premonition. At least half of the Heaven Realm warriors' souls have awakened, which is different from the number of broken rune steles. Haha, there's a reason for this. In order to hide it from the outside world, we purposely maintained the seal. Hee, look at what kind of guests we have. An old ghost and 2 young girls. A voice came down from the island in the sky. Following that, 3 figures that were shining with golden light flew down and landed lightly in front of Yue Yang, Impatiens and the old dragon turtle. The leader was a birdman with wings. His golden hair was like a lion's and he wore a royal ornament on his head. He looked majestic and he wore a silver armor. On his golden belt, there was a diamond-studded sword. The other 2 were different. One looked like a human, but he had horns on his head and wings like a bat. When he opened his mouth, sharp teeth could be seen, making people shiver. The other did not have horns on his head, but his neck was covered with a beetle-like armor. Both of his arms were like a bear or a leopard, and his claws were like hooks. On his face and body, there were compound eyes that looked like golden leopard stripes. Furthermore, behind his butt, there was a long tail that kept swaying. Yue Yang was surprised. Didn't they say that they had already sealed these fellows for 6,000 years? Even if they didn't die of old age, they would have starved to death. There was no life here and nothing to eat. How did these fellows survive for 6,000 years? When Impatience saw them, her expression immediately changed. Her eyes shot out a look of disdain, as if she had seen the most shameless fellows in the world. Her evaluation of them was also very impressive. She directly said, "You are worse than beasts." The old dragon turtle's walking stick trembled, showing a strange reaction. It seemed to be angry, but also sad. What's going on? How can these fellows be living beings? Aren't they ghosts? Yue Yang felt that it was a little tricky. He had prepared a lot of things based on the assumption that the enemies were undead or ghosts. But now it seemed like it was useless. Not only were the enemies not ghosts, they were living monsters. They weren't even zombies that had been sleeping for thousands of years. "Little brother, do you think I look like a ghost? Which part of my body look like a ghost?" In the sky, another 3 enemies appeared. These 3 enemies were all female. They were completely naked and had different appearances. The one on the left had horse hooves, goat horns, and lion tails. The one in the middle had scaled arms, bird wings, and cat claws. The one on the right had insect horns, rabbit ears, and snake belly. It wasn't that Yue Yang hadn't seen monsters before, but he really hadn't seen monsters with such strange appearances. At first glance, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the 3 enemies that looked like monsters and humans. What kind of Frankenstein made this kind of hybrid? Impatience seemed to know the reason. She slightly raised her eyebrows and sneered, "Trash." Hearing her words, the 3 enemies that looked like women stood up like cats stepping on their tails. They all screamed angrily, "Ah, I hate this kind of damned bitch the most. Bitch, I'm going to tear you apart. Trash, no matter how good you look, you're still trash that people ride on and squish. Let's eat this bitch and divide her flesh." Amidst the curses, the female monster finally suggested. Towards the enemy's curses, Impatience didn't care at all. She only spat disdainfully, "Trash, you're not even worthy of my attack. Looking at your lowly flesh is also my gift to you." The 3 monsters that looked like women completely went crazy and pounced towards them. Without waiting for Impatience to make a move, Yue Yang decided to personally make a move and show off in front of the beauty. Of course, this was also a battle tactic. It had been decided long before they came in. Impatience must conserve her strength as much as possible. This was because she wanted to save it for the final battle. Only when she fought against the 2 great leaders of Heaven Realm would she go all out. The 2 great leaders of Heaven Realm would definitely send these little soldiers to test the waters. To them who had been sealed for 6,000 years, they definitely understood this point. If someone came to challenge them, that person would definitely be very strong. Furthermore, they were sealed by the prison emperor's divine weapon, so they might not be able to leave the top 3 floors smoothly. If they could move freely, they would most likely lie in ambush at the entrance and heavily injure the enemies. Since they didn't do so, it meant that they were testing the challengers. Secondly, they might not have obtained true freedom. Yue Yang waved his crescent moon blade and released a burst of cold air. No matter what the reason was for these women to be like this, Yue Yang would not have any protective feelings for the fairer sex, nor would he be merciful to them. Towards his enemies, Yue Yang's mercy was basically zero. The 3 female monsters didn't seem to be afraid of the cold as they retreated slightly. Then, they immediately counterattacked. They even flirted with Yue Yang. "Little brother, your meager abilities are not enough. Don't act like a hothead and attack recklessly. Why don't you join us? This sister will make you feel comfortable. I guarantee that we'll be much better than that bitch beside you." Among them, the female monster with insect horns, rabbit ears and snake belly shamelessly opened her legs and shot a stinky water arrow towards Yue Yang. The 3 monster guys who were glaring at the old dragon turtle in midair now had an expression that said that this brat was definitely going to die. Yue Yang and Impatience had both concealed their true abilities. Their true abilities were below an 8. Unless the 2 great leaders of Heaven Realm who were stronger than Impatience could see through them, normal Heaven Realm warriors would not know that impatience was actually a terrifying innate level 10 ranker. Of course, it was even more impossible for them to know that Yue Yang, who had the counterfeit inherent skill, was a terrifying enemy that was not inferior to impatience. With the counterfeit inherent skill, even the two great leaders of Heaven Realm might not be able to see through Yue Yang's true abilities. The three monster guys and three monster girls had mistakenly thought that Yue Yang and impatience were lesser innates, and that the old dragon turtle they were familiar with was the real strong enemy. When the three monster girls surrounded Yue Yang, the three monster guys thought that they were strong enough to kill Yue Yang, the young human. Especially when Yue Yang used the crescent moon blade to conceal his first slash, the enemy became even more confident. No wonder the female monster with insect horns, rabbit ears and snake belly would arrogantly pee at Yue Yang. They felt that Yue Yang was already in their pocket. That stinky water arrow suddenly dispersed like a spider's web, trapping Yue Yang in the middle. Yue Yang didn't know what kind of skill it was, but it was indeed very strange. Unfortunately, her opponent was Yue Yang. First slash, earth-splitting slash. The purple flames on Yue Yang's body soared to the sky as he brandished his Wei Jin magic blade. Under the activation of his Yang ability, the purple flames burned the stinky water into nothingness. The purple flames on the Wei Jin magic blade that looked like a real dragon shot out furiously as if it had a life of its own, attacking the female monster with a speed 10 times faster than before. That female monster let out a blood-curdling scream as her lower body was burnt into ashes. Two parts of her legs that were burnt off fell to the ground, while her upper body escaped in fear. In the sky, what was waiting for her was the tip of Yue Yang's earth-splitting slash. One slash in half. Instant kill. Chapter 331. When Yue Yang instantly killed the female monster with insect horns, rabbit ears and snake belly, all the enemies were dumbfounded. Especially the three monster guys who saw the old dragon turtle as their greatest fighting power, they were even more dumbfounded. They all knew how powerful their companion was, but they never thought that he would be instantly killed by a young human on the spot. Could it be that this brat has a godly weapon? The three monster guys couldn't save him in time. Yue Yang flew up again and pounced in front of the remaining two female monsters. The female monster with horseshoes, goat horns and lion tail immediately ran away. As for the female monster with scaled arms, bird wings and cat claws who was closest to Yue Yang, she felt that she was locked on by the enemy's aura. She couldn't escape in time and became even more ferocious. She fiercely waved her sharp claws, and with a sharp claw aura and a nauseating fishy smell, she clawed at Yue Yang's face. Her cat claws were black with a tinge of green. It seemed to be filled with poison. Once it was activated, it immediately produced a fishy smell with a tinge of black and green. However, what was more powerful was her sharp cat claws. Her claws swept down from above. Yue Yang's afterimage disappeared. That claw aura was actually able to penetrate through the air, and left a few deep marks on the hard rocks on the ground. I'll send you to hell. Yue Yang flashed behind the cat-clawed female monster. The new moon blades, crescent moon, cut through the cat-clawed female monster's neck as easily as cutting through tofu. The cat-clawed female monster twisted her body and counterattacked, causing the head to fall in the opposite direction. A stream of blood spurted out from the headless neck. Seeing her companions getting killed one after another, the remaining lion-tailed female monster was scared out of her wits. She quickly ran towards her three monster guy companions, hoping to get their protection. Those three companions also quickly swooped down to save her. In their eyes, a blade aura was like a raging sea, covering the sky and covering the earth. They were almost able to touch their companions, almost able to successfully save them, but the blade aura cut through the air and engulfed her. When the blade aura completely disappeared, the three monster guys realized that their companions had become countless pieces of meat. Roar! Kill you! The monster man's eyes turned bloodshot when he saw this. He roared madly at Yue Yang, intending to pounce on Yue Yang and tear him apart. The other winged, bat-like, vampire-like monster held him tightly. Now, he could clearly see that this human boy with a murderous aura was not someone to be trifled with. If he wanted to make a move, he had to be confident. Acting rashly would only make things worse. The leader of the group, who had blonde hair like a lion, wings on his back, and a sword hanging from his waist, kept staring at Yue Yang. He looked him in the face. He slowly observed Yue Yang's slaughtering hands. At the same time, he carefully observed the crescent blade and Wei Jin magic blade in his hands. With regards to Yue Yang's actions of instantly killing the 3 female monsters, not to mention the enemies, even the old dragon turtle was a little surprised. Having strength was one thing, but whether or not he could kill his opponents was another. Without unlocking his innate seal, this brat could actually kill his opponents easily, and 3 of them at once. This was not just a matter of strength. There was also killing intent. The old dragon turtle didn't know how many rankers Yue Yang had killed to have such strong confidence and such a cold killing intent. Immediately, the old dragon turtle's opinion of Yue Yang rose a little. In his heart, even if the prison emperor was 20 years old, he wouldn't be able to do better than this brat at that time. The prison emperor was not an ordinary genius warrior. In the old dragon turtle's heart, he was still the #1 genius even after 6,000 years. Other than him, who else could fight against the 3 great leaders of the Heaven Realm and seal 2 of them? Hence, in the old dragon turtle's heart, other than the prison emperor, there was no one else. With regards to Yue Yang's high efficiency and cold heart, the old dragon turtle praised him in his heart. If this brat didn't die today, he might be able to chase after the prison emperor's footsteps in the future. This was because he was the same as the prison emperor. They both had the heart of a true warrior. A true warrior would constantly strive to become stronger, look down on all enemies, and look down on all living beings. Don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you killed a few hybridized mutated beasts. Brat, you are still too inexperienced. That golden-haired monster man stared at Yue Yang and laughed coldly. What is going on here? Isn't this a tomb? Yue Yang asked the impatiens in astonishment. He couldn't understand why there were mutated beasts here. The true Heaven Realm rankers must have all died, only their souls were left. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been sealed in the prison emperor divine palace. The prison emperor used his life as the price to destroy all life in the prison emperor divine palace. No matter if it was himself or his enemies, as long as they were in the prison emperor divine palace, they would definitely not be able to survive. The old dragon turtle coughed slightly. The flesh and blood mutated beasts you see in front of you should be monsters that were hybridized by them using a secret method. Then, they used parasitism or occupation to transfer into the body of the hybridized beasts. That's why you can see living mutated beasts here, and not ghosts. So it's just a bunch of bastards. When Yue Yang said this, the 3 monster men were so angry that their eyes turned red. They are not true Heaven Realm rankers. I'm afraid that they are the descendants of the Heaven Realm rankers who had parasitized beasts and then mated with beasts. Otherwise, their strength wouldn't have dropped to the innate level, and it's even more impossible for this old man to not recognize them. The old dragon turtle coughed loudly as he spoke. Yue Yang also felt that these fellows were a little too weak. No matter how weak a true Heaven Realm ranker was, they wouldn't be instantly killed by him, right? Parasitizing and occupying a beast's body, using its body to reincarnate. This kind of despicable and shameless action would not only weaken the person's original strength, they would also be cursed by the laws of the world. There were people from the Thousand Goblins sect in the demonic palace who had done this kind of test before. They discovered that the rate of failure and death was very high. There were also many cases of losing their memories and being brainwashed into beasts. Even if they were originally Heaven Realm rankers, I'm afraid that they had already forgotten their past. Now that they have become this kind of half-human, half-beast hybrid creature, they seem to be living quite comfortably. What do I see? Haha, they look like some maggots happily twisting their fat and dirty bodies in a pile of dung. The impatiens was very disgusted with this kind of parasitizing and occupying a beast's body. In reality, this kind of behavior was very vile. It had been a taboo since ancient times. Once the owner parasitized or occupied their own beast's body, they would immediately be cursed by the laws of the world. Other than curses such as death from failure, memory loss, brainwashing, transformation into a beast, loss of strength and so on, there were also curses related to contracts. No matter what kind of beast they possessed or parasitized, they would never be able to contract or summon that type of beast ever again. Even if it was the guardian beast of the grimoire contractor, it was no exception. Suddenly, an extremely strong pressure came from the sky. It was as heavy as a mountain. Even Yue Yang felt a kind of suffocating pressure. To be able to pressure him from so far away, could it be that this guy was one of the 2 great leaders of the Heaven Realm? Yue Yang's heart trembled slightly, thinking that the great leaders of the Heaven Realm were indeed not simple. A ray of light streaked across the dark sky like a meteor, shooting down from the sky. Before the person arrived, His aura had already rushed towards them like a hurricane. The shockwave sent the three monster guys who were close to innate rankers flying more than 10 meters away. Other than Yue Yang and the impatiens who were able to stand proudly without moving, even the old and weak old dragon turtle's body was swaying slightly, as if he was about to fall to the ground. That shooting star was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the old dragon turtle. However, it stopped in the blink of an eye. The shock wave it brought with it spread outwards, causing the entire ground to tremble. However, the movement of the person who came was as gentle as a swallow. He withdrew his body and slowly descended in front of the old dragon turtle. 2 meters above the ground, he stood in the air and looked down at the old dragon turtle. This was an extremely handsome man. His appearance was extremely similar to the birdman leader that Yue Yang had killed in the Sky Shrine. He was also wearing a green hat made of laurel leaves. The only difference was that this birdman's wings were golden in color. The golden light shone resplendently. Faintly, there was a kind of invisible pressure that made people feel inferior in front of this divine being. Even those with weak willpower had the urge to kneel down and worship him. Of course, this kind of pressure was just child's play to Yue Yang. Other than feeling that this guy was acting cool, he didn't feel inferior at all. A guy from another world couldn't even be compared to a birdman. What a joke. Yuan Long, my dear old friend, it's been a long time. Please forgive my children for not being sensible. It can't be helped, because there weren't any guests for a long time. My children were a little impatient. Actually, I should introduce him to you. This is Njie, he is also an old friend of ours. It's just that his memory has a little problem. The birdman courteously greeted the old dragon turtle with an innate ranker's greeting. He then pointed at the monster leader and introduced him as an old friend with a gentle smile. In the end, he even smiled and swept a glance at Yue Yang and Impatiens. His gaze paused the longest when he looked at Impatiens' face. A kind of greedy desire clearly flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly concealed under that fake smile. You actually didn't die. Seeing the person who came, the old dragon turtle was shocked. This guy isn't a hybrid mutated beast, why is he still alive? Yue Yang was also a little surprised. Little friend, if you knew that the Heaven Realm has a gem called the Resurrection Sky Crystal, you wouldn't be so surprised. I admit that the Prison Emperor's spatial destruction was very terrifying, but I didn't die immediately. My broken body escaped back to the grimoire space. After a long period of recuperation, with the Resurrection Sky Crystal's energy, my injuries were completely healed. Furthermore, I even grew a little. Unfortunately, the Prison Emperor's divine equipment seal is still there. The spatial destructions will and energy will still harm my body. I'm very sorry, Yuan Long. Although I am welcoming an old friend, I can't be exposed to the Prison Emperor Divine Palace for a long time. Furthermore, I don't like this damned place. In order to express my welcome, let me give you a little gift first. The birdman's body emitted a dazzling light like the sun. His grimoire flashed and a few doppelgangers that looked exactly like him were summoned. All the doppelgangers moved as one, slashing their swords towards Yue Yang, Impatiens and the old dragon turtle. Chapter 332 Yue Yang and Impatiens chose to dodge. They teleported 30 meters away to avoid the attack. The old dragon turtle leaned on his staff and muttered to himself. A ball of black light appeared on his body. The black light spread out quickly and turned into a huge turtle-shaped light shield. A mysterious rune appeared on top of the light shield. Yue Yang recognized that it was the Heaven Rune's defense. He reckoned that the old dragon turtle was preparing to block the attack from the doppelgangers. A few doppelgangers raised their energy swords and slashed down with the force of a thunderbolt, colliding with the turtle-shaped light shield. Boom! A loud sound was heard. Heaven and earth trembled. Most of the swords that were deflected by the turtle-shaped light shield flew back into the sky. A few of them pierced through the ground. Wherever the swords passed, rocks were smashed and soil turned into ashes. However, the old dragon turtle's turtle-shaped light shield didn't move at all. Even under the attack that shook heaven and earth, the old dragon turtle's withered body was still safe and sound. Yue Yang praised in his heart. This old fellow was indeed an old turtle that had lived for 6,000 years. His defense was really strong. Yue Yang felt that this turtle-shaped light shield was comparable to his gold grimoire's shield. This was the energy shield that the old dragon turtle summoned after he was heavily injured. If he was at his peak, the energy shield that this old fellow summoned would probably be unbreakable to ordinary innates, other than rankers like Impatiens. Yuan Long, your tortoise shell is still as hard as before. I thought that you wouldn't be able to withstand my attack even with your age. I was a little disappointed. I didn't expect that my old friend is still my old friend. Although you are about to die, your tortoise shell is still very hard. Ha ha. The beautiful birdman looked at Impatience again, then glanced at Yue Yang indifferently. Little friend, you run pretty fast, we have plenty of time. I will play with you again when you reach the first palace hall. Let Njay entertain you guys now. My time is up, I'm sorry, I need to rest. The golden light on the beautiful birdman's body gradually dimmed. The weakest part of the golden light shield, his ankles, started to emit faint black smoke. Looks like the prison emperor's sealing intent and destructive energy were still working. Yue Yang was prepared to intercept and kill this arrogant fellow on the spot, but Impatience signaled with her eyes, indicating that they should let this fellow go back to report. That way, they could confuse more Heaven Realm rankers. If they killed him on the spot, then all the enemies that could move would surround them. Since the prison emperor divine palace had changed and they didn't know the details, they should not reveal their true strength. The old dragon king also coughed slightly. He did not say anything, but his expression showed that he agreed with Phoenix Fairy Beauty's plan. 6,000 years had passed, the prison emperor divine palace had undergone a change that even he did not expect. He did not know if the prison emperor divine staff and divine seal could still be used as a seal. If the two had already lost their effectiveness, the two great leaders of the Heaven Realm would be able to move freely. This would make the trial 10 times more dangerous. Although he didn't see Impatience as his comrade, it was still necessary for him to hide his true strength. Even he himself didn't use all of his remaining strength after being heavily injured. The beautiful birdman courteously bowed to the old dragon turtle, then turned into a golden light and flew back, disappearing into the island above. At the same time, more than 10 silver stars fell to the ground. Without exception, they were all mutated beastmen. In Yue Yang's Heaven Eye's divine vision, none of these mutated beastmen were Heaven Realm rankers who were hiding their strength. The strongest was the golden-haired monster leader Njay. Other than the monster man leader Njay who was innate level 1, the rest were all innates. The weakest female monster only had the strength of a level 6 elder. Facing a group of mutated beastmen that were only level 7 overlord, Yue Yang wasn't interested in fighting. Impatience also shook her head slightly. She was too lazy to fight. Old dragon turtle, you can slowly fight by yourself. Let's go to the first palace hall to take a look. Yue Yang originally wanted to let City Mistress Fallen Flowers or Princess Sissy come out to train, but the changes in the prison emperor divine palace made him a little impatient to find out the truth. Were the two great leaders of Heaven Realm still alive? Had they broken free from the seal? Were the prison emperor divine staff and divine seal still effective? The most important thing was whether the prison emperor divine palace still had the ability to seal their enemies. 6,000 years had passed, it was hard to guarantee that their enemies wouldn't think of a way. According to the old dragon turtle, this was the sealed graveyard. Unless they obtained the prison emperor divine staff or divine seal and broke the seal, the two great leaders of Heaven Realm wouldn't be able to regain their freedom. According to the original plan, as long as they got rid of those Heaven Realm rankers who had broken free from the seal, it was still possible to get the prison emperor divine staff. However, the current situation was beyond the old dragon turtle's expectations. If the prison emperor divine staff and divine seal lost their effect, the two great leaders of Heaven Realm would be able to move freely. Then the difficulty of this mission would increase by more than 10 times. Impatience whispered a few words into Yue Yang's ears. Soon after, she turned into a shining arrow of light. She flew straight into the sky. Her speed was too fast. Although the mutated beastmen had surrounded her, they couldn't catch up to her. Yue Yang, on the other hand, was different from her. He chose to move forward along the cliff path, flying across the natural stronghold. The 5 mutated beasts surrounded and tried to intercept him, but Yue Yang's movement technique was mysterious and unparalleled. It was strange and ever-changing, like the wind and shadow. Although the 5 mutated beasts attacked him with all their might, they couldn't even touch the corner of Yue Yang's clothes. No need to chase, he will die even faster if he goes up. The golden-haired monster guy leader Njay waved his hand, signaling the 5 mutated beastmen who couldn't stop Yue Yang to come back. Let's tear this old turtle apart, roar roar. All the mutated beastmen used all their strength. Sharp claws, giant fists, iron palms, snake tails, wolf fangs, insect horns and other attacking methods, heavily attacking the protective barrier. The old dragon turtle remained silent as he muttered to himself, maintaining the protective barrier. He defended until the end and didn't retaliate at all. Although more than 10 mutated beastmen took turns to attack, the protective barrier's defense was too strong. All the mutated beastmen were panting from exhaustion, but the protective barrier was still intact. The golden-haired monster guy leader and Jay had been observing all this while. He realized that the old dragon turtle's body was trembling even more violently, as if he was going to fall to the ground soon. He immediately regained his confidence and shouted loudly, "This old fellow can't hold on for long, continue attacking." Yue Yang, who didn't encounter many obstacles, ran to the end of the Heavens Road and ran to the island. On the island, there were also 4 pillars that reached the sky, supporting the second, slightly smaller island. Looks like there were still the second hall and third hall above them. Between the giant pillars, there was a tall and majestic palace. 6,000 years had passed. Although the luster of the palace had dimmed, the carved railings and jade walls were still there. In the dark and silent atmosphere, it was obviously extremely sorrowful. In the past, when the prison emperor built this palace, everyone in the world worshipped it. Even the strong warriors of the heaven realm were buried here in the end. However, 6,000 years had passed. The prison emperor who fought against the 3 great leaders of the heaven realm was not recognized by anyone anymore. He didn't even leave a trace in the history books. Now that he walked into the incomparably majestic prison emperor divine palace, Yue Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Time flowed like water. Actually, time was a strong warrior's greatest enemy. Unless one could live forever, no one would be able to escape the elimination of time. No matter how strong one's life was, it was meaningless in the long river of time. If he couldn't live forever, who would remember that he had once appeared 6,000 years later? In an instant, Yue Yang had a thought that he had never thought of before. That was to pursue immortality. No matter if it was 100 years, 1,000 years or 10,000 years, time was meaningless. Although the most interesting part of life was the process and not the result, if he could live forever, wouldn't life be even more interesting? If it was possible, he must pursue immortality. Not only for himself, but also for the person he loved. He must be together with them forever. He definitely couldn't let time bury him. He definitely couldn't let someone from the future generation pay homage to his grave, just like how he was paying homage to the prison emperor's grave, the prison emperor divine palace. He definitely couldn't let that happen. While Yue Yang's thoughts were in turmoil, he was lost in thought. Suddenly, a few indistinct figures appeared on his left and right side. Among them, a hoarse voice mocked. Sha Fei came back and said that a strange man and woman made him feel uneasy. He didn't expect them to be such a dumb goose. Look, this brat isn't scared silly, right? In front of a great enemy, he is actually in a daze. If I knew it would be like this, I would have gone to kill that girl. That girl looks pretty good, she's worth playing with. So that Birdman is called Sha Fei. Forget it, his name isn't important. Yue Yang summoned the white jade beetle. Immediately, the entire hall was filled with a kind of clean light. The light pierced through the darkness of the hall. I hate light. The few figures twisted their bodies. One of the figures with a wretched appearance even groaned in discomfort. Although this kind of light cannot be absorbed directly, it is still very useful for us to recover after we convert it. Good stuff, I want it. The figure that made the hoarse voice appeared. His upper body was similar to a demon king, but it was slightly different from the demon king that Yue Yang had seen before. This fellow's body and energy were much more condensed. He was only about 2 meters tall. His upper body seemed to be made of flesh, but his lower body was made of thick smoke. He had not formed a solid body yet. Even though he had lost his original body and the body he formed was incomplete, his strength was greatly reduced. However, this demon still had the strength of an innate level 5. When he appeared, a crystal tombstone at a distance away from the hall immediately lit up with runes. The runes on the tombstone flashed rapidly. Slowly, the runes started to rotate as if it had a life of its own. The hoarse-voiced demon groaned in pain. The thick smoke below his waist seemed to be attracted by an invisible force and gradually dissipated into the air. Yue Yang calmed down. Looks like the prison emperor divine palace's seal was still there, and its power had not decreased. Although these heaven realm warriors had used some kind of secret technique to wake up from their eternal slumber, they could not escape the seal. They usually hid their bodies and deceived the prison emperor's will to seal them, but once they appeared, they would immediately be restricted by the seal. To Yue Yang, who was trying to break through, this was a good news. I still can't do it. This damned prison emperor's will, this damned seal. This is so annoying, I hate these damned humans. Human, don't be arrogant. Although I only have 3 minutes, I only need 10 seconds to kill you, idiot. Prepare to die. The hoarse-voiced demon pointed at Yue Yang arrogantly. He mocked him coldly while releasing his qi. That explosive qi violently shook the entire prison emperor divine palace. Hey, don't make too big of a move. We don't want to be implicated by you. Don't activate all the seals, a few shadows protested. Don't worry, I only need 1 strike to end this battle. The hoarse-voiced demon was full of confidence. Do you think you are Ultraman? Other than proving that you are impotent, is there any other meaning in 3 minutes? Yue Yang shrugged his shoulders in boredom. Die. The hoarse-voiced demon was extremely angry. His sharp claws that could tear the earth apart fiercely slashed towards Yue Yang's head. Even the space seemed to have been torn apart. When the demon's companions saw this, they all laughed sinisterly. They believed in the ending without a doubt. How could a lesser innate human child survive the full-strength attack of his companion who had the strength of an innate level 5? The answer was absolutely impossible. A loud bang resounded. The stone floor of the prison emperor divine palace was swept by the claws. 5 deep and terrifying claw marks were left on the ground. Broken stones flew everywhere. The dust that had been sealed for 6,000 years flew up and covered half of the prison emperor divine palace. It didn't disperse for a long time. Alright, Ji Yuya, how long are you going to act cool for? Seeing that their companion's posture didn't change at all, the shadows felt that this fellow loved to act cool. Didn't he just kill a lesser innate human child? Was there a need to act cool like this? Could it be that you haven't killed a human for a long time and are enjoying the pleasure of killing someone? Did you orgasm? That wretched shadow laughed lewdly. Boom boom, the hoarse-voiced demon didn't reply. He suddenly fell to the ground. The head rolled more than 10 meters away like a rubber ball. It rolled to a person's feet. Yue Yang used his feet to step on the demon's head that died with grievances. His smile was even brighter than the sun. The shadows were puzzled when they saw this. How come this human boy didn't die, but their companion died instead? This was impossible. Although their companion hadn't recovered his full strength, he was still an innate level 5. Their companion, who was an innate level 5, was actually killed by a lesser innate. Who would believe this kind of result? What exactly happened just now? What kind of power killed their companion? Not allowing the few shadows to investigate further, the runic circle on the crystal pillar shone even brighter. A pillar of light shot out, forming a white whirlpool in the middle of the hall. The demon's head and body were all turned into black smoke in the middle of the white whirlpool, and were absorbed into the whirlpool. In less than half a minute, other than the black pearl that Yue Yang was stepping on, the demon with the hoarse voice seemed to have never appeared before. His companion, the shadows, became frightened. That wretched shadow's voice became even more frightened as he screamed, "Dead, this is not a seal, this is a real death. Damn it, this damned human has the ability to destroy souls." Ji Yuya's soul was destroyed by him. Did you guys see that? No, I don't want to fight with an enemy who has the ability to destroy souls. I finally escaped from the seal, I don't want to be killed. Calm down, what happened? The beautiful birdman called Sha Fei spread his golden wings and flew over from afar. It's all your fault, Sha Fei. Your information was wrong. This human has the ability to destroy souls. He is as terrifying as the Heaven Realm's adjudicator who is in charge of judging souls. You caused Ji Yuya's death, he was killed in an instant. The wretched shadow roared in anger and fear. What? That beautiful birdman Sha Fei stared at Yue Yang in disbelief. A lesser innate instantly killed an innate level 5, how was this possible? The real show has just begun. Yue Yang picked up the black pearl under his feet and kept it in his lich ring. On his face, there was a smile that made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. But when the enemies saw this, they couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 333 Inches Sha Fei, you have a body, you should fight this battle. I hate opponents who can destroy souls the most. Even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance of death, I will not fight. Everyone, I am going to sleep now. Do whatever you want, don't disturb me. That wretched shadow suddenly disappeared. His terrified voice reverberated throughout the prison emperor divine palace for a long time. The other shadows seemed to be hesitating, but they didn't disappear and go back to sleep. Hee, what a coward. Unable to accomplish anything, but good at spoiling things. The beautiful birdman Sha Fei laughed coldly, but he didn't stop his companions from escaping. This battle should be fought by you. Sha Fei, in these 100 years, it was your turn to guard the first hall. As the palace guard, you have the duty to capture the enemy. Moreover, you have a complete body, different from us, we can only appear for 5 minutes at most, we can't even leave the first hall. You have the advantage in terms of time and freedom. That's why, Sha Fei, you should fight, we will assist you from the side. This young human is not simple, no matter what method he uses to kill Ji Yuya, you cannot be careless. After all, Ji Yuya's death is an undeniable fact. The tallest shadow stood up and spoke loudly. I know. In other words, you are all afraid of death. Not long ago, I remember that Luda, you were the bravest warrior under the Heaven Realm's Saint Palace. I never thought that after losing your body, you would actually be so afraid of death. This is really surprising. Sha Fei smiled indifferently. These are two different things. If I was the palace guard, I would definitely not say anything. The tallest shadow snorted coldly, but didn't refute. Humans are very good at hiding their strength, but no matter how much they hide, they would not be stronger than innate level 3. Ji Yuya's death was probably because he had underestimated his opponent. At the same time, he was killed by the opponent's divine weapon or some kind of treasure. Did you think that with his strength, he would be able to use a divine weapon or a peerless treasure that could instantly kill a level 5 innate? The more powerful the divine equipment is, the more powerful the divine equipment will be. The prison emperor back then is the best example. Sha Fei glanced at Yue Yang, and the golden wings on his back rose up high. His entire body emitted thousands of rays of light, as bright as the sun. The first hall was as bright as day. The light was so blinding that even if he used his hands to block his eyes, he wouldn't be able to open his eyes, much less see anything. The heat that could burn the heavens and the earth rose rapidly in the first hall. In the end, it was like a solar storm, engulfing the entire place. In the center of the solar storm, Sha Fei snorted with an arrogant tone, if you think that you can scare me by killing Ji Yuya, you are very wrong. Yue Yang smiled and summoned his gold grimoire. Raise the barrier. He was also accumulating energy. The energy of the Yang pole and Yin pole rotated in his body like a pool of water, accumulating more and more, waiting for the moment to explode. Help, help, help me. Outside the hall, there was a panicked exclamation. Led by the golden-haired monster man Angus, a few bloodied mutated orcs rushed into the hall. They seemed to be chased by someone, and all of them looked terrified. Other than the leader of the monster men, Angus, who was unharmed, the rest of the mutated orcs were covered in blood. 2 of them were on the verge of death and needed the help of their companions to escape. Seeing this, Sha Fei's eyes flashed. He stretched out his left hand and pressed down on the void. Thousands of light arrows shot out. In an instant, the few mutated orcs were killed on the spot. The scorching solar storm easily turned their corpses into ashes, leaving nothing behind. Other than the monster men leader Angus, who managed to escape behind a huge pillar in time, the rest of the mutated orcs were vaporized. They didn't even have the time to scream. The monster men leader Angus was so scared that his face turned pale and his body trembled. Angus, don't worry, although you, who had reincarnated into a human in the stomach of a parasitic beast, is completely useless, I will still spare your life for the sake of our friendship in the past. Sha Fei's arrogant tone echoed in the first hall. Hearing this, Angus's body trembled even more. His lips trembled as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. Cough, cough, cough. Inside the first hall, the old dragon turtle walked in with his walking stick, his body hunched like an old man. He walked very slowly, as if he would collapse and die at any time. Including Yue Yang, no one thought that this old fellow would end the battle so quickly. He even chased after the mutated orcs all the way, scaring them to the point that they pissed their pants. Just based on this point, Yue Yang felt that it would be better if this old man didn't flip out. Once he flipped out, he wouldn't be someone to be trifled with. A sharp killing intent flashed past Sha Fei's eyes, but he smiled gently and said, Luda, Dudi and Bao Wen, look who's here. Take a look, it's our old friend Yuan Long. 6,000 years have passed, but the old general under the prison emperor is still alive. Isn't this worthy of our applause? Especially since our old friend didn't hesitate to come here with heavy injuries to take revenge. Shouldn't we fulfill his wish and let him die here, forever following the great prison emperor in his heart. Welcome, my dearest friend. How do you want to die? I guarantee that your wishes will be fulfilled to the best of their abilities. The old dragon turtle coughed a few times and looked at Yue Yang. He mumbled to himself like an old man, I'm old and useless. If I can die here, then I won't have lived in vain. This old fellow is already so old, what's the matter? Even if I die, I won't lose anything. Yue Yang hurriedly waved his hands, old turtle, it's not your turn to be a hero. Go to the side, this is the world of us youngsters, don't mess around. Although I'm old and can't use it anymore, I can still kill one or two of them. The old dragon turtle didn't listen to Yue Yang's advice. He leaned on his walking stick and staggered towards Sha Fei. Towards this stubborn old man, Yue Yang really couldn't do anything. There were a few times when he wanted to use a brick to smash this old man to the ground and drag him out. Not only was this old turtle old, he was also heavily injured. What was he trying to show off? If he didn't rely on this youngster, could it be that he had to rely on this old turtle? In the end, looking at the stubborn back view, Yue Yang held back and quietly watched him challenge Sha Fei. Anyway, even if he couldn't win, it didn't matter. This old fellow's turtle shell was especially hard. It shouldn't be a problem for him to stay alive. Seeing that the old dragon turtle actually dared to challenge him, Sha Fei laughed coldly. His right hand pressed forward like before. Millions of light arrows shot out furiously. The solar storm was 10 times stronger than before. The light arrows covered the sky and engulfed the old dragon turtle. The entire main hall became as bright as day again. After a long time, it slowly disappeared. When the first main hall returned to normal, Sha Fei's eyes turned cold. Because he realized that the solar light arrow that he used almost all of his strength did not harm the old dragon turtle at all. At this moment, the dragon turtle barrier on the old dragon turtle's body became extremely small. It could only cover his short and skinny body. After the heavy attack just now, the old dragon turtle's outer appearance was broken, but it didn't collapse. But as long as the barrier was still there, the old dragon turtle's body would be fine. Yuan Long, don't think that I can't do anything to you. When Sha Fei saw that the turtle-shaped barrier was almost shattered, he suppressed the anger in his heart. He gathered an even larger ball of energy in his hands and threw the ball of light that was as scorching as the sun towards the old dragon turtle. He was prepared to kill him in one hit. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion shook the entire main hall. Even though Yue Yang had summoned his gold grimoire and raised his grimoire barrier, he still felt a majestic energy attack seeping into his grimoire barrier and pressuring him. He had only endured a little bit of the shockwave from the attack and the airflow from the explosion, but he already felt slightly uncomfortable. Then how was the old dragon turtle, who was at the center of the explosion and was at the center of the attack? When the shockwave from the explosion had passed, the light disappeared. The old dragon turtle's withered body, which was like a tree in old age, was still standing motionless. This old fellow's defense was too strong. Even though he was heavily injured, he was still able to endure such a terrifying attack. As expected of the legendary old dragon turtle with the best defense in the world. Yue Yang admired the old dragon turtle very much. In terms of attack power, Yue Yang didn't think that he would be weaker than anyone. But in terms of defense, he really couldn't compare to the old dragon turtle. His defense was simply not on the same level as the old dragon turtle's. Again, Sha Fei saw this and the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. He snorted coldly. He realized that the old dragon turtle's turtle-shaped barrier had already been completely broken. Would he be able to take a third strike from me with his old body that had yet to recover from his serious injuries? If he were to use his third attack, he would definitely be able to kill this old dragon turtle in an instant. Definitely. The tall figure called Lu De suddenly stood out and stopped him. Stop. When Sha Fei heard this, he was so angry that he laughed. My dear friend, warrior Lu De who has a strong sense of justice, how is it? Could it be that your benevolence is starting to show? You want to protect this enemy because of his stubbornness, his blind loyalty and his perseverance. Are you touched? My friend, please allow me to remind you before I get angry. This is our enemy, our common enemy. 6,000 years ago, he had cruelly massacred our soldiers and even killed our comrades. For example, your cousin had died in his hands. Have you forgotten because it has been so long? Do you want me to remind you of more names to refresh your memory? That Lu De waved his hand. Don't let anger get to your head. Sha Fei, I am not stopping you to help the enemy, I am helping you. Could it be that you still haven't realized what Yuan Long's ultimate goal is? He wants to exhaust your energy. In this prison Emperor Divine Palace, energy cannot be easily obtained. Once it is exhausted, it cannot be recovered in a short period of time. Even if you don't attack, Yuan Long will not live for long. However, you have already wasted too much energy on him. What? Shafei was naturally not an idiot. When he heard this, he immediately reacted. This old fellow was actually playing tricks on him. I can only do this much. Brat, the rest is up to you. The old dragon turtle spat out a mouthful of blood and sat on the ground dispiritedly. His breathing was weak, as if he could die at any time. However, he just couldn't die. Nonsense. Even if you didn't try to show off and help me block 2 of his attacks, I would still be able to defeat him. Yue Yang stuffed the white jade beetle into the old dragon turtle's hands and scolded him. If you are injured, you should stay at home and recuperate. You are already so old, yet you still run around everywhere. You even like to stand up for others. Do you think that you are still the boss of Temple Street? There are many ways to kill an enemy. What you are doing is the stupidest way, do you understand? However, since you want to save your face, after I win, I will also give you some of the credit. I am lending you this white jade beetle, return it to me after you have healed your injuries. Don't lose it, don't talk nonsense, hurry up and attack. Now is the time when the opponent's energy is at its weakest. Slow down, are you trying to anger me to death? When the old dragon turtle saw Yue Yang acting so carelessly, he almost wanted to beat him up with his walking stick. Be careful, Shafei, this young human is really strange. When Lu Da saw Yue Yang's expression that seemed to be smiling yet not smiling, he hurriedly warned his comrade. HMPH. Shafei naturally had a bad premonition. However, he really didn't believe that a human who was at most innate level 3 could defeat him. Is he really innate level 6? It won't be easy to kill him instantly. Yue Yang sighed slightly. His figure suddenly flashed and appeared behind Shafei, whose body was shining like the sun. He stretched out his hand. The world exterminating wheel appeared instantly. Shafei had just turned around and was about to release his strongest solar storm attack to kill his opponent on the spot. However, when he saw the terrifying world exterminating wheel flickering half a meter in front of him, he immediately turned pale with fright. He wanted to escape, but a little Lamia loli suddenly appeared in front of him. Her pair of big eyes that seemed to be able to speak stared at him, binding. It's over. Shafei realized that he couldn't move his body at all. The shadow of death loomed over his mind. Suddenly, a thought flashed across his mind. He had found the cause of Ji Yu Ya's instant death. It was the world exterminating wheel and binding inherent skill that instantly killed him. However, was the tragedy that happened 10 minutes ago going to happen to him again? Chapter 334 Sha Fei roared and summoned his platinum grimoire, raising his protective shield. The platinum-ranked grimoire's protective shield that could not be damaged by innate level 5 or below was as fragile as paper in front of the world exterminating wheel. Without a sound, the world exterminating wheel slashed towards Sha Fei's head. As long as he was hit by it, Sha Fei would definitely die. The binding suddenly disappeared, and Sha Fei realized that his companions in the sky were risking their lives to save him. Lu Da, Du Di and Bao Wen all released their strongest attacks at the same time. They adopted a stance where they would fight with their lives on the line and attack this young and terrifying opponent. Sha Fei was pleasantly surprised when he saw the little Lamia turn around and stare at his 3 companions. He was finally free from the restraints. Sha Fei almost broke his neck. In a tenth of a second, he swung his head to the right, deviating from the world exterminating wheel's attack path. He had never felt that death was so close to him before. If his companions had come a second later, he would have probably been killed in an instant. Yue Yang knew that there was still a lot of room for improvement in his control of the world exterminating wheel. When he attacked the great emperor of Jiwei, Shun Tian and the great demon king Baruth, he was easily dodged. As for Sha Fei's successful dodging, Yue Yang had already expected it. He forcefully controlled the world exterminating wheel with his mind, causing it to deviate a little and continue to chase after Sha Fei's head. Sha Fei was shocked and hurriedly swung his head in the opposite direction, narrowly dodging the world exterminating wheel's second attack path. However, Yue Yang's real killer move was his sword chi. Yue Yang, who was pressing his finger on the protective shield, shot out his innate invisible sword chi. With a hissing sound, the innate invisible sword chi shot out and easily pierced a small hole in the protective shield. It flew straight towards Sha Fei's forehead. This attack was also fatal. Sha Fei desperately tried to block it with his right hand, but the sword qi easily pierced through his palm, elbow and arm. It continued to fly towards Sha Fei's forehead. Sha Fei kicked the platinum grimoire in front of him, borrowing the momentum to retreat. The world exterminating wheel and innate invisible sword qi instantly caught up to him. One on the left and one on the right, the innate invisible sword qi attacked Sha Fei from both sides. Sha Fei cried out in pain as he fell to the ground, fresh blood splattering in the air. Yue Yang's sneak attack was successful. He immediately summoned his grimoire and used his protective shield to resist the combined attack of Lu De, Du Di and Bao Wen, the three Heaven Realm rankers. Their attacks caused the barrier to tremble, and the resulting shockwave shook the entire hall. The old dragon turtle was still fine, he could not move his crutch. The monster guy leader Anjay, who was only a level 1 and 8, was directly sent flying by the combined attack of the three Heaven Realm warriors. He was sent flying out of the hall, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. What a pity. Yue Yang realized that Sha Fei, who had been caught in a pincer attack, was still alive. He stood up, dripping with blood. Sha Fei's right shoulder was cut open by the world exterminating wheel and half of his shoulder was crippled. His arm drooped down powerlessly and blood dyed half of his body red. It formed a stream of blood on his arm and dripped onto the ground. One of the golden wings on his back was cut off by the world exterminating wheel, and the golden feathers scattered all over the ground. There was a small hole on Sha Fei's left forehead caused by the sword qi. The hole went in from the corner of his forehead and came out from the side. Fresh blood flowed out, making Sha Fei's handsome face look extremely terrifying. Sha Fei was crippled. Under the combined attack of the world exterminating wheel and the innate invisible sword qi, he was heavily injured. But he was not dead yet. Yue Yang felt that it was a pity. If the three strong enemies had arrived half a second later, Sha Fei would definitely be dead. What a pity, they were just half a second late. Little Wen Li, who had used her binding chain's inherent skill to freeze the three strong enemies in midair, had covered Yue Yang's attack on Sha Fei the whole time. Although it was only for a second, she had used a large amount of her mental energy. Her face was pale and she was panting heavily. Yue Yang patted her head lightly. She had already tried her best, and he had also tried his best. This time, he did not succeed in killing Sha Fei. It was not because his plan was bad, but because he was not strong enough. It was just that Sha Fei was too lucky. Sha Fei was the luckiest because he had three companions who risked their lives to save him. If it wasn't for their crazy attacks, little Wen Li would not have needed to cover for him. With her restraints, Sha Fei would not have survived even if he had 10 lives. The second luckiest thing was that when Sha Fei was hit by the world exterminating wheel, his body twitched slightly. This painful reaction caused his head to sway unnaturally, which allowed him to dodge the fatal attack of the innate invisible sword qi. Originally, Yue Yang had aimed at the soul pearl in between his eyebrows. Due to the slight deviation, he did not hit the soul pearl accurately. Although the sword qi had opened a hole in Sha Fei's forehead, it was not enough to kill him. Sha Fei was not a human. Although his injuries were heavy, he was still alive. Previously, when Yue Yang was fighting with the Marquis of Zijin, he had also tried to pierce through his head. As a demon abyss prince, the Marquis of Zijin also did not die. Let's work together and kill him. The Heaven Realm ranker called Lu De appeared from his shadow. It was a human-like body, but it was 3 meters tall. His knees were covered in smoke, while the rest of his body was intact. His entire body shone with a golden light, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. The moment he appeared, a crystal tablet flashed with light, and the Heaven Rune Circle was activated. It was exactly the same as what attracted Ji Yuya previously. Don't talk nonsense, I only have 3 minutes. Everyone attack and defend. Another Heaven Realm ranker called Du Di shouted anxiously. Sha Fei, retreat a little and recover from your injuries first. Quick. The third Heaven Realm ranker called Bao Wen threw a ball of shining energy towards the heavily injured Sha Fei, as if he wanted to help him recover as soon as possible. After all, only Sha Fei who had a body could move freely. The 3 of them were still in a half-soul, half-body state, and were still sealed by the crystal tablet. Even the strongest Lu De only had a time limit of 5 minutes. Die. How could Yue Yang give Sha Fei the chance to retreat and heal his injuries? Seeing Sha Fei receive the ball of energy, he immediately teleported and appeared in front of Sha Fei. Wei Jin magic blades slashed angrily. Sha Fei desperately flapped his wings and dodged the attack. Lu De, Du Di and Bao Wen, the three Heaven Realm rankers, attacked Yue Yang at the same time, helping him escape from the battlefield. Yue Yang summoned his grimoire and first grabbed the ball of energy into his protective shield, letting the domain form, World Beast absorb it. Then, he leapt up and held, Crescent Blade, and Wei Jian Magic Blade in his hands, attacking Lu De and Bao Wen who were attacking from his left and right. As for Du Di, he left it to little Wen Li who was hugging onto Yue Yang's waist. A light flashed in her eyes as she used her binding chain's inherent skill again. When Du Di was in the air and was about to hit Yue Yang with a heavy punch, he was firmly frozen, not moving an inch. Boom! Yue Yang was waiting for this opportunity. The Nirvana flame pillar on his body soared to the sky and fiercely shot towards Du Di's fists, face and body. Lu De and Bao Wen didn't care that this was Nirvana flame and hurriedly tried to pull their companions away. However, the Nirvana flame pillar had already pushed Du Di to the top of the hall. Du Di cried out miserably. Among the four of them, his body had recovered the least and he was also the weakest. He was covered in thick smoke from his waist down. After being hit by the Nirvana flame pillar, his entire body almost melted into smoke. In addition to the attraction of the crystal pillar's runic circle, he cried out miserably. His mournful voice echoed throughout the hall. Without waiting for him to escape, Yue Yang's Wei Jin magic blade slashed towards him. The moment it cut into his flesh, Yue Yang abandoned his blade and shot out his sword finger that was hiding his killing intent again. An innate invisible sword chi shot towards Du Di's head, penetrating it from the front to the back. Blood splattered everywhere. Du Di crazily returned a punch to Yue Yang, but little Wen Li's dual icicle blades ruthlessly cut into his back at the same time. The old dragon turtle who was about to die suddenly shot towards him like a meteor. The sturdy turtle's back crashed into Du Di's chest like a meteor, sending Du Di crashing into the dome of the hall for the second time. With a loud boom, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the stone floor of the dome. Mud and dust continued to fall. When Du Di still wanted to struggle, the old dragon turtle opened up his arms and tightly held onto his waist. He then pushed his head against Du Di's chin, not letting go no matter how much his opponent struggled or attacked. The old dragon turtle tightened his grip on his opponent and shouted at Yue Yang, "What are you waiting for? Continue to use Nirvana's flame." Luther and Bao Wen looked at Yue Yang who was burning with Nirvana's flame on his hands and could not help but shiver. This time, they did not go forward to save Du Di. This was because other than realizing that their comrade could not be saved, they were also terrified by this human boy with terrifying strength. The Wheel of Annihilation, Nirvana's flame and the sword chi that could kill people in an instant, none of them were to be trifled with. Once they hit, Shafei and Du Di would be the perfect examples. There was also Ji Yu who was killed in an instant just now. Yue Yang pressed his hand heavily on Du Di's head. Under the Nirvana's flame, Du Di died very quickly. His body turned into black smoke and was absorbed by the runic circle on the crystal tablet. The only thing left was the soul pearl. Du Di's soul pearl had been refined by the Nirvana's flame and his soul had completely dissipated. The pitch-black soul pearl had also turned into a faint crimson-red pearl. Seeing this, Luther and Bao Wen immediately looked at each other. They suddenly realized that returning to the seal of the crystal pillar to sleep again was not a bad idea. At least, they wouldn't really die that way. Just as they were preparing to leave the battlefield and return to sleep, a meteor suddenly fell from the sky outside the palace. A loud rumbling sound resounded. The entire prison Emperor Divine Palace was shaking non-stop. What happened? Could it be that the Impatiens had met a strong enemy? Yue Yang suddenly had a bad premonition. He immediately ran towards the entrance of the palace and realized that it was indeed the Impatiens. Her fall had smashed the entire stone steps in front of the palace into broken stones, creating a deep depression. It was as if a 1,000,000-ton hammer had smashed the ground. She, who was an innate level 10, was actually beaten down by someone in the third palace hall. Cough cough, the Impatiens trembled as she stood up. She looked at Yue Yang with a slightly embarrassed expression. Her bloody lips revealed a bitter smile. "I always let you see me like this." What happened? Yue Yang didn't dare to imagine. Even the Impatiens who was an innate level 10 couldn't defeat them. What kind of enemy was that? I didn't see the two great leaders of Heaven Realm. I think they are still sealed. There are 5 Heaven Realm warriors guarding above. I was discovered by them. Cough cough, I took advantage of the enemy's carelessness and ambushed them. I killed one of them. Of the remaining 4, 2 of them are about the same level as me. One is an innate level 9 and the other is an innate level 8. I can't fight against them. The Heaven Realm warriors sealed in the Prison Emperor Divine Palace are indeed not simple. I'm tired, let me rest for a while. The impatient staggered towards Yue Yang. Blood flowed continuously from her cherry lips, showing that her internal injuries were extremely serious. You will be fine, just have a good sleep. Yue Yang hurriedly supported her and continuously channeled his innate qi into her body. Although he said it in a relaxed manner, his heart was actually in a state of shock. After being sealed for 6,000 years, the Heaven Realm warriors who were left with only a tenth of their strength were not even the two great leaders of Heaven Realm, but they already had the strength to injure the impatiens. This, if he did not see it with his own eyes, he would never believe it. The remaining four, two of them were innate level 10, one innate level 9 and one innate level 8. How were they going to fight next? Furthermore, these four fellows were not even the two great leaders of Heaven Realm. If the two great leaders of Heaven Realm were to awaken, how terrifying would they be? When Yue Yang thought of this, he felt his scalp go numb. The old dragon turtle's worries were not wrong. With only the help of the impatiens, they would not be able to break through the barrier. Fortunately, the enemies did not chase after them. This proved that they did not have the ability to leave the third palace hall and were still sealed. Yue Yang decided that no matter what, he had to treat the impatiens' injuries first. She was definitely their strongest fighting power. They could not do without her. Be careful. The old dragon turtle suddenly flew over and knocked Yue Yang, who was hugging the impatiens, back more than 10 meters. A huge golden fist came down from the sky and fiercely smashed onto the ground where Yue Yang was originally standing. The old dragon turtle, who was using his turtle-shaped protective shield to block the attack, was smashed into pieces. Half of his body was smashed into the ground and he vomited blood non-stop. So there are still survivors. Die. In the sky, a 10-meter-tall golden giant with a body that was emitting a light that was as intense as the sun slowly descended. He pointed his finger and a ray of light that was like the sun pierced through the sky. With a plop, it pierced through the old dragon turtle's shoulder. The old dragon turtle dodged fast enough and escaped with his life. Otherwise, the one that was pierced would have been his heart. Yue Yang saw that the old dragon turtle's indestructible turtle back was also pierced through by the ray of light. He instantly felt a chill in his heart. This damned light ray's power was comparable to his innate invisible sword qi. Furthermore, it could be shot from afar. This battle was really troublesome. This fellow was an innate level 9. If Impatiens was not heavily injured, he would definitely be able to fight together with him. However, Impatiens had already fainted and did not have the strength to fight anymore. Yue Yang looked at the golden giant that was as powerful as the sun, then looked at Sha Fei, Luda and Bao Wen. He even looked at the monster guy leader and Jie, who was hiding far away and peeking at them. In the end, he shook his head. There were many strong enemies. He really did not have the confidence to win this battle. Stop looking, quickly go back to the grimoire world. The old dragon turtle's voice was hoarse as he waved his walking stick at Yue Yang in exasperation. Old turtle, let's go back together. We'll come out after we recover from our injuries. Yue Yang felt that it would be too unjust to abandon the old dragon turtle and hide in the grimoire world by himself. Nonsense. If I did not stop you, would you be able to escape back to the grimoire world so easily? Furthermore, once you escape back, your spatial coordinates and all other traces would be erased by the enemy. How would you come out then? The moment you come out, it would be the enemy's trap. This turtle shell of mine, under the prison emperor's will, cannot be completely destroyed. No matter how the enemy destroys it, it will still exist. You can use it as a teleportation point. The old dragon turtle's skinny body swayed as he walked in front of Yue Yang. His wrinkled face revealed a rare smile. Although your mouth is unforgiving and unlikable, I am very happy. Looking at you makes me feel like I am looking at the prison emperor when he was young. Let's go, I have lived long enough. You are so wishy-washy, you will only ruin the important matters. So touching. The golden giant snorted coldly. If you dare to hide in the grimoire world, I will torture this old dragon turtle for 100 years. I will let him suffer a fate worse than death. Try me, try your ass. Isn't it just a level 9 and 8? It's not like I have never fought against you before. Yue Yang was so angry that he went berserk. Chapter 335. Little Wen Li brought Impatiens back to the grimoire world. Yue Yang's entire body was ignited with nirvana flame. He rotated his hands and released his yang ability to the limit. Insignificant skill. The golden giant didn't care about Yue Yang's explosion. He threw out a ball of energy and quickly healed Sha Fei, who was heavily injured and almost fell to the ground. Although Sha Fei's battle power was greatly reduced, it was definitely not a problem to deal with the old dragon turtle. Furthermore, there were still Lu De and Bao Wen, the two Heaven Realm rankers, eyeing them covetously. Yue Yang shot towards the golden giant like a fire dragon. Previously, Yue Yang had also fought against rankers with large bodies, such as the great Demon King Baruth, Demon King Ha Xin, etc. An opponent with a huge body would have an overwhelming advantage in terms of body and strength. If a human warrior wanted to defeat an enemy with a huge body at the same level, he would have to surpass them in terms of agility and combat skills. He would have to make the enemy feel helpless and helpless. Only then would he have a chance of winning. If the enemy with a large body was equal to him in terms of speed, agility and battle skills, then he wouldn't be able to fight. Yue Yang felt that it was still too early for him to challenge the great Demon King Baruth, Demon King Ha Xin and the others. He was also forced to fight in the Demon Palace. Of course, fighting against this innate level 9 golden giant today, Yue Yang also had no way out. Yue Yang wasn't clear about the golden giant's background. He didn't think that a guy who could break free from the prison emperor's seal without any injuries was a mediocre person. Most importantly, Yue Yang had a bad premonition in his heart. This kind of premonition that made his heart tremble was something that Yue Yang had only experienced 3 times since he was transported to this world. The first time was when he met the Demon King Ha Xin for the first time. At that time, he was almost killed instantly. When Yue Yang thought about it, he would still break out in cold sweat. The second time was when he fought the Marquis of Zijin head-on. At that time, he wasn't strong enough and the Marquis of Zijin was tired after fighting Grandma Kai. In addition, Shui Wuxia risked her life to help him. Yue Yang barely won against the Marquis of Zijin. That battle was full of danger and he would never forget it. The third time was today's battle against this golden giant from the Heaven Realm. Previously, even when Yue Yang was fighting with the great Emperor of Zui, Shun Tian, and even when he was surrounded by the great Demon King Baruth, the Demon King Ha Xin, and other powerhouses of the Demon Abyss, he did not feel as threatened as he did today. This Heaven Realm ranker who had been sealed for 6,000 years was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Yue Yang felt that this battle was not a decisive battle, but a test. If he really couldn't defeat it, he would have to immediately return to the grimoire world. He couldn't die for nothing now. With impatience unconscious, it would be difficult for him to win alone. In a battle, the main problem was to throw stones and lure out the enemy's ultimate moves. While the impatience was recovering from his injuries, they would look for his flaws together and think of a way to kill him. Battle skill, me too. The golden giant swung his arm, and smashed a heavy punch towards Yue Yang's body. When Yue Yang cleverly dodged the punch, the golden giant nimbly somersaulted backwards. Bending his waist, both of his legs were like axes, and one after the other, he slashed 2 long terrifying axes towards the sky. Yue Yang felt a chill down his spine. The 10-meter-tall giant could actually move as nimbly as him. How could he fight this battle? Yue Yang teleported away with a whoosh. He escaped from the battlefield and ran more than 10 meters away. The golden giant pressed his palms on the ground and his entire body disappeared without a trace. Invisibility. Heaven Eye's divine vision could not capture the opponent's movement trajectory. Yue Yang could only rely on the sense of danger in his heart and his body's instincts to pounce forward. Behind him, a huge golden fist smashed heavily on Yue Yang's spine. The golden giant revealed its body, waving its heavy fists as it chased after Yue Yang while sneering, "Your reaction is not bad, but it's too slow." The punch was extremely heavy, causing chaos within Yue Yang's body, causing his internal organs to shatter. Fortunately, he had the innate chi to protect his body and neutralize it in time. Otherwise, Yue Yang would definitely be killed by the golden giant's punch. Yue Yang continuously performed the elegant sword dance of the 3 mysterious styles and dodged the golden giant's punches. If Yue Yang had not learned the innate invisible sword chi and possessed the purest innate chi, as well as the exquisite innate battle skill under the guidance of the heavenly sword goddess, he would have been defeated long ago. This golden giant was indeed a level 9 innate. However, the strength he displayed was definitely not as simple as a level 9 innate ranker. Before he was sealed, his strength should be far above that of a level 9 innate. His realm, eyesight, senses and battle skills were all far beyond that of a level 9 innate. Yue Yang only realized this now. Even if he only had the strength of a level 9 innate, he would not be able to defeat this golden giant who was originally at such a high realm. Especially since this golden giant was extremely proficient in battle skills. Kai, judgment. The golden giant saw that Yue Yang was using an extremely mysterious movement technique to escape further and further away. Its eyes turned cold as it punched out with both of its fists. Using its energy, it shot out several giant golden fists, chasing after Yue Yang from afar, flying towards his back. Yue Yang hurriedly condensed a fire shield and defended himself. The Nirvana fire shield was indeed able to purify everything in the world. However, it was unable to burn the violent energy of the golden giant fists. It needed time to burn. The heaven runes contained in the golden giant fists collided with the heaven runes drawn by Yue Yang. Both of them shattered and exploded into an earth-shattering explosion. In the midst of the explosion, the golden giant fists burned into balls of light the size of ping-pong balls. They penetrated through the Nirvana fire shield and flew towards Yue Yang's body. Yue Yang pushed both of his arms forward fiercely. The second layer of the Nirvana fire shield spread out from his body like a wave of fire. While defending against the light balls, it also defended against the shockwave from the explosion. This was already Yue Yang's limit. Even though he managed to condense the second layer of the Nirvana fire shield in time, two of his ribs were still hit by the light balls and broke. If not for the fire shield, the golden giant fists that had turned into rays of light would have directly pierced through his body. A giant fist directly rushed towards Yue Yang amidst the shockwave from the explosion with an unstoppable force. Its target was Yue Yang's face. The golden giant actually charged crazily into the center of the explosion and attacked Yue Yang with brute force. In a situation where it was impossible for Yue Yang to defend himself, he suddenly had a stroke of luck and used the dragon-controlling sword that only the big loli in his dream realm knew. Normally, he would not be able to use this move. However, in this life-and-death situation, he forced himself to use this move. Twisting his body and spinning in the air, Yue Yang dodged the enemy's heavy punch. At the same time, his long legs flew up like a dragon. An innate sword chi shot out from the tip of his feet and counterattacked the golden giant's face. The golden giant advanced instead of retreating. He pushed out his other hand and was prepared to forcefully destroy Yue Yang's body to stop his counterattack. The innate sword chi hit the golden giant's palm. With a sizzling sound, it pierced deeply into the golden giant's palm. However, it was unable to break out from the back of the palm and continued to injure the golden giant. If the big loli in his dream realm used the dragon-controlling sword, it would also have a miraculous effect. However, Yue Yang had just comprehended it and its power was still not enough. Although this counterattack was successful, it was ineffective. When the giant palm was about to hit Yue Yang, little Wenli appeared in a flash. Binding inherent skill exploded. Only a tenth of a second had passed. However, to Yue Yang, it was already enough for him to counterattack. Leaping up from the ground, Yue Yang's fists, which were burning with nirvana flame, landed heavily on the golden giant's face. The golden giant did not retreat. Instead, he pressed forward. With a lion head swing, he sent Yue Yang flying. In midair, he quickly turned his body and used his other hand to sweep towards Yue Yang. When Yue Yang narrowly dodged the attack, the golden giant shot out a beam of light that was as bright as the sun from his mouth, streaking across the sky. Yue Yang had nowhere to hide, so he could only teleport away. However, the target of teleportation was instantly caught by the golden giant. Without even turning around, the golden giant rammed into Yue Yang's teleported body with its back, sending Yue Yang flying. Rumble. Like a cannonball, Yue Yang's body smashed into the first hall steps. Die. In the next second, the golden giant caught up with him. His right fist smashed heavily towards the pile of rubble where Yue Yang was. Runes flashed. The world exterminating wheel broke through the rubble, brushed past the golden giant's arm and went straight towards his face. The golden giant retracted his fist and dodged to the side. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. In the past 7,000 years, other than the prison emperor, you are the first human warrior who could injure my face. On his face, there was a burn mark on his left cheek from the nirvana flame, a wound on his right cheek from the world exterminating wheel, and his left palm was also hit by Yue Yang's innate sword chi. Other than these, Yue Yang, who had used all his strength, couldn't injure him anymore. With a flash of golden light, the golden giant's injuries were completely healed. In front of him, Yue Yang crawled out from the rubble, looking battered and exhausted. Yue Yang couldn't stop coughing as blood flowed out from his mouth. The accumulated blood from his internal organs was forced out of his body by his innate qi. If it wasn't for the fact that Yue Yang had learned the most mysterious innate qi healing method from the big loli, he was afraid that just these heavy injuries alone would have caused him to fall to the ground and never get up again. Surrender. The golden giant stared at Yue Yang. I have killed countless human warriors. Today, I will give you a chance. Under Master Ming Ri Wu's chain domain, don't even think of escaping. Even if you return to the grimoire world, Master Ming Ri Wu can still chase after you and kill you on the spot. The grimoire's laws can't protect you. Surrender immediately and kneel in front of Master. Actually, even without Sha Fei's threat, Yue Yang already knew that this golden giant named Ming Ri Wu had a very special domain. It was like a chain or a ribbon that connected his body invisibly, causing him to be unable to escape back to the grimoire world. He was forced to fight with him until the end. I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you. Yue Yang slowly used Nirvana flame to condense a blazing armor. At the same time, he chanted heaven runes, continuously strengthening his body and increasing his strength and agility. Against a strong opponent, Yue Yang had never given up on a battle in his entire life, nor had he ever admitted defeat. The word, surrender, had never existed in Yue Yang's life before. He would rather die in battle than to surrender. Perhaps, surrendering would allow him to live a better life. However, as a man, if he had to kneel down, beg for mercy and use his dignity to exchange for his life, he would rather die a heroic death in battle. The people that Yue Yang despised the most in his life were traitors who surrendered. Before he was transported to this world, he despised those traitors who only knew how to talk on paper and act righteously on the surface, but would actually surrender to the enemy at the most crucial moment. There was a famous saying, scholars fight to be the first to surrender to the enemy, widows keep their chastity without hesitation. It could describe these sanctimonious people's true colors. Instead of being a coward for the rest of his life, he would rather be a hero, even if it was only for a few minutes. If he had to choose, Yue Yang would choose to run away. Because running away was just to avoid the enemy's attack, it was not a complete abandonment of the battle, nor was it a surrender. Yue Yang would rather die than to surrender and abandon his dignity to kneel down and beg for mercy. Because of the existence of the golden giant Ming Ri Wu's chain domain, Yue Yang gave up on the idea of escaping back to the grimoire world. Instead, he became more determined to fight to the death. If you don't surrender, you will die. The golden giant was different from Sha Fei. Although he had the upper hand, he was still very cautious towards Yue Yang. He even had a feeling that if this brat did not die, he would become the new generation's prison emperor in the future when he grew up. Humans grew very fast. He would definitely not let this young man leave the prison emperor divine palace alive. The old dragon turtle looked at Yue Yang and shook his head with all his might. Fight to the death, fight to the end. Yue Yang guessed that this old fellow still had some way to let him safely escape back to the grimoire world. However, the pride of a strong rancor caused him to have an unprecedented fighting intent. A wave of fighting intent exploded from the bottom of his heart and rushed out from his dantian. The fighting intent in his heart and the nirvana flame combined and burned fiercely. Yue Yang's body and soul were all improving crazily. Chapter 336. The golden giant realized that not only was the brat's confidence not destroyed by him, the brat's confidence was also rising. Crazy fighting spirit combined with blazing energy. Soundless, but shaped like a volcano. From being unable to catch up with him at first, he was gradually being overtaken by his opponent. What was worse was that this brat's face was glowing faintly. It was obviously a sign that he was about to break through to a new realm. He must not be allowed to continue growing. He must be killed before he matured. The golden giant crossed his arms in front of his chest and roared. The shockwave, which was comparable to the explosion of the sun, spread out. Even Sha Fei, who had just recovered from his serious injuries, was blown away. Luther and Bao Wen, who were still in their half-human, half-soul state, hurriedly hid, not daring to face this destructive force head-on. At this moment, the golden giant's strength increased by 10 times. Behind him, a gigantic heaven rune totem appeared. The totem was a blazing sun and in the middle was a golden tiger. It looked like it was alive. It roared soundlessly, but its might shook the heavens and earth. Punch. The punch was like a meteor as it flew towards Yue Yang. The old dragon turtle risked his life and raised his turtle-shaped shield, blocking in front of Yue Yang. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The turtle-shaped shield was destroyed by the golden giant's punch. Not only that, even the old dragon turtle's sturdy tortoiseshell was punched through by the punch. The punch burst out from the old dragon turtle's chest and brushed past Yue Yang's face. It shot towards the stone pillars of the palace, leaving a deep fist mark on them. "You're courting death." The golden giant Ming Ri Wu turned around and kicked the old dragon turtle who was vomiting blood. The old dragon turtle's body crashed into the rubble with a boom. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The punch brushed past Yue Yang's face, leaving a shallow wound. Fresh blood flowed out uncontrollably. The second punch arrived in a blink of an eye. The golden giant Ming Ri Wu did not give Yue Yang any chance to breathe. He swore to kill this young human that he was secretly worried about. No matter what, he would never let the human race have a second prison emperor. Howl, 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 howl. Yue Yang, who had gone berserk in silence, let out an earth-shattering roar. His eyes were as red as a demon's. When the destructive golden fist appeared in front of him, Yue Yang did not choose to dodge. Instead, he shouted and raised his fist to meet the attack head-on. The two fists, regardless of size or strength, were on completely different levels, collided head-on. After more than 2 seconds, the golden giant Ming Ri Wu's fist aura finally defeated the berserk Yue Yang. The shockwave exploded, and Yue Yang, who was sent flying, shot into the first great hall like a shooting star. He flew for 100 meters, smashing through a huge pillar, but he did not stop there. In the end, he smashed into the wall of the first great hall, and the wall collapsed, burying him inside. The entire first great hall shook, and the terrifying sound of the crash caused the heavens and the earth to tremble. Even someone as strong as the golden giant Ming Ri Wu was forced to take a step back by Yue Yang's counterattack. This caused him to be extremely shocked. A human innate level 3 warrior could actually force him, a level 9 innate, to retreat. "You guys, go and kill him." Ming Ri Wu moved his fist slightly. It seemed like he was feeling a little uncomfortable after exchanging blows with Yue Yang just now. Luckily this brat had not matured, otherwise he would definitely not be weaker than the prison emperor. "Master Ming Ri Wu, could it be that that brat is not dead yet?" Sha Fei was shocked. How could such a terrifying punch not be able to kill a human innate level 3 warrior? Ming Ri Wu's golden face did not show any expression, but a huge wave was set off in his heart. Again, Yao Yao let out an angry roar. It was 10 times faster than a shooting star. Even someone as strong as innate level 6 Sha Fei couldn't see clearly who was flying towards him at such a fast speed. The golden giant Ming Ri Wu was able to react, but he couldn't dodge this extremely fast attack. Relying on his strong premonition as a warrior, he blocked his face with his left hand and immediately counterattacked with his right fist. A fist that was burning with nirvana flame fiercely hit his left palm. If he didn't block it in time, this punch would have hit Ming Ri Wu's left eye. Ming Ri Wu felt a chill in his heart. He punched the person who was flying towards him at an even faster speed. At this moment, Sha Fei finally reacted. He shouted in shock, "That brat is really still alive, he didn't die." Ming Ri Wu snorted lightly, "Nonsense." His left hand was burning with nirvana flame for a very long time. This was something that Yue Yang couldn't do before. Although Yue Yang could control nirvana flame, it was limited against those who were stronger than him. With this punch, the nirvana flame seemed to be able to unleash its true power. Even Ming Ri Wu's left hand was burning non-stop. It wasn't just a light burn like before. This was a type of nirvana flame that was extremely powerful and impossible to defend against. Only the Phoenix Sisters could use it. Could it be that the Phoenix Sisters had come out? In the first hall, among the rubble, a man whose clothes were tattered and his body was covered in blood stood up. It was Yue Yang. He tore off the tattered clothes on his body and spat out the blood from his mouth. On his body, dark golden ancient runes appeared. Gold and silver heaven runes surrounded his body and formed a new rune pattern, faintly forming a rune battle armor. However, the coldest thing was definitely the nirvana flame that was burning on both of Yue Yang's arms. This kind of nirvana flame seemed to have been reborn. It was even redder and more energetic than before. It burned fiercely on Yue Yang's body and came out of his body, merging with Yue Yang's body. Seeing that his opponent didn't die and had even comprehended the true power of nirvana flame during the battle, Ming Ri Wu's expression immediately changed. This kind of opponent was what he desired and hated at the same time. As a strong warrior, he had always longed for a strong opponent. This was because a strong opponent could stimulate him and allow him to improve quickly in battle. However, a strong opponent who was much more powerful than him in terms of comprehension was the most hateful. Again, The nirvana flame on Yue Yang's body exploded crazily. His entire body was like a fire qilin as he pounced towards his opponent. This was what he learned from the qilin girl. Yue Yang didn't know if it was effective. Right now, he was only relying on his instincts and the unyielding will in his heart to fight. The golden giant Ming Ri Wu didn't dare to use his left hand that had just extinguished his nirvana flame to block his opponent again. The injuries on his hand had not recovered yet. He stretched out his right hand and used a heavy palm to block Yue Yang's huge fist in front of his body. With his feet, he used a sinister front kick. For the third time, Yue Yang was sent flying. Sha Fei was dumbfounded. A human that couldn't be killed. He had never seen such a thing before. If it was another human warrior, forget about innate level 3, even if it was innate level 6 or innate level 7, after receiving such a fatal blow from Master Ming Ri Wu, they would have died on the ground. However, this brat could still counterattack time and time again. When Sha Fei saw the nirvana flame on Ming Ri Wu's right hand that was burning his skin and flesh, he couldn't help but shiver. Could it be that even Master Ming Ri Wu couldn't resist the power of the nirvana flame? Such a hateful brat. The golden giant Ming Ri Wu realized that in the first hall, Yue Yang, whose body was burning with nirvana flame, was walking out step by step. His serious injuries were quickly healed under the rebirth of the nirvana flame. He knew that this brat had just comprehended the nirvana heart and had completely merged with the nirvana flame. His body was in a nirvana state. Before all of his energy was used up, it was impossible to kill him with a punch. This was because the current him already had the ability to be reborn from the ashes. The golden giant Ming Ri Wu turned around, as if he was preparing to leave. When Sha Fei saw this, he shouted in shock, "Master, are you going back to the third hall to rest?" Ming Ri Wu snorted, "The current him can't be killed with a punch. If he continues to fight, it will be a waste of energy. However, it's not easy to maintain the nirvana state of merging with the nirvana flame. Right now, he only has fighting spirit, anger, and his body has just started to harmonize with the nirvana flame. Once he dispels the nirvana state, you can easily kill him. Without me supporting him to fight, his fighting spirit and anger will quickly disappear. I'll leave him to you." His body flashed with a light that was even more intense than the sun. A giant rune totem shone under his feet. Yue Yang shot towards him like a shooting star. His fist that was burning with nirvana flame was like a long fire dragon as he punched towards Ming Ri Wu's head. Whoosh! His punch missed. Ming Ri Wu's afterimage disappeared. A second later, he appeared in the third hall high up in the sky. With a flash of light, he finally disappeared. Just like what he had said, once Yue Yang lost his target, his fighting spirit and anger would no longer be able to maintain the nirvana state. His extremely exhausted mind could no longer support the exhaustion of his body as he fell to the ground with a boom. Sha Fei looked at Yue Yang and suddenly swallowed his saliva. Now, his chance had come. Kill this brat, achieve a feat that even Master Ming Ri Wu could not do. If Yue Yang was not unconscious, Sha Fei would not provoke him easily. After all, even Ming Ri Wu could not take him down. But now, Yue Yang did not have any strength to resist at all. He had already fainted from the bitter battle. Sha Fei clenched his fists tightly. This kind of opportunity was really hard to come by. I advise you not to have any ideas on him. The old dragon turtle suddenly sat up from the ground. He was actually not dead yet. With just you, old turtle. Sha Fei was shocked at first, but then he immediately laughed out loud. If you have never heard of body and soul self-explosion, then give it a try. The old dragon turtle wiped the blood stains from his mouth. Using his walking stick, his body trembled as he stood up again. If Yue Yang had not fainted, he would definitely shout at the old dragon turtle, "Are you a cockroach?" Otherwise, he would say, "This fellow is not a turtle, this fellow is a cockroach, this fellow is really a cockroach." Of course, Sha Fei had heard of body and soul self-explosion before. This kind of terrifying self-explosion was a taboo technique in the heaven realm. Body and soul self-explosion was a technique that sacrificed everything, including the body and soul, to explode against the enemy. This way, the power of the explosion would be increased by 100 times. During the process of self-explosion, external forces could not stop it. Even if the self-explosion victim's body was completely destroyed, it would not be able to stop the self-explosion. The most terrifying thing was, once the self-explosion was successful, the person who was killed, no matter if it was the self-explosion victim or the target, would disappear from the world forever. They would never be able to revive using any kind of power. They would not even be able to hibernate and recover as a soul. This kind of self-explosion completely represented destruction, eternal destruction. It was the same as the world-exterminating wheel or nirvana flame that could completely kill an enemy. The only difference was that it required the self-explosion to sacrifice oneself. Sha Fei did not think that he had the ability to defend against the old dragon turtle's self-explosion. However, he still had some doubts. This kind of heaven realm taboo, would the old dragon turtle who had never been to the heaven realm really know about it? However, the old dragon turtle's expression was unquestionable. I have already said, I am already tired of living. When Sha Fei saw the old fellow drawing the body and soul self-explosion heaven rune pattern, he immediately rushed to the sky and escaped with a speed that he had never seen before. Body and soul self-explosion, only an idiot would self-explode with him. At most in 100 years, the two great leaders would be able to break the prison emperor god's seal and return to the heaven realm. Who would want to self-explode with him at this time? Chapter 337. The old dragon turtle didn't really self-destruct. He returned to his original form and turned into a huge dragon turtle. He retracted his head and limbs and quietly stopped moving. The heaven realm rune circle that activated self-destruct was still flickering faintly behind his back. As the old dragon turtle fell into a deep sleep, the rune circle also slowly disappeared. Sha Fei looked down from the sky and really wanted to throw an energy ball to kill this old dragon turtle. But after thinking that self-destruct would cause a backlash, he gave up and quickly flew to the second hall to stay away from this old dragon turtle who didn't care about his life. Anyway, after 100 years, the two great leaders would be able to break the prison emperor divine palace's seal. At that time, they could return to heaven realm in peace. There was no need to fight with their lives on the line. They had already endured for 6,000 years, couldn't they endure for another 100 years? Yue Yang, who was lying on the ground, had already been brought back to the grimoire world by little Wen Li. When the girls saw that he had returned safely, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Impatience fainted after being defeated previously made them extremely nervous, but Yue Yang refused to let them fight. Yu Bing was so scared that she almost cried. Her eyes were red, but she was afraid that tears would bring bad luck, so she tried her best to hold them back. Shui Wuxia, Princess Sissy, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the others endured the pain and comforted her gently. Now, seeing that Yue Yang had returned safely, even the strong Shui Wuxia quickly wiped away the tears that were secretly rolling down her cheeks. Ever since he returned to the grimoire world, Yue Yang had been in a deep sleep. At first, the girls thought that he was mentally exhausted. Only when Impatience woke up did they know that he was in a nirvana state of meditation. They didn't know when he would wake up from his nirvana state and be reborn. In the dream realm, the big loli sat opposite Yue Yang. This was the first time she sat quietly with Yue Yang instead of forcing him to train. The big loli seemed to want to comfort Yue Yang, but she also seemed to want to give him some pointers. She seemed to be hinting at something. Just like that, she quietly sat opposite him, not saying a word. Yue Yang was a little puzzled. What was the big loli trying to imply? Was it to enlighten him to comprehend the 6th level of innate invisible sword chi? Or was he going to teach him a new technique? However, the big loli did not say anything and just sat quietly. Yue Yang had no choice but to sit down and look at her. He suppressed the anxiety in his heart and secretly observed her movements. After sitting quietly for a long time and waiting for Yue Yang's mind to turn from chaos to calmness, the big loli nodded at him. Yue Yang was stunned. What does the loli mean? Suddenly, thousands of colorful lights flashed. The heavenly sword goddess appeared. Her appearance surprised Yue Yang even more. One must know that the heavenly sword goddess rarely appeared. Even if she appeared, she would not speak. She was always elusive. The heavenly sword goddess waved her jade-like hand, and a heavenly chirp rang out. In the dream realm, a pair of dazzling golden immortal phoenixes appeared. The nirvana flame pillar rose up and soared into the sky, scattering thousands of heavenly flames. Then, they condensed into a gigantic fire phoenix and shot towards the ground. The heavenly phoenix spiraled, and at the same time, the fire phoenix formed by the nirvana flame descended. Gradually, they became two cute little girls, even younger than Yu Shuang. Their snow-white hands wore silver bells on each side, and on their necks hung a bright red dudo, which was embroidered with a phoenix. The Phoenix sisters were barefooted, floating in the air. They were very obedient, like little adults, bowing to the heavenly sword goddess. Yue Yang was enlightened. As expected, the Phoenix sisters knew the heavenly sword goddess. Maybe it was the phoenix egg in the Chenkin pouch, and the heavenly sword goddess used some method to hatch it. From the looks of it, there should be more treasures in the Chenkin pouch. Unfortunately, he could not use them now. The heavenly sword goddess pointed her lily-white hands at Yue Yang, and a colorful light shot towards him. Yue Yang did not even have time to react, and was hit by the colorful light. Although he could not move his body, his mind was abnormally clear. He realized that the Phoenix sisters rode on the fire phoenix and entered his body. Following that, a brand new nirvana enlightenment emerged in his heart. After an unknown period of time, Yue Yang was completely enlightened from the nirvana state. His whole body felt like it was breaking out of a cocoon and being reborn. His whole body, there was no place that was not comfortable. Only now did Yue Yang understand what he had done wrong. He had always believed that the pursuit of higher realms and greater strength was his cultivation goal. However, after this new realization, he realized that his understanding was too limited. This was no different from a normal warrior. A true ranker should be able to go from the lowest to the highest, from the smallest to the largest, omnipotent, and control everything in their hands. Blindly pursuing a higher realm and abandoning what he had learned before was equivalent to abandoning the foundation that he had painstakingly built. It was like a giant who could only see far away, but could not see what was beneath his feet. A true ranker should be able to see far away like a giant. If he wanted to see what was beneath his feet, he would be a normal person. If he wanted to see even smaller, he would be an ant, or even smaller existence. Only by doing so, could he control everything. Yue Yang realized that he was lacking. In an instant, he felt that he was extremely insignificant. Compared to the old Taoist priest and the heavenly sword goddess, he was such a weak existence. However, the old Taoist priest and the heavenly sword goddess did not ignore him. Instead, they placed their hearts at the same level as him, talked to him, communicated with him, or even guided him to improve. This was a true ranker. If he was as strong as the old Taoist priest and the heavenly sword goddess, would he still be able to do this? If he could not, could he really reach the same realm as the old Taoist priest? Obviously, that was impossible. It was precisely because his state of mind was all-encompassing, from the lowest to the highest, from the smallest to the largest, from the weakest to the strongest. Everything, even the world, was within his grasp. This was why he was at the same level as the old Taoist priest. When he was able to do this, he would be able to reach the same realm as the old Taoist priest. Thank you, I understand. I will start training from the beginning again in the future. Yue Yang bowed respectfully towards the heavenly sword goddess who had enlightened him. This was the first time he had bowed to her, and it was also the first time he had bowed to her so seriously and respectfully. The heavenly sword goddess seemed to smile. She did not say anything, but between her eyebrows, there seemed to be a kind of joy that a child could be taught. The big loli and the Phoenix sisters bowed in unison. Yue Yang bowed towards the three big and small loli again. After they returned his greeting, he got into a stance and slowly started training the first level of the innate invisible sword chi. Right now, training from the beginning suddenly gave Yue Yang a completely different feeling. The feeling of training from the beginning was like opening a door, allowing him to walk out of the house. In the past, it was like being trapped in the house and looking at the courtyard outside the window. Although he could see a lot of scenery, it was completely different when he walked out of the door, into the garden and out on the road. The big loli stepped forward and trained together with Yue Yang. The Phoenix sisters rode on the huge fire phoenix and circled around their bodies. The first level, the second level, the third level, the more Yue Yang trained, the more he felt the profoundness of the innate invisible sword chi. From time to time, a new feeling emerged from the bottom of his heart. The sword chi that he trained gradually had a qualitative and quantitative change. In the end, as Yue Yang comprehended it, the entire sword art obtained a new life. Gradually, Yue Yang was able to use the seven-colored sword chi like the big loli. The original golden sword chi became richer, turning into flame like red, gem like green, ocean like blue, and finally red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. It was all there was, and it could be unleashed at will. According to the sword style and energy, the colors produced by the sword chi were also different, and the energy of the sword chi was also different. The sword chi that was originally only able to shoot a meter or so had now reached more than 2 meters. At the same time, he still had energy to spare. Yue Yang could even control the sword chi to form an arc, a snake, a spiral. When he trained to the 5th level, he could do it as he pleased. The big loli did not seem to have the intention to help Yue Yang rush to the 6th level. When he reached the 5th level, she slowly stopped and bowed to Yue Yang, then disappeared. The Phoenix sisters rode on the fire phoenix and dove down. Finally, they merged into Yue Yang's body and officially returned. In the grimoire world, Yue Yang, who had slept for 3 days and 3 nights, was glowing faintly. The girls estimated that Yue Yang would wake up soon after his breakthrough. They were not anxious and waited quietly. Until Yu Bing saw a nirvana flame pillar burning on her brother's body and heard the heavenly cry that shook the whole grimoire world, she then realized that Yue Yang had already completed his training in the half-nirvana state and was about to wake up. Without waiting for Yu Bing to call out, the girls rushed in hurriedly. When Yue Yang opened his eyes, the whole grimoire world trembled. As the master's realm increased, everything in the grimoire world changed continuously. The sky seemed to have become higher and deeper. The earth, unknowingly, had expanded a circle. The mountains did not change much, but the surface of the earth, the flowers and trees, were all growing at an astonishing rate. The grass on the originally barren land had quietly turned green. Unknown wildflowers bloomed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The planted trees were even more green and some were even blooming and bearing fruit. The girls did not have time to care about those changes. They all surrounded Yue Yang and looked deeply at the most important man in their hearts. Yue Yang opened his eyes, a kaleidoscope-like splendor lingered in his eyes for a long time. Then, a whirlpool-like light appeared and absorbed all the splendor. In the end, his eyes returned to their original state. They were as clear as before. However, the girls all felt that the current Yue Yang had changed a lot from before. The current him had a feeling that made people look up to him. Even the impatience had this strange illusion in her heart. Fortunately, this state did not last long and quickly disappeared. Yue Yang's eyes returned to normal. From blurry to clear, he looked at the girls' faces one by one. Then, he touched his head and asked a little embarrassedly, how long did I sleep? I feel that my bones are numb, as if I slept for a few years. Don't tell me that I really slept for a few years. How could it be? It's only been 3 days. Princess Sissy pretended to be relaxed and snorted lightly. Your body has completely gone through nirvana rebirth. The impatience had the best eyesight. With one look, she could see that Yue Yang was completely different from before. I just slept for a while. Naturally, Yue Yang could not tell them about the heavenly sword goddess. He felt that his body was a little uncomfortable after sleeping for a long time. There was a feeling that he was too energetic. He wanted to get up and move his muscles and bones. In the end, when he stood up, he lost control and soared into the sky, crashing through the roof and flying tens of meters into the air. Just as he wanted to descend, there was another rumble and he fell like a meteor, crushing the obsidian floor that the girls had painstakingly laid. The girls were sweating profusely. This brat became a raging bull after a night's sleep. The impatience frowned. She felt that Yue Yang's mutation was not simple. This was because it was similar to the signs of him losing control when he was innate level 1. However, the current him was already used to innate level 1. What did this mean? He had recultivated to the innate realm. And he had completely surpassed the original innate level 1. Try punching me. The impatience decided to verify the guess in her heart. Really, Yue Yang followed his old habits and gathered all his strength, throwing a punch towards the impatience. A loud rumble sounded. The impatience, who could easily take on Yue Yang's full strength with one hand, was actually sent flying by Yue Yang's punch. Impatience couldn't believe it. She raised both her hands and was shocked to find that the bones of her left pinky had actually been cracked by Yue Yang's punch. A level 1 innate would definitely not be able to do this. Even if it was a level 6 innate ranker, if he did not use all his life force for the last attack, it would be impossible to crack her finger bones. Furthermore, she was no longer a level 9 innate, but a level 10 innate. A level 10 innate could be injured by a level 1 innate. If this was said out loud, no one in the world would believe it. However, this was the truth. Could it be that Yue Yang's innate level 1 after his nirvana rebirth was equivalent to someone else's level 6 innate? When he leveled up again and reached the original innate level 3, wouldn't he be able to catch up to a level 9 innate, or even catch up to her, who was a level 10 innate? You're injured. Yue Yang's reaction was even more incredulous. He could actually injure impatience. If he had used innate sword chi, nirvana flame or world exterminating wheel, then it would still be alright. However, With just his strength, he could crack her finger bones. After going through the heavenly sword goddess's guidance, could it be that he had reached such an abnormal realm? If that was really the case, and he met Ming Rihao again. If they fought again, the results would probably be completely different, right? Impatience couldn't care about healing her injuries. She stretched out her hand, as fast as lightning, and grabbed Yue Yang's arm. She stared at him fiercely with her beautiful eyes. Tell me your realizations immediately, I want to learn. She suddenly realized that all levels were useless. Only people like Yue Yang, who had powers that surpassed their levels, could be considered a true ranker. Just think about it, if she was a level 1 innate and could be compared to a level 6 innate, a level 3 innate and a level 9 innate, when she reached level 9 innate and reached level 10 innate, what kind of concept would that be? Even if she wasn't as strong as the abnormal Yue Yang, even if she was slightly weaker than him, it would still be terrifying enough. Previously, Impatience already felt that Yue Yang's attack power was different from others. However, she never would have thought that once he went through Nirvana rebirth, he would immediately rise to a new realm. If this were to continue, he would easily catch up to her and even surpass her. Nonsense, who would tell you? Yue Yang was extremely happy that this Impatience had finally fallen for him. However, on the surface, he pretended to have an expression of, I'm not very familiar with you. Just wait and see. Impatience naturally understood that this brat wanted to take advantage of her. If it wasn't for Shui Wuxia and Yu Bing watching, she would definitely use her charm inherent skill to seduce this brat. However, since Shui Wuxia and the others were here, Impatience decided to wait for a while. Anyway, this brat wouldn't be able to escape from her palm. With his perverted appearance, how could she not be able to take him down? I'm not dreaming, right? Princess Sissy still couldn't believe that Yue Yang had sent Impatience flying with a punch just now. We already know about the situation in the prison Emperor Divine Palace. Now, what we need to do is to train. Shui Wuxia saw that after Yue Yang went through Nirvana rebirth, no matter if it was his spirit, realm or strength, all of them had increased greatly. He was completely different from before. Shui Wuxia's heart was filled with hope. Looks like the prison Emperor Divine Palace really had a chance to pass. The only problem was that they had to obtain the prison Emperor Divine Staff and Divine Seal before the two great leaders of Heaven Realm awakened. Although Impatience didn't find any traces of the two great leaders of Heaven Realm, Shui Wuxia believed that they definitely wouldn't wait for too long before they made their move. If they were still sealed, they would be able to wake up in no time. What Yue Yang and the others had to do was to race against time with them. Right now, no matter if it was his body, state of mind or strength, Yue Yang had gone through Nirvana rebirth. Would he be able to stop the two great leaders of Heaven Realm from awakening in time? Shui Wuxia looked at Yue Yang's handsome face that was glowing with health and vigor. Her confidence increased by 100 times. He definitely could. Because he was Yue Yang, he was different from the rest. Chapter 338. After training hard in the grimoire world for a month, Shui Wuxia, Princess Sissy and the others had different levels of improvement. The one who benefited the most was none other than Impatience. She was originally an innate level 10, but under Yue Yang's body fusion she had miraculously regressed to innate level 9. Her level had regressed, but her strength had not regressed. This meant that when she reached innate level 10 again, it would be a whole new level, although the body fusion duration was very short, and it was still a distance away from Impatience's greatest expectations. If other innates saw it, they would probably be burning with jealousy. Impatience was also secretly happy. It would be best if she dropped to innate level 8, or even innate level 7, then she would be even more terrifying when she leveled up. Of course, recultivating wasn't something that could be done in a day. Without Yue Yang's help, recultivating wouldn't have the same effect as being reborn. Impatience was originally very strong, and had a higher level of understanding. It was normal for her to benefit the most from body fusion with Yue Yang. Furthermore, other than sickly beauty and city mistress Fallen Flowers, she was the one who was most willing to do body fusion with Yue Yang. During the training period, other than the last stage, she would follow almost any posture and method, no different from a wife. If the girls weren't secretly monitoring him, Yue Yang would probably have no problem pushing her down. It was a pity that Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy were all there. Yue Yang still acted like an obedient child on the surface, resisting the temptation in his heart. He didn't pretend to be real, but often reached out his wolfy hands and secretly groped Impatience's snow-white body. Regarding this, Impatiens would definitely pretend not to know when they were training, but if it was during normal times, Impatiens would purposely moan seductively. Yue Yang was thick-skinned and would not feel ashamed because of this. Even if Xianxia and the others were to look at him, he would not easily withdraw his hand. Of course, he would still put on an honest look of, "I'm a gentleman who would never steal food." Actually, not only Impatiens, but other girls were already used to Yue Yang's wolfish behavior. Only Yu cared about her identity as his sister. She would never allow Yue Yang to touch her. In the past, she also knew that only couples or lovers could practice body fusion. At first, she didn't really reject it and pretended that she didn't know. However, as Impatiens often publicly pulled Yue Yang to practice, she gradually refused to let Yue Yang touch her hand, let alone her body. Because of this, Yu's improvement was the slowest among the girls. Yu Bing was different. She had no distractions. She didn't think that there was anything wrong with the way her brother and her trained. On the contrary, when she saw everyone else training like this, she never doubted it. She didn't understand the relationship between men and women, and she didn't think about it either. When she trained with Yue Yang, she was always the most cooperative. She was born to be in perfect harmony with her brother. When she trained, she would completely let her brother handle her body. She would muddle-headedly circulate her innate qi, not thinking about anything else. Other than being obedient and well-behaved, the little girl was also the one that Yue Yang spent the most time and effort to nurture. No matter what he did, he would always prioritize her. Originally, Yue Yang wanted to help her reach innate as soon as possible. After receiving the Heavenly Sword Goddess's guidance, Yue Yang understood the true meaning of innate. He was no longer in a hurry to raise Yu Bing's realm. He decided to slowly build her foundation. The deeper her foundation was, the more beneficial it would be for her future growth. It was the same for Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy. They could have broken through innate long ago, but they kept on training, not in a hurry to reach innate. City Mistress Fallen Flowers, who had the potential to reach innate level 2, also continued to train at innate level 1. The girls didn't level up, but their abilities soared. Impatiens was secretly shocked when she saw their speed of improvement. If this goes on, in less than 10 years, there would be a few powerful innates born among the humans. This kind of qualitative change was far greater than other people's quantitative change. Furthermore, the quantitative change brought about by body fusion was also 100 times faster than other people's. Impatiens felt that the innate alliance in the lower levels of Tong Tian Tower or the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower wouldn't be able to accommodate Yue Yang, the abnormal boy. Only a wider sky and a bigger world would be the place for him to show off his abilities. Other than Yue Bing, Inan also improved rapidly. In the past, Yue Yang didn't help her much in training her mental power. Now that Yue Yang had achieved nirvana rebirth and understood the true meaning of innate, he had a huge breakthrough in his mental power. Inan had received a great enlightenment. She didn't even need to fumble around, she only needed to follow Yue Yang's footsteps and train according to his understanding. On this day, after Shui Wuxia finished training, she looked for Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers to discuss whether they should continue to challenge the prison Emperor Divine Palace. Yue Yang's mind was also stirred. He felt that he should go out and fight with Ming Rihao again. Impatiens agreed readily. She had even planned an assassination plan with Yue Yang. Their target was Ming Riwu, because the person who injured her that day was Ming Riwu. Prison Emperor Divine Palace. I'm finally out. Yue Yang came out of the grimoire world and realized that the old dragon turtle was sleeping. The heaven rune circle on his back was about to explode. When he looked carefully, he was shocked. Luckily the old dragon turtle didn't really self-destruct. Otherwise, he would really owe him a life. Yue Yang returned to the first hall and realized that most of the heaven realm warriors sealed in the crystal pillars were dim. There were even a dozen of them that had disappeared. What was going on? Just as he was wondering, suddenly, a golden star fell from the sky. The person who came stopped in front of Yue Yang. He was the golden giant that was 10 meters tall, Ming Riwu. Come at me, let's fight again. Yue Yang, who had experienced nirvana rebirth, now had some confidence to challenge Ming Riwu. He might not be able to defeat him, but he wouldn't be defeated like that day. With Impatiens' sneak attack, he might even suffer a huge loss. If he didn't have any friends to help him, he might even be killed on the spot. Wait, Ming Riwu waved his hand lightly, I don't want to fight with you. Yue Yang was curious. He didn't want to fight. Could it be that he wanted to surrender? Our fight is completely meaningless. You are not the prison emperor's descendant, nor are you his successor. As for me, I am also not the prison emperor's enemy. I was only deceived by my companions. I thought that the human realm warriors were preparing to invade the heaven realm, so I came down from the heaven realm to eliminate the enemy. I was really too young at that time. I had great strength and a strong sense of justice. I came down from the heaven realm to fight with the prison emperor. Even though I didn't know him, I still fought a bloody battle. Now that I think about it, I was really muddle-headed. 6,000 years have passed, I have thought a lot. Especially after you appeared, I have been thinking, why do I have to continue the mistake I made 6,000 years ago? Humans have never thought of invading the heaven realm, why must I become enemies with humans? Ming Ri Wu's words made Yue Yang shocked. Did this guy eat the wrong medicine? You mean you don't want to fight anymore? Let us successfully obtain the prison emperor divine staff. Don't tell me that you don't know that I came here for the prison emperor divine staff. Yue Yang thought to himself, I really want to see what kind of tricks this guy is up to. Of course I know, but it will be very difficult for you to obtain the prison emperor divine staff. Firstly, even if you obtain it, you won't be able to use it, because you don't have the prison emperor's bloodline, so you won't be able to inherit his legacy. Secondly, you know that the prison emperor divine staff and the prison emperor divine seal are divine equipment used to seal the two great leaders. If you touch them, they will come out. Even if they don't come out, there are still two innate level 10 Feng Shenxi and Lei Shenxi. How can you pass through the third palace hall? Ming Ri Wu shook his head slightly. If we can't do it, then why are you looking for me? Yue Yang didn't think that this guy had nothing better to do. Cooperate. Ming Ri Wu's words were very simple. Cooperate. Did I hear wrongly? Yue Yang's expression was extremely shocked. Could a human and a tiger cooperate to solve the problem of food and clothing? Nonsense. Unless one was an idiot, he would know that it was impossible. Ming Ri Wu's suggestion to cooperate was really out of Yue Yang's expectations. However, Yue Yang didn't reject his request immediately. He decided to listen to what this man-eating tiger was going to say. Yue Yang was 100% sure that no matter what Ming Ri Wu said, he would definitely not believe him. However, his curiosity made him want to gossip. He wanted to listen to this guy's conditions for cooperation. Ming Ri Wu seemed to be very confident in convincing Yue Yang. Before you came, the two great leaders only needed 100 years to escape. This was because we came from 3 different powers. Other than the 2 of them, people like me who came from a 3rd power would probably become a sacrifice for them to recover their powers. When Yue Yang heard this, he nodded his head. Yeah, please allow me to represent the human race to express our sympathy for the misfortune that you are about to encounter. Ming Ri Wu was almost shocked to death by Yue Yang's words. Fortunately, he was calm enough and continued to explain, actually, not only us, you guys are also facing the same predicament. Because of your appearance, the 2 great leaders felt a sense of danger. When they were in hibernation, they ordered Feng Shenxi and Lei Shenxi to move all the Heaven Realm warriors who were in hibernation and unable to resist to the 3rd hall, or use the soul-sucking pearl. Everyone became their target to absorb energy. Didn't you see that many Heaven Realm warriors had died in just a month? Many of the crystal pillar seals have become dim, which proves that the lives sealed inside have already disappeared. Yue Yang nodded his head again and said seriously, with regards to the 2 great leaders' atrocities, we humans express our strong protest and condemnation. Ming Ri Wu almost fell to the ground. He waved his hands dizzily. You should be more serious. If the 2 great leaders wake up, I think you guys will be fine, but you guys will definitely die. Even if you hide in the grimoire world and this prison, Emperor Divine Palace collapses, you guys will be sealed here forever, unable to leave. Since you will be fine, why are you so concerned about our safety? Yue Yang asked curiously. No, because I have a sister. Ming Ri Wu's expression was slightly sad. She is still in hibernation. Although she has not been absorbed yet, I think she won't be able to last more than a month before completely disappearing. Your sister is called Ming Ri Hua. Yue Yang was shocked. He thought that it was fine for him to travel to another world, but he couldn't possibly meet someone he knew right. Her name is Ming Yu Guang. When Ming Ri Wu saw this brat's expression, he knew that the name, Ming Ri Hua, wasn't a good one. Of course, no matter how smart he was, he wouldn't have thought that Ming Ri Hua was an outstanding actress in some Japanese romance movie. Other than Sister Lan, Sora, Matsushima and other famous people, Yue Yang also knew, Ming Rihua, the F-ranked female warrior with big breasts. Alright, a F-ranked female warrior with big breasts is in trouble. As a man, I can't just sit and do nothing. Yue Yang decided to cooperate with Ming Rihua. Everything was for the legendary Ming Rihua. No, it was Ming Rihua. I can only fight against Feng Shenxi and Lei Shenxi. I will leave the other one to you. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow at this time, I will be waiting for you here. I will tell you the weakness of Feng Shenxi and Lei Shenxi. After we succeed, my sister and the Heaven Realm warriors will leave forever. We will no longer be enemies with humans. Furthermore, we will help you to seal the two great leaders again. Only my sister knows about this, because she is the Heaven Realm's sealing goddess. After Ming Rihua finished, he didn't give Yue Yang a chance to reject. He turned into a golden star and shot towards the sky. In the end, he disappeared without a trace. When Yue Yang waited for him to leave, his expression darkened. This situation was really out of his expectations. What should he do next? Should he really cooperate with Ming Rihua? He would probably be swallowed whole by this guy who was even scarier than a man-eating tiger, but cooperating with this guy seemed to be an opportunity. When Yue Yang was thinking hard, a shadow suddenly appeared in the first hall. It was quietly approaching him. Chapter 339. Yue Yang turned his head and saw that the person who was quietly approaching him was actually the leader of the monster guys, NJ. The current him was not as mighty as before. NJ looked to be in a sorry state. His wings were badly damaged and only a few feathers were left. His golden hair was burnt and his originally mighty face was now filled with a few shocking scars. Most importantly, NJ, who was originally an innate level 1, was now far weaker than an innate. According to the standards of human warriors, NJ should only have the strength of a level 7 overlord. It had only been a month. How did this guy become like this? When Yue Yang saw this, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Of course, since the person who came was an enemy. He raised his hand. Killing an innate level 1 or a normal level 7 was also the same. Yue Yang didn't care about the level of the enemy he wanted to kill. No, don't kill me, I am NJ. I have already recovered my memory. Believe me, my information will be useful to you. The monster guy's leader NJ introduced himself with a little fear. He knew what kind of person Yue Yang was, a killer who killed without batting an eye. Following that, he said something that made Yue Yang secretly shocked. The information NJ said was really too shocking. Yue Yang looked indifferent on the surface, but he was actually very shocked in his heart. To him, NJ's information was very timely. With this information, he could turn the tables on Ming Rihua and take the initiative. The monster guy NJ's intention was to rely on his enemy, Yue Yang. Because he was about to lose his life. An ant like him could only become a sacrifice for the two great leaders to absorb energy and recover their real bodies. NJ was obviously not willing to become a sacrifice, especially since he had recovered his memory. He longed to return to the Heaven Realm. However, other than his enemy, Yue Yang, he didn't have a second choice. The monster guy NJ secretly relying on Yue Yang seemed to be the enemy's plot and trap. However, in Yue Yang's heart, he had a strange feeling that this was real. He originally had this kind of strange feeling, but it was very weak. After Yue Yang's Nirvana rebirth, this kind of strange feeling had greatly strengthened. Therefore, even though he didn't have the 6 records inherent skill, with this kind of strange feeling, he could easily judge that what the monster man NJ said was undoubtedly the truth. Anger had no other choice but to defect at the last minute. This was because he was like a small shrimp in the prison Emperor Divine Palace. Forget about the big fishes, even the small fishes could eat him. Anger wanted to protect himself, so he had to choose one of the many forces. However, no matter what he chose, he would still die in the end. Anger wanted to live, so he made a choice that no one would have thought of. He chose to side with his enemy, Yue Yang. It had to be said that this idea was very bold and smart. Yue Yang did not have any suspicions towards NJ secretly relying on Yue Yang. This was because NJ did not ask for much, he only asked for his life and to return to Heaven Realm. What he gave was the information that Yue Yang needed right now. Even if this fellow was a spy sent by the two great leaders, Yue Yang would not care. This was because NJ would not succeed, and he would definitely not trust NJ, a chess piece. This was Yue Yang's position towards NJ. If things are really like what you said, then I will trust you for now. Through your information, I will make a series of plans. Go back first and wait for my news. Yue Yang slightly muttered to himself. He did not ignore the monster guy leader and Ji's existence just because his strength had dropped from innate level 1 to a normal level 7 overlord. That's right, and Jie was an insignificant existence in the prison Emperor Divine Palace. But no matter how low his status was, he was still useful. Even if he could not be of great use now, he might still be a good chess piece when he enters Heaven Realm in the future. To Yue Yang, maximizing the monster guy and Ji's value was what he wanted. Returning to the grimoire world, Yue Yang told them what Mingri Wu and the monster guy and Jie had said. All the girls were shocked at first, they did not dare to believe it. Then, Princess Sissy laughed out loud happily. City Mistress Fallen Flowers also shook her head after hearing it. Seems like Heaven Realm is similar to Soaring Dragon Continent. There are battles everywhere. To us, this is good news. I agree to cooperate with Mingri Wu and seal the two great leaders of Heaven Realm first. As for the rest, we can talk about it later. As long as we get the Prison Emperor Divine Staff and Divine Seal, we will have an advantage. Princess Sissy clapped her hands confidently. With NGE's information, we can be more at ease. Luckily, things did not exceed our expectations by too much. Shui Wuxia thought for a while and finally nodded her head in agreement. Phoenix Fairy Beauty did not give any suggestions. She was just like a doer who took action. If she was dealing with other matters, impatience would definitely be a schemer. However, in Yue Yang's grimoire world, she did not seem to want to steal the girl's limelight. She just sat there quietly. With the monster guy and Ji's information, Yue Yang and the girls changed their plans. Right now, cooperating with Mingri Wu, that man-eating tiger, made Yue Yang even more confident. The next day, in the Prison Emperor Divine Palace. When Yue Yang and Impatience appeared in the Prison Emperor Divine Palace, Mingri Wu looked at Impatience in astonishment. He could feel that Impatience had become stronger, but her rank did not rise. Instead, it fell. He was a little confused. In the end, he guessed that she was heavily injured and had just recovered from her rank. He suppressed his suspicions and introduced to Yue Yang and Impatience, in the third hall, there is a small sealed space. That is the resting place of the Prison Emperor and also the place where the two great leaders are sealed. Other than the two innate level 10 Feng Shenxi and Lei Shenxi, only the innate level 8 Huangsha can enter. I can try to enter and offer sacrifice to the Prison Emperor Divine Staff and Divine Seal to activate the seal. That way, the two great leaders will definitely order Feng Shenxi and Lei Shenxi to enter and stop me from offering sacrifice. You guys should quickly kill Huangsha outside and come in to help me. Yue Yang nodded to show that he understood. He then asked, what are their weaknesses? Mingri Wu lowered his voice, Huangsha's weakness is water. Other than water, nothing can kill him. Feng Shenxi and Lei Shenxi do not have any obvious weaknesses. Their bodies are completely transformed into energy. You must hit their nucleus, otherwise you will not be able to cause any damage to them. The nucleus in their body will move all the time and will not be fixed in one place. It is extremely difficult to hit their nucleus. Hearing this, Impatience sneered, if I had to choose an enemy, I would rather choose the two of them and not you. Mingri Wu's expression changed slightly. He suddenly said honestly, I understand that you guys are wary of me now. In fact, if it was me, I would also not dare to trust the enemy so easily. However, the current situation is that we have to work together. Otherwise, we will definitely become the sacrificial pawns for the enemy to escape successfully. If you guys want to know my weakness, I am not afraid to tell you. Because you guys are my allies, at least my current allies, my energy attribute is light. As long as there is light, it is impossible to kill me. In the Dark Prison Emperor Divine Palace, I was at my weakest in my life. The strongest power I had was Heaven Level 3 feet. This, Heaven Level 3 feet is the Heaven Realm's name. You Soaring Dragon Continent humans call it, Innate Elder Level 3 feet. The two are actually the same. In Yue Yang's heart, he suddenly had an epiphany. It immediately turned into a complete realization. If this Mingri Wu was a powerful person with the light attribute, as powerful as the sun and unkillable with light, then the other ranker, the dark golden specter that was hiding in the mysterious pearl, that fellow definitely had the dark attribute. He was most likely a Heaven Realm ranker that was sealed inside the white jade beetle's body. These Heaven Realm rankers were all extremely powerful. However, it did not mean that they could not be killed. It was just that human warriors had not found a way to deal with them. If they used dark on Mingri Wu and light on dark golden spectre, wouldn't they lose? Similarly, if they used water on xianxia, vacuum on feng shenxi and insulator on lei shenxi, how could they win? As for the two great leaders of Heaven Realm, Yue Yang felt that he should not have any ideas on them for the time being. As long as the Prison Emperor Divine Staff and Divine Seal could continue to seal them in the Prison Emperor Divine Palace, it would be fine. We will do our best to surround and kill xianxia. How much time can you stall for? Yue Yang recovered from his thoughts and asked. At most half an hour. Otherwise, I will also be sealed inside. Without my awakening, my sister Ming Yu Guang will not be able to wake up. Without her, the two great leaders of Heaven Realm will come out. At that time, we will all die. Ming Ri Wu looked at Yue Yang seriously and said in a serious tone, within 20 minutes, you must kill xianxia and his helpers. Then, within 10 minutes, destroy the Prison Emperor's Divine Pillar in the second hall and release my sister Ming Yu Guang. Although the Prison Emperor's Divine Pillar is not a divine weapon, it is said that it is the pillar that the Prison Emperor used to practice martial arts since he was young. It is extremely hard. Don't tell me that you want us to destroy this supporting pillar. Yue Yang was flabbergasted when he heard this. Each of these pillars had a radius of 100 meters. How could they be destroyed? It is not just a supporting pillar. In the inner hall, there are also special training pillars. There are a total of 9 of them. My sister originally wanted to seal the Prison Emperor inside, but because she saw the Prison Emperor's wife and daughter risking their lives to protect him, she couldn't bear to do so and gave up on sealing him. The Heaven Rune seal backfired and sealed her inside. Ming Ri Wu did not wait for Yue Yang to continue speaking. He suddenly turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the sky. Before he disappeared, he made a gesture for them to take action immediately. At this moment, in the sky, with Sha Fei as the leader, more than 10 Heaven Realm warriors fell down like meteors. However, they were not Yue Yang's enemies. They only surrounded Yue Yang and the impatiens, pretending to attack them. About a minute later, an angry roar came from the sky above the third hall. It was as if a huge thunder had exploded in the sky, causing the entire space of the Prison Emperor Divine Palace to tremble non-stop. More than 10 Heaven Realm warriors flew out from the sky above the second and third hall. They had physical bodies and spiritual energy bodies. They all had different appearances. The leader was a man whose entire body was shining with silver light and had 4 water-silver wings on his back. He held a strange conical sword in his hand and pointed it at Sha Fei as he shouted angrily, Sha Fei, attack the enemy immediately. Otherwise, I will treat your entire Sun Moon sect as traitors of the Heaven Realm and execute you here with my sword. Ni Guo, it's useless to point fingers at me. I only listen to Master Ming Ri Wu's orders. If you have any objections, please go and talk to Master Ming Ri Wu. Sha Fei courteously bowed and said with a smile, we have received Master Ming Ri Wu's orders to only surround him and not attack. We are waiting for his return. You have no right to order us to do anything. Since it's like that, then die. The man with the mercury silver wings called Ni Guo pointed and more than 10 Heaven Realm warriors shot down angrily. If you have the heart to fight, I will accompany you to the end. Sha Fei waved his hand and all his companions immediately counterattacked towards the sky. Only Yue Yang and Impatience, the two real enemies, were left watching like bystanders. For a long time, no one bothered with them. Yue Yang still wanted to attack and take care of a few of them, but Impatience pulled him and brought him to the third hall to find trouble with that xianxia. Although the innate level 8 xianxia was not as strong as Impatience, it wouldn't be easy for them to kill him within 20 minutes, unless they targeted his weakness. Water could counter xianxia, but how much water would they need? A cup of water, a bucket of water, or would they need a river or a lake? Before Impatience and Yue Yang even entered the third hall, they suddenly realized that there was not only xianxia standing at the entrance, there was also an innate level 10 lei shenxi. When Yue Yang saw this, he suddenly felt his mouth go dry. Now, without even thinking, he knew that Ming Ri Wu's plan had been leaked. He just didn't know who the traitor was. How were they going to take down the innate level 10 lei shenxi and the innate level 8 xianxia in 20 minutes? Chapter 340 inches. There's no other way, let's each take one. Impatience giggled as she hugged Yue Yang. She pointed with her finger. This guy with electricity all over his body is mine. Yue Yang sweated profusely. She was rather optimistic. Impatience went to fight lei shenxi. Although it would be difficult to win, it wouldn't be a problem to fight to a draw. On the other hand, How was Yue Yang going to defeat Huang Sha, who was a level 8 innate, in 20 minutes? Yue Yang looked at the terrain. This terrain was high up in the sky, it was impossible for water to gather. It was an advantageous terrain for Huang Sha, but it was disadvantageous for him. If there was a sea or a lake below the prison Emperor Divine Palace, it wouldn't matter. But there was hard ground below. Moreover, this was the third hall that was a few hundred meters high. It wouldn't be easy to fight Huang Sha down. Lei Shenxi looked like a human-shaped lightning storm. He was about 10 meters tall and his body was pitch black. Electricity crackled. He was Impatience's opponent. Yue Yang didn't look at him too much. He was observing Huang Sha. Huang Sha, who was standing in front of Yue Yang, was about 8 meters tall. He looked like a giant made of sand. He looked like a human male, but it could be seen that his body and even his armor were made of sand. This, Huang Sha, when Yue Yang looked at him, cracked his mouth and laughed silently. He took out 2 black wooden sticks from his back and held them in his hands. Once he activated his energy, the 2 wooden sticks immediately flashed with a faint heaven rune circle. Within the silver light, there was a kind of special undulation, like a light breeze blowing through a forest. When Yue Yang saw the 2 huge wooden sticks, he immediately frowned. With his heaven eyes divine vision, he could tell that these black wooden sticks were not ordinary weapons. They were heaven realms, undying desert poplar. According to the records of the medicine encyclopedia and the knowledge passed down by the pitiful guy's mother, Yue Yang knew that this kind of undying desert poplar had a strong ability to absorb water. Its life force had reached an unbelievable level. According to the records of the medicine encyclopedia, even if the undying desert poplar were to be burned in ordinary flames for a year and then placed on moist soil, it could still be revived. According to the records of the medicine encyclopedia, in order to cure a special disease called insect tribe edema, one needed the fragments of the undead poplar as a medicinal catalyst. The undying desert poplar not only had a strong ability to absorb water and a tenacious life force, but it also had another characteristic, and that was its hardness. As hard as iron and stone. If an undying euphorbia poplar struck a similarly sized steel rod, the steel rod would bend and break, but the undying euphorbia poplar would remain unscathed. This was the toughness of the undying euphorbia poplar. Right now, Huang Sha was using the undying desert poplar as a weapon. Clearly, he knew where his weakness lay. Therefore, he chose to use the undying desert poplar as a weapon. Yue Yang did not make a move. On the other side, the Impatience and Lei Shenxi flew up to the sky one after another, accumulating energy and preparing to fight it out. Terrifying thunder rumbled down from the sky. Of course, the Impatience would not stay under the lightning pillar. She had long since left the place and was far away. Lei Shenxi chased after her closely. In his heart, Huang Sha, who had no weaknesses, could definitely defeat a mere innate level 1 human warrior. Although this human had the world exterminating wheel and nirvana flames, Huang Sha's main task was to stall for time, not to fight to the death. As long as he continued to fight and was careful not to take the opponent's world exterminating wheel head on, then he would definitely win. Although this innate level 1 human had terrifying killing power, no matter if it was his realm or strength, when compared to Huang Sha, they were all too far apart. High lethality didn't mean everything in a battle, especially when he was going up against Huang Sha, who had no weaknesses. Ming Ri Hao only treats you as a chess piece that he will discard after using you, do you understand? He will never truly ally with you. In the heaven realm, the Sun Moon sect's name is equivalent to a fox and a poisonous snake. I think you are a smart person, so you should understand what I mean. Huang Sha was not in a hurry to attack. He knew that the longer the battle dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for him. If the human in front of him didn't have the world exterminating wheel and nirvana flames, then he wouldn't even waste time, nor would he try to sow discord and speak ill of Ming Ri Hao. However, the deaths of Ji Yuya and Du Di gave Huang Sha a warning. No matter who he faced, he could not be careless. This human brat in front of him was very similar to the prison emperor from 6,000 years ago, just that he had not grown up yet. Huang Sha carefully controlled the distance between him and Yue Yang, maintaining the maximum distance between him and Yue Yang. At the same time, he secretly observed his young opponent's reaction. Yue Yang raised his eyebrows. You mean that I should give up on allying with Ming Ri Hao? Huang Sha grinned. If it's me, I will definitely do that. I'm not you. Yue Yang rejected him. He slowly took out his crescent blade and Wei Jin magic blade, continuously gathering his Yang ability, preparing for battle. There are many choices in life. Once you make the wrong choice, you might be consigned to eternal damnation. Are you really not going to consider it? Huang Sha advised patiently. Right now, he was just like a senior who was watching a junior walk towards failure. What you said makes sense. Ming Ri Hao might indeed treat me as a chess piece, and throw me away after using me. But that's my problem, it has nothing to do with you. Secondly, why should I believe the words of an enemy? No matter what you say, it won't change your identity. You are my enemy. Yue Yang smiled coldly. The Yang ability quickly gathered in his hands. In an instant, the energy gathered like a stream, shining brightly like the sun. Fool, Huang Sha snorted. Even though Yue Yang gathered his energy, he didn't react at all. Or perhaps, from his point of view, the Yang ability that Yue Yang gathered was useless against him. It wouldn't be able to cause any harm to him. That was why Huang Sha floated in the air without moving an inch. He looked at Yue Yang with a gaze that said, "Mud can't support a wall," and, seeking his own death. Gradually, he became colder and colder. First slash, earth-splitting slash. When Yue Yang made his move, he used his usual moves. This was similar to the 5 Saint Seiyas: Pegasus Meteor Fist, Mount Lu Tyrannical Dragon Rising, Diamond Stardust, Nebula Chains and Phoenix Spreads Wings. Of course, the difference was that the 5 Saint Seiya didn't know many moves. They would only use these few moves, and they would usually fail the moment they made their moves. Only after they were beaten up by their opponent would they use their little universe. Yue Yang was different. He knew countless moves. First slash, earth-splitting slash was only one of them. If they were to really fight, he could use it for a few hours without repeating it. The 5 Saint Seiya's moves were monotonous. They would only use these few moves to defeat their opponents. It could be said that this was their strongest move, but also their weakest move. If they didn't use their little universe, the 5 Saint Seiya would be the weakest of the weakest. Yue Yang didn't have any little universe. Other than his innate invisible sword chi, he also had the Emperor's sword chi, heaven-destroying blade slash, iron-slashing blade technique, crushing stone hammer technique and so on. He could even create his own great totem battle technique. Furthermore, Yue Yang's strongest skill wasn't his battle skills, but his summoning skills. Not mentioning the Phoenix Sisters and Qilin Girl, with little Wen Li as the leader, the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, Bloody Queen, Barbarian Cow Shadow, Spirit of Flame and Smoke, Reaper Mantis, Quintet Seeking Golden Mice, Golden Beast and other beasts, they had reached a terrifying realm where they could instantly kill anyone of the same level. After entering the prison Emperor Divine Palace, in order to hide his true strength, even little Wen Li only used her binding chain's inherent skill and didn't reveal her true strength. The crescent blade was incomparably sharp. With a slash, a few meters long blade aura immediately cut off Huang Sha's head, separating his head from his body. Huang Sha's head that had fallen to the ground suddenly smiled strangely. No matter what method you use, you won't be able to kill me. What you are doing is just a waste of energy. Yue Yang didn't reply and appeared on top of that head in a flash. With a heavy stomp, Huang Sha's decapitated head was flattened alive. However, at this time, Huang Sha didn't have any reaction or any special movements. He waited until Yue Yang left and flew far away to observe them coldly. Only then did his whole body turn into a pile of sand and flew with the wind, forming a yellow tornado that quickly gathered together. In the end, he returned to his original appearance, exactly the same as before. He shrugged his shoulders towards Yue Yang and said with a little regret, "I have already said that any attack is useless against me." Yue Yang took out a bottle of water and shook it, asking, "Really? Then let me treat you to some water." Seeing the water, Huang Sha's expression instantly became a little unnatural. Tightening the undying desert poplar sticks in his hands, Huang Sha stood up and attacked Yue Yang. Since the opponent had used water that could counter him, then Huang Sha definitely wouldn't be careless. With a heavy blow, he hit the place where Yue Yang was originally standing. If he was a second late, Yue Yang would have immediately turned into meat paste under such a strong attack. Bang! Huang Sha didn't hit Yue Yang, but he smashed a bottle into pieces. The water inside splashed everywhere. When Huang Sha saw this, his expression changed greatly. When the water splashed onto Huang Sha's face, Yue Yang hit Huang Sha's face with his elbow, immediately causing him to retreat a few steps. Wei Jin magic blade flashed. Carrying a sky full of purple flames, it slashed down angrily. The blade aura cut Huang Sha's huge body into two. Good idea, it's a pity that there's not enough water. It's impossible to kill me. Xianxia, who was cut into two, still had the mood to praise Yue Yang. When the two halves of his body came together, they immediately merged back together. Furthermore, the two halves of his body that were cut apart did not bleed or get injured. At this moment, everything on Xianxia's body was just sand. Yue Yang didn't wait for Xianxia's body to completely merge back together and suddenly took out a bucket. A bucket full of water splashed onto Xianxia's head. While Xianxia was stunned by the attack, Yue Yang's fist arrived again. This time, not only did it push Xianxia's body back, it also made him fall heavily onto the ground. 5 seconds later, Xianxia stood up while shaking his head. He still said the same thing, it's useless. In less than half a second, his face that was originally dented by Yue Yang had recovered back to its original state, without the slightest sign of injury. Since it's like this, I'll chop you into 18 pieces and then dismember your body. Let's see if you can reform your body. Yue Yang never believed that there was someone in this world that couldn't be killed. If there really was, then it could only mean one thing, and that was that the person he killed wasn't skilled enough. Yue Yang didn't think that Xianxia really had an immortal body. What he was worried about was the time limit. 20 minutes, how could he kill this fellow? Unless he could throw him into the sea. There wasn't even a drop of water in the prison Emperor Divine Palace. How could he find a sea to drown Xianxia? Using a bucket of water and a bottle of water was useless. The undying desert poplar in Xianxia's hand would quickly absorb the water. Furthermore, a small amount of water was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood without the undying desert poplar. It was completely useless. What did he have to do to kill Xianxia? Before Yue Yang could think of a good idea, he was already sent flying by Xianxia's fist. Xianxia wasn't a noob that could be easily bullied, he was an innate level 8 ranker. Just now, he was only trying to break Yue Yang's morale, so he purposely let Yue Yang attack him continuously without retaliating. Now, when he attacked, Yue Yang immediately realized that this fellow who had the strength of an innate level 8 was not easy to take on. Chapter 341 inches. Having a big fist is really awesome. However, having a big fist doesn't mean you are the boss. Yue Yang's body was as light as the wind. No matter how Xianxia attacked, he could still dodge it calmly. Moreover, every time he dodged it, it was just right, making Xianxia go crazy. Sand all. Xianxia stomped on the ground. A large amount of sand gushed out from the ground, forming sand dunes of different sizes. When Yue Yang stepped on it, those sand dunes would shoot out sand all spikes of different lengths. They were similar to Yu Bing's tree thorns, but bigger and more numerous. Seeing that he couldn't walk on the ground, Yue Yang decided to float in the air. After stepping into the innate realm, although he couldn't fly in the sky for a long time like a bird, floating and flying for a short period of time was as easy as eating cabbage to a guy from another world like Yue Yang. Xianxia was furious, the undying desert poplar in his hands danced wildly. Sand whips shot out from the sand soldiers under his command, whipping towards Yue Yang's body. Strong winds danced around the sand whips. There were even sand blades that were as sharp as a guillotine, making use of the high speed movement of the sand to cut continuously. It's useless. Yue Yang decided not to dodge anymore. He summoned his grimoire to fight, to see if he could gain some battle experience and level up. This grimoire was still a high-level gold-ranked grimoire. Yue Yang felt that it would be a waste of experience if he didn't raise it to platinum ranked after clearing the prison Emperor Divine Palace. After all, it wasn't easy to find strong enemies. Do you want to play with beasts? Xianxia also started summoning. What surprised Yue Yang was that Xianxia actually didn't have a grimoire. Xianxia, who had reached innate level 8, had a strong domain of power and an immortal body, but he didn't have a grimoire. No one would believe it if this was told to others. The truth was like that. Xianxia didn't have a grimoire, he didn't have a guardian beast, and he could only summon 3 beasts at most. However, all of his beasts were very strong. For example, the platinum-ranked level 8 giant pollution beast, platinum-ranked level 8 radiation mecha beast and platinum-ranked level 10 sand drill demon worm. None of the 3 beasts were holy beasts. They were purely high-leveled and powerful, but their intelligence was limited to combat instincts. This was the second thing that surprised Yue Yang. Xianxia, who was innate level 8, without the help of a holy beast, how did he reach innate level 8? If it was a human martial artist, it would be impossible to achieve this. Could it be that in the heaven realm, there was some kind of secret technique that allowed warriors without grimoire contracts to easily level up to innate. Or could it be that all the warriors in the heaven realm were innates? The Qilin girl had once said that the Demon King was a mercenary in the heaven realm. However, Yue Yang believed that it was just the Qilin girl's misconception. A mercenary that caught her eye shouldn't be an ordinary mercenary. Moreover, there were strong mercenaries and weak mercenaries. Among the human mercenaries, the strongest was a large mercenary group leader who was a level 6 elder. They dominated a certain area and became a mercenary city lord with tens of thousands of subordinates. Of course, human mercenaries were generally rank 2 braves. There were very few rank 3 heroes, and rank 4, 5, and 6 mercenaries were very rare. After all, with this kind of strength, they would serve their country. There should be countless warriors in the heaven realm, but according to the strength of Ming Ri Hao and the 2 great leaders of the heaven realm, Yue Yang guessed that it shouldn't be too exaggerated. He would have to go to the heaven realm to see for himself. This Huang Sha's beast in front of him was platinum rank level 8 or even level 10, but Yue Yang didn't feel that it was a threat at all. Instead, he felt that it was too weak. When he killed Moqi Shu Ling, he, who was only a level 5 and 8, had the highest gold rank level 9 king of black light. As for Shun Tian, who was the great emperor of Ji Wei, he was even more terrifying. His guardian beast was actually a diamond rank level 9 golden emperor. It was not strange that this heaven realm warrior, Huang Sha, had 3 platinum rank beasts. Yue Yang was even a little disappointed. It seemed that without a grimoire contract, even if he was a heaven realm warrior, his beast was only so-so. Compared to the diamond rank level 9 golden emperor, this platinum rank level 8 giant pollution beast did not even enter Yue Yang's eyes. The pollution behemoth looked a bit like the small monsters that Ultraman usually fought. It was very tall, probably no less than 50 meters, and its green rust-like body was incomparably huge. Its ugly nostrils protruded from its ugly head, spraying stinky acid from time to time. Yue Yang only took a glance at it and ignored it. He understood why Huang Sha would contract and summon such an ugly and useless giant pollution beast. This beast's only use was to absorb water. The giant pollution beast was useless to anyone. It moved slowly, had low intelligence and only had one attack. It was simply a burden. However, Huang Sha was different. With it, he had a water pump. To Huang Sha, who was extremely afraid of water, the giant pollution beast was an outstanding beast that he could not lack. From Yue Yang's point of view, among the 3 beasts, the strongest one was not even the platinum rank level 10 sand drill demon worm, but the radiation mecha beast. This radiation mecha beast was not the kind of puppet that Yue Yang created. It was a mechanical life form. Strictly speaking, this fellow was the same as Optimus Prime and Megatron in the movie. They were all silicon-based life forms. When Yue Yang saw this silicon-based life form, he suddenly felt that Yue Yang's wish of giving a mechanical life form, consciousness, soul and personality was no longer a fantasy. Of course, in front of Yue Yang, this metallic mechanical life form, the radiation mecha beast did not have any intelligence. It was no different from an animal, or even less intelligent. It could transform continuously, but it could not turn into a car, nor could it speak. Under Huang Sha's command, it turned into a lion-like gigantic mechanical beast. Its appearance was extremely ugly, but it could already transform its sharp teeth and claws. When Yue Yang saw this, he was slightly moved. Could the metal beast in his wrist, which was called a Tong Tian beast by the enemy, be a silicon-based life form as well? Could it even be a metallic life form with consciousness, thoughts and soul? Right now, he was unable to obtain more information, but Yue Yang believed that as long as he continued to work hard, he would definitely be able to achieve Yue Yang's wish. Brat, are you scared silly? When Huang Sha saw that Yue Yang had been standing there silently, he thought that he was scared silly by his terrifying beast. Boom 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 boom, the radiation mecha beast that had transformed into a lion slowly walked towards Yue Yang. As it walked, the puddles on the ground quickly turned black, immediately contaminated by the radiation on its body. The sand drill demon worm also avoided the radiation mecha beast from afar and drilled into the sand. However, the giant polluted beast did not care. Instead, it excitedly sucked the puddles that had been contaminated by the radiation into its nostrils as if it had found a treasure. It seemed that every time it absorbed a bit of the contaminated water, it would become stronger. When the radiation mecha beast was not far from Yue Yang felt a burning sensation on his skin. The strong radiation could penetrate through his protective chi and harm his body. Fortunately, Yue Yang had a way to resist this kind of radiation. Otherwise, it would be a headache for him. A crystal-like armor slowly appeared on Yue Yang's arms and spread to his entire body, protecting his body. This was Sickly Beauty's specialty. Yue Yang had learned this skill from his wife's teachings and after body fusion. The metal beast in Yue Yang's wrist detached itself from his wrist and turned back into a small winged dragon beast. Although it was small, it was very courageous. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws at the gigantic radiation mecha beast. Needless to say, this greedy little fellow had its eyes on the energy core of the radiation mecha beast. When Yue Yang saw it, he waved his hand and said, "All right, it belongs to you. Don't damage it too much, I still want to keep this corpse for research." When the metal beast heard this, it immediately flew towards the radiation mecha beast. Regardless of size, weight, strength or radiation, they were all just fleeting clouds to it. Other than its master, Yue Yang, it was practically fearless. The golden beast did not have any prejudice towards energy. No matter what kind of life form it was, as long as the other party's magic crystal or core had sufficient energy, it would like it. Forget about a platinum rank level 8 radiation mecha beast, it would even want to eat a diamond rank level 9 gold emperor. It was a pity that it could not eat such a strong holy beast at the moment. What a joke. Xianxia actually did not know that the metal beast was a Tong Tian beast. He had thought that it was a trash beast. Yue Yang was curious. Could it be that there were no Tong Tian beasts in the heaven realm? Could it be that the metal beast only existed in the low-leveled Tong Tian Tower? Or could it be that it was the only existence? The radiation mecha beast swung its claws, but the metal beast dodged it easily and continued to fly forward. The radiation mecha beast opened its mouth and swallowed it whole. Ha ha ha, Xianxia laughed complacently. He felt that in terms of beasts, this human brat in front of him was like a child fighting with an adult. They were not on the same level at all. There's not much time left. Looks like I have to end this battle quickly. Yue Yang felt that he had more or less figured out the enemy's strength, so he started to fight more seriously. The second beast that was summoned was the Spirit of Flame and Smoke. The Spirit of Flame and Smoke was still a gold rank level 5, but she had been absorbing the storm core, so she was about to evolve. Her body was covered in raging flames and thick smoke. With regards to Yue Yang's orders, she was a little confused. She was not as smart as the Bloody Queen Red, nor was she as obedient as the barbarian cow Shadow Man. She looked at the giant pollution beast hesitantly, then looked at the sand drill demon worm. When Yue Yang pointed at the giant pollution beast and ordered her to attack, she chose to reject. Instead, she flew towards the sky and pounced towards the sand drill demon worm. You can't even control your beast. Ha ha ha, pitiful worm, other than having a pretty face, what else do you have? Xianxia had already confirmed that the human boy in front of him had only obtained the strength of an innate level 1 because of that strong woman. If he didn't have Nirvana's flame and world exterminating wheel, he would simply be a piece of trash that wasn't even worth mentioning. Originally, Xianxia still maintained a certain level of vigilance towards Yue Yang. However, after seeing this, he felt more at ease. This brat's combat skills were not bad, but his beasts were trash. However, he who had an immortal body did not need to worry about combat skills at all. Other than Nirvana's flame and world exterminating wheel, he did not need to be afraid of anything else. Xianxia had even thought of using his strongest move to kill this brat in an instant. Yue Yang couldn't care less about the Spirit of Flame and Smoke, so he had no choice but to summon the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen. It would be even easier for her to deal with the giant pollution beast compared to Ultraman fighting the small monsters. She was very suitable. Xianxia didn't recognize the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen. He didn't even think that a living beast would be able to harm him. He roared and his body suddenly grew taller by more than 10 meters. His feet turned illusory and formed a huge tornado. It spun extremely fast and filled the sky with yellow sand. In the center of the sandstorm, a huge human head appeared. It opened its mouth and fiercely tried to swallow Yue Yang. This was his domain of power, sandstorm. Once swallowed into the center of the sandstorm, no matter what kind of living creature it was, it would die from dehydration. In the end, it would turn into a pile of yellow sand and become a part of the sand. Yue Yang teleported away. He flashed 100 meters away. Xianxia chased after him with the sandstorm in his hands. Yue Yang's body dived down vertically, like a swallow diving down from the clouds, straight towards the second hall. Want to save him? Dream on. Huangsha's huge sandstorm head let out a thunderous roar. Its flying speed was even faster than Yue Yang's as it chased after him. According to its speed, it could completely swallow Yue Yang alive before Yue Yang could reach the second hall. However, Yue Yang still had a teleportation skill. Ever since he had learned teleportation from the Marquis of Zijin, Yue Yang had never been caught by any enemies. Compared to Shun Tian, Baruf, Ming Ri Hao and the others, his speed might not be the fastest. However, his movement technique was definitely the most mysterious. Even if his enemies caught up to him, they would not be able to hurt him since he had the mysterious three styles. Huangsha's storm head swallowed a few mouthfuls, but it still allowed Yue Yang to teleport away in an instant. This made him very annoyed. Seeing that Yue Yang had escaped into the second hall, Huangsha chased after him. He stirred up the sandstorm, turning the whole second hall into a world of sandstorms. Sandstorms were everywhere. No matter the entrance or exit, he had used sand walls to seal them up tightly. If Yue Yang wanted to leave, he would have to get his permission first. Now, you can say your last words. Huangsha did not think that his enemy would have any chance of survival in this situation. Even if he did not attack and only used the sand to slowly bury him alive, this young human would definitely not have any chance of survival. Nirvana flame could burn everything, and world exterminating wheel could kill all life forms. However, how much energy did he have to burn down a sand dune that was tens or even hundreds of meters tall? Moreover, he could create these sand dune endlessly. The second hall was like a cage. Huangsha had already set up a sand dune trap here, waiting for his enemy to fall for it. If the other party had escaped into the third hall, then Huangsha would not have used this method to bury and kill him, because his ceiling crystal pillar was in the third hall. However, he had already calculated one thing. This young human male had to release Ming Yu Guang before his companion failed. Now, how much time did this brat have? 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Huangsha looked at Yue Yang, who was using his chi to resist the sandstorm, and laughed out loud. Countless amounts of sand piled up in the second hall, slowly covering the entire space. From Yue Yang's feet to his knees, then to his thighs, it was the same in the sky. Under the resistance of his chi, the sand continued to press downwards. From 10 meters above his head, it became 5 meters, then 1 meter. In the end, it was only a line away from the top of Yue Yang's head, about to drown him. Other than Yue Yang's body, the entire second hall was a world of sand. The whole second hall was like Huangsha's stomach now. Other than suffocation, death, dehydration and turning into sand, there was no other way for his enemy to die. Yue Yang moved his lips, but did not say anything. Suddenly, he summoned his grimoire. A protective shield rose up and dispersed the pressure of the sand. At the same time, Huangsha heard a strange horn. This horn was very special. It sounded like a conch's horn being blown. Huangsha was stunned. He realized that a mermaid had appeared beside Yue Yang. Furthermore, this mermaid was holding a snow-white conch's horn with red stripes on it, and was blowing it loudly. Chapter 342. In the prison Emperor Divine Palace, dark clouds gathered above the second hall. The clouds were as thick as ink. Following a flash of lightning, a torrential rain poured down. Millions of rain arrows came down rapidly. They first formed a curtain of rain, then turned into a wall of rain. Pitter patter 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 patter, the rain became heavier and heavier. In the end, it was like a waterfall. Under the summon of the storm horn, more and more dark clouds gathered. The storm seemed to have its own limbs as it rushed towards the second hall that was sealed by the sand. The dry ground became wet in an instant. The water accumulated layer by layer. The second hall, which was not able to drain the water in time, could be seen by the naked eye. Water giants that were more than 10 meters tall stood up from the water on the ground and pounced towards the wall of the second hall, trying their best to penetrate it. There were only 2 at first, but as the rain continued, more and more water giants appeared. Under the combined force of the waterfall and the water giants, the wall of sand quickly collapsed. A large amount of sand fell onto the ground. Is this the storm mermaid? Huangsha obviously knew about his nemesis beast, but he never thought that he would be forced into such a sorry state by a storm mermaid in midair. If this wasn't high up in the sky, but on the surface of the sea, Huangsha reckoned that even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. The undying desert poplar could absorb water, but the 2 undying desert poplars were completely useless in front of this kind of water. Shocked, Huangsha hurriedly used his unique sandstorm power to seal the entrance and exit of the second hall. The sand was compressed 1,000 times, forming an impenetrable sandstone. With his level 8 innate strength, coupled with his unique sandstorm inherent skill, he could at least last for an hour under the attacks and penetration of the water giants. With such a long period of time, Huangsha could definitely kill the storm mermaid who blew the horn and her master first. As long as there was no water in the inner palace, his strength would not be reduced at all. Although the sandstone that was compressed 1,000 times was enough to resist the water giant's corrosion, Huangsha still cautiously summoned his giant pollution beast to come down from the third hall to absorb the water. He also summoned the radiation mecha beast. Its mission was to destroy those water giants. As for the sand drill demon worm, it was also afraid of water. Huangsha felt that it was better to leave it outside, just in case. Boom! The giant pollution beast came down. However, it was not summoned by its master to fight. Instead, it was thrown down by the thorny flower giant summoned by the golden crown thorny flower queen. Just like a watermelon, its entire body exploded into a putrid paste. It was not like the small monsters that Ultraman fought, where it still had the chance to struggle and attack. In front of the golden crown thorny flower queen, it did not even have the chance to wail. Countless thorny flowers crawled out from the wreckage and devoured the corpse of the giant pollution beast. A thorny flower giant tore the heart of the giant pollution beast into pieces. Countless thorny flower stalks snatched the giant pollution beast's heart and devoured it like a python, continuously leveling up. Huang of Mecha, the platinum rank level 8 giant pollution beast was killed in an instant. Before he could finish his astonishment, the radiation mechanical beast fell to the ground, too. The parts on its body were emitting sparks. Although the process was rather slow, the metal beast had already bitten through the head of the mechanical beast from the inside of its mouth. It was chewing on the energy core of the mechanical beast in large mouthfuls. As countless thorny flowers crawled out from under the radiation mecha beast's body and tightly bound its uncontrollable body to the ground. At first, the thorny flowers were affected by the radiation. They swayed in pain and some even retreated to the ground, almost wilting. However, the thorny flowers that had devoured the giant pollution beast's corpse quickly joined in. These thorny flowers were not afraid of the radiation. After devouring the heart, the thorny flower, which had leveled up, easily flipped the radiation mecha beast onto the ground and tied it up tightly. It even lifted it up high. If it wasn't for the golden crown thorny flower queen stopping it in time, the radiation mecha beast might have already been dismembered by them, or thrown into the second hall and smashed into pieces. Idiots! Keep this mecha beast intact. Don't break it up. Golden crown thorny flower queen was dissatisfied with her subordinates that only knew how to fight. The sand drill demon worm had a bit of intelligence. When it saw the scene in front of it, it was scared silly. The spirit of flame and smoke rushed towards the sand drill demon worm with flames. With her current strength, she was still unable to defeat a platinum rank level 10 opponent. This made her very angry. Furthermore, this cunning opponent could even drill into the ground, making her unable to use her full strength. Suddenly, Yue Yang's face flashed in the spirit of flame and smoke's mind. Did he know that this would happen? The spirit of flame and smoke still did not know how to think deeply. However, this time, she had successfully opened up a bit of her intelligence. As she continued to think, the spirit of flame and smoke would become smarter and smarter. Her intelligence would gradually increase and she would finally step into the ranks of holy beasts. This was a learning process that unintelligent creatures would never be able to experience. Huangsha realized that his giant pollution beast and radiation mecha beast had died one after the other. The sand drill demon worm was forced to hide underground and did not dare to come out to fight. It was impossible for it to come out and support him. Good. You are the first human to force me into such a difficult situation. Huangsha was furious. He felt as if he was being cheated by his enemy. You will slowly get used to it. Yue Yang showed an expression that said, I should hit you. If I don't hit you, you will be sad. In the center of the storm outside, behind the water giant, the ice serpent demon appeared. She stabbed both of her blades into the hard sandstone. The sandstone that was soaked in water and the water on the outside quickly froze into ice. The ice continued to spread and finally formed a thick ice wall. In the opposite direction, Shui Wuxia was doing the same thing. At first, Huangsha did not know anything. However, as the ice wall formed, he immediately realized that he was trapped in the second hall. Outside was water, in the middle was an ice wall and sandstone. Even inside his stomach, there was a mermaid that could summon storms and a terrifying enemy. Huangsha did not even have the chance to explode in anger before he realized that a human girl had appeared in front of Yue Yang. This human girl who looked as gentle as water had summoned the beast that Huangsha hated the most in his life. It was an existence that was even more terrifying than the water giant, storm wave. When the storm wave was summoned, it immediately shot out a huge amount of water, engulfing the whole second hall. Within half a minute, the second hall had turned into a swamp. Countless waves spread out from the center, crashing into the surrounding sand. The sand pillars and cones collapsed one after another, breaking free from the control of the yellow sand and sinking to the bottom of the water, raising the water to a new height. Huangsha tried his best to compress all the sand into rock, forming a sandstone that could not be connected to the inside and outside, making it as hard as iron. If the storm summoned by the storm mermaid or the ice wall summoned by the storm wave could be connected to the flood summoned by the storm wave, then it would be his doomsday. Luckily, these water-controlling beasts were not strong enough, otherwise he would have died without a burial place. Huangsha was shocked and angry. There had never been a human warrior that could force him into such a predicament, and there had never been a beast that could make him feel the threat of death. Even the prison emperor at that time had not made him feel so embarrassed. Huangsha's figure appeared in front of Yue Yang. He pointed at him angrily and shouted, "You, do you think that you can definitely kill me by doing this? Let me tell you, you are wrong. I, Huangsha, will definitely not die in the water." Yue Yang did not reply, he only looked at Huangsha quietly. In the second hall, the water level rose rapidly. The storm wave continued to summon floodwater, and also urged the strong waves to attack the sandstone wall at the entrance and exit, shaking the whole second hall. "You don't even know the secret of the Heaven Realm warriors. We are completely different from humans, we have the second or even the third form. Even if I give up the immortal sandstorm and change to the second form, I can still easily kill you. Because I am an innate level 8 ranker, and you are only an innate level 1. Do you want to cross the gap of innate level 7 to kill me? Do you want to use your Nirvana flame and world exterminating wheel in this hall that is filled with water? Let me tell you, you are still too inexperienced, too young." The sand on Huangsha's body continued to fall into the water. His body, which was floating in the air, gradually became illusory. After 10 seconds, his body turned solid and became a monster that looked like an Iron Blood warrior, but it was even uglier. Huangsha, who had 4 arms and a long cone-shaped tail, showed his second form. This was completely a physical existence, not just sand. Huangsha jumped into the water that was filled with water, and stood in the water that he was originally afraid of. He arrogantly waved his hand at Yue Yang, indicating that the real battle had just begun. Yue Yang smiled slightly. Wei Jin magic blade slashed out with lightning speed, slicing through the space of 10 meters, and landed on Huangsha's body. Huangsha did not resist at all, letting the cold blade slash open his chest. Not a single drop of blood flowed out. On the contrary, from the wound that was slashed open, countless flesh sprouted out like worms, connecting together and repairing the wound. In less than 5 seconds, the serious wound was completely healed. The second form is also completely unafraid of external attacks. It is not even afraid of water. Huangsha's ugly face revealed a proud smile. "Can you evolve to the third form?" Yue Yang suddenly asked. "What?" Huangsha's eyes showed a stunned expression. What did this brat mean? Could it be that he thought that every Heaven Realm warrior could evolve to the second form? Not to mention the third form. The second form was something that he had spent 5,000 years to evolve to. Furthermore, he had only learned it under the guidance of Feng Shenxi and Lei Shenxi. Did he think that this was a simple transformation technique? That it was so easy to obtain? Yue Yang shrugged his shoulders. "If you can't, then it's time to send you on your way." Huangsha was successfully angered. With the power of an innate level 8 and the power of wind and lightning, with a jumping speed that was 10 times faster than usual, he punched towards his enemy's head with a fist full of sharp bone spikes. Even with the protection of the grimoire, Huangsha believed that his enemy would definitely not be able to defend against this punch. There was only death awaiting him. An innate level 1 wanted to challenge an innate level 8. The Nirvana flame shield condensed in Yue Yang's hands, completely blocking in front of the grimoire. Yue Yang was not afraid at all. With one hand holding the Nirvana flame shield, his other hand gathered the power of the star explosion domain and punched back. Faster than Yue Yang, little Wen Li appeared behind him, her eyes wide open. Binding inherent skill, activated in an instant. Xianxia was only restricted for half a second. The fist continued to advance, piercing through the Nirvana flame shield with an unstoppable force. Before that Nirvana flame could completely burn Xianxia's arm, the terrifying power broke through the Nirvana flame's defense and headed straight for Yue Yang's head. This was the full power of an innate level 8. Scram! Yue Yang's fist, which was filled with the power of the star explosion and strengthened by 100 times from the giant shadow, fiercely collided with Xianxia's fist. Yue Yang fought with all his might, not taking a single step back. In the sky, Princess Sissy leapt out. The Emperor's sword Qi, unleashed by the White Tiger's Qi, slashed heavily on Xianxia's head. Chapter 343. Xianxia had just pushed back Yue Yang when his head was hit by Princess Sissy. He couldn't help but cry out in pain. The giant sword that slashed into his head was smashed by Xianxia's furious attack. His long tail lashed out in retaliation. Princess Sissy curled her body and hugged her knees to protect her body. However, she was still sent flying by the huge force. She flew backwards like a cannonball and smashed into the sandstone. Princess Xianxia borrowed the sandstone to block the impact. Although it was extremely painful, she immediately counterattacked. With a kick of her legs, her speed was even faster than when she was falling, as she pounced towards Xianxia, who was fighting with Yue Yang. The image of the white tiger flashed above her head. Its soundless roar shook the soul. Xianxia's protective Qi field was torn apart by the image of the white tiger. Princess Xianxia used her hand as a sword and slashed down for the second time. A long sword aura sliced through the sky. A cross-shaped sword aura was formed from both of her hands and slashed down. Before it reached Xianxia, a cross-shaped wound had already appeared on his head which had just healed. Xianxia had 4 arms. He used 2 of his arms to fight against Princess Xianxia and the other 2 to fight against Yue Yang. With the strength of an innate level 8, even though he was heavily injured, he was still calm and unruffled. Die! Yue Yang's eyes flashed. He who had been hiding his strength all this while finally exploded. With the giant shadow's amplification, he used his full strength to attack his opponent for the first time. As his fists collided, his right leg kicked out with the world exterminating wheel. It hit Xianxia's left ankle. The world exterminating wheel slashed across silently. Xianxia's left ankle was broken. Xianxia, who was fighting with all his might, lost his footing and fell to the left. His arms, which had been blocking Princess Sissy's attack, could no longer block the sword aura. Princess Sissy's sword aura cut deeply into the gap between his arms, destroying one of Xianxia's eyes in his second form. Xianxia's arm, which had not recovered from the Nirvana's flame, was grabbed by Yue Yang. With a shoulder throw, Xianxia, who had lost his left leg, was thrown onto the ground by Yue Yang. Xianxia fell into the water. He immediately struggled madly in an attempt to stand up. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of water, it was just that his body wouldn't be destroyed by water. If he really fell into the water, he would definitely drown like a non-swimmer. More than 10 bolts of lightning fell from the sky. One after another, they bombarded Xianxia's head. Yue Yang was still holding onto Xianxia's heavily injured arm. He spun around and hung his legs upside down. The innate invisible sword Qi slashed at Xianxia's chest. A golden arrow shot out soundlessly, following closely behind the wound created by Yue Yang's innate sword Qi, and plunged into Xianxia's chest. Yellow Sand raised his head and discovered that a Thunder Naga, who was summoning lightning, and a Stone Element Medusa, who was wielding a bow and arrow, had appeared before him. Ayayayaya! A sharp, dagger-like scream exploded in Xianxia's ears. Xianxia's soul shook and his mind went blank. His heart was like a poisoned dagger and half of his body was paralyzed. When he woke up from the scream, he discovered that a pair of big eyes were glaring at him. It was that little Lamia. For the second time, little Wen Li's binding inherent skill was activated. This time, it wasn't the same as the last time, where it only lasted for half a second. That was a tactic that Yue Yang had devised to show weakness and make the opponent misjudge. Xianxia endured for 2 seconds, but he still couldn't move. His head was struck by Princess Sissy's White Tiger Qi for the 3rd time. Bloody Queen's Red Gold Dragon Slaying Dagger and Eye Destroyer Dagger penetrated deep into his back. Barbarian Cow Shadow Man, who had also activated Giant Shadow, used her most violent strength to hit the back of Xianxia's knees, causing him to fall forward. A small white jade hand that had been accumulating aurora light for a long time with the help of Yue Yang's innate chi, exploded with the most terrifying power. City Mistress Fallen Flowers, who was less than a fist away from Huang Sha's face, exploded with aurora light. The spiral-shaped light pillar easily pierced through Huang Sha's face. White light exploded. The whole second hall was shimmering in the dazzling white light. It took a long time for it to recover. Huang Sha, who had suffered countless injuries, fell into the puddles of water. He still hadn't died, however, he was powerless to reverse the situation. His chest and abdomen gradually turned into stone. Bit by bit, it started from the wound and gradually spread to the surroundings. His head, eyes and nose were completely destroyed by the aurora light, forming a big hole that went through the front and back of his body. Blood and brain matter flowed out. This kind of injury, even Huang Sha, who had a second form, would definitely not be able to recover. The star nucleus is here. Yue Yang stared at Huang Sha with his heaven eyes divine vision. In the end, his right arm that was burning with nirvana flame reached into Huang Sha's left rib and pulled out a ball of sparkling energy core. On it, heaven runes were flashing. The star nucleus that contained Huang Sha's origin energy was burning fiercely in the nirvana flame that Yue Yang had activated. Huang Sha's consciousness, spirit and soul that were attached to the star nucleus were all destroyed by nirvana flame and disappeared without a trace. A large amount of origin energy was refined by nirvana flame. Once his soul was destroyed, Huang Sha's body would not be able to withstand it anymore without the support of his soul. Huang Sha's head was smashed into pieces by Princess Sissy's sword chi and the Thunder Naga's lightning. His chest and abdomen were quickly petrified. Yue Yang and the barbarian cow Shadow's punches were left behind. With a loud bang, Huang Sha's corpse exploded into pieces and sank into the water. The golden tiger shark that was summoned by the stone element Medusa opened its bloody mouth and tasted the once-in-a-lifetime delicious meal in front of Dao Tai. After a perfect plan and ambush, they finally succeeded in killing Huang Sha. The innate level 8 Huang Sha was finally killed by Yue Yang and the girls after he had changed into his second form. Once Huang Sha died, the sandstone quickly collapsed. Large amounts of water gushed out from the gap and formed a huge waterfall in the second hall, falling down to the first hall below. Shui Wuxia and the ice serpent demon who had just destroyed the ice wall met up with the golden crown thorny flower queen and the golden beast whose stomach was bloated. They hurriedly met up with Yue Yang. When the spirit of flame and smoke saw that the second hall was filled with water, it was a little hesitant. It stayed outside and didn't enter. On the ground, the sand drill demon worm that had hurriedly escaped before its master died poked its head out. It looked at the second hall and realized that Huang Sha was completely dead. Its intelligent eyes couldn't help but show fear and shock. Before the spirit of flame and smoke could turn around and attack, it immediately burrowed deep into the ground. It was already terrified and didn't dare to fight with the spirit of flame and smoke. There's still 2 minutes. It's impossible to break the prison emperor's 7-star pillars. Princess Sissy's arm was shattered and one of her ribs was broken. Yu summoned a water ball of healing to heal her, but she didn't really care about it. Quickly think of a way. Ming Rihao probably won't be able to hold on for long. Shui Wuxia flew in. How's the situation outside? City Mistress Fallen Flowers was more concerned about the battle between Sha Fei and Ni Guo. Once Sha Fei and the others were completely defeated, Ni Guo would definitely send his men to stop them. Although their strength wasn't enough to be feared, it would be a waste of time if they dragged the battle on. Lei Shenxi was fighting against the impatiens, so he probably wouldn't have the time to do anything. But would Ming Rihao be able to stop Feng Shenxi? It's not optimistic. Shui Wuxia shook her head. Sha Fei and the others were weaker than Ni Guo in terms of numbers, levels and strength. It was impossible to rely on them to win. Their only use was to restrain the enemy. In the sky, thunder rumbled. Numerous lightning pillars fiercely struck the roof of the second hall. Lei Shenxi seemed to have discovered Huang Sha's death. He angrily shot a lightning pillar that shook the entire second hall. If it wasn't for the impatiens fighting him, he would probably have already attacked. There were 7 pillars in the second hall that couldn't be destroyed with just brute force. These were the 7-star prison emperor pillars that the prison emperor used to train. Not only were they protected by countless heaven realm runes, they were also protected by the prison emperor's will. Yue Yang slashed at the pillars with his world exterminating wheel, but he realized that he could only leave a shallow mark on the pillars. With this speed, he wouldn't be able to do anything even if he used the world exterminating wheel for a day and a night. However, would Feng Shenxi and Lei Shenxi, these two Heaven Realm rankers give them so much time. Most importantly, the two Heaven Realm great leaders who were still in deep slumber were about to wake up. If they woke up, then they definitely wouldn't be able to fight this battle anymore. You guys go further away, I have a way. It was unknown when the old dragon turtle had entered the hall. He was trembling as he leaned on his walking stick, suppressing his cough as he looked at Yue Yang and the girls, speaking word by word. Old man, if you're not dead, then go further away. Yue Yang obviously knew what the old dragon turtle was going to do. This old man was definitely going to self-destruct. It's impossible for you guys to open this seal, this place has the prison emperor's will. Within the three palaces, this place is second only to the prison emperor's deep coffin room. The old dragon turtle's wrinkled face revealed a calm expression. I am really tired of living. I have lived alone for 6,000 years, life is meaningless to me. Scram! Yue Yang sent the old dragon turtle flying with a flying kick. The girls were speechless. Shui Wuxia calmed down and carefully studied the heaven runes on the prison emperor's 7-star pillars, hoping to find a way to break it. If they had time, they might be able to find a way to break it. However, they didn't have enough time now. Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers looked at Yue Yang at the same time. In the end, City Mistress Fallen Flowers spoke, let's go back to the grimoire world. Let the Heaven Realm great leaders leave. When we have enough power, we will think of a way to leave the prison emperor divine palace. Ming Ri Hao is just using us. We don't have to fulfill this temporary promise for him. Furthermore, even if we break the seal on the prison emperor's 7-star pillars, it might not be a good thing for us. Yu Yu's face was also filled with pleading. She didn't want anything bad to happen to her precious little brother. He was not only the hope of the clan, he was everyone's life. Without him, everyone's lives would collapse. Just like the old dragon turtle's master, the prison emperor. Without him, there would be no meaning for everyone to live. Seeing the old dragon turtle begging for death, Yu Yu was most worried that Yue Yang would meet with misfortune. She would also die alone like the old dragon turtle. No, if he died, she definitely wouldn't want to live. When Yu Yu thought about how the old dragon turtle had lived alone for 6,000 years, her whole body shivered. Give me a little more time. Yue Yang took a deep breath and took out a pearl. He used to think that this pearl was the most useless thing in the world. It was the treasure that he was most dissatisfied with after he had transmigrated to this world. However, now, he had placed all of his hopes on it. This pearl was called the ground-splitting pearl. Ground-splitting pearl, fake, the wielder can shake the earth within a 100-meter radius, destroying all the structures on the ground. Limited to one use only. This fake, ground-splitting pearl, was the reward he obtained from the three-world shrine. Yue Yang had always thought that these 3 pearls were fake goods, they were the most useless things in the world. But now, Yue Yang realized something. In this world, there are only stupid people who don't know how to use treasures, there are no useless treasures. When Yue Yang's innate chi was infused into the ground-splitting pearl, this ground-splitting pearl that could only be used once immediately emitted a dazzling light. Bright, blazing and bright. It looked like the sun. Chapter 344. In Yue Yang's hand, the ground-breaking pearl was like a bottomless pit, absorbing innate chi continuously. When it had almost sucked out all the innate chi in Yue Yang's body, it suddenly exploded, creating a spherical shockwave that spread upwards, downwards, left and right. That kind of power was simply earth-shattering. However, that kind of unimaginable shockwave didn't cause any harm to the human body. Yue Yang, Princess Sissy, Fallen Flowers, Yu Yu and the others were standing in the center of the explosion, but they didn't feel anything at all. Other than feeling that it was slightly dazzling, they didn't feel anything else. They didn't even feel a gentle breeze. The shockwave spread far and wide at an extremely fast speed. When the spherical shape that had expanded to 100 meters in all directions shattered for the second time, it turned into countless rays of light that flickered in the second hall. It even scattered outside the main hall, illuminating the entire prison emperor divine palace. After a minute, when all the rays of light disappeared, the main hall returned to its original state. On the surface, nothing had changed. However, Yue Yang and the girls discovered something. Other than the 7-star prison emperor pillar that was completely undamaged, the buildings and ground within 100 meters of them had all disappeared. Only the illusions that were created by the prison emperors will remain. In the middle of the 7-star prison emperor pillar, a small light door appeared. That was the entrance to the prison emperor divine palace. Yue Yang took the lead and entered the sealed space inside the 7-star prison emperor pillar. The transparent passage didn't have any solid ground, but it allowed people to move freely. Other than the spirit of flame and smoke who was still outside and unwilling to enter the second hall, all the beasts followed Yue Yang as he advanced. The spirit of flame and smoke hesitated a little, but in the end, she chose to stay behind. She stared at the sand drill demon worm that would come out from the ground from time to time to peek at the battle. In the sealed space, there weren't any crystal pillars or coffins that Yue Yang had imagined. The entire sealed space was about the size of a football field. In the middle, there was only a giant cauldron. In the center of the cauldron, there was a strangely shaped sword that was emitting a faint golden light. The blade of the sword was as wide as an axe, extremely long and thick. Compared to this sword, the Zanmedao was like a thin piece of paper. There was an ancient rune on the blade, surrounded by 9 heaven runes, forming a picture. Yue Yang recognized that the ancient rune was the meaning of eternity. It seemed that this was its name, or perhaps it represented the essence of its sword. The divine sword concealed itself. It was dull and ancient, and its surface was unremarkable. Only Yue Yang, who possessed the heaven eye's divine vision, could see that it was emitting a faint golden light that was invisible to the naked eye. That light was filled with energy, as if it had substance. This is the Prison Emperor Divine Sword. Yue Yang was overjoyed. His agreement with Ming Ri Wu to release Ming Yu Guang wasn't his true intention at all. The reason why he wanted to enter the sealed space inside the 7-star Prison Emperor pillars was mainly because of this Prison Emperor Divine Sword. At first, the old dragon turtle didn't approve of Yue Yang coming in to retrieve the Prison Emperor Divine Sword. This was because this sword was more restrictive than the Prison Emperor Divine Staff and Divine Seal. Only people with the Emperor's bloodline could use this sword. He didn't think that a shameless brat like Yue Yang, who didn't have the demeanor of a king and wasn't a descendant of the imperial family, would be able to use the Prison Emperor Divine Sword. However, because of Ming Ri Wu's betrayal and the situation in the Prison Emperor Divine Palace, the old dragon turtle couldn't help but support Yue Yang. The old dragon turtle had no choice but to support Yue Yang in obtaining the sword. If Yue Yang didn't have enough strength and didn't have a divine weapon, then this battle would be very dangerous. Compared to watching the Prison Emperor Divine Palace collapse and letting the 2 Heaven Realm great leaders escape safely, the old dragon turtle would rather let Yue Yang try to retrieve the sword. Even if there was only a 1 in a million chance, he would still let Yue Yang try. Only people who are acknowledged by the Prison Emperor Divine Sword can retrieve the sword. The old dragon turtle coughed slightly. He didn't want to hurt Yue Yang too much. As for the condition of having the Emperor's bloodline, he knew that Yue Yang didn't have that kind of thing. Isn't it just a broken sword? Yue Yang was a little unhappy. Although it was a divine equipment, there was no need to be so arrogant. Its owner was already dead, couldn't it change its owner? You should go and try. To be honest, the old dragon turtle didn't think highly of Yue Yang. Xiao-san, I support you. You can definitely do it. Yu had the most confidence in her little brother. In her heart, Yue Yang was omnipotent. Yue Yang looked very arrogant on the surface, but he was actually a little scared in his heart. This was because he knew himself well. He was just a guy from another world. He had nothing to do with the Emperor's bloodline. The chances of him getting the Prison Emperor Divine Sword's acknowledgement was probably even lower than a pie falling from the sky. Of course, according to Yue Yang's shameless character, he would definitely not try to retrieve the sword openly. He would definitely cheat in the end. Yue Yang first walked to the side of the giant cauldron and jumped into the air. He extended his hand and grabbed the Prison Emperor Divine Sword that was twice as big as Yang Guo's black iron heavy sword and pulled it up with force. This Prison Emperor Divine Sword was stuck in the cauldron. There was nothing inside the cauldron. Originally, with Yue Yang's strength, not to mention 1 Prison Emperor Divine Sword, even if there were 100 of them, he could easily lift them up. The strange thing was that the sword didn't move at all. The sword that was stuck in the cauldron seemed to be connected to the ground. It couldn't be moved at all. When the old dragon turtle saw this, he immediately felt despair. Divine equipment choosing its owner really couldn't be forced. When the Prison Emperor used the Prison Emperor Divine Sword in the past, he had to communicate with the sword for a full 10 years before he could pull it out. Yue Yang didn't move at all. There was no need to think about it at all. He probably wouldn't succeed even if he communicated with the sword for 100 years. Although his attempt failed, Yue Yang wasn't discouraged. He turned around and gestured to Princess Sissy and City Lord Fallen Flowers, come and try too. When the old dragon turtle heard this, he was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. This prison emperor divine sword could only be used by men. Furthermore, he gave the divine weapon that the prison emperor had used before to a girl. Where was his manners? Did this brat really think that the prison emperor divine sword belonged to him? Just as he was about to stop him, he saw Yue Yang glaring at him. The old dragon turtle controlled himself. He reckoned that Yue Yang, who didn't respect the old at all, would definitely kick him if he tried to stop him. After living for thousands of years, he had never seen such a rude human. Yue Yang didn't care about the old dragon turtle's angry expression. He pulled Princess Sissy and City Lord Fallen Flowers up and gestured for them to pull out the sword. If he couldn't use it himself, then he could let his beloved girl use it. Princess Sissy was still a little hesitant. Her education was more orthodox, so she didn't dare to blaspheme divine weapons like Yue Yang. City Lord Fallen Flowers was different. She didn't have such concerns. Furthermore, as his wife, she would naturally listen to Yue Yang's words. City Lord Fallen Flowers pressed on the sword hilt. The prison emperor divine sword immediately flashed with a dazzling light and shook slightly. The old dragon turtle almost vomited blood. This sign was similar to when the prison emperor pulled out the sword. Could it be that this delicate-looking girl could also use the divine sword that only the prison emperor could use? Ah ya! City Lord Fallen Flowers suddenly screamed in pain and let go of her hand. Her hand had only touched the prison emperor divine sword for 2 to 3 seconds, but the prison emperor divine sword's resistance hurt her finger. Seeing this, the old dragon turtle was relieved. As expected, girls couldn't use the prison emperor divine sword. Fortunately, it was like this. Otherwise, the prison emperor's most famous divine weapon could only be used by girls in the future. That would be a huge disrespect to the prison emperor. Yu quickly healed City Lord Fallen Flowers. Yue Yang also pulled City Lord Fallen Flowers' hand and looked at it non-stop. There was clearly a reaction just now, so why did the divine sword still resist City Lord Fallen Flowers? When Princess Xianxia saw that Luo Hua's city mistress had failed, a wave of anger rose in her heart. Even if this was a godly weapon used by men and refused to allow a woman to use it, there was no need to injure Luo Hua's hand like this, right? She activated the White Tiger's strength and held onto the Prison Emperor Divine Sword, pulling it with all her might. The Prison Emperor Divine Sword shook even more obviously. Princess Sissy even managed to pull it out a little. However, the resistance was even stronger and sent her flying. It can't be. The old dragon turtle was completely stunned. Could it be that this little girl was the Prison Emperor's descendant? Her body had the most orthodox emperor's bloodline. However, he couldn't be sure that she was the Prison Emperor's descendant at all. Shui Wuxia also came up to try. The blade of the divine sword also shook slightly, similar to the reaction of Luo Hua. Again, lend me a hand. I don't believe that I can't take it down. Princess Sissy was angered by the Prison Emperor Divine Sword. With the help of Yue Yang's innate qi, she activated the White Tiger's strength at the same time. With a shout, she pulled the Prison Emperor Divine Sword out of the giant cauldron by almost half a meter. The crackling electricity from the protective sword numbed her whole body, making her feel unbearable pain. However, Princess Sissy held onto the sword hilt tightly, intending to pull the Prison Emperor Divine Sword out by force. This works too. The old dragon turtle felt that the world was upside down. Even the Prison Emperor back then couldn't pull the sword out by force. Could it be that a divine weapon would yield to a girl? Furthermore, this girl wasn't even an innate yet, but she already had the power to control the Prison Emperor Divine Sword. The Prison Emperor Divine Sword released a shockwave that shook off Princess Sissy's hands. The strong resistance caused Princess Sissy to vomit. Blood on the spot. Blood splattered on the Prison Emperor Divine Sword. The old dragon turtle shook his head. Without the Emperor's bloodline and King's spirit, the Prison Emperor Divine Sword wouldn't recognize the other party as its owner. Regardless of gender, the most basic requirement was to have the Emperor's bloodline. Maybe this stubborn girl was born in the Three Kingdoms royal family and was the daughter of an emperor, but the Divine Sword only recognized the emperor, not the princess. The Prison Emperor Divine Sword was the king's sword. The person who wielded it must be an emperor. This wasn't something that could be changed with a stubborn temper and strong willpower. The old dragon turtle sighed slightly. He was actually a little conflicted. On one hand, he didn't want Yue Yang and the girls to use the Prison Emperor's treasured sword. On the other hand, he hoped that Yue Yang could pull out the Prison Emperor Divine Sword and use the Divine Sword's power to kill the strong enemies outside. He wanted to fulfill the prison emperor's wish and seal the heaven realm warriors in the prison emperor divine palace forever. If I can't use it, I might as well just destroy it. Yue Yang's bad idea was to destroy the sword if he couldn't use it. He didn't want others to take advantage of him. No, don't destroy the divine sword. The old dragon turtle was really afraid that the prison emperor divine sword would be damaged, so he quickly waved his hand. Actually, Yue Yang was just saying that. He didn't want to destroy the sword. He felt that it wouldn't be easy to get the prison emperor divine sword's acknowledgement. However, even if he couldn't use it now, it didn't mean that he couldn't use it forever. As long as he spent some time, he should be able to get it. Especially Princess Sissy, who was born in an emperor's bloodline. She would definitely succeed. The most important thing was that Yue Yang still had another treasure. If he used it, it might have a miraculous effect. Of course, because this treasure was a consumable item, Yue Yang couldn't use it rashly before he researched it thoroughly. Otherwise, he might miss his only chance. Human King's Pearl. Fake. The owner can possess the dignity of an emperor for 10 seconds. Limited to one use. Would the Human King's Pearl that he obtained from the 3 divine palaces be useful? While Yue Yang was still calculating in his heart, the old dragon turtle had already pounced forward and opened his arms to block the giant cauldron. He was afraid that Yue Yang would really use the world-exterminating wheel to destroy the sword. Towards this old fellow, Yue Yang sent him flying with a kick and took out the Human King's Pearl. Whether it was a success or a failure, it would all depend on this fake version of the pearl. Chapter 345. Light flashed. Under the support of innate chi, the Human King Pearl emitted a dazzling light. A gigantic emperor's image appeared in the sky, covering Yue Yang's body. The emperor's image in the sky moved according to Yue Yang's hand gesture. Yue Yang stretched out his hand and pulled out the sword. The gigantic emperor's image also extended its hand and pulled out the sword at the same time. The prison emperor divine sword in the cauldron trembled slightly. Although it was just a counterfeit version of the Human King Pearl, it seemed to be really useful. Yue Yang was secretly happy. At the same time, his confidence increased greatly. Come out. Yue Yang used all his strength and shouted loudly. He forcefully pulled out the prison emperor divine sword from the cauldron and held it high up in the sky. At that moment, there was nothing more powerful than this. The prison emperor divine sword in his hand released a few electric lights, making a sizzling sound. The aura of the prison emperor divine sword after it was unsealed suddenly exploded. The shockwave was so strong that it forced everyone around to take a few steps back. The power of the divine sword and Yue Yang became one with the sword. Although Yue Yang had shamelessly used some tricks, the prison emperor divine sword still recognized him as its new master. However, just as the girls were about to cheer for Yue Yang fiercely smashed the prison emperor divine sword on the ground. Could it be that this sword was fake? The old dragon turtle was stunned. This was obviously the real prison emperor divine sword. Then why did Yue Yang smash the sword? The old dragon turtle was confused. He couldn't understand why Yue Yang had gone crazy. Since the prison emperor divine sword had chosen him as its master, he should be happy. Why did he smash the sword on the spot? The prison emperor divine sword didn't smash onto the ground. Instead, it floated up automatically. An image appeared in the sky. It was a man dressed in a warrior's attire. He was tall, mighty, strong, and heroic. Under his thick eyebrows and big eyes, he had a full beard that seemed to have weathered the vicissitudes of life. His short stubble did not give people the feeling that he was down and out. Instead, it gave people the feeling that he was especially mature and wise. There was a kind of calmness that came from experiencing all kinds of hardships in the world, and a kind of loneliness and calmness that came from seeing through the countless things in the world. It was a perfect combination. When that deep gaze looked over, anyone would be unable to help but sigh in shame. That was because the light inside was like a lake or an ocean. Just what kind of experiences did he have in the past for him to contain so much wisdom? Prison Emperor. It's true. When the old dragon turtle saw this person, tears immediately streamed down his face. After 6,000 years, he finally saw his master again. Even though this was only the remnant image of his consciousness left on the divine sword, it still made the old dragon turtle extremely excited and unable to control himself. 6,000 years of longing exploded in an instant. Hot tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes that were already dry. Yue Yang was secretly sweating. This guy was the prison emperor. Wasn't he too big and tall? He did not look like a human at all. Could it be that the humans from 6,000 years ago were all so big and tall? The image of the prison emperor in front of Yue Yang did not seem to have been enlarged. It was the same size as the real prison emperor. However, his height was more than 2.5 meters, much taller than Yue Yang. When Yue Yang stood in front of the image, he looked just like a teenager. Alright, this was a different world's version of Yao Ming's avatar. No wonder the prison emperor divine sword was so big. If it was a normal sword, the prison emperor would look like a small dagger when holding it. That was really not suitable. My child, although I do not know who you are, you were able to use your blood to awaken the consciousness that I sealed in the sword. This proves that you are my descendant, without a doubt. Don't be afraid. What you see now is the remnant of my consciousness that I sealed 6,000 years ago. Before it disappears, I will give you a present. The image of the prison emperor spoke. There was no sound, but this kind of consciousness could be directly transmitted into everyone's mind. Everyone present could hear it clearly. Ah, you are the descendant of the prison emperor. The old dragon turtle looked at Yue Yang in shock. You are old and muddled. Yue Yang sweated profusely. He was a guy from another world. He had nothing to do with the prison emperor. How could he be his descendant? Prison emperor, he must be talking about xianxia. Shui Wuxia reacted the fastest. She had seen Princess Sissy vomiting blood after being injured by the divine sword. The blood had splashed onto the blade of the divine sword. Now that there was no blood on the blade, it was obviously absorbed by the divine sword. From this, she deduced that it was Princess Sissy's blood that unsealed the prison emperor's consciousness. Impossible. Princess Sissy was shocked when she heard this. The divine sword was still resisting her just now. How could she suddenly become the descendant of the prison emperor? What is going on? City Mistress Fallen Flowers felt that her thoughts were in a mess. She couldn't understand the changes in front of her. The image of the prison emperor slowly clasped his hands together. Countless energy gathered in his palms. His consciousness was transmitted into everyone's mind. My child, although you are still unable to use the prison emperor divine sword with your current strength, don't give up. I will also help you. I hope that you can use the divine sword well and not let me down. In Princess Sissy's astonished and even panicked reaction, the energy gathered by the image of the prison emperor resonated with the energy of the divine sword. In the end, the image of the prison emperor's consciousness disappeared. The two energies fused together and formed a ball of light. It flew straight towards Princess Sissy. Between heaven and earth, a tiger's roar shook the entire prison emperor divine palace. Princess Sissy's guardian beast, the white tiger, instantly appeared and turned into a giant beast that was more than 10 meters long. It opened its mouth and swallowed the ball of energy in one gulp. It turned into a pillar of light and shot towards the sky. At a high altitude, it turned around and returned to Princess Sissy's head. After digesting and absorbing the energy from the afterimage and the godly sword, the golden patterns on the white tiger's body shone brilliantly. Princess xianxia, who had been suppressing herself and did not want to level up to the innate stage too early, could no longer resist the enormous energy brought by the white tiger's return. With a shout, she stomped on the ground and soared into the sky. She floated at a height of 10 meters, not moving an inch. Her summoning grimoire came out automatically. A golden pillar of light enveloped her body, connecting heaven and earth. It was almost 100 meters tall. The ancient runes and heaven runes interweaved and formed a circle. It slowly spread out, faintly forming a huge image of a fierce tiger. As for the prison emperor divine sword, it automatically flew up and entered the pillar of light. Together with the rune tiger and the summoning grimoire, the three of them bathed in the golden pillar of light. After an unknown amount of time, this shocking advancement to the innate realm finally came to an end. The golden light gradually faded. Princess Sissy, who had leveled up to the innate realm, held the prison emperor divine sword in her hand. She slashed downwards. The sword flashed and disappeared. Without a sound, a terrifying scar appeared from the sealed space to the second hall outside. It was as if the space had been cut apart. Forget about everyone else, even Princess Sissy herself didn't think that a casual slash would have such power. The heavens have blessed us, so the prison emperor has a successor. The old dragon turtle cried and laughed at the same time. He no longer had any doubts about the prison emperor's personal acknowledgement of Princess Sissy. Instead, he was touched. He had always thought that the prison emperor's descendants were extinct. He never thought that this valiant little girl was actually the prison emperor's descendant who had escaped death that year. Yue Yang sweated profusely. Through the human King Pearl's deceit, he had successfully made the Prison Emperor Divine Sword recognize him as its master. Originally, he could have used the Prison Emperor Divine Sword, but because of the interference of the Prison Emperor's remnant consciousness, he only allowed the Prison Emperor Divine Sword to be used by his descendants. This made Yue Yang happy for nothing. The Prison Emperor might have done it out of goodwill, but he never thought that the one who could pull out the Divine Sword was not his descendant, but a guy from another world who had used the human King Pearl to create an illusion. Hence, when he helped, Yue Yang was met with tragedy. The Prison Emperor Divine Sword had already recognized him as its master, but Yue Yang couldn't use it. The one who could use it was the Prison Emperor's descendant, not the rightful owner, but the successor that the Prison Emperor recognized, Princess Sissy. Luckily, the one who used the Divine Sword was Princess Sissy, and not an outsider. Otherwise, Yue Yang would have been so depressed that he would have hanged himself. At the same time, from Princess Sissy's point of view, she also felt bad. Although the Prison Emperor Divine Sword obeyed the Prison Emperor's will, it had always resisted women and non-emperors from using it. Hence, the compatibility was not 100%. Furthermore, with this Divine Sword, she wouldn't be able to unleash her full power, and she would also have the identity of the Prison Emperor's successor. Could it be that her ancestor was really the Prison Emperor? She didn't dare to ask Zheng Wuyu about this. She couldn't just randomly recognize him as her ancestor. If Yue Yang obtained this Prison Emperor Divine Sword, his power would definitely increase greatly. Unfortunately, after wasting a human King Pearl to successfully contract the Divine Sword, he still couldn't use it in the end. Forget it, it's fated, don't force it. Yue Yang pretended that he didn't care, but he was actually a little jealous. It was all the Prison Emperor's fault for meddling in other people's business. I still think that you look more handsome when you use Wei Jin to chop people. This Prison Emperor Divine Sword is like an iron plate, it's not nice to look at, it can't even compare to the Crescent Moon Sword. City Mistress Fallen Flowers quickly comforted him. Yu, the second sister, was secretly laughing. She knew that her precious brother had always been a lucky person. Forget about pretending to be useless in the past. Ever since he brought his sister to the Yu clan castle, he had never met with any tragedy. Who would have thought that he would be taught a lesson by the Prison Emperor's remnant consciousness today? Maybe this is a good thing. Shui Wuxia felt that this might be a blessing in disguise. Yes. The well-behaved little Wen Li nodded her head in agreement. Princess Sissy really didn't know what to say to comfort Yue Yang. In the end, she changed her usual reserved manner and gave him a hug as compensation. Now that there were a lot of people around, otherwise she might have comforted him a little more. But other than the girls, there was also the old dragon turtle, an outsider. She couldn't put down her pride. Since he didn't have a share of the Prison Emperor Divine Sword, Yue Yang started to think about this cauldron. Yue Yang had seen this kind of cauldron once before. It was in the Ares Temple of the 12 Zodiac Temples. Yue Yang had seen this kind of cauldron that could store items. At that time, Yue Yang used gold coins to exchange for many things, including a treasure map of the Death Canyon. Could it be that this cauldron also had something good? Yue Yang took out a handful of gold coins and was about to exchange them. When the old dragon turtle saw this, he was so shocked that he almost died. Of course, the old dragon turtle knew that the Ares Temple cauldron could store items with money. However, he dared to guarantee that this cauldron was completely different from that cauldron. No matter how much money was placed in this cauldron, it wouldn't be able to exchange for anything. It was just a sealed cauldron. A ray of dazzling white light shot out from the cauldron. Without waiting for the crowd to react, countless balls of light flew out from the cauldron one by one. It was as if a fish pond had a hole in its dam and the fishes were fighting to escape. What was going on? Chapter 346. All the white light floated out of the sealed space like fish and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. In the end, only a soft ball of light was left. There was a girl inside the ball of light. She looked like an elf under the moon. She had golden hair, pointy ears and silver feet. Her eyes were bright. Could this be Ming Ri Hao's sister, Ming Yu Guang? Yue Yang couldn't help but stare blankly. In terms of appearance, the difference between this Ming Yu Guang and her brother Ming Ri Hao was like heaven and earth. One was a slender and gentle female elf, while the other was a 10 meters tall giant. What Yue Yang was curious about was, if these two were really siblings, what kind of parents would be able to give birth to two completely different children? Ming Yu Guang, who was still inside the ball of light, slowly opened her eyes and looked at Yue Yang. Then, she performed an innate special etiquette. In terms of body size, she couldn't be Ming Rihao's sister. But in terms of strength, she who had just been released from the seal and was still extremely weak was probably above Ming Rihao. Even though Yue Yang was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful when he saw Ming Yu Guang. If he knew that Ming Yu Guang was still so strong even after being sealed for 6,000 years, he wouldn't have released her so easily just for the prison emperor divine sword. Of course, even if Yue Yang didn't pull out the sword, with Ming Yu Guang's strength, it wouldn't take long for her to break free from the seal. Although I have been in deep sleep, I still received the message that my brother sent me. He mentioned the agreement with you. Regarding the reconciliation with the human rankers, that is my wish. Originally, I did not have any enmity with the humans, everything was just a misunderstanding. Thank you for releasing me, I hope that we can be friends forever. Ming Yu Guang didn't say anything, she only nodded her head slightly. However, everyone present seemed to have heard her voice. A strange message appeared in their minds. This kind of message was similar to the prison emperor's just now. In fact, it was even more accurate and clear. What will you do next? Yue Yang asked. Leave the prison emperor divine palace and return to heaven realm. Today, I am extremely weak and can't help you in any way. If you manage to ascend to the beautiful heaven realm in the future, you can come and find me. I'm from the Sun Moon sect. It's very easy to find me in the heaven realm. Ming Yu Guang's thought wave was not only transmitted to Yue Yang, everyone could hear it clearly, including the old dragon turtle. You have killed General Nan and many imperial guards. You have even attacked the prison emperor. If you want to leave, you have to go through me first. The old dragon turtle was furious. I'm very sorry for my previous mistake. Ming Yu Guang bowed slightly to the old dragon turtle. Then, she shook her head lightly and waved her lily-white hands. I don't want to fight with you. The war between the Sun Moon sect and the humans is a mistake. I won't allow this mistake to happen again. Yuanlong, even if I don't say it, I'm sure you know that you're no match for me. Even if you were at your peak, you still wouldn't be able to hurt me now. 6,000 years had passed and I had been imprisoned in the prison emperor divine palace for thousands of years. I had always been thinking about one question. Who was the one who set up this trap to sow discord and make us kill each other? Yuan Long, you also know that the real mastermind is someone else. In this kind of situation, don't tell me you still want to perish together with me and let the real mastermind continue to get away with it. The old dragon turtle suddenly realized that it was true. He had too many enemies and Ming Yu Guang was too strong. Now that he had not recovered from his injuries, he couldn't do anything to her. Most importantly, the person the old dragon turtle wanted to kill the most was the prison emperor divine general. Before he killed the traitor, the old dragon turtle couldn't die easily. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. He had worked so hard to enter the prison emperor divine palace and reach this step. As long as he could obtain the prison emperor divine staff, he would be able to kill the traitor prison emperor divine general. The old dragon turtle really didn't want to miss this opportunity. To kill Ming Yu Guang, forget about the fact that he didn't have the ability to do so. Even if he had the ability, he would kill the traitor prison emperor divine general first. That traitor had lived for 6,000 years and had never been punished by anyone. The old dragon turtle couldn't tolerate the traitor getting away with it anymore. After weighing the pros and cons, the old dragon turtle decided to let go of Ming Yu Guang, who had a smaller grudge against him, and think of a way to kill the prison emperor divine general first. Towards his enemy who had been sleeping for 6,000 years, the old dragon turtle felt pain that he couldn't stop her from leaving. He slowly walked out of the sealed space, unwilling to see his enemy leave safely in front of him. Outside the sealed space, Ming Rihao, whose entire body was dim and his chest and back were covered with huge wounds, walked in with Sha Fei who was also covered in wounds and the 3 Heaven Realm warriors. He brushed past the old dragon turtle. The two of them acted as if they didn't see each other. They didn't say a word and continued to walk forward. When Ming Rihao, Sha Fei and the 3 Heaven Realm warriors saw Ming Yu Guang, other than excitement, there was also respect on their faces. They all knelt down and paid their respects to Ming Yu Guang. Immediately after, Ming Rihao took out a ball of light that was filled with energy and gave it to Ming Yu Guang. We have lost this battle. Fortunately, we are still alive. As long as we are alive, there is hope. Ming Yu Guang pointed at the ball of light and quickly absorbed it. At the same time, she turned her lily-like hands and a few rays of light that were as soft as moonlight floated out and enveloped Ming Rihao and Sha Fei's bodies. The few people who were severely injured instantly recovered. I was unable to stop Feng Shenxi, and you were also unable to release the seal on time. We are unable to fulfill our previous promise. Before we leave, please allow me to give you a piece of advice as your ally. Ming Rihao raised his head and looked at Yue Yang. The two great leaders are about to awaken. In at most an hour, they will be able to come out from the deep coffin room in the third palace hall. If you are unable to stop them from awakening, then leave as soon as possible. Their power is not something that you and I can resist. In another 100 years, you might be able to become the new prison emperor and become the strongest among the humans. But now, can you guys leave this place? Yue Yang was a little curious. Under the prison emperor's sealing will, could they leave? He can't, but as the sealing goddess, I should be able to hide from the prison emperor's will. Ming Yu Guang bowed slightly towards Yue Yang and the other girls. She summoned a shining grimoire. It was gorgeous and magnificent. Yue Yang's eyes twitched when he saw it, because he realized that it was actually a holy grimoire. Among all the summoning grimoires, there were only 100 holy grimoires. This Ming Yu Guang actually had one. Although her holy grimoire could not be compared to the holy grimoire in Queen Vivian Li's hands, but the fact that Ming Yu Guang had a holy grimoire, even Yue Yang, who knew her true identity from the monster Guy and Jay, was still shocked. Possessing a platinum grimoire and a diamond grimoire was already considered an amazing person. But she had a holy grimoire. Did this mean that she was one of the 100 strongest people in the world? Ming Yu Guang used a very special and beautiful, bright moon domain to envelop Ming Rihao, Sha Fei and the others and kept them into her grimoire world. After that, she waved her hand towards Yue Yang, as if she was preparing to leave. Suddenly, she stopped. She turned her head and smiled. She opened her mouth and asked Yue Yang with her heavenly voice, "Did you already know that I am one of the 3 great leaders of the Western Heaven Realm? Are you one of the 3 great leaders of the Heaven Realm?" Yue Yang already knew that the monster man and Jay, who had betrayed them at the last minute, had told them all the secrets he knew. It was because of this information that Yue Yang and the girls decided to cooperate with Ming Rihao to pull out the Prison Emperor Divine Sword and release Ming Yu Guang at the same time. Although your expression is very exaggerated, my instincts tell me that you already knew my identity. Ming Yu Guang's eyes seemed to be a little curious. Can you tell me, why did you pull out the Prison Emperor Divine Sword to unseal me? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you once I come out? Don't doubt me, I have the ability to do so. Although I am very weak, it is still very easy for me to kill a human ranker who is below innate level 10. If I don't pull out the Prison Emperor Divine Sword, how many days would it take for you to free yourself? Yue Yang asked back. At least 3 days, Ming Yu Guang estimated. If you can free yourself, then why is Ming Rihao so anxious to cooperate with me? Yue Yang asked again. Because he doesn't want me to wake up slower than the other 2. You know, sometimes, time is life. Ming Yu Guang replied. After we unsealed you, why didn't you take the chance to attack us? You said just now that you have the ability to kill us easily, why didn't you do that? Yue Yang asked casually, as if he wasn't asking about his own life and death, but what they were going to eat tonight. You are younger than the prison emperor, and even scarier. Please forgive me, but I think the word, scarier, is more suitable to describe you. Ming Yu Guang turned around and her shadow gradually disappeared into the bright moon domain. However, her last reply turned into a thought wave and was transmitted into Yue Yang's mind. Actually, I had thought of killing you. However, when I opened my eyes, I immediately changed my mind. Because I will not do something so senseless. Killing a descendant of the Dongfang celestial tribe who can continuously revive in nirvana flame is not a smart move. It is also not something that I, who has the moon pupil's true sight, would do. Goodbye, young man who has the protection of an immortal beast. When you have the power of a prison emperor, I don't mind sharing the Western Heaven Realm with you. This girl has such a big appetite. Yue Yang sighed inwardly. Ming Yu Guang's meaning seemed like she wanted to cooperate with him to kill the other 2 Heaven Realm great leaders. There's still an hour left, can we make it in time? Shui Wuxia frowned. I dare to bet that you guys won't even be able to enter the 3rd palace hall within an hour, let alone interfere with the revival ceremony. In order to fight for time, we have sacrificed a large number of our comrades. If you guys don't come in, we can continue to sleep and leave the prison emperor divine palace after 100 years without any losses. What's worse is that you guys dared to cooperate with Ming Rihao and release a terrifying enemy that you guys would never have thought of. That is Ming Yu Guang, one of the three great leaders who has been sealed by the prison Emperor Divine Sword and did not escape back to the Heaven Realm. You detestable fellows have completely ruined the 5,000-year plan that we had originally formulated. Now, I am very angry, so I have no choice but to teach you a little lesson. If you have a next life, remember this: never provoke me. In the sealed space passage, there was a transparent giant. His voice was like the howling of a gale and his roar was like thunder. Once he opened his mouth, a gust of wind swept towards Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia. Feng Shenxi, Yue Yang asked uncertainly, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Go and die, hateful human. The transparent giant disappeared with the wind and disappeared without a trace. At the entrance of the passage, the old dragon turtle was sent flying by a huge force. He flew backwards like a cannonball. When Yue Yang caught him, the old dragon turtle, who was originally calm and collected, showed a panic-stricken expression. He pointed at the second palace hall outside the passage and swallowed his saliva with trembling lips. Everyone, be careful. There are two demonic beasts outside. These demonic beasts should have been brought down from the Heaven Realm. They have just been awakened and are extremely hungry. Do not be careless. When Yue Yang heard this, he was slightly startled. Demonic beasts. Chapter 347. Demonic beasts did not exist in the Soaring Dragon continent. They were extremely strong monsters that only existed in the higher levels of Tong Tian Tower. Normal demonic beasts lived in the lands of the Eastern Goblin tribe and were ordered around by them. Demonic beasts with intelligence would evolve into some low-level Eastern Goblin tribe members. For example, the Plum Leopard and Shang brothers that Yue Yang fought previously were both demonic beasts. Of course, not every demonic beast had the chance to evolve into an Eastern Goblin tribe member. It could only be achieved with a special opportunity. The difficulty was no less than a normal demonic beast evolving into a Gold King beast. After receiving the knowledge from the pitiful guy's mother, Yue Yang knew a secret. The kind of demonic beasts that even innate rankers feared were not normal demonic beasts. They came from a higher level, such as the demonic beasts from the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower or Heaven Realm. Goblin beasts from the Heaven Realm only existed in legends. According to the records of the inherited knowledge, they might never have the intelligence of a human. However, goblin beasts from the Heaven Realm all had huge bodies and extremely strong bodies. They were not something that normal goblin beasts or demon beasts could compare to. It was said that almost any goblin beast from the Heaven Realm could kill a lower-leveled innate ranker. Heaven Realm demonic beasts were the nightmares of innate rankers. Fortunately, they lived in the higher levels of Tong Tian Tower and were not a threat to humans. Hearing the old dragon turtle mention demonic beasts, Yue Yang immediately realized that the Heaven Realm demonic beasts were released by Feng Shenxi to obstruct him. Everyone don't move, I'll go out and take a look. Yue Yang took out his Wei Jin magic blade and flew out of the sealed space at high speed. At the end of the passage was the second hall. When Yue Yang came out, he was dumbfounded to see that there were 200-meter-long giant centipedes madly surrounding and killing Ni Guo's subordinates. Other than Ni Guo, who was an innate level 6 and 2 innate level 5 Heaven Realm rankers who could barely protect themselves, the other dozen or so people could not escape successfully. All of them became targets of the centipedes. The demonic beasts that they summoned to fight could only be killed instantly in front of the two giant centipedes. No matter what it was, as long as it became bigger, it would be very scary. Ants were so weak that even if they turned into giant fire ants, it would still be a nightmare for mercenaries. Ordinary centipedes were nothing, and ordinary people could trample them to death. But when it came to the centipede-type magical beasts, they were extremely terrifying. The strongest centipede-type magical beast should be the red-headed tyrant centipede. It was the overlord of the centipedes, and its body was 30 meters long. Its carapace was as hard as iron, and it was impervious to swords and blades. Its 100 feet were like spears, and it had a venomous jaws. The overlord centipede could hunt and kill flaming lions, battle kodos, mammoths, and other powerful magical beasts. There was no such creature in the Soaring Dragon continent. At the very least, one would need to be at the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower to see its activity. An adult tyrant centipede, along with the Reaper Mantis, the Devil Spider, the War God Scorpion, and the Sky Demon Poison Bee, were known as the 5 kings of the insect tribe. Among them, it and the Reaper Mantis were the strongest contenders for the title of the 5 Great Kings. If the Reaper Mantis didn't know how to fly, it might even be able to suppress it. A mere 30 meters long tyrant centipede could already run amok in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Now, a 100 meters long heaven realm centipede that was 3 times longer and 5 times larger than the tyrant centipede. How terrifying would it be? Yue Yang realized that his star explosion was actually unable to see through the opponent's true strength. Although he was sure that they weren't as strong as xianxia or Mingri Wu, but compared to humanoid creatures, the body of this heaven realm centipede was much stronger. Not only were these 2 heaven realm centipedes huge in size, they were also extremely fast and nimble beyond belief. In the main hall, there was a Lin Gong. It had just been summoned, so it didn't have the time to attack yet. Among them, there was a heaven realm centipede that actually shot its entire body into the sky. It raised its head high, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It bit the top of the Lin Gong's head, and its poisonous jaws deeply pierced into its enemy's skull. Its sharp, poisonous legs pierced into the body of the Lin Gong that was more than 30 meters long and was a gold rank level 8. The Lin Gong couldn't even struggle and directly fell to the ground. In less than 10 seconds, the Lin Gong that was originally able to kill everything in its path didn't even have the chance to struggle. With just a few weak movements of its tail, it died. As for the heaven realm centipede, it didn't even care about its enemies looking around and started eating the Lin Gong. The entire process was extremely bloody and cruel. Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy followed behind. When they saw this terrifying killing process, their faces turned pale. Seeing the 100-meter-long heaven realm centipede eating the Lin Gong not far away from them, that kind of terror was unimaginable to ordinary people. Outside of the 2 heaven realm centipedes, with the exit of the sealed space as the center, there was a huge whirlpool that surrounded the entire second hall. The wall of wind that was even colder than a hurricane prevented any living being from entering or leaving. All the living beings that stayed in the whirlpool became the prey of the heaven realm centipedes. This was not only for Yue Yang, but also for Ni Guo and his subordinates. In order to prevent Yue Yang from leaving, Feng Shenxi placed a treasure in the second hall. Using the treasure, he summoned one of the most famous battle formations in the heaven realm, Howling Wind Formation. All living beings couldn't fly in the Howling Wind Formation. Even if they used their legs to walk, their speed would be greatly reduced. Yue Yang didn't even have the time to test the power of the Howling Wind Formation before Ni Guo and his subordinates met a tragic end. The Howling Wind Formation and 2 demonic beasts were definitely equivalent to a tragic death. At this moment, the hungry heaven realm centipedes were massacring inside the Howling Wind Formation. What are centipedes afraid of? Yue Yang felt that it would be useless to kill them head-on. He needed to find their weak points and then deal a fatal blow to them. Otherwise, even if the heaven realm centipedes didn't move at all and just stretched out their heads to let him chop them, it would probably take him half a day to kill one. Centipedes are afraid of chickens. Shui Wuxia gave the correct answer. Then, looks like we need to find a rooster that is at least a few 100 meters tall. Otherwise, we won't be able to eat the heaven realm centipedes. Yue Yang sweated profusely. He knew that chickens eat centipedes. The problem was, where could he find a chicken that could eat a 100 meters long centipede? Furthermore, this was a heaven realm centipede, a demonic beast. It was hard to say if it was afraid of chickens. Using chickens to deal with centipedes was definitely out of the question. What gave Yue Yang a headache was not the 2 heaven realm centipedes. Even though they looked really hungry and their stomachs were rumbling with hunger, they couldn't threaten him. The real problem was how to leave the Howling Wind Formation. The 2 great leaders of the heaven realm would wake up within an hour. If they didn't interfere with the awakening ceremony, the consequences would be unthinkable. How could he go around the 2 heaven realm centipedes, pass through the wind wall of the Howling Wind Formation and stop Feng Shenxi from awakening the 2 great leaders of the heaven realm? While Yue Yang was thinking, the heaven realm rankers who had rushed to the second hall were fighting with their lives on the line. They had already been reduced to food. Ni Guo and his 2 strongest companions were frightened to the point that their faces were filled with fear. They used their invisibility secret technique and hid in the corner of the second hall. Even though their companions were continuously being killed and screamed miserably, they didn't dare to help their companions who were being attacked. They were deeply afraid that they would implicate themselves. The remaining few heaven realm rankers were still bitterly holding on. Some of them merged with their beasts and transformed into giant monsters that were more than 20 meters tall. Of course, their giant bodies were nothing compared to the heaven realm centipedes. In front of the 100 meters long centipedes, their giant bodies seemed very small. Even if the heaven realm centipedes lightly bumped into them, they would fall down unsteadily. No one dared to fight against these two terrifying demonic beasts. Some of them shot out light balls from afar to harass them, some of them summoned raging flames, intending to use the raging flames to protect themselves. There were also some who waved their giant weapons and attacked the demonic beasts from behind. However, this kind of action quickly proved that it was a futile struggle. Any kind of weapon that slashed the two Heaven Realm centipedes would only create sparks. Forget about breaking the Heaven Realm centipedes, carapace that was stronger than steel, they couldn't even move their smaller limbs. The Heaven Realm centipedes could also ignore energy attacks such as fire and ice. When Yue Yang saw this, he secretly gasped in surprise. The defense of these two Heaven Realm centipedes was really too strong. Normal attacks were completely useless against them. Attacking them was equivalent to a normal mercenary attacking a Herculean rhinoceros beetle. The two Heaven Realm centipedes surrounded more than 10 Heaven Realm rankers, one above and one below. If those Heaven Realm rankers weren't in a hurry to escape, they wouldn't immediately attack them. However, if someone tried to pass through the wind wall and escape from the second hall, they would immediately use their extremely agile speed to catch up to them before they could escape. They would then kill them and bite them to death. Even the Heaven Realm rankers that were 20 meters tall who merged with their beasts wouldn't be able to last more than a minute before they were torn apart and eaten by the Heaven Realm centipedes, other than Niguo and his two strongest companions. The other Heaven Realm rankers wouldn't be able to escape from their Howling Wind spell. The two Heaven Realm centipedes were very cunning. They would first kill the summoned beasts and swallow them into their stomachs. This imperceptibly gave the Heaven Realm rankers some hope. They hoped that the two goblin beasts would let them go when they were full. However, from Yue Yang's point of view, forget about the people in front of them. Even if there were more Heaven Realm rankers and beasts, it wouldn't be enough for them to swallow. The two Heaven Realm centipedes in front of them might not have enough intelligence to come up with such a cunning plan. It was only their instinct. They were born to oppress their enemies and let them live longer. Then, they would continue to scare them and obtain more food. Furthermore, the prey that had already been scared out of their wits wouldn't be able to use 100% of their strength. I think we should take action before those fellows are completely eaten. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Princess Sissy tightened her grip on the Prison Emperor Divine Sword. Although she had already become an innate and possessed the Prison Emperor Divine Sword, she wasn't sure if the Prison Emperor Divine Sword would be able to kill these two Heaven Realm centipedes. No, let's wait a little longer. Yue Yang knew that if they went out now and joined hands with the other Heaven Realm rankers, their overall fighting power would be greater. However, he didn't think that they would be able to kill these two Heaven Realm centipedes with just a few more Heaven Realm rankers. If these two Heaven Realm centipedes could be easily killed, then Feng Shenxi wouldn't have released them. Yue Yang considered this point and shook his head to reject Princess Sissy's suggestion. He then said to her solemnly, "You guys stay here and don't leave. I alone will stop the revival ceremony." Princess Sissy immediately objected, "Absolutely not. You can't leave us behind. Furthermore, you can't fight against Feng Shenxi alone." She knew that Yue Yang had good intentions. He didn't want everyone to take the risk. According to her 6 records inherent skill, she had a bad feeling. She felt that Yue Yang would be in danger this time, but she couldn't clearly sense what the danger was. Could they really stop the revival ceremony of the two great leaders of Heaven Realm? Was it too late? Princess Sissy's heart was in a mess and she wasn't sure. That was why she firmly disagreed with Yue Yang's decision to act alone. Even if the help they could give him was insignificant and negligible, it would still be better than having to work alone without any help. Shui Wuxia was the opposite of Princess Sissy. Normally, she would oppose Yue Yang's opinion. However, at this critical moment, she supported him without any reason. She knew that Yue Yang definitely had his reasons for doing this. Even if he didn't say it, this was definitely the best way. If this wasn't the best choice, then he definitely wouldn't do it. That was why Shui Wuxia supported him with all her might and persuaded everyone to support him. What he needed was everyone's support. She suddenly reached out and hugged Yue Yang. She said in a low voice, "I understand. We will wait for you here." Chapter 348. The Howling Wind spell was definitely the nemesis of all flying beasts. It was not a skill, but a special spell that could only be summoned with a special treasure. The walls of wind inside the whirlpool of the Howling Wind spell had an extremely strong ability to deprive flying beasts. Every time it increased in height, the suction from the walls of wind and the whirlpool would increase by 1 level. Inside the walls of wind, there were countless tornadoes that could cut and crush everything. Most importantly, it had some kind of mysterious binding force that could prevent teleportation, shapeshifting and escaping. In short, once one fell into the howling wind spell, unless one was much stronger than the summoner or was immune to wind energy, it would be extremely difficult to escape. The only weakness was that this howling wind spell had a time limit. It would probably weaken and disappear in less than 2 hours. However, this was not good news for Yue Yang. Yue Yang, who was in a hurry to rush to the third hall's deep coffin room, to stop the two great leaders from reviving, would definitely not wait for it to disappear. Wind energy. Yue Yang had previously comprehended the nature's heart. Furthermore, he had trained in the innate invisible sword qi, which was an innate skill. He had a different understanding of life energy and elemental energy. Especially since the big loli had taught Yue Yang a lot, it was just that he rarely used his wind and earth powers. Instead, he mainly used his yang fire ability and yin ability's water ability. The current howling wind spell was the best challenge for Yue Yang. Even though Yue Yang wasn't particularly proficient in wind-type powers, he really wanted to understand the true mystery behind the howling wind spell. Hiss hiss hiss, the two heaven realm centipedes seemed to have discovered Yue Yang at the same time. Shui Wuxia's heart skipped a beat when she saw this. She noticed a detail that she had not noticed before. The heaven realm centipedes could not discover the sealed space. They only discovered Yue Yang's existence after he came out from the 7-star prison Emperor Pillar. Ni Guo and his two companions who were hiding in the corner of the second hall also discovered this. They immediately rushed over and prepared to hide in the sealed space. The few remaining Heaven Realm warriors also turned around and rushed towards the 7-star Hell Emperor Pillar. A Heaven Realm centipede chased after Yue Yang with extreme agility. Its 100-meter-long body was as fast as lightning and its more than 100 legs formed a unique formation. Its target was actually the strongest Ni Guo. With a single leap, its speed increased by 10 times, and its poisonous jaws opened wide, crazily biting towards Ni Guo, who had the wings of Mercury but was unable to fly. Marrow. Ni Guo coldly snorted. His entire body suddenly melted like mercury, transforming into a liquid human. Poison jaws were completely ineffective against him in his mercury state. The Heaven Realm centipede opened its mouth and sucked, wanting to suck Ni Guo into its stomach. However, at the same time, Ni Guo's body turned into steel. Both of his legs turned into spikes that pierced deep into the ground, nailing his body to the ground. No matter how strong the suction force was, it was unable to move his body at all. After all, Ni Guo was a level 6 and 8. It would not be easy for the Heaven Realm centipede to kill him. Very quickly, the Heaven Realm centipede changed its target. It immediately chose its second target. This target was not the two innate level 5 companions beside Ni Guo, but an injured innate level 2 and 8. That person summoned a giant golden lizard. His body was about 30 meters long, and his golden scales were like a shield, protecting his entire body. His spine, head and limbs were all protected by spikes. Under its eye bags, it secreted terrifying poisonous blood and stinky poisonous acid, making people want to vomit. However, all these protective measures were unable to protect his life. The Heaven Realm centipede jumped up as fast as a meteor. Its huge jaws ruthlessly bit into the giant head of the giant golden lizard, injecting a large amount of poisonous liquid into it. The giant golden lizard cried out in pain. Other than struggling with all its might, it also shot out green and red poisonous blood and green acid from its eye bags onto the Heaven Realm centipede's body, hoping to chase away the enemy. The combination of the poisonous blood and green acid made a sizzling sound on the hard carapace, corroding a large part of it. However, this did not cause any fatal damage to the enemy. Instead, it angered the Heaven Realm centipede. Its countless legs stood up and pierced deeply into the giant golden lizard's body like a spear. The giant golden lizard's hard scales were like paper, easily piercing through. In the blink of an eye, the giant golden lizard fell to the ground. Before it died from the poison, the Heaven Realm centipede forcefully tore its body apart. While it was still alive, the Heaven Realm centipede opened its mouth and devoured it. The other Heaven Realm centipede that was chasing after Yue Yang met with a little difficulty. This was because it was originally confident that it could catch up to Yue Yang. However, it suddenly realized that this human's speed was extremely fast, far exceeding its estimation. The strangest thing was that this human had strangely disappeared into the wind wall, as if he was not affected by the howling wind spell at all. This made its estimation completely wrong. Ni Guo did not bother to look at Yue Yang, nor did he care about his companions. He had to save his own life first. The first thing he did was to escape into the sealed space. Even if Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy were watching him covetously, it was still better than facing the two Heaven Realm centipedes that would never be satisfied. Get out! Princess Sissy obviously knew that the opponent was an innate level 6 ranker. However, with the Prison Emperor Excalibur in her hand, she had enough confidence to resist the enemy. With just you, an innate level 1. Ni Guo said these words with disdain. He was still giving face to the Prison Emperor Excalibur. If he did not have the Prison Emperor Excalibur in his hand, he would not even look at Princess Sissy. Innate level 1, to him, he could kill them anytime he wanted. No matter if it was a human or any other creature, in front of an innate level 6 ranker like him, there would be no exception. There's still us, Shui Wuxia replied indifferently. She pulled Princess Sissy and advanced instead of retreating. Just as Ni Guo was about to rush forward and kill the two women on the spot, an aurora lit up the entire sealed passageway. Ni Guo spread his 4 wings and stretched out his tiger arms, forcefully blocking the ray of light. His protective chi exploded like a giant awl with a sharp head and a round tail. With the first point of contact on his palm, he blocked the ray of light and spread it out. When the ray of light arrived, Ni Guo realized that he had underestimated the power of this ray of light. On the surface, there was nothing special about this ray of light. However, after coming into contact with it, Ni Guo was shocked to realize that this ray of light was 10 times more condensed than a normal ray of light. Its power was much stronger than what he had imagined. A silver-winged bird man-beast was instantly summoned by Ni Guo. It wielded a giant sword and stood in front of its master, Ni Guo. It used its body to block the terrifying attack of the ray of light. The ray of light quickly disappeared. Ni Guo secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily it did not last long, otherwise he would have suffered a huge loss. He looked at his palm. His palm that was protected by the power of an innate level 6 was actually severely burnt. His palm was burnt black. His skin had split open and his bones could almost be seen. This was still under the protection of the silver wing. If it was not for its protection, his hand would probably have been destroyed. Ni Guo looked up and looked at his own beast, Silver Wing. He was immediately shocked when he saw it. Right now, the silver wing's whole body was emitting smoke. Its wing feathers were bald and its whole body was burnt black. It looked like a turkey that had fallen into a bonfire and was burnt half to death before escaping. The black sword in its hand that was originally a silver-ranked weapon had already been completely destroyed. I'll send you on your way. Princess Sissy had already gathered all her power. The image of the white tiger flashed above her head. The Prison Emperor Divine Sword released a dazzling golden light. It was incomparably bright, as if it was the sun. One slash. Its power was earth-shattering. Ni Guo hurriedly dodged this kind of sword slash that could easily cause fatal damage. The Prison Emperor Divine Sword was a divine equipment. Even if the opponent was unable to use its full power, it was definitely not a joke. Without waiting for the sword chi to slash through empty air, Ni Guo had already dodged. A sword chi, with unimaginable speed, narrowly brushed past his shoulder, and slashed out a spatial scar on the entire sealed passageway. If this slash had hit Ni Guo's body, Ni Guo estimated that even if he could use the power of the marrow to heal himself, it would take a long time. During that period of time, the opponent would have enough time to dismember his body into millions of pieces. Although possessing the power of the marrow meant that he had half an immortal body. However, under the slash of a divine equipment, even if he had an immortal body, he would still die. Do you have any other moves? Ni Guo laughed coldly. With just this little bit of power, they wanted to kill him, an innate level 6 ranker. Wasn't this too whimsical? If he didn't have the Prison Emperor Divine Sword, this kind of attack would be useless. Actually, other than the human man who possessed the world exterminating wheel and the Nirvana wheel which made Ni Guo slightly afraid, he didn't care about the others. That abnormal human man had already left. Now, there were only a few weak women and children left. What was the use of that? If he didn't have the Prison Emperor Divine Sword, he could totally kill them, including that old turtle who had a tough life. Storm waves. Yu summoned the storm waves and unleashed a torrent of water. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Ni Guo felt that these human girls were crazy. Using water to attack him. He wasn't even sand, what use would that be? You talk too much. Shui Wuxia snorted coldly as she raised her hand. Slowly, she formed an ancient rune circle seal. An extreme cold energy exploded from her body. Behind her, The Ice Storm Giant and the Ice Serpent Demon General, who had been silent all this while, joined hands to activate an even greater cold current to assist Shui Wuxia's yin ability, which erupted towards Ni Guo in the ancient passage. Sensing that something was wrong, Ni Guo jumped up and instantly flew in front of Shui Wuxia. His fist was ready to swing out fiercely. He intended to kill Shui Wuxia with one punch. However, when his fist was just an inch away from Shui Wuxia, the extreme yin ability mercilessly sealed Ni Guo in ice, turning his entire body into an ice man. This kind of extreme cold energy could even freeze Yue Yang, who had the Yang ability, let alone Ni Guo. Other than Nirvana Flame, there was no other heat in the world that could resist it. Shui Wuxia, who had been hiding her strength all along, finally made her move. She unleashed her true strength, and in an instant, she captured Ni Guo and sealed him in ice. If Ni Guo didn't look down on her, a human girl who was not even an innate, he wouldn't have been defeated so quickly and miserably. The extreme cold energy allowed Shui Wuxia to have the highest possibility of killing her enemy in an instant. She retreated a few steps and looked at the frozen Ni Guo quietly. The Serpent Demon General, who was like a tiger with wings in the frost, waved her dual blades, easily breaking through the ice and piercing through Ni Guo's chest. Behind him, Princess Sissy was still continuously activating her white tiger's chi. The Prison Emperor Divine Sword in her hand shone brilliantly. The Divine Sword slashed out a sword light that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. It seemed to be extremely fast, yet it seemed to be extremely slow at the same time. It flashed past Ni Guo's eyes that hadn't completely lost their sight. The Prison Emperor Divine Sword transmitted this beautiful meteor-like sword technique and this special scene into Ni Guo's mind for the last time. Ni Guo's last thought wasn't to admire the sword technique. Instead, he was shocked at the ability of the marrow in his body. The marrow that could ignore ice and fire could actually be sealed in ice. He had never been sealed in ice before. It wasn't that he couldn't be sealed in ice, but it was because he had never met with true cold energy. It was a pity that he knew the answer too late. At the entrance of the passage, his two innate level 5 companions were dumbstruck. They couldn't believe their own eyes at all. This was even more unbelievable than Feng Shenxi summoning 2 heaven realm centipedes to kill his own people. Ni Guo, the man who possessed the power of the marrow, the one who had an undying body like xianxia, was actually killed so easily. Furthermore, the one who killed him was a human girl who was not an innate. Chapter 349. If Shui Wuxia didn't have the ultimate ice power, or if Xianxia didn't have the Prison Emperor Excalibur, it would have been impossible to kill Ni Guo so easily. Of course, the most important thing was that Ni Guo never thought that he would die in the hands of a non-innate human girl. His marrow ability that was impervious to ice and fire made him almost immortal. Ni Guo had never imagined that he would have such a tragic day. In the ice seal, he couldn't use his powerful abilities at all. He didn't even have the time to struggle before he was killed by the Prison Emperor Excalibur. The 2 innate level 5 companions were panicking. They were still in shock and didn't have the time to react. Suddenly, they felt a sense of danger. Looking up, they realized that not far away, there was a stone element Medusa drawing her bow and aiming at them. Beside the stone element Medusa, there was also the Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga and Ice Serpent Demon. They were also ready, eyeing the stone element Medusa covetously. Danger. These were definitely not normal beasts. If they succeeded in their surprise attack, they might end up like Ni Guo. The Reaper Mantis floated in the sky, ready to deal a fatal blow at any time. However, in the eyes of the 2 Heaven Realm warriors, the Reaper Mantis was the weakest one. The one who really made them feel uneasy was the girl wearing a crown of flowers on her head. This was a humanoid beast. Although it didn't speak, the intelligence in its eyes was definitely something that only a holy beast would have. The 2 Heaven Realm warriors didn't know what this humanoid beast was called. However, they had unintentionally seen that this seemingly harmless flower girl with terrifying battle power had instantly killed the platinum rank level 8 giant pollution beast the moment she made her move. This flower-like girl was not to be trifled with. The powerful radiation mechanical beasts that had always dominated the battlefield could only be oppressed in front of her. Even the radiation mecha beasts couldn't do anything to her. If they wanted to fight with her, they really didn't know what kind of beast would be her nemesis. For the first time, the 2 Heaven Realm warriors let go of their contempt and looked at each other carefully. In their eyes, the gentle girl who summoned the storm wave beast was nothing to be afraid of. She was the weakest among everyone here. However, The human woman standing beside her who was condensing and compressing auroras in her hands had to be on her guard. If he was hit by that aurora head-on, he would definitely be severely injured. As for the two girls who held the Prison Emperor Divine Sword and possessed the ultimate ice power, they were not to be trifled with. If he was not careful, he would be instantly killed and the same thing would happen again. They finally understood why that abnormally powerful human brat had left without any worries about the safety of his companions. It was really beyond their expectations. It turned out that these women really couldn't be underestimated. If one looked down on them, the consequences would be obvious. Ni Guo, who was lying on the ground in a frozen state, was a perfect example. Go. The two Heaven Realm warriors would rather go back and face the two goblin centipedes than become enemies with these girls. No matter if it was a human or a beast, they all had the ability to kill in an instant. It was really unwise to fight with them. Furthermore, there wasn't enough space in the sealed passageway to unleash his full strength. When the opponent's aurora appeared, there was no way to dodge. He could only use his full strength to resist. That was how Ni Guo had ended up in tragedy. Water attack. Shui Wuxia made a hand gesture. If the two Heaven Realm warriors fought to the death, even if they could win, it would take a long time. To their original battle plan, it would be equivalent to overturning everything. Luckily, the instant kill just now had an effect. The enemy was unwilling to attack and retreated to the second hall. This was an important turning point in the battle. Once the enemy retreated, the next battle would be easier. Storm Mermaid blew her storm horn again, summoning a storm. Yu Yu's beast storm waves added fuel to the fire, creating a huge flood that swept all the water towards the second hall. The flow of water was unable to kill enemies, but once the howling wind spell absorbed enough water, it would become a flood spell. No matter if it was the Heaven Realm centipede or the Heaven Realm rankers, they would all be fated to die in this flood. Speaking of water battles, was there anyone more proficient than Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga and Ice Serpent Demon? Not to mention, there was also the Storm Waves that was the best in water battles and Shui Wuxia who possessed the ultimate ice power. Furthermore, the old dragon turtle who had an incomparably tenacious life force was also an expert in water battles. At the highest point of the Prison Emperor Divine Palace, the third hall. When Yue Yang stepped in, he suddenly realized that there was a transparent giant waiting for him in the middle of the hall. When the transparent giant saw Yue Yang coming, he seemed to be a little surprised. The howling wind spell actually couldn't trap you. Let's fight, stop talking nonsense. Yue Yang felt that there was not much time left. He had to finish the battle quickly, otherwise he would have to run away when the two Heaven Realm great leaders woke up. Don't you want the Prison Emperor Divine Staff and the Prison Emperor Divine Seal? If you have the ability, go ahead and take them. I won't stop you. Feng Shenxi, whose entire body was transparent, suddenly smiled strangely. He smiled and said, walk forward 100 meters, turn left and enter the inner hall. Walk forward another 10 meters and you will reach the entrance of the profound coffin room at the foot of the Prison Emperor's divine statue. The Prison Emperor Divine Staff and the Prison Emperor Divine Seal are inside. Yue Yang's heart sank when he heard this. This Feng Shenxi was so confident and fearless. Could it be that the two Heaven Realm Great Leaders' awakening was unstoppable? What made Yue Yang feel even more uneasy was that Impatience who was fighting with Lei Shenxi had disappeared. Where was she now? He could still hear the sounds of her fighting with Lei Shenxi, but now everything was silent. Could it be that she was defeated? What had happened in the middle of all this? Although Lei Shenxi was strong, Impatience was definitely not a weakling. Previously, she had the power of an innate level 10. After retraining, Impatience's power dropped to innate level 9, but it was as if she had been reborn. Her power did not decrease but increased instead. Even if Feng Shenxi and Lei Shenxi attacked together, Impatience would not be defeated so quickly. Could it be that the two Heaven Realm Great Leaders had already broken free from their seals and awakened? When Yue Yang thought about it, he was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Ming Rihao said that there was still an hour left, but Feng Shenxi and Lei Shenxi were not fools. It was hard to guarantee that they would not do something. Maybe the two great leaders had already awakened earlier. Of course, the only one who could scare them was not Yue Yang. Yue Yang teleported and entered the inner palace, rushing towards the profound coffin room. Inside the profound coffin room, Impatience who was holding a pearl in her hand was summoning runes non-stop, trying to fight against the two black figures in front of her. Lei Shenxi was nowhere to be found. The two black figures stretched their bodies out from the crystal coffin. Half of their bodies were still inside the crystal coffin. The black figure on the left only needed to stretch out one hand and it could easily resist Impatience's sealing power. If not for the Prison Emperor Divine Staff and Divine Seal releasing an incomparably cold power, the two black figures would have already been freed. Without the suppression of the Prison Emperor Divine Staff and Divine Seal, the two black figures would not even put Impatience's sealing power in their eyes. What's going on? Yue Yang could not understand. How did things become like this? Why did the two great leaders wake up earlier? Feng Shenxi and Lei Shenxi sacrificed their power to wake these two fellows up earlier. I have been waiting for you for a long time, why are you only here now? Phoenix Fairy Beauty panted a little as she spoke, showing her exhaustion. She had been holding on by herself for too long. Every second, to her, was an extreme torture. But there is still Feng Shenxi outside. Yue Yang was even more confused when he heard that. Soul bodies, Feng Shenxi and Lei Shenxi are only left with soul energy. Their real bodies have already been sacrificed. Can't you see that they won't attack? They already have no fighting strength left, they only have soul energy left. I can't hold on for long, quickly think of a way. Impatience threw the hot potato to Yue Yang. The two great leaders were about to break free, what else could he do? We have already reached this stage, what else is there to think of, let's run away quickly. Yue Yang pulled Impatience and hurriedly carried her up, immediately turning around to escape. Holding on forcefully was definitely a road to death. Maybe holding on forcefully would slightly hinder the two great leaders from breaking free, but now that they were awake, there was nothing they could do. Without Impatience's suppression, the two black figures whose faces could not be seen clearly immediately gained the upper hand against the Prison Emperor's sealing will. They quickly broke free from the Prison Emperor Divine Staff and Divine Seal's suppression. The Prison Emperor Divine Staff emitted an extremely dazzling light that was as bright as the sun. However, the Prison Emperor Divine Seal that was suppressing the crystal coffin was still slowly being pushed away by the two black figures. The crystal coffin's lid was flipped open and fell to the ground. The Prison Emperor Divine Seal's golden light dimmed as it continued to float in the air. However, its suppressive power had been greatly weakened. The seal on the two black figures had already been reduced to its limit. The Prison Emperor Divine Staff's brilliance became even brighter. The white light was like a sword, forcing the two black figures to use their hands to protect themselves. The Prison Emperor Divine Staff emitted a white light that shone on the two black figures, continuously melting their bodies. However, this was not a fatal injury. It could only obstruct the two black figures and not prevent them from breaking free. After being sealed for 6,000 years, Prison Emperor, you are really a terrifying opponent. I will never forget this terrible defeat. The black figure on the left sighed emotionally when he finally stepped out of the crystal coffin with his right foot. The black figure on the right didn't speak. He only slightly bowed towards the other crystal coffin with an innate ranker's etiquette to show his respect. In the other crystal coffin, it represented the Prison Emperor's coffin. Actually, there was nothing inside the coffin. The Prison Emperor's body and soul had already turned into the seal's power and willpower. He had already died 6,000 years ago. When Yue Yang carried Impatience and escaped to the third hall's front hall, Feng Shenxi, whose entire body was transparent, sneered and immediately knelt down respectfully. This was because, behind Yue Yang, two black figures had already chased after him. The black figure on the left revealed his true appearance. He was an extremely handsome man with golden hair, blue eyes and skin as white as jade. He was wearing a snow-white robe that was as white as the clouds in the sky. Above his head, a glorious light wheel was slowly rotating. In between his eyebrows, there was a unique ancient rune, showing his unique identity as a Heaven Realm great leader. Behind his back, there were countless white lights that spread outwards like a pair of wings. They were soft and continuously expanding, emitting a holy power that made people feel ashamed of their inferiority. His hands that were comparable to a woman's were holding a magnificent and matchless divine trident. There were gems inlaid on it and silk ribbons fluttered in the wind. The ancient rune and heaven rune reflected each other on the divine trident, flickering like stars. Under the white cloud robe, his feet were bare. However, when he stepped into the third hall, it was spotless. Every time he took a step, a ball of white light would appear on the ground, completely purifying the place where his feet were stepping on. This Heaven Realm great leader, who had just awakened, did not care about his subordinate Feng Shenxi's respectful welcome. Instead, he looked at Yue Yang with a smile and spoke to Yue Yang in Impatience with a voice that was as beautiful as the sounds of nature. Don't be afraid, young human warriors. I will not kill you. Although killing you is easier than stepping on an ant, I have no intention of harming weak lives. Doing so does not suit my identity. Answer my 3 questions, then I will allow you to leave. See, this is my answer. Yue Yang raised his middle finger. This was all his answer. Chapter 350 inches. Is this a gesture to insult me? This is the first time I saw someone who dared to show disdain and resistance towards me. Interesting. That white-robed Heaven Realm Great Leader was not angry. Instead, he smiled. Even if they are enemies, they can still have their dignity and personality. I will not be angry. The black figure on the right didn't show himself. He was like a black hole, continuously sucking in light into his body. He looked like a black whirlpool. He stood quietly on the right side, not saying a word. Even with Yue Yang's Heaven Eyes divine vision, he couldn't see through his appearance and level. However, the sense of danger he brought to Yue Yang was not any weaker than that of the white-robed Heaven Realm Great Leader with the divine trident. In fact, it was even stronger. Ming Yu Guang is so smart. Did she leave already? I knew that she wouldn't let us come out first. That Heaven Realm Great Leader with the divine trident sighed. Feng Shenxi hurriedly replied, Master, Ming Rihao colluded with the enemy and formed an alliance with this human in front of you. He used blood sacrifice to strengthen the seal and let this human pull out the prison emperor divine sword. Ming Yu Guang had already left half an hour ago. If it wasn't for Ming Rihao's betrayal, Ming Yu Guang wouldn't have been the first to wake up. Although Yu and Lei Shenxi are slightly stronger than Ming Rihao in terms of fighting power, Ming Rihao is still more flexible when it comes to using his brain. If it was someone else, how could they come up with the idea of colluding with the enemy to pull out the sword? The Heaven Realm Great Leader with the divine trident first praised Ming Rihao gently. Then, he suddenly snorted. Even if Ming Yu Guang doesn't get along with me and even has the intention to kill me, she is still one of the 3 Heaven Realm Great Leaders. You must respect her. Respecting an enemy with a higher status and strength than you, this was the true strength of a true expert. Listen, I won't say this a second time. If I ever hear you call Ming Yu Guang's name directly, I will kill you. Yes. Feng Shenxi trembled in fear and quickly knelt down. Yue Yang frowned. He suddenly felt that this Heaven Realm Great Leader with the divine trident was a little powerful. Not only was he able to tolerate the enemy's provocation, he was also able to strictly control his subordinates and even respected his enemy. This was definitely not the actions of a mediocre person. It seemed that this fellow's reputation as one of the Heaven Realm's 3 great leaders was not undeserved. Impatience gently pulled Yue Yang down with her small hands, signaling him to stop watching and to quickly make a move or escape. It was definitely not a good idea to stay here any longer. Yue Yang nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. But he didn't move. He continued to observe quietly. He was actually very anxious in his heart. With every passing second, the 2 giants would recover a bit more of their strength. After these 2 big shots left the sealed coffin room, they were actually very weak, just like Ming Yu Guang. They had just come out of the sealed crystal coffin. Of course, this kind of weakness was relative. Even if the 2 giants in front of him had less than 1% of their strength left, it was still not a strength that Yue Yang could fight against right now. There was no use in being anxious. Yue Yang suppressed his pounding heart and used his calmest mind to observe the other party's every word and action. Escaping and attacking were both unwise. He had to find the enemy's weakness. Otherwise, they would definitely lose this battle. You can pull out the prison emperor divine sword. You are indeed very strange. I'm thinking of a question. Even if Ming Yu Guang doesn't kill you, she would still capture you. I believe that her eyesight is not inferior to mine. How could she let an interesting human like you go so easily? The Heaven Realm Great Leader holding the divine trident looked at Yue Yang again. He frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about something. Master, it was indeed him who pulled out the prison emperor Excalibur. This subordinate saw it with my own eyes. He used a strange pearl to strengthen his emperor's chi and successfully pulled out the prison emperor Excalibur that was resisting him. Feng Shenxi hurriedly reported. Using a treasure to strengthen him. Good idea. The Heaven Realm Great Leader who was wearing a white robe and holding the divine trident nodded towards Yue Yang and said with certainty, you are smarter than I thought. Let me guess you too. Yue Yang suddenly opened his mouth, you look very strong. I think that you are definitely unable to leave the prison emperor divine palace, that's why you have the idea to attack us. I'm sorry, but let me tell you the real answer. We are also unable to leave the prison emperor divine palace. Hearing this answer, as a Heaven Realm Great Leader, would you be disappointed? No, I have never been worried about being unable to leave the prison Emperor Divine Palace. The Heaven Realm Great Leader holding the Divine Trident smiled and said, honestly, the only thing I am worried about is whether Ming Yu Guang would ambush me on my way back. So, I have to make some preparations first. Does your preparation have anything to do with me? Yue Yang asked. No, but I am a little curious. Why would Ming Yu Guang leave you behind? It would be very easy for her to catch a human child like you. Is she purposely making me suspicious and wasting my time? Or do you have some kind of reason that she doesn't dare to touch you? When the Heaven Realm Great Leader holding the Divine Trident said this, Yue Yang's heartbeat quickened. The Heaven Realm Great Leader was indeed powerful. Even if he hid his chi, he could still see that something was wrong. Most importantly, enemies who liked to think were extremely annoying. This kind of enemy was definitely the most difficult enemy to defeat. As one of the 3 great leaders of the Heaven Realm, he was extremely powerful, yet he was still so cautious and meticulous. This fellow was a headache. If it wasn't because he had no other choice, Yue Yang wouldn't fight with this kind of enemy. Especially when Yue Yang hadn't grown up yet. Once he fought, he would be at a disadvantage. Yue Yang couldn't reveal any flaws. Although this Heaven Realm Great Leader holding the Divine Trident was extremely powerful, he was different from Ming Yu Guang who had the Moon Pupil's ability. He probably didn't have the ability to see through Yue Yang's hidden strength. He could only use his cautious nature and intelligent brain to think and reason. Any of Yue Yang's expressions and reactions were all within this fellow's calculations. You are not our opponent, you can't even compare to Feng Shenxi, but you are not afraid. This is definitely not a problem of courage. Maybe you have some kind of special power that can fight against us. The Heaven Realm Great Leader holding the Divine Trident judged. Congratulations, you got it right. Yue Yang clapped his hands and praised. Maybe I guessed wrong, but I don't think it's too far off. Young human, you have hidden your strength very well. At your age, you shouldn't have this kind of ability. This shows that you are special. Also, standing beside you, she, who is already close to Heaven level 1 foot, actually treated you, who is only Earth level 1 foot, as her master and followed your lead. This shouldn't be because of the Soaring Dragon continent's male and female status. It should be because your hidden strength far surpasses hers. Hence, she, who knows you very well, always treated you as her first. When the Heaven Realm Great Leader said this, Impatience's heart also jumped a few times. This fellow was really too smart. He could deduce so many things from just a little bit of superficial information. Luckily he woke up late. If he woke up earlier and saw Yue Yang's battle, maybe Yue Yang and everyone's final plan would be seen through by him. Yue Yang held Impatience's small hand lightly and smiled. The enemy was extremely strong and smart. Being so hard to deal with had instead ignited his fighting spirit. Although he couldn't defeat them on the surface, so what? Everyone knew that bosses were hard to fight, but why did everyone fight to be the first to fight bosses? The reason was that fighting bosses was much more challenging and rewarding than bullying small monsters. Only this kind of enemy would be interesting. Yue Yang took a deep breath. The pressure that had been lingering in his heart disappeared. After entering the prison Emperor Divine Palace, this was the first time he showed a relaxed smile and said, since I have hidden strength that you can't see through, what do you plan to do? It's a little difficult. Ming Yu Guang threw a difficult problem to me. This is her intelligence. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident frowned slightly. If I don't test you and just let you go, it would be a pity. But if I make a move, it might cause unimaginable consequences. This way, I will fall into Ming Yu Guang's trap. Master, this young human has Nirvana Flame and World Exterminating Wheel. Ming Ri Hao saw his hidden strength, that's why he formed an alliance with him. Feng Shenxi reported to the Heaven Realm Great Leader. Is that so? The Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident nodded his head. Possessing Nirvana Flame is equivalent to possessing an immortal body. As for the World Exterminating Wheel, it's a huge temptation. I have always wanted to obtain the ancient runes of the World Exterminating Wheel, dangerous. In this kind of situation, Ming Yu Guang still left you behind and gave you to me. Her intentions are very sinister. Could it be that I will die under the attack of the Nirvana Flame and the World Exterminating Wheel? I really have to think about it carefully. Young Yu, I don't want to deny the greed in my heart. If I don't make a move and see if I can snatch your ancient runes, I won't be at ease, under temptation, who can be completely free from desires. If you don't want me to kill you, then prove it to me. You must be an outstanding ranker, worthy of possessing the world-exterminating wheel that even I don't have. As for the Nirvana flame, it's not something that anyone can snatch away. I don't have any extravagant hopes. All right, I also want to fight with you. Yue Yang suppressed the nervousness in his heart and lightly held onto Impatience's small hands, signaling her to retreat. Impatience also held onto his hands lightly. Her palms were moist and sweaty. It was obvious that she was very worried about him. He wasn't even Feng Shenxi's opponent. Now that he had to fight against a Heaven Realm great leader who was 100 times stronger than Feng Shenxi and had a divine weapon in his hands, it would be a lie if Impatience said that she wasn't worried. She understood and respected Yue Yang's intentions. She wouldn't stop him in this battle, but she wouldn't leave. She would use all her power to protect him, unless that Heaven Realm great leader with the divine trident killed her as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get his way. The Heaven Realm great leader who was originally standing quietly on the right suddenly turned his head towards his companion, as if he was saying something. There was no sound, only his thoughts were connected to his companion. Yue Yang and Impatience couldn't hear what he was saying. Based on the reactions of the other two, Yue Yang judged that this Heaven Realm great leader who looked like a black hole without showing himself didn't seem to agree to fight. However, after his companion with the divine trident persisted for a while, he finally agreed. That black hole-like fellow looked at Yue Yang. Yue Yang immediately felt as if he was being seen through. He hurriedly hid all of his strength and solemnly summoned out his gold grimoire. He pretended to be, "I'm very weak, please don't hit me," to confuse the enemy. Showing all of his strength and then PK with the enemy was the most foolish thing to do. Yue Yang had to use a surprise attack to gain a slight advantage. Let alone outsiders, even Yue Yang himself knew that it was impossible to fight head-on. His opponent was one of the three great leaders of Heaven Realm. Fighting head-on would only be courting death. Show me your true strength. The Heaven Realm great leader who was holding the divine trident said indifferently. Suddenly, he appeared in front of Yue Yang. Before Yue Yang could react, he reached out his hand through the protective shield and pressed on Yue Yang's face. His chi exploded and sent Yue Yang flying 100 meters away. Yue Yang broke 3 giant pillars consecutively and landed heavily on the wall of the Prison Emperor Divine Palace. Only then did he stop flying. Impatience, who was beside Yue Yang, was dumbstruck. She couldn't believe her opponent's attack speed. This kind of speed was unbelievably fast. Even though she and Yue Yang were prepared, they couldn't keep up at all. Heavens, this was still a Heaven Realm great leader who had just escaped from the seal and was still weak. If they were at their peak, how terrifying would they be? Chapter 351 Boom. The walls of the palace shattered and collapsed. Yue Yang, who was still lying on the ground, suddenly disappeared. He appeared behind the Heaven Realm great leader with the divine trident. The Wei Jin magic blade in his hand was covered in Yang ability flames. With the imposing manner of first slash, earth-splitting slash, he fiercely slashed down. Insufficient strength and so-so speed. The Heaven Realm great leader with the divine trident turned into a shadow and disappeared. At the same time, he appeared behind Yue Yang. He pressed his palm against the air. Yue Yang's body seemed to have been hit by a mammoth as he was sent flying. He tried his best to adjust his position in midair. When his body hit the ground, the Wei Jin magic blade mysteriously slashed at the ground, borrowing the force to slide backwards. At the same time, he eliminated the terrifying impact of the enemy's attack. After creating a crack that was almost 100 meters long, Yue Yang stopped his sliding momentum. For the second time, he rushed towards the Heaven Realm great leader who was holding the divine trident. This time, not only did he use the Wei Jin magic blade that contained the power of the Yang ability, he also used the crescent blade that contained the power of the Yin ability. In midair, they formed a mysterious Yin and Yang twin fish. Ice and fire mixed and rotated in the circle. It seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. The Heaven Realm great leader with the divine trident's eyes lit up. He did not dodge, but slowly stretched out his hand that was as white as a girl's. With this right hand, he blocked Yue Yang's thunderous, heavy ice and fire slash. No matter if it was the extremely sharp crescent moon blade or the Wei Jin magic blade that had accompanied Yue Yang for a long time, none of them were able to injure that fair and tender right hand. Not even a single scratch could be seen. Yue Yang had only used his protective energy to easily receive the second slash, heaven and earth collapse, that could instantly kill a low-ranked innate. You shouldn't be so weak. The Heaven Realm great leader with the divine trident's right hand shook slightly. Boom. A white light exploded. The Wei Jin magic blade and the crescent moon blade in Yue Yang's hands were directly sent flying. Yue Yang, who was gripping his weapons tightly, was actually shaken by the white light to the point that the skin between his thumb and forefinger had split open, and traces of blood seeped out. Yue Yang took more than 10 steps forward. When his momentum dissipated, he gritted his teeth and pounced forward again. In his hands, heaven runes and ancient runes converged. It was dazzling like the Milky Way. In the end, it formed the world-exterminating wheel. With the power to destroy everything in the world, it slashed towards the Heaven Realm Great Leader with an unstoppable force. Before this, there had never been an enemy who dared to take on the world-exterminating wheel head-on. Shun Tian, who was known as the Great Emperor of Ziwei, the Thousand Goblins sect leader, the Demon Abyss Great Demon King Baruth and others who were much stronger than Yue Yang could only dodge and retreat when they faced the world-exterminating wheel. They didn't dare to face the world-exterminating wheel head-on. The world-exterminating wheel wasn't something that could be blocked with brute force. It represented destruction. Everything in the world, as long as it was within its attack range, would be destroyed. The only exception was the user, Yue Yang, who could control its operation. Snatch. When the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Halberd saw this, he was not shocked, but happy instead. He seemed to be waiting for Yue Yang to unleash his world-exterminating wheel. His right hand, which he was controlling, changed from pressing down to grabbing. He pulled it in. The unstoppable world-exterminating wheel, which contained the power to destroy everything, flew towards his right hand. The world-exterminating wheel, which was spinning at an extremely fast speed, stopped in the hands of the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Halberd. It spun even faster, but it couldn't move an inch forward. On the back of the Heaven Realm Great Leader, countless white light wings transformed into soft light ribbons. They extended forward as if they had a life of their own. Like an octopus preying on its prey, countless light ribbons probed towards the world-exterminating wheel. The Heaven Realm runes on the outside seemed to be unable to harm those light ribbons. Instead, they were stuck and captured by the light ribbons. Not only Yue Yang, even the Impatiens had never seen such a strange scene before. She had heard of snatching Heaven Realm runes before, and also knew that some rankers were especially good at snatching other people's runes. However, Impatiens had never seen anyone who directly used light ribbons to snatch Heaven Realm runes. Looking at the Heaven Realm rune circles being destroyed by the light ribbons, Impatiens' heart sank. Could it be that the Heaven Realm Great Leader was really that strong? Even the world-exterminating wheel couldn't do anything to him. Yue Yang was about to rush forward and add another innate sword chi. Suddenly, the immemorial rune in the center of the world-exterminating wheel emerged from the core of the Heaven Realm runes. A light flashed. The ancient runes surrounding the immemorial rune instantly released 1,000 times more energy and a dazzling light. The white light ribbons that extended from the back of the Heaven Realm Great Leader were instantly cut off and absorbed by the ancient rune circle. The Heaven Realm runes that were captured earlier returned to the Heaven Realm Great Leader one by one and formed an even stronger and more mysterious combination. Yue Yang's Heaven Eye's divine vision discovered that the world-exterminating wheel seemed to have activated a new ability, but it also seemed that it was only now displaying its true power. That kind of destructive power had increased by 100 times. Even the Heaven Realm Great Leader, who was as strong as the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident, immediately retracted his hand and tilted his upper body, dodging the attack of the world-exterminating wheel. When the world-exterminating wheel dispersed into various runes and returned to Yue Yang's body, the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident looked at Yue Yang with a serious expression. He stretched out his right hand that was slightly bleeding from a cut and muttered to himself, "It's actually that world-exterminating wheel that has the immemorial runes." The Heaven Realm Great Leader, who had never opened his mouth and whose body was like a black hole, suddenly released a special energy wave. He seemed to be communicating with his companion who was holding the Divine Trident. Yes, this is the real world-exterminating wheel. The legendary world-exterminating wheel that can destroy everything in the world, so it's actually like this. I'm a little jealous. Why would a human man possess the real world-exterminating wheel and Nirvana's flame? He's really blessed by the heavens. You, me and Ming Yu Guang are known as the Heaven Realm's 3 great leaders, but none of us can possess it. Out of the 36 immemorial runes, one has appeared in front of me. It's a pity that it can't be snatched away. This is really the biggest regret in my life. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident nodded towards his companion and sighed. Come over to me. Impatiens felt that Yue Yang couldn't continue attacking. If this continued, the other party who was jealous would definitely kill him. With your strength, it's a miracle that you can injure me. Of course, you have the real world exterminating wheel, so it's reasonable that you can injure my body. How contradictory. Show me your Nirvana's flame again. Although I can't snatch it away, I've never seen it before, so there's always a trace of regret in my heart. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident's expression quickly returned to normal. As you wish, Yue Yang condensed Nirvana's flame on his hands and rushed towards his opponent. 2 balls of Nirvana's flame. That's more than what I imagined. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident stretched out his right hand and easily received the 2 punches from Yue Yang. Yue Yang was pushed back. The Heaven Realm Great Leader looked at his right hand in astonishment. At the place where Yue Yang's fists collided, that Nirvana's flame was burning his finger. No matter how much energy he used, he was unable to extinguish that Nirvana's flame. That Nirvana's flame had the power to purify everything in the world. Compared to the world exterminating wheel that could only destroy and not create, it was even more powerful. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident slashed the Divine Trident's blade with his right hand. He directly sliced off a layer of flesh. That Nirvana's flame was cut off. His injured finger was recovering at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. When Yue Yang stood up, his injured right hand had already recovered to its original state. There was no damage at all. Luckily you still don't know how to control Nirvana's flame from a distance. Otherwise, I would be in an even more difficult situation. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident muttered to himself and asked Yue Yang, do you still have any more powerful abilities? I feel that you are still holding back. Even though you are not my opponent, I feel that you are still hiding something. Young human, I really admire your determination. Even in this kind of situation, you are still able to maintain your fighting spirit and even want to kill me, including the prison emperor. You are the second human who has such guts and dared to fight against me. I still have more powerful abilities, do you want to try? In Yue Yang's eyes, there was indeed a deep killing intent. The enemy was strong, unbelievably strong. It was impossible to kill him if he fought with brute force. The enemy even had 2 Heaven Realm Great Leaders. Once they were in danger, they would join hands to counterattack. The difference between the 2 great leaders' combined strength was not something that could be made up with brute force and fighting spirit. The only way was to continuously attack and find the enemy's weakness during the battle. Before finding the enemy's weakness, wanting to kill a strong enemy like the Heaven Realm Great Leader was simply a joke. If it was someone else, facing such a terrifying Heaven Realm Great Leader, they would have already given up all hope. However, in Yue Yang's heart, there was no fear at all. Instead, there was an indescribable excitement, the kind of excitement that only comes from challenging a truly strong enemy. As a man of character, he would rise up in the face of adversity, and become stronger when he meets strong opponents. Previously, the great emperor of Jiwei, Sun Tian and the Thousand Goblins sect leader had gradually caught up to him. Yue Yang's goal was no longer on them. The current Yue Yang already had a new goal. That was to become a Heaven Realm Great Leader who was far stronger and smarter than Sun Tian and the Thousand Goblins sect leader. Yue Yang felt that as long as he found the enemy's weakness, he would still have a chance to kill the enemy. There were many ways to kill the enemy. Nirvana's flame, world exterminating wheel, and even innate invisible sword chi were all possible. The only problem was to find the weakness of the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident. What was his weakness? Everyone had a weakness. Some people had more, some people had fewer. Some people's weaknesses were especially obvious, while some people hid their weaknesses very deeply. For example, the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident in front of him. On the surface, he seemed to have no weakness at all, as if he was an absolutely perfect existence. However, Yue Yang knew that he had a weakness. There was no one in this world without a weakness, including the 3 great leaders of Heaven Realm. As Yue Yang fought, he used his Heaven Eye's divine vision to try and find the enemy's weakness. Just when he felt that he was about to find it, a feeling emerged in his heart. As long as he persevered and fought, he might be able to find it immediately. Young human warrior, do you think that I will foolishly wait for you to explode? The Heaven Realm Great Leader suddenly laughed. Dong! Yue Yang, who was preparing to attack again, fell to the ground with a dong sound and fell into a deep sleep. He was hypnotized. Originally, with Yue Yang's willpower and ability, there was no warrior in the entire Soaring Dragon continent who could hypnotize him. However, in front of the Heaven Realm Great Leader, he was actually hypnotized unknowingly and fell into a deep sleep, like a defenseless baby. On the right wrist of the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident, there was a small bracelet. On the bracelet, there was a light green pearl. It shattered soundlessly into pieces and gradually disappeared in the air. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident turned his face and looked at Impatience. You don't seem to be worried about his life. Can you tell me why? He possesses Nirvana's flame and can be reborn without dying. What am I afraid of? Impatience looked at Yue Yang with a rarely seen gentleness in her eyes. No, this is not the real answer. The Heaven Realm Great Leader disagreed. All right, I'll tell you. The real answer is that I am prepared to attack. Unless I die, don't even think about killing him. Impatience's eyes gradually became firm. She stared at the Heaven Realm Great Leader and snorted. I am not the Prison Emperor, I do not have the ability to seal you. However, please do not look down on other human warriors other than the Prison Emperor, otherwise, I will kill you. Did I hear wrongly? The Heaven Realm Great Leader did not mock her, he was more curious. There is a type of summoning that can only be used once in one's life. Impatience suddenly smiled. Coincidentally, I know this kind of sacrificial summoning method. Life ignition. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident had a solemn expression. The correct answer is hundredfold life ignition. When Impatience said this, the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident, who had a calm and composed expression, immediately changed. Impatience took a deep breath and started the summoning. Chapter 352. It was a very special kind of incantation. On the surface, the incantation was very light, almost indistinct. But the real power was resonating in the depths of their hearts. When Impatience started to incantation, this summoning skill that could increase her battle power by 100 times through life combustion, everyone's soul roared as if they were struck by lightning. The Heaven Realm Great Leader holding the Divine Trident had a grave expression on his face. For the first time, he made a defensive gesture. He used his right hand to protect his chest. The grimoire floated out and slowly floated in front of Impatience. It followed its master and rose 10 meters into the sky. Countless heaven runes emerged from the grimoire. As Impatience waved her hands, they formed a mysterious rune pattern that complemented and merged with each other. The Heaven Realm Great Leader holding the Divine Trident saw this and his face changed. He could see that his opponent was not faking it. She definitely had the ability to increase her battle power by 100 times through life combustion. This was a summoning skill that even the Heaven Realm rankers did not have. Some of the heaven runes exploded. The rune pattern cracked. The golden pillar of light from the grimoire pierced through the sky and enveloped Impatience. Boom! That aura was like an earth-shattering tsunami. It was also like a volcanic eruption, spreading out in all directions with a loud bang. Impatience's body had already fused with her guardian beast. A pair of purple demon wings quickly extended from her back. It was very long, at least 10 meters long. On the two demon wings, the heaven runes formed a rune pattern and flashed. A small hole appeared on the back of Impatience's snow-white buttocks, and a long tail with thorns extended out. A small and cute demon horn gradually grew on her head. It was curved and beautiful, but it did not look evil. On the contrary, it made people feel that it was very tempting and incomparably charming. Her 10 beautiful fingernails that were smeared with Impatience flower nectar also gradually extended and became purple demon claws. At the same time, Impatience's eyes changed color. Her pupils became deep purple. When her eyes were half opened, she was already extremely beautiful. When the eyelashes trembled, the purple eyes opened completely, revealing the noble and cold eyes of a demon king. The golden light pillar was also unable to conceal its energy. It was formed by heaven runes, and with the ancient runes as the center, a beautiful halo of dark purple, crimson purple and light purple was formed. It was a perfect and ingenious combination, surrounding Impatience's body. These special images had appeared before when Impatience leveled up to innate level 10. However, the aura at that time was far from being as piercingly cold and strong as it was now. Impatience, whose jade-like hands were pressing on the grimoire, suddenly let out a shrill scream. The entire Prison Emperor Divine Palace was shaking. Her body was trembling slightly, as if she was enduring endless pain. At first, it was only 1 time. But soon, it increased to 5 times, 10 times, when the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident saw Impatience risking her life to level up, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Although there was nothing to fear about human warriors, other than the Prison Emperor, he had never seen anyone who could cause fatal damage to him. However, it was undeniable that many human warriors were stubborn. They would rather die than fight to the end. They would usually self-destruct or burn their life to inflict heavy damage to their enemies, completely disregarding their own lives. This kind of sacrifice was rarely seen among the Heaven Realm warriors. Unless it was someone from their own clan or sect, the Heaven Realm warriors would not sacrifice themselves for any outsiders. As for humans, many of them didn't even know why they fought. Sometimes, they would willingly sacrifice themselves for a stranger, an unfamiliar friend, or even an enemy they hated. Humans were very puzzled. The Heaven Realm Great Leader had spent thousands of years but still couldn't understand. When the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident was thinking, Impatience's power was increasing rapidly. Impatience spat out a mouthful of blood and sprinkled it on her own grimoire. Her body was ignited with a special purple flame. An ancient rune appeared on Impatience's forehead. As the ancient rune shone brilliantly, Impatience's power increased again. Now, it had already increased by 20 times. Furthermore, it was increasing by 30 times crazily. Like a tornado, the energy around Impatience's body spun crazily. Even the golden pillar of light that the grimoire shot out was distorted by the energy storm of the tornado. After breaking through the bottleneck of 100 years, Impatience leveled up to innate level 10. Stepping into this new realm, her power had already crossed the dividing line. After Yue Yang's Nirvana rebirth, Phoenix Fairy Beauty had benefited a lot. She had dropped from innate level 10 to innate level 9, but her strength had increased instead. This was because her energy had produced a kind of Nirvana rebirth, transforming from a quantitative change to a qualitative change. The current Phoenix Fairy Beauty, under the summoning of Life Ignition, had once again exploded. Although it did not immediately increase by 100 times, the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident no longer had any doubts. "You're crazy, I don't even have the intention to kill you." He looked at Impatience in the sky, trying his best to suppress his emotions, and shouted loudly. "You want to stop me? Then try it." Impatience raised her hand. Faster than lightning, she appeared behind the Heaven Realm Great Leader. Just as she stretched out her hand, she pressed on his back. Her palm energy exploded. For the first time, the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident was sent flying. The Heaven Realm Great Leader took 9 steps forward. Then he stabilized himself. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were still calm. His left hand that was holding the Divine Trident didn't move, but his right hand lightly wiped the blood stain from the corner of his mouth. 30 times increase, you can already injure me. If it was 100 times increase, then it would be a little dangerous. I shouldn't have looked down on human warriors. If I wasn't defeated by the prison emperor and sealed for 6,000 years, if I didn't only have 100 times of strength left, as a Heaven Realm Great Leader, why would I care about this? I was too careless, can I stop now? I really don't want to fight with you. Even if you don't care about your own life, you have to look at him on the ground. Isn't this young human boy your hope? If I fight with you to the death, then he will definitely be involved and die a violent death. Don't tell me you want to see this happen. Smart Heaven Realm Great Leader, do you know what I want to tell you the most? Before Impatience finished speaking, she pressed her hand on the back of his head again. It hurts. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident wasn't sent flying this time, but his body swayed a little. With a slight sway, he eliminated the power of Impatience's attack. Until now, he still hadn't used the Divine Trident in his hand. Impatience didn't chase after him. She, who had burned her life to increase her strength by 30 times, suddenly pressed her hand on the grimoire and muttered. Yue Yang, who was sleeping on the ground, magically stood up in his dream. Although his eyes were closed, his expression was very angry. It was as if someone had angered him in his dream. Impatience's fist, which was pressed on the grimoire, slowly tightened and clenched it. Yue Yang's expression became even angrier. The Nirvana flame on his body exploded crazily. It was as if hell was collapsing, or as if a volcano was erupting. Yue Yang, who was seething with anger, roared like a wild beast. His voice was like thunder, resounding through the entire Prison Emperor Divine Palace. It was deafening. With one step, the ground exploded. Mud and dust flew everywhere. Yue Yang was like a madman who had lost his mind. He angrily rushed towards the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident. In an instant, he had already attacked 100 times. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident was slightly astonished. He was surprised by Impatience's charm, inherent skill. It was fine if he had a consciousness, but this brat was already asleep. How could he be hypnotized? Furthermore, this kind of hypnosis was even more powerful than hypnosis using treasures. The hypnosis pearl was extremely powerful. Many Heaven Realm warriors had died under its hypnosis. However, this kind of hypnosis could only be used once. What made the Heaven Realm Great Leader even more surprised was that Impatience, who had life ignition, could also make her comrade use life ignition. Although he didn't know what caused this kind of ability, the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident had already realized that his opponent's skill was much better than what he had imagined. Even he, one of the 3 great leaders of Heaven Realm, didn't have a summoning skill that could increase his comrade's power by 10 times or even more than 10 times. Most importantly, this kind of life ignition that could increase his comrade's power was non-destructive. Danger. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident already felt an indescribable sense of danger. Yue Yang, who had just been pushed back, increased his strength again. Impatience threw a purple ball of light onto his body. Yue Yang's body immediately turned into a demon king. Of course, that was only an image of his back, not his real body. Yue Yang, who possessed Nirvana Flame and was in a berserk state due to charm, moved his hands and condensed a fire phoenix. He was prepared to control this fire phoenix that could destroy heaven and earth and attack the Heaven Realm Great Leader. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident was finally moved. He didn't stand at his original position anymore. Instead, he soared into the sky. In his hands, he waved the Divine Trident for the first time. A white wave of light, like a lightning that could split heaven and earth, bombarded towards the top of Yue Yang's head. He was prepared to use it to destroy the fire phoenix. At the same time, Impatience had already caught up. Her hand had already pressed on the Heaven Realm Great Leader's back. She released all her strength. The Heaven Realm Great Leader quickly dodged. Impatience chased after him closely. Her shadow drew a long shadow in the sky, as if she was pressing on the Heaven Realm Great Leader's back, wanting to ruthlessly press him to the ground. On the ground, with a boom, Impatience's right hand sunk deep into the ground. The Heaven Realm Great Leader, who had narrowly escaped, was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. So close, if he was just a little bit slower. Come out, my slave. Finally, the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident opened his mouth to summon. A ray of white light shot down from the sky. The shockwave from the Heaven Realm Great Leader's summoning grimoire wasn't something that a normal person could withstand. Compared to Impatience's life ignition, the shockwave was several times stronger. Looks like this Heaven Realm Great Leader didn't even use his true strength just now. On the other side, Impatience had used her second charm on Yue Yang, who was riding on the fire phoenix, allowing him to complete his second berserk transformation. In the historical records of the Soaring Dragon continent, there were many great sages or great saints. When they researched on strengthening berserk, almost all of them supported berserk and spent their whole lives researching it. However, the results they achieved were very little, almost negligible. In other words, the humans' second berserk only existed in theory. No one had been able to achieve it. For thousands of years, only Impatience was able to successfully complete this kind of unimaginable second berserk. Yue Yang, who had been stimulated into berserk for the second time, completely went berserk. Seeing his second berserk transformation, the Heaven Realm Great Leader's eyes widened, revealing a kind of disbelief. This was the Heaven Realm's secret art. Only a few people could master it. How did the human warriors of the Soaring Dragon continent learn it? Chapter 353. Yue Yang was in front and Impatience was behind. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident did not even have time to react before he saw a fist burning with Nirvana's flame rapidly enlarging. He could only watch as Yue Yang's fist landed on his chest. Moreover, Impatience's thunderous strike was also on his back. Humans are indeed a race that creates miracles. The Heaven Realm Great Leader's body shook and pushed Yue Yang and Impatience away. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but his eyes became sharp. He nodded his head and said, "Interesting." Although the energy protecting his body was very strong, the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident was still injured under the double attack of Yue Yang and Impatience, who was 30 times stronger than before. Compared to the blood dripping from the corner of his mouth just now, this time, he was really injured. However, Yue Yang and Impatience's attack had completely enraged him. He pushed Yue Yang and Impatience away and immediately counterattacked. The Divine Trident, which was shining brilliantly, pointed forward and the energy in his body exploded like a mountain torrent. Just like a shockwave, it spread. However, it did not have any destructive power. It only formed a huge domain of space around his body, 50 times gravity. The Heaven Realm Great Leader hit the ground with his divine trident. Countless heaven runes gathered under his feet and formed a huge circle. Boom! Yue Yang, who was in the sky, immediately fell to the ground like a meteor. Even the powerful impatience who had burned her life to increase her combat power by 30 times also fell slowly. When she stepped on the ground, the stone slabs actually cracked under her weight and spread out like a spider web. On the other side, both of Yue Yang's legs were deeply embedded in the stone slabs. Because he was in the state of second berserk, Yue Yang did not care about his opponent's moves at all. As long as his body could still move, he would continue to attack. Yue Yang slowly moved his body. Stepping on the stone slabs, he walked towards the Heaven Realm Great Leader. So you become even stronger when you lose your mind. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident looked at Yue Yang's actions and immediately understood why the impatience didn't stop him from using hypnosis. She also didn't use her spirit to dispel the hypnosis. It turned out that this young human male would become even stronger when he lost his mind. This situation could only mean one thing. That was, this young human male had extremely strong potential that far surpassed what he had now and had yet to be developed. However, he was unable to unleash his strongest strength when he was rational, because he was still unclear of where his true potential lay. When he lost his rationality and was completely enraged, this brat's battle prowess would unknowingly burst forth. Most importantly, this kind of irrational rage would not harm his body at all. This was because this brat possessed the Nirvana flame of Nirvana rebirth to protect his body. From this, it could be seen that the true potential in his body was far above the combat strength he had displayed. It was immeasurable. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident would naturally not let this situation continue. He waved his divine halberd and pointed it at Yue Yang. Disperse. A strange light shot out from the Divine Trident. It struck Yue Yang's forehead, instantly dispelling the hypnosis and restoring Yue Yang's body to its original state. My head hurts. Yue Yang's consciousness immediately recovered. It was as if he had woken up from a nightmare. His head was throbbing with pain. What made Yue Yang even more uncomfortable was that because his consciousness was clear, his second berserk state quickly disappeared. His originally increased battle prowess quickly decreased. The 50 times gravity pressed down on Yue Yang, making it hard for him to breathe. Within the Heaven Realm Great Leader's domain, any living being would have to bear the effects of 50 times gravity. However, the impatiens noticed a detail. The stones, buildings and objects here were not affected at all. The gravity they withstood was still the same. The protective shield of the summoning grimoire was unable to eliminate the effects of the gravity. Obviously, the opponent's domain had completely penetrated through the protective shield. The opponent was a Heaven Realm Great Leader, not an ordinary mercenary. The protective shield of the summoning grimoire was useless against him. Impatiens immediately reacted. Life ignition 50 times. While she was chanting, Yue Yang took advantage of the situation before the second berserk state disappeared to forcefully jump up. He rode on the fire phoenix and rushed towards the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident's eyes flashed. He did not receive the attack head-on, but raised his halberd towards the sky. A strange light shot up to the sky from the tip of the Divine Trident. Countless heaven runes sparkled brightly like a galaxy, interweaving into a mysterious rune circle. Void. The Heaven Realm Great Leader pointed his halberd and the entire space immediately became a space without any gravity. Yue Yang, who was using all the energy in his body to resist against the 50 times gravity, didn't even have time to adjust. 1 second later, Yue Yang flew backwards like a meteor and crashed heavily onto the dome of the Prison Emperor Divine Palace. The entire third hall shook and trembled non-stop. Impatiens noticed that the shattered stones and dust were slowly falling down. Other than living things, anything that was not living was actually not affected by the domain. She saw it in her eyes and remembered it in her heart. She felt that this might be the weakness of the Heaven Realm Great Leader who was holding the Divine Halberd. Of course, the Divine Halberd was definitely a patch for this weakness. Without it, this Heaven Realm Great Leader's battle power would definitely be greatly reduced, 50 times gravity. The Heaven Realm Great Leader paused. Yue Yang's body crashed onto the ground with a loud rumble. Void. The Heaven Realm Great Leader raised his halberd towards the sky. Yue Yang, who was struggling to resist the gravity on the ground, shot towards the dome of the third hall like a meteorite. Don't forget, there's still me. Is it fun to bully a child? Impatiens appeared behind the Heaven Realm Great Leader. She turned her hand into a claw and grabbed the Heaven Realm Great Leader's right shoulder. Phew! The Heaven Realm Great Leader instantly disappeared, avoiding the battle. He smiled towards Impatience and said, "You are trying to lure me to attack. No, I will not fight with you. You want to die together with me. I know that you definitely have some kind of skill that can do that. However, I am not an idiot. Enraging him is useless to me. How long can you last with 50 times life combustion?" Impatience's heart sank when she heard this. The enemy did not fall for her trap at all. What should she do? How long could she last under 50 times life combustion? Could it be that she really had to use 100 times life combustion? Even faster than Phoenix Fairy Beauty's decision, the Heaven Realm Great Leader wielding the Divine Trident waved his Divine Trident and shouted, "Absolute Domain, 100 times gravity." Yue Yang's hands and legs, which were supporting the ground, sank deeply into the stone. Under 100 times gravity, not to mention him, even Impatience would find it hard to resist. Her lotus feet crushed the ground. Her body bent slightly under the pressure of 100 times gravity. If she did not use her hands to support the grimoire, she might have fallen to the ground. 100 times gravity was not something a human could resist. What was even more unbearable was that the Heaven Realm Great Leader wielding the Divine Halberd could immediately turn the space within the range of his domain into void without any gravity. Impatience was still fine, she could barely endure it. Yue Yang was miserable, his body could not endure it at all. It was as if he was being trampled by a herd of mammoths. He used his bloody hand to hold the hovering grimoire tightly, preventing it from falling towards the dome of the Great Hall. As long as the opponent kept changing the 100 times gravity and void without gravity, Yue Yang felt that the only thing he could do was to run away. That way, he would not have any chance of winning. "I said, don't forget, your opponent is me." Impatience snorted, when the Heaven Realm Great Leader turned around to look at her. Suddenly, he saw a jade-like hand flying through the air. Its speed was faster than lightning. In less than 1,000th of a second, it was already in front of him and quickly enlarged. An irresistible force exploded, like the raging waves of the sea beating against the shore. The Heaven Realm Great Leader wielding the Divine Halberd felt a chill in his heart. Before he could brandish the Divine Halberd in his hand to attack his opponent, he was hit by that force. In Yue Yang's eyes, he was shocked to see that Impatience had actually used her claw to press the arrogant Heaven Realm Great Leader to the ground. Her sharp claw grabbed the side of the Heaven Realm Great Leader's head. Taking advantage of the fact that the Heaven Realm Great Leader had turned around to look at her, she forcefully pressed the Heaven Realm Great Leader to the ground. Rumble! The entire third palace hall was shocked by the power of this one press. That kind of reverberating sound reverberated in the palace hall for a long time. Forget about Feng Shenxi and the other black hole-like Heaven Realm Great Leader, even Yue Yang felt that it was inconceivable. How was this possible? The incomparably strong Heaven Realm Great Leader was actually pressed to the ground by Impatience's claw. Just when everyone was dumbstruck, the Heaven Realm Great Leader wielding the Divine Halberd raised his arm and forcefully lifted his head from the ground. The Divine Halberd stabbed backwards, fiercely stabbing towards Impatience's body. However, the Heaven Realm Great Leader's first attack with the Divine Halberd was completely ineffective against the current Impatience. "It's useless," Impatience shouted. She swung her jade-like claw. The Heaven Realm Great Leader who was pressing down was like a cannonball as he flew towards a pillar of the palace hall. In an instant, the pillar shattered and he smashed into the wall of the palace, deeply imprinting a human figure. The Heaven Realm Great Leader wielding the Divine Halberd immediately reacted. His body flew out from the wall, faster than a ray of light. The Divine Halberd in his hand turned into a lightning bolt in the hands of the Thunder God, striking towards Impatience. The demon wings on Impatience's back flapped extremely quickly. With a flap, she had already circled behind the Heaven Realm Great Leader. She stretched out her claws and grabbed the Heaven Realm Great Leader's ankle. Her whole body was lifted up and fiercely smashed onto the ground. Without waiting for the Heaven Realm Great Leader to stand up, one of her jade feet had already landed on the Heaven Realm Great Leader's face. At the same time, both of her hands reached towards the sky. Countless amounts of energy gathered in her hands. A strange sight appeared in the entire sky. All of the energy that was drifting around started to go berserk. Then, following a certain pattern, it quickly gathered towards the space between Impatience's hands. In the sky, it twisted and formed a terrifying energy flow. Purple lightning flashed like a fire snake, and thunder rumbled. Heavens! Punishment! Impatience had never told Yue Yang what her domain of power was. She had also never shown it to him before. However, the current Yue Yang had already completely understood. It turns out that impatience's domain of power was this kind of heaven's punishment. The Heaven Realm Great Leader wielding the divine halberd revealed a trace of fear in his eyes. If the old dragon turtle was here to see this, he would realize that 6,000 years ago, when the prison emperor used the prison emperor divine staff to seal her, this Heaven Realm Great Leader also revealed the same fear in his eyes. Under the hundredfold life combustion, impatience faced the Heaven Realm Great Leader who had just awakened and was still in a weakened state. Her attack was simply an instant kill. Right now, she had used her strongest, heaven's punishment domain of power. With the strongest power in her life, she was prepared to forcefully kill this enemy who was a Heaven Realm Great Leader. Even if she had to pay with her life, she would not stop. Would she be able to succeed? This was the first time in his life that the Heaven Realm Great Leader wielding the divine halberd revealed an expression of fear in front of a human girl. Chapter 354 Countless lightning bolts gathered on Impatience's hands, forming a huge ball of lightning. The whole third hall was as bright as day under the illumination of the lightning. Heaven and earth were overshadowed by it. This was the power of heaven's punishment. It was not something that a human could resist. Even if it was the Heaven Realm Great Leader who had just woken up, he couldn't ignore it. Be careful. Although Yue Yang's mind was shaken by the scene of Sky Law, his extraordinary senses made him feel a great sense of danger. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a black figure floating out from the black hole. It was the Heaven Realm Great Leader who had been hiding in the black hole domain. That fellow's hands condensed two black balls of energy that could devour everything, as if he was preparing to sneak attack Impatience. Yue Yang panicked and rushed over recklessly, using his body to block Impatience's back. The ball of energy from the star explosion domain burst out and was thrown towards the opponent. At the same time, Impatience struck with both of her hands. The power of Sky Law that had been strengthened 100 times fiercely struck the Heaven Realm Great Leader who was holding the divine trident. The Heaven Realm Great Leader who had the black hole domain's power blocked Yue Yang's star explosion with a black ball of energy. His right hand that was holding the black ball of energy passed through the grimoire's protective shield and pressed fiercely on Yue Yang's chest. The whole space was distorted. Not only was there the power of Sky Law, there was also the collision between the star explosion and the black ball of energy, the collision between the black ball of energy and Yue Yang's protective innate chi, and even the repulsion between the Heaven Realm Great Leader's black hole domain and Yue Yang's grimoire's protective shield. Even the sound was shattered by the explosion. In the space, other than the four of them, everything else was turned into dust. The shockwave also sent Feng Shenxi, who was in his soul form, flying a few hundred meters away. The entire third hall's pillars were broken, the dome was pierced through and the ground cracked, almost collapsing. If it wasn't for the prison emperors while protecting the third hall, if it was a normal building, it would have been turned into rubble by the shockwave of the explosion. When the smoke and dust had settled, the four people who were standing still, the first to move was the Heaven Realm Great Leader who was hit by Impatience's Sky Law 100 times stronger. He, who was holding onto the divine trident, suddenly moved. He had lost an arm, and his handsome face was covered in blood. His left shoulder and the left half of his body were severely injured. White bones could be seen in several places. His left eye was closed. The blood on his forehead flowed down his eyelid from his hairline, then slid down his chin like bloody tears, dripping drop by drop onto his remaining right hand. His right hand was still holding onto the divine halberd, but he did not counterattack the Impatience. Instead, he extended the halberd and passed through the gap between Yue Yang's arms and ribs, blocking the second attack of the Heaven Realm Great Leader who had the black hole domain. Yue Yang and Impatience were both stunned by this. It was fine if this fellow didn't retaliate, but he even helped Yue Yang block a fatal blow from his comrade. Could it be that this fellow's brain had been beaten silly by the power of TNFA? Yue Yang and Impatience were really puzzled. The Heaven Realm Great Leader who had the black hole domain also didn't seem to understand his comrade's actions. Why was he not welcomed when he helped during a crisis? Zhu Shao, this is my battle. Even if I am killed, the Heaven Realm Great Leader's pride will not allow me to accept this kind of help. This will only make me feel humiliated. If it was you, if you were beaten to the ground, would you beg for your life like a dog? Would you hope that I would help you? I don't want to find any excuses. Victory is victory, defeat is defeat, even if my strength has not recovered, and my opponent burned his life 100 times stronger in order to win. Could it be that this is an excuse for defeat? As a Heaven Realm Great Leader, since when did you need to find a laughable excuse for defeat? When the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident said this, the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Black Hole Domain immediately hid himself and returned to the Black Hole without saying anything. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident turned around while covered in blood. He closed one of his bleeding eyes and looked at Impatience with only one eye. You are a very strong opponent. Other than the Prison Emperor, this is the first time I have been beaten to such a sorry state by a human. You almost killed me. If it wasn't for the divine equipment in my hands, you would have made me hibernate for thousands of years today. With the divine equipment in my hands, you won't be able to kill me. I also don't want to kill you. On the contrary, I look forward to an opponent like you. You and that little boy still have a lot of potential to grow. You are still young, continue to train. I will wait for you in the Heaven Realm. Today's lesson, this defeat, I will remember it deeply in my heart. He summoned a holy grimoire and his body slowly disappeared. Goodbye, the two human warriors who have brought me incomparable surprises. I really hope that when I see you again in the Heaven Realm, you will give me even more surprises. Before he disappeared, he waved his divine trident. A ray of colorful light flashed brightly in the sky. Gradually, it formed a row of heaven runes in the sky. Yue Yang recognized these few words and guessed that it was the address of this fellow in the Heaven Realm. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with the divine trident returned to his own grimoire world and completely disappeared. Only his last words lingered in the broken third hall. Remember my name is Void. As the Heaven Realm Great Leader called Void returned to the grimoire world, Feng Shenxi who was in his soul state also followed after him under the guidance of the divine trident. At this time, in the third hall, only the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Black Hole Domain, Zhu Xiao, was left. Although he had always been quiet, his true strength was even higher than Void, who was holding the divine trident. 5 deep bloody holes appeared on Yue Yang's chest. Even someone as strong as Yue Yang who had Nirvana's flame and obtained Nirvana rebirth was unable to heal the wounds caused by his opponent. The black ball of energy that was like a black hole that could devour everything had already invaded Yue Yang's body. If it was another person, they would have become a corpse long ago, or maybe even not even their bones would be left. However, Yue Yang who had the devour domain of energy was using his body as a battlefield, fighting a tug of war with the black ball of energy. If it was a normal body, it would not be able to withstand this kind of battle. However, Yue Yang who had innate chi protecting his body and Nirvana Rebirth's flame was unbelievably able to persevere in this kind of battle. Furthermore, the devour domain of energy in his body was getting stronger and stronger, continuously devouring and assimilating the opponent's energy, transforming and strengthening the devour domain of energy. The black ball of energy stimulated Yue Yang's life potential. At the same time, it also stimulated Yue Yang's devour domain of energy. The devour domain of energy that was originally not very strong was strengthened by 10 times due to the invasion of the strange energy. Moreover, after the devour domain of energy had assimilated the opponent's energy, it was also evolving. It continued to grow stronger and mutate. Of course, in terms of physical reaction, it was extremely painful. Yue Yang was in so much pain that his entire body was trembling. Impatience used one of her lily-white hands and her long tail to support Yue Yang who had almost lost control and fell to the ground, while staring coldly at the Heaven Realm Great Leader called Zhu Xiao. This Zhu Xiao who was hiding in the black hole domain of energy had never left. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Impatience and Yue Yang. Void's will had nothing to do with him. Although Void, Impatience and Yue Yang had agreed to fight again in the Heaven Realm, the current Zhu Xiao wanted to get rid of the two of them as soon as possible. I have always thought that humans are dangerous. No matter how weak a human is, as long as there is an opportunity, they will become very strong. Even if their lifespan is very short, they will grow very fast. For example, you, a young human boy, you are only 20 years old, but you already have the power to fight against me. If you are given another 100 years, I really don't dare to imagine how far you will grow. The Zhu Xiao who was hiding in the black hole domain of energy slowly floated out. His appearance and image were still not shown, but his strong aura directly suppressed Yue Yang to the point that he could not breathe. Compared to Void who was holding the godly halberd, he was 3 times stronger. Moreover, this Zhu Xiao was calmer and had a kind of cold-blooded rationality. When Yue Yang and Impatience gave him a sense of danger, he would not be like Void and give Yue Yang and Impatience a chance to challenge him. He wanted to kill the two of them directly to prevent future troubles. Zhu Xiao stretched out his hands and two black energy balls appeared on them. Impatience slowly raised one hand to the sky and prepared to summon sky punishment again. The calm Zhu Xiao, who was almost cold-blooded, suddenly asked, "How many more times can you summon sky punishment after hundredfold life ignition? How much longer can you last? If I am not wrong, you can at most last for a minute. Such a short amount of time is not enough to summon sky punishment again. Moreover, do you think I will fight you? I can wait until you burn your life." Although she did not speak, the dim look in Impatience's eyes confirmed everything that Zhu Xiao had said. She did not want to admit defeat, but hundredfold life ignition had already reached the limit of her limits. There is only half a minute left. Say your last words. Zhu Xiao did not immediately attack Impatience and Yue Yang. Instead, he stood in front of the black hole domain of energy, as though he could retreat at any time. He knew that he had just woken up from hibernation and his power was only 1/100th of his previous peak. He was not willing to fight the current Impatience head-on. Unlike Shu Kong, the way he chose to fight was to wait. "I die without regrets." These were Impatience's last words. "Why don't you ask me what I want to say?" Yue Yang resisted the pain in his chest and asked in a hoarse voice. "Then, what do you want to say?" Zhu Xiao was most wary of Impatience now. As for the heavily injured Yue Yang, he only needed to be a tenth vigilant. "I am not as good as you, but that does not mean you can be awesome. Qilin girl, I did not take a minute of your rent. Now that I am about to die, if you do not come out to help, don't blame me for kicking you out of the door." Yue Yang suddenly scolded angrily. "Don't be angry, I don't know you are fighting. I just slept not long ago and am still very sleepy." The Qilin girl, who was wearing a nightgown, sleepily patted her small sandalwood mouth and yawned. She had a sleepy and lazy appearance. She first stretched her waist and then cutely rubbed her eyes. She turned her head and saw that Yue Yang's mouth was bleeding and there was a bloody hole in his chest. She curiously came over and blinked her big eyes. "Are you injured?" "Nonsense." Yue Yang wanted to press this Qilin girl down and beat her little butt. It was fine that she did not help, but she was also curiously watching. "This injury is not difficult to treat, but I only have 2 hands. Between her and you, I can only save one. Which one should I save?" The Qilin girl stretched out her small white hand, indicating that she could only save one. "Save her." When Yue Yang heard this, he hurriedly let her save Impatience first. "I can save her, but I will not guarantee her life because it is already a bit late to save her." Before the Qilin girl finished speaking, Yue Yang raised his hand and fiercely spanked her perky little butt. "Then why are you still talking nonsense? Hurry up and save her. You dare to hit me." The Qilin girl was furious and was about to fly into a rage. However, when she saw Yue Yang's expression, she was so scared that she stuck out her little pink tongue. She hurriedly carried Impatience, who was gradually losing control, and returned to the grimoire world. In the end, she even asked Yue Yang, "Who is that ugly and sinister fellow? Forget about his looks, he still dares to show his face in public. I really don't understand, does he not know his place? Hurry up and save her. You are not going on a blind date, why do you care about his looks?" Yue Yang was furious. "So there is an immortal beast protecting you. No wonder Ming Yu Guang and Void let you go. Immortal beasts are very strong, but do they not have any weaknesses?" The Heaven Realm Great Leader called Zhu Xiao suddenly turned invisible and returned to the black hole domain. A thought came out. If I had not just woken up from my hibernation, I would have killed the immortal beast as well. "Young human, let me give you a present." A ray of black light, like a sword, shot out from the center of the black hole. In an instant, it disappeared. Just as Yue Yang was on full alert, Lei Shenxi, who looked like a thunder giant, suddenly appeared. He held the ray of black light in his hand and bowed respectfully towards the black hole. The black hole domain slowly disappeared. In the end, a cold thought came out: chop off his 4 limbs and turn him into a human stick. Remember, do not harm his life. Otherwise, the guardian immortal beast will immediately retaliate. The weakness of immortal beasts is that they must abide by the rules. They cannot take the initiative to attack weak life forms, unless it endangers their master's life. Humans' battle power mainly depends on their 4 limbs. Once they lose their limbs, their battle power will greatly decrease. Furthermore, humans cannot regrow their limbs. Young human, I hope you will like this present. Chapter 355. Although the Qilin girl did not make a move, Zhu Xiao, the arrogant Heaven Realm Great Leader, was definitely scared away by her. The battle at the prison Emperor Divine Palace had many unexpected events. For example, the powerful Heaven Realm warriors like Feng Shenxi, Lei Shenxi, Ming Ri Hao, Huang Sha, Sha Fei, Ni Guo had broken free from their seals and even had physical bodies. This was something that the old dragon turtle's original information could never imagine. The sudden appearance of a strong enemy had completely overturned Yue Yang's plan. Even if he had urgently trained for a month and obtained nirvana rebirth under the guidance of the heavenly sword goddess, he was still unable to close the huge gap between him and the enemy. What was even more frightening was that because of Yue Yang's intrusion, the seals on the three great leaders of the Heaven Realm had changed one after another. All of them had successfully broken free, and each of them had the strength to instantly kill everyone on their side. Under this kind of suffocating situation, Yue Yang could not control the situation and could only adapt to the situation. Other than fighting with his wits, Yue Yang's only hope was for the Phoenix Sisters and the Qilin girl to help him. Yue Yang was not afraid of a bitter battle, but he was afraid that Shui Wuxia, Princess Sissy and the others would be instantly killed. Forget about Shui Wuxia and the others who could not be revived, even his guardian beast Bloody Queen Red and the others who could be revived, he did not want them to die because of him. The biggest threat to the enemies was Void and Zhu Xiao, the two great leaders. Void was heavily injured by the Impatience's Sky Law and left gracefully. However, the cold and rational Zhu Xiao was the enemy that Yue Yang was most worried about. Fortunately, the Qilin girl appeared and scared him away. Seeing that he retreated quickly because of the Qilin girl's appearance, Yue Yang heaved a sigh of relief. As for Lei Shenxi, who was still in his soul form, even if he regained his fighting strength and the treasure, Black Light, that Zhu Xiao gave him, Yue Yang did not care. After all, compared to the two great leaders just now, Lei Shenxi, who had lost his real body and was only in his soul form, was not worth mentioning. Electric Cage. Lei Shenxi was originally in soul form, so his fighting power was not strong. He should have been unable to attack. However, with the black light in his hand, he was able to summon a huge electric cage. With the inner hall of the third palace hall as the prison, he imprisoned Yue Yang within. Yue Yang's devoured territory was currently digesting Zhu Xiao's black energy ball. His body was also recovering with nirvana flame, so he did not stop Lei Shenxi's actions. Perhaps he didn't have much confidence, so Lei Shenxi used the power of the black light treasure to summon two Heaven Realm monsters. Unlike the Heaven Realm centipede summoned by Feng Shenxi, these two beasts were humanoid beasts. One red, the other green. Every one of them was enormous, and their height alone was 50 meters. It looked extremely ugly, like a bloodthirsty ogre. Its bloody mouth was dripping with stinking sticky saliva. Its sharp teeth and red eyes were filled with a ruthless and bloodthirsty thirst for blood. The word, Sha, was branded on their foreheads. On their almost naked bodies, there was only a piece of beast skin draped over their lower bodies. They were holding huge mace that was 30 meters long. With a casual strike, they could break the third palace hall's pillar. Every step they took, their weight could shake the entire prison Emperor Divine Palace. Rumble. When they walked towards Yue Yang, this tiny human, the entire third palace hall shook uncontrollably. What was even more terrifying was that these two humanoid beasts, one red and one green, released two great domains, bone maggots, and death mist. The red, bone maggots, seemed to have a life of its own as it crazily sucked Yue Yang's strength, while the green, death mist, was like a plague that dyed the surface of Yue Yang's body green. Yue Yang looked at Lei Shenxi from the corner of his eyes. Lei Shenxi, who was holding the black light treasure, was looking for a good opportunity to attack. Looks like he wouldn't leave until he chopped off his 4 limbs. Suddenly, Yue Yang sighed slightly. Yes, I admit that with my current strength, I am still unable to fight against the two great leaders of Heaven Realm. Of all the battles I've ever fought, this was the most difficult and passive battle I've ever been in. However, I will firmly remember today's lesson. After I leave, I will once again cultivate from the most basic foundation and allow myself to grow into a true expert. In the future, when I face Shu Kong and Zhu Xiao, I will definitely not be like today. Do you really think you can leave? Lei Shenxi didn't open his mouth and only sent out a thought. Zhu Xiao himself wants to escape, this is the truth. Yue Yang suddenly smiled. His smile was as bright as the sun, causing Lei Shenxi to be puzzled. Immortal beasts will definitely not take the initiative to attack their enemies. Obviously, Lei Shenxi understood the restrictions of immortal beasts. Immortal beasts will only protect their masters when their lives are in danger. I have a sister. She has never participated in a battle. None of you know of her existence. Now, do you want to know where she is? Before Yue Yang could finish speaking, a small figure came out from the profound coffin room, holding the prison emperor divine staff high up. It was Yu Bing. The prison emperor divine staff that had the prison emperors will immediately burst out with light that was 10,000 times brighter when it came out of the third hall, illuminating the entire third hall as if it was daytime. The bright light caused the red and green demonic beasts to be unable to open their eyes as they roared in fear. They subconsciously avoided Yu Bing, who was holding the prison emperor divine staff with both hands, and retreated step by step. Only when Lei Xianxia shouted and comforted them did they feel a little better. Suddenly, a figure appeared outside the electric cage. He shouted at Yue Yang. These two are the Red Goblin King and the Green Goblin King. They have a very strong regenerative ability. Normal attacks are unable to kill them. We must dig out the goblin orb in their bodies. Normally, their goblin orb is on their head, but it could also be in their belly button. Before he could finish speaking, Lei Xianxia angrily roared, like thunder exploding in the sky, and Jie, you traitor. Although Birdman and Jie was afraid of Lei Xianxia, with Yue Yang in front of him, he felt a lot more at ease. He plucked up his courage and replied loudly, I'm not betraying you. You have never been my master, nor are you my suzerain. You are just our conquerors. We were forced to come down from the heaven realm because we were afraid of being conquered by force and forced to obey. We were forced to come down from the heaven realm and start a war with the humans. In the battle against the prison emperor, our brothers and sisters were severely injured. Even so, you are still unable to look us in the eye. You have never acknowledged us as your companions. You have never even acknowledged us as your subordinates. We are only slaves. When the two great leaders, Void and Zhu Shao, needed to speed up their recovery, the ones who sacrificed themselves for them were our brothers and sisters. Many of our brothers and sisters were sucked dry of their energy while they were still in deep sleep. Just like me, even if I woke up earlier, I wouldn't be able to escape this kind of death. In order to save the two great leaders in advance, you guys have been using our bodies and beasts as sacrifices for the past 6,000 years. Look at my body, what have I become? I've woken up and turned into a hybrid beast. I've even lost most of my memories. If I hadn't awakened my deep memories during the battle, I would have most likely continued to be the target of your jokes and sacrifices. Just like my brothers and sisters, I am not afraid of death, nor am I afraid of battle. But I will definitely not become your sacrifice. I am also a proud Heaven Realm warrior. Even if you are stronger than me, you will not be able to erase my dignity. And Jie currently only had the strength of an innate level 1. If Lei Xianxia did not become a soul after sacrificing himself, he would probably be able to kill him instantly. No matter what reason you have, your betrayal is a fact. The black light treasure in Lei Xianxia's hands shot out a ray of light towards Jie like a sword. If you want to kill him, can you ask me first? Yue Yang stood in front of the sword ray. He stretched out his hand and caught the terrifying sword ray. The power of yin and yang rotated slowly. The sword ray shot out by the black light slowly twisted and finally swam between Yue Yang's fingers like a fish. When it came to controlling sword rays, other than the heavenly sword goddess and the big lily formed from sword chi, no one was better than Yue Yang in controlling sword rays. When Lei Xianxia realized that the sword ray shot out by the black light was ineffective against Yue Yang, he immediately ordered the Red Goblin King and the Green Goblin King to attack. Just as the two goblin beasts rushed towards Yue Yang, a mirror suddenly appeared in front of Yue Yang. This was Inan's spirit mirror. The spirit mirror reflected the prison emperor divine staff's radiance and shone on the two goblin beasts' faces. Immediately, the two goblin beasts closed their eyes in pain. They used their huge hands to block in front of them, as if they were extremely afraid of this radiance. The two domains on Yue Yang's body, the bone maggots and the death mist, quickly dissipated under the radiance of the spirit mirror. When Lei Xianxia slashed down with the black light in his hands, Yue Yang released the five-colored divine light. Counterattack. The green of the five-colored divine light collided with Lei Xianxia's black light. With one strike, Lei Xianxia and the black light were immediately sent flying 100 meters away. The black light dimmed. On Lei Xianxia's body, crackling sounds could be heard, as if he had suffered quite a bit of damage. This is the real five-colored divine light. Yours is just a counterfeit. No matter how generous Zhu Shao is, he would never give you the real five-colored divine light. The black light in your hands is just a counterfeit version of the five-colored divine light. Yue Yang appeared behind Lei Shenxi in a flash. His left fist held the five-colored divine light and punched out. At the same time, his right hand gathered the power of Star Explosion and threw it out the moment Lei Shenxi parried. Quick! Lei Shenxi was shocked. He turned into lightning and disappeared, dodging the attack of Star Explosion. Die! Yue Yang did not chase after him. Instead, he guided the Star Explosion to make a turn and hit the Red Goblin King's head. Star Explosion exploded. Half of the Red Goblin King's head exploded into pieces. It fell to the ground with a loud bang. However, the strange thing was that the Red Goblin King, whose head was shattered, did not die. Its shattered head quickly recovered. Countless pieces of flesh automatically turned into powder and returned to its original state. Its head turned into a pile of paste and gradually returned to its original state. In just a few seconds, more than half of its body had recovered. I'll send you to hell. Yue Yang, who was holding the world exterminating wheel, slashed down from the sky and cut the Red Goblin King in half. On the other side, the incomparably furious Green Goblin King did not even have time to react before Yue Yang turned around and used the world exterminating wheel to cut it in half from its belly button. The Red Goblin King and Green Goblin King's broken body started to grow new flesh, preparing to merge their bodies back into one. However, a little Lamia Loli with big eyes appeared. She held two blades in her hands. In an instant, she turned the four parts of the Red Goblin King and Green Goblin King's bodies into frozen meat. Of course, this was not her final goal. When Lei Shenxi rushed over to help, she had already stretched out her two small hands towards Yue Yang. On her hands, there were two goblin pearls, one red and one green. The Red Goblin King and Green Goblin King who had lost their goblin pearls were no different from losing their human souls. Although they did not die, they were just two huge mountains of flesh, no longer a threat. Under the light of the Prison Emperor Divine Staff, the bone maggots and death mist domain completely disappeared. Even if I can't kill you, I will kill your woman. Human, your biggest weakness is women. Lei Shenxi was completely furious. He knew that he could not defeat Yue Yang, because Yue Yang had the real five-colored divine light in his hands. Yu Bing had the protection of the Prison Emperor Divine Staff, so Lei Shenxi could not get close to her. Inan had the protection of the Spirit Mirror. The Spirit Mirror revolved around her body, and the light emitted by the Prison Emperor Divine Staff caused the Spirit Mirror to refract in all directions. This was equivalent to having the protection of the Prison Emperor Divine Staff, so Lei Shenxi could not touch her. As for little Wen Li, she was his guardian beast, so he could not really kill her. In the end, the furious Lei Shenxi decided to go to the second hall first and kill those human women who could not recover, forcing Yue Yang to go crazy. In the past, he had used this method to deal with the Prison Emperor and the soldiers who followed him. Once a human man saw a woman die, they would feel despair. They would even commit suicide after winning. Lei Shenxi, who came from the Heaven Realm, could not understand this kind of behavior. However, he knew the fatal weakness of human warriors. Do you want to kill us? There's no need to go to the second hall, we are already here. Shui Wuxia held the ancient book in her hands, while Princess Sissy, who was covered in blood, held the Prison Emperor Divine Sword. Behind them, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Yu Yu, who were pale and weak, followed. Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga and Ice Serpent Demon were guarding them. The fact that they could come here meant that the two Heaven Realm centipedes had been killed. What shocked Lei Shenxi the most was not that the Howling Wind spell was ineffective, nor was it that his subordinates and the Heaven Realm centipedes were killed. It was not even the Heaven Centipede Pearl in the hands of Thunder Naga and Ice Serpent Demon, but the ancient book in Shui Wuxia's hands. This ancient book was only a silver-ranked treasure. If it was in the past, Lei Shenxi would not even care about silver-ranked treasures. Even if it was a gold-ranked treasure, it would not be able to harm him who was an innate level 10. But now, he who was in his soul state felt that something was wrong. Although this ancient book was only a silver-ranked treasure, it was a type of spiritual equipment. The scariest thing was that it seemed to be a treasure that could swallow lightning energy, which was his nemesis. Shui Wuxia flipped the book to a page, and a female spirit that looked similar to her appeared. The female spirit's body was filled with cold air, but her hands were crackling with lightning. Facing Lei Shenxi who was many times stronger than her, this female spirit fearlessly rushed forward, as if she wanted to swallow Lei Shenxi who was 1,000 times stronger than her. No, A strong warrior's sense of danger exploded. Lei Xianxi hurriedly wanted to escape, but behind him, Yue Yang and little Wen Li appeared at the same time. Their binding chain's inherent skill instantly locked onto him. Nirvana Flame, World Exterminating Wheel and innate invisible sword Qi attacked Lei Xianxi's body at the same time. The one who dealt the fatal blow was Sickly Beauty. She took out the Prison Emperor Divine Seal from the profound coffin room and accurately threw it at Lei Xianxi's head. Chapter 356. Lei Xianxi, who had an immortal body, was much stronger than Huang Sha, who had a body made of sand. If he had not sacrificed his body, with Yue Yang's current strength, it would be very difficult to kill him, who was an innate level 10. Unless he destroyed his nucleus, he would not be able to kill him. After losing his body, Lei Xianxi was only left with his soul. He was unable to use his lightning power and was at his weakest. If Zhu Shao did not give him the black light to summon him, Yue Yang could even ignore Lei Xianxi's existence. When the Qilin girl saved Phoenix Fairy Beauty, Shui Wuxia, Princess Xianxia and the others all rushed over. Yue Yang had completely let go of the boulder in his heart. He decided to surround and kill Lei Xianxi, this super strong enemy. He was not willing to let him recover his original body. While he was still in his weakest state, he would make sure that this fellow would stay in the Prison Emperor Divine Palace forever. Roar, roar, roar. Lei Xianxi was in great pain. No matter if it was Nirvana Flame, World Exterminating Wheel or innate invisible sword Qi, all of them could severely injure his soul. The Prison Emperor Divine Seal that contained the Prison Emperor's will was sealed above his head, causing the shadow of death 6,000 years ago to flash in his heart. 6,000 years ago, there were still the 3 great leaders and close to 100 of their companions resisting the seal together. Today, he was the only one left to fight. Was he going to die? Let's die together. Lei Xianxi turned around and pounced towards Yue Yang. He was prepared to use the Heaven Realm's forbidden skill, Soul and Body Explosion, to perish together with him. Although he did not have the support of his body, the power of the Soul and Body Explosion would be greatly reduced, but it was definitely not a problem to destroy his enemy. Little Wen Li glared at him angrily and activated her binding chain's inherent skill again. Instead of retreating, Yue Yang advanced. The Nirvana Flame in his hand turned into a gigantic fire phoenix and bombarded Lei Xianxi's body. Following that, the World Exterminating Wheel broke through the Heaven Rune's origin defense in his soul. At the same time, Yue Yang's innate sword Qi struck the star nucleus in Lei Xianxi's soul with his strongest attack. Lei Xianxi's nucleus was shattered and his body shook. His soul energy scattered and was absorbed by Yue Yang's devoured domain. However, Lei Xianxi did not die. Knowing that he could no longer kill Yue Yang, he suddenly gave up on the idea of dying together with Yue Yang. He pounced on Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy. Yue Yang's hair stood up in anger as he chased after Lei Xianxi. He extended his hand into Lei Xianxi's soul and dug out the origin star nucleus. Lei Xianxi suddenly laughed out loud. It's too late, the weakness of humans is women. You can collapse, go crazy. He pounced on Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy, and the black light in his hand made a final attack. He still had a bit of time before the Nirvana Flame burned the star nucleus. Kill! Princess Sissy shouted as the white tiger's image appeared in the sky. Using the white tiger's strength and the Emperor's sword Qi, she activated the Prison Emperor Divine Sword and slashed Lei Xianxi's soul into 2. Lei Xianxi also performed the same action. He did not even defend himself, he only raised the black light and slashed down on Shui Wuxia's head. No matter how City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Yu, Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga and Ice Serpent Demon attacked, he completely ignored them. He only wanted to kill Shui Wuxia. The black light slashed down, nothing could stop it. The old dragon turtle caught up, but it was sent flying by the summoning power of the other half of Lei Xianxi's body. He was unable to stop the heavy slash of the black light. No, Sickly Beauty had already summoned her crystal shield, but her speed was not fast enough. She could not reach Shui Wuxia's side in time. She screamed in sorrow. Sister Wu Sha. Inan also flew over on her spirit mirror. She was even further away from them. Shui Wuxia felt that she had been locked on by the black light. She would only die faster if she tried to escape. She did not panic. She looked at Yue Yang, and in the depths of her eyes, there was even a trace of a smile. If this was forever, then she would leave him a smile. He liked her smile and often wanted her to smile, but she did not usually listen to him. She raised her right hand and prepared to receive the attack, hoping to exchange an arm for her life. Although she did not know if she would succeed, she wanted to try. Wasn't it just an arm? As long as this Lei Xianxia did not attack Yu and Fallen Flowers, so what if she gave him an arm? Her guardian beast, Storm Blizzard Lady, also did the same action. She raised her arm to receive the attack, while her other hand condensed the power of ice, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was exhausted from the previous battle and could not help. She was so scared that she almost fainted. Yu, who was usually weak, rushed forward with tears streaming down her face. She was prepared to use her body to protect Shui Wuxia, but she did not think that doing so would only sacrifice her own life. Mother F***CKER. Yue Yang used the fastest speed he had in his life and chased closely behind Lei Xianxia. He threw out the 5-colored divine light to block the black light. Ayayaya! In the sky, Bloody Queen Red screamed and rushed down, hugging the black light with her whole body. She knew that she was a guardian beast and would not really die, so she prepared to use her body to block the attack. On the other side, Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen flew over. She had stopped at the second hall to clean up the battlefield, so she was late. She did not expect to see Lei Xianxia's crazy action. Lei Xianxia was not only an innate level 10, he was also famous for his speed. Even if he sacrificed his body, no one could save him. The black light flashed. It chopped off an arm, and at the same time, the body behind the arm was also split into two, fresh blood splattered in the air. The star nucleus that he had been holding tightly in his hand, under the purification of the Nirvana flame, completely turned into a lightning-type soul pearl. Lei Xianxia's soul immediately lost consciousness. His eyes froze as his life and soul were purified by the Nirvana flame and disappeared. The black light that was about to slash a second time fell from his hand and stabbed into the ground. Yu and the others were scared out of their wits. They rushed over and hugged Shui Wuxia, who was covered in blood, and cried, "No, no, Wuxia, don't scare me. I'm fine, Aw man helped me block the attack." Shui Wuxia also thought that she was finished. She did not expect that the tall and sturdy Aw man would suddenly stand up and jump in front of her, blocking the fatal attack. Barbarian Cow Shadow Aw man's right arm was chopped off. The black light had split half of her body in half, almost splitting her into two. She, who was close to a human's body, spurted out blood like a waterfall. When Yue Yang rushed over, she did not say anything. There was no pain in her eyes, only joy. This was because she saw that her master's eyes were filled with concern and pain. Lei Xianxia's soul disappeared, but the energy of his soul was dragged back into the ancient book by the spirit woman who floated out from the ancient book, slowly digesting it. No one cared about its actions. Everyone hugged the barbarian Cow Shadow. Yue Yang hugged her, trying his best to use Nirvana Flame to heal Aw man's serious injuries. Yu was so scared that her hands trembled. She almost did not know how to summon a healing water ball. Subconsciously, everyone treated Aw man as a human and not a guardian beast. Aw man stretched out her remaining left hand and caressed Yue Yang's face. She shook her head, as if she wanted to smile to show that she was fine. However, before she could smile, she had already turned into a ray of light. Her body gradually decomposed into energy and returned to the grimoire world. I will remember today's lesson. I will definitely become the strongest warrior in the world. I swear that in the future, no matter if I face a human warrior or a heaven realm warrior, this kind of thing will never happen again. Never. Yue Yang clenched his fist. At this moment, he was furious. He hated himself for not being strong enough. If he had the ability to kill Lei Xianxia in a second, if he had the ability to fight against the two great leaders, would this kind of danger still happen? All along, Yue Yang felt that he was a strong warrior. Even if he was not the strongest, Yue Yang felt that he could deal with any difficulties. However, the battle at the Prison Emperor Divine Palace had taught him a truth. Never be limited by the power in front of you. A real warrior was unimaginably strong. The situation would never go according to plan. This world was full of unknowns. In the face of absolute power, intelligence and skills were all pale and powerless. If he wanted to use intelligence and skills to obtain victory, he must be strong enough. In other words, as long as you were strong enough, then you would have the right to toy with others. The three great leaders of Heaven Realm gave Yue Yang an extremely high goal to challenge. Even if they slept for 1,006 years, in their weakened state, the three great leaders still had the power to kill Yue Yang in a second. This kind of power was the direction that Yue Yang would work towards in the future. Being stronger than human warriors was not enough. What Yue Yang wanted was to be stronger than the three great leaders of Heaven Realm. He wanted to be stronger than the prison emperor who could seal the three great leaders of Heaven Realm: Wen Yubing, Yu Yu, Shui Wuxia. Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers hugged Yue Yang tightly. Everyone's grimoire automatically appeared. The pages flipped and gathered into an unprecedentedly huge golden pillar of light that shot straight to the sky. All of the beasts were bathed in this golden energy pillar, and at the same time, they evolved along with their masters. Within the pillar of light, Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia's evolution was the most shocking. After Shui Wuxia's ancient book spirit swallowed Lei Xianxi's soul energy, it underwent a qualitative change in the pillar of light and leveled up to a gold-ranked treasure. The summoning grimoire leveled up from a middle-ranked gold grimoire to a beginner-ranked platinum grimoire. Shui Wuxia, who had been suppressed as a lesser innate for a long time, could no longer endure the energy of breaking through. She screamed and floated in the sky, the golden pillar of light of leveling up to an innate connected heaven and earth. It was more than 100 meters tall, almost 200 meters tall. It was even more powerful than Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers when they leveled up. It was just that everyone was leveling up, so no one had the time to see Shui Wuxia leveling up. The Blizzard Lady, who was a guardian beast, was reborn and merged with the ancient book spirit. Ice, lightning, and spiritual sense had completely fused together. A huge figure that was more than 30 meters tall appeared in the center of the golden pillar of light. She had unbelievably turned into a diamond-ranked beast. Even if she was only diamond-ranked level 1 now, it was enough to prove that her future growth potential was incomparable to before. Because of her appearance, snowflakes started to fall from the sky. One by one, they danced in the sky. It was only until she gradually merged with Shui Wuxia's body like little Wen Li into Yue Yang's body that the snowflakes in the sky gradually stopped. Ah man, Yue Yang did not notice this. His mind was still worried about Ah Man. When he connected his mind with the sleeping Ah Man, he was pleasantly surprised to find that she was not really dead. She was only sleeping due to heavy injuries, unlike other guardian beasts who would lose some of their memories once they died. She was still the original Ah Man. Still his own Ah Man. Little Wen Li, Bloody Queen Red, Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo, Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga and Ice Serpent Demon were all surrounding Yue Yang, bathing in the Nirvana's flame when Yue Yang leveled up. At the same time, they were also leveling up, evolving and fading away. Even the spirit of flame and smoke who was killing the sand drilling worms in the second hall also exploded into flames, enjoying the pleasure of leveling up. Different from Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia who leveled up together, the old dragon turtle knelt down in tears in front of the prison emperor divine staff that contained the prison emperor's will, crying non-stop. Other than him, the prison emperor was only left with a forgotten piece of history. 6,000 years had passed. The sealed heaven realm rankers had either died or escaped. Who would remember the human king who shocked the heaven realm that year? Who would remember the prison emperor who used his life to seal the three great leaders of heaven realm? The only thing that comforted the old dragon turtle was that the human race had produced another genius boy. He was still very young now, he could not compare to the prison emperor that year. However, with this brat's talent and potential, with a bit of effort, he would definitely become a new generation ranker in the future. He might even become stronger than the prison emperor. He was still young. With such a rare challenge and experience today, his future would be limitless. The new generation prison emperor, he would be the best successor. Chapter 357. After the battle in the prison emperor divine palace, the old dragon turtle happily hugged the prison emperor divine staff and ran out to use a secret technique to recover his strength. He was helpless against Yue Yang's action of snatching the prison emperor divine seal. Although Yue Yang couldn't use the prison emperor divine seal now, Yue Yang, who didn't want to be at a disadvantage, would rather use it to smash walnuts to get his hands on it. He painstakingly cleared all the monsters in the prison emperor divine palace and even chased away the three big bosses. If he didn't get some treasures, Yue Yang wouldn't be able to feel at ease. Thus, the prison emperor divine staff belonged to the old dragon turtle. The prison emperor divine seal belonged to Yue Yang, and the prison emperor divine sword belonged to Princess Sissy. Only she could use it. Yue Yang said that he put in the most effort, so he should get double the share. Thus, he snatched the prison emperor's 7-star pillars. The old dragon turtle naturally objected, but his objection was ineffective. Yue Yang, Shui Wuxia and the others didn't leave immediately. Instead, they stayed in the prison Emperor Divine Palace and rested in the grimoire world for 3 days until they had completely recovered from the exhaustion of the battle. They then spent a few more days to sort out the various spoils of war in the prison Emperor Divine Palace. They cut the Heaven Realm Centipede's poisonous jaws and carapace into small pieces and kept them well. They also stored the earth-drilling demon insect's orb, the Heaven Realm warrior's wings, weapons and armors into the grimoire world and turned them into alchemy materials. After cleaning up until there was nothing left, Yue Yang left the prison Emperor Divine Palace under the guidance of the old dragon turtle's secret teleportation technique. Among all the Heaven Realm warriors that were sealed, only the monster guy and Jay was left. This guy was almost eaten by the golden crown thorny flower queen. Luckily Yue Yang had promised to spare his life. And Jay carried his companions' belongings and walked out of the prison Emperor Divine Palace step by step. He passed through the teleportation gate and left. Before he left, he looked back and took a deep look. Perhaps the indescribable sense of melancholy in his heart made him seem not as happy as he thought he would be. Instead, he seemed a little depressed. Yue Yang hadn't paid much attention to him, but he had heard from Njay that this guy had 50 companions, and now he was the only one left. He had only found a dozen of his companions' belongings, and most of them were lost. It was inevitable that he would be disappointed. Regaining his freedom was a good thing, but now he was alone. 6,000 years had passed, and he had lost his original body and became a monstrous birdman. Could he still return to his race in the Heaven Realm? With his current innate level 1 strength, would he be able to return to the Heaven Realm safely? Even Yue Yang, who had never been to the Heaven Realm, was not optimistic about him, let alone himself. I will stay in Tong Tian Tower for a period of time to adapt to the environment first. The monstrous man in Jay actually wanted to say that he was willing to follow Yue Yang into the Heaven Realm, but seeing that Yue Yang didn't have such a thought, he decided not to mention it. He believed that when Yue Yang enters the Heaven Realm in the future, he would definitely need a guide. He was undoubtedly the best candidate, so he wasn't in a hurry. He would temporarily wait for him in the lower floors of Tong Tian Tower, and increase his strength first. After parting ways with the monstrous man and Jay, Yue Yang, Shui Wuxia and the others returned to the little flower garden. The battle in the prison Emperor Divine Palace had a huge impact on Yue Yang, Shui Wuxia and the others. A strong Heaven Realm great leader, an undying Heaven Realm ranker, a Heaven Realm demonic beast with a strong body. After this battle, everyone's state of mind had a sudden change. Compared to their previous understanding of the human world, thinking about it, they really felt like they were looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Heaven Realm was indeed a super abnormal place. Wanting to enter the Heaven Realm with everyone's current strength was simply a joke. Heaven Realm was definitely not a place where innate level 1 could easily survive. After this experience, Yue Yang, Shui Wuxia and the others already had a foundation in their hearts. They decided not to think about the Heaven Realm gate that opens once every 100 years anymore. The important thing was not to rush to the Heaven Realm. Instead, it was to train to a higher realm and become stronger. Just as Yue Yang and the others were preparing to train, Drunken Cat and Niu, whom they hadn't seen for a long time, suddenly came. Drunken Cat brought a shocking news to Yue Yang. Ji Zun, Night Empress, Elder Nan Gong and the others had already returned from the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Ji Zun was very angry about the attack on the Soaring Dragon continent. However, for some reason, the Innate Alliance still hadn't questioned the Thousand Goblins sect, Western Lion Pagoda and Zijin Kingdom. Of course, including the Great Emperor of Ziwei, Shun Tian and the Thousand Goblins sect leader, the other super rankers had already gone into hiding. No one dared to face the angry Ji Zun. Ji Zun is back. Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia looked at each other. If Ji Zun was back, did that mean that they had failed to enter the Heaven Realm? She seems to be looking for you. Elder Nan Gong had also talked to the vice principal, but I'm not sure what they were talking about. Drunken Cat was a little curious about Yue Yang's abilities. It was fine if this brat improved by himself, but how did he bring Shui Wuxia, Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers to the innate realm? Could it be that dual cultivation was really that powerful? Then let's go back to the Yu clan castle to take a look. Yue Yang also felt that he had stayed in the prison Emperor Divine Palace for too long and had completely lost contact with the outside world. When they returned to the Yu clan castle, Elder Yu Hai was overjoyed. Zheng Wu Yu, Eastern Sky King and the others also rushed over after hearing the news. As fathers, it would be a lie if they weren't worried about their daughters. Now that they saw that their daughters and future son-in-law were safe and sound and had improved greatly, they secretly sighed in admiration. As expected, they had to let the youngsters train, otherwise how could their daughters improve so much? 3 innates. After Yue Yang, the abnormal brat, Shui Wuxia, Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers had all reached the innate realm. If it was before, this kind of thing could only be said to be a fool's dream. After a round of celebration, Night Empress suddenly appeared and brought Yue Yang away. She and Ji Zun didn't appear, but they took turns to ask Yue Yang about everything that happened in the prison Emperor Divine Palace, especially the situation of the Heaven Realm great leaders. How is she? Ji Zun asked in the end. She asked without any rhyme or reason, but Yue Yang knew that she was asking about his sister, Impatience. Not good, not bad either. She is still in hibernation. Actually, Yue Yang had never seen Impatience before. He only heard Qilin Girl's reply. To be able to maintain this kind of hibernation recovery after burning her life 100 times to fight against the Heaven Realm great leaders, Yue Yang was already very satisfied. One must know that if Qilin Girl came out a little later, Impatience would have died because of the burning of her life. Don't think about the Heaven Realm great leaders for now. Thinking too much is useless and will only make you stubborn. What you need to do is to build a good foundation. Ji Zun said a few words and disappeared. Little fellow, don't you want to ask us about the exploration of Tong Tian Tower's 10th floor? When Night Empress was alone, she especially liked to tease Yue Yang. What was the result of the exploration? Yue Yang guessed that it was definitely not a good result. Heaven Realm is extremely big, there are 4 gates. We are at the bottom of the 4th gate, which should be the West Heaven Realm. The legendary Heaven Realm gate opens once every 100 years is not wrong. However, in front of the Heaven Realm gate, there is an extremely long sealed passage. There is a terrifying seal inside. We can only enter but not exit, so we gave up on exploring further. We thought that it was most likely a scam, a trap, and there must be other ways to enter Heaven Realm. Otherwise, in ancient times, there wouldn't be so many human warriors entering Heaven Realm, and it wouldn't be so easy. Night Empress didn't hide anything from Yue Yang. She also told him about the exploration process, but it was a little simpler. You mean to give up on entering and continue to look for a new path? Yue Yang frowned slightly. Could it be that this seal was related to the prison emperor? Yeah, let's wait for you guys to grow up first. Otherwise, if we can't return, you guys will be in danger. What Night Empress said was the truth. Before they could confirm whether Ji Zun, Night Empress, Elder Nan Gong and the others had entered Heaven Realm and couldn't return, the great emperor of Ziwei, Shuntian and the Thousand Goblins sect leader had already launched an attack. If they really couldn't return, it would be strange if they didn't try their best to kill Yue Yang. Then we still have to wait for a long time. Yue Yang felt that even with body fusion, it was still too early for him and Shui Wuxia to enter Heaven Realm. It's alright, we will teach you guys personally. Night Empress giggled, just like a girl next door. Her laughter was like a bell, right beside Yue Yang's ears. Unfortunately, Yue Yang couldn't sense where she was. Compared to the Heaven Realm great leaders, Night Empress was naturally not as strong as them. Even if the Heaven Realm great leaders were weakened, it would still be difficult for them to win. This was because Night Empress was only slightly stronger than Impatience. Only Impatience with 100 times life combustion had the ability to severely injure the Heaven Realm great leaders. If Night Empress didn't use life combustion, it would already be considered good if she could fight to a draw. Of course, Ji Zun, who was much stronger than them, Yue Yang reckoned that even Zhu Shao, who was the strongest among them, would have a chance of winning. If the Heaven Realm great leaders who hadn't recovered their peak strength met Ji Zun, it would be a tragedy. In Yue Yang's eyes, Ji Zun was simply a female version of the prison emperor. Maybe Ji Zun was not as strong as the prison emperor at his peak, but in the future, Ji Zun would definitely have the same achievements as the prison emperor. Yue Yang definitely believed this. In the Soaring Dragon continent, there were only 2 people that made Yue Yang feel mysterious. One was Ji Zun, and the other was the pitiful guy's mother. After talking with Night Empress for a while, Yue Yang thought that she was joking. He didn't expect that the next day, she really brought City Mistress Fallen Flowers away. At the same time, Princess Sissy's mysterious teacher also came. Yue Yang didn't know this old lady, but seeing that she was hiding the power of an innate level 8, he couldn't help but be shocked. It turned out that there was such a powerful person protecting the Jun family's royal bloodline. Inan's aunt brought Inan away. Grandma Wu Tang, who had recovered from her internal injuries after obtaining the martial arts pill, came to take Yu Bing away. Yu Yu's teacher also came. She laughed and led Yu Yu away. She laughed and said that she couldn't guide her disciple in martial arts anymore, but she could find suitable people to share her life experience and knowledge with her disciple. Yu Yu naturally hoped to stay with her teacher for a period of time, because her teacher had a kind of motherly love that she lacked the most. Shui Wuxia was the most favored, so Ji Zun came and decided to personally guide her. For the Shui family, this was a dream opportunity. Everyone in the Shui family would never dream that Shui Wuxia would be favored by Ji Zun. Not to mention them, even Yue Yang didn't expect it. In the end, everyone was taken away to cultivate, leaving only sickly beauty. Don't worry, no matter what, I will always be with you, I will always be here. Sickly beauty showed a gentle smile and gently hugged Yue Yang, deeply afraid that he would feel sad. Everyone's departure was actually just a temporary separation. Everyone's cultivation, with the experience and guidance of various seniors, will progress faster and become stronger. After a period of time, when they meet again, they will become qualified partners of Yue Yang, unlike the past. You can't always stay at home, you must go out and see the outside world. Before Ji Zun left, she gave Yue Yang a suggestion. Then you should listen to Master Ji Zun. You haven't been to the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, right? Why don't you go up there? Maybe your state of mind will improve. What you need is not to train hard to break through, but to continue to enrich your basic knowledge. Sickly beauty felt that Ji Zun was right. If she didn't go out and only trained hard in secret, her vision would not be wide enough. Moreover, there was no conflict between this point. During the day, Yue Yang would train everywhere and come back at night. She could accompany him, so that he would not be lonely. Anyway, she was not afraid of boredom, she could stay in the grimoire world to study runes. Whenever he missed her, he could come back anytime. 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Yue Yang had only been to the 4th floor of Tong Tian Tower. The 6th floor was the legendary place where the real strong warriors gathered. He had never been to it. The legendary 6th floor was the gathering point of all races, and also where the innate alliance was located. Then what was the real situation? Chapter 358. Yue Yang, who was able to withstand the constant change between hundredfold and zero gravity in Void's domain of power, felt almost nothing towards the sixfold gravity in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. In fact, a few months ago, when Yue Yang fought with Green Summit Sect's vice sect leader Moki Shuling, he had already withstood the pressure of 20 times gravity and was completely fine. Ever since the battle at the Prison Emperor Divine Palace, Yue Yang had made great progress in terms of strength and realm. If it was someone else, they would definitely need a long time to adapt to the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. But to Yue Yang, it was a piece of cake. Tong Tian Tower 6th floor, in front of the teleportation circle. Many of the warriors who had just been teleported over were quietly adapting to the pressure of 6 times the normal gravity. A small number of veterans who had already adapted to the gravity, or those who had come down from the 7th floor, had arrogant expressions on their faces as they strode away. Some of the newbies who had just arrived at the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower like Yue Yang were filled with envy. Many people sized up this sealed transmission array. It was different from the lower levels. From the 6th level onwards, the transmission arrays were all sealed. Everyone had to leave through the same passageway. Not only that, but this passageway also prohibited flying. Only those who had reached innate level 6 and above could break through the restriction. Otherwise, even if it was a giant dragon or a demon from the demon abyss, they had to walk out step by step. This was not the first time that Yue Yang had seen demons that were a few meters tall walking past him. They did not even care about the existence of human warriors. Here, racial hatred was not the most important thing. What people respected was strength. A powerful warrior, no matter what race, would not be looked down upon. On the contrary, if one's strength was not enough, even the noble golden elves would not be able to compare to a lowly gnome. The level of strength one had would determine the level of status one would obtain. This was the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. What's your name? At the entrance of the teleportation circle in Tong Tian Tower 6th floor, the rookies who had just arrived were all queuing up to register. In the 1st, 2nd and 3rd floor of Tong Tian Tower, they might be people who could call the wind and summon the rain. But here, they were all rookies. If they did not behave well, they might be strangled to death by some angry veteran. Titan Yue Yang also queued up with them. If he was willing, he could tell Elder Nangong and the innate alliance. Then things would be much easier. Innate rankers had special privileges, they did not need to queue up, and there would even be people to receive them. Yue Yang, who wanted to experience life, naturally wouldn't do that. What level of strength? The man in charge of registration asked casually. Ah, level 6 intermediate, elder. Yue Yang was right. According to the rank on the grimoire, he was indeed a level 6 elder. He had only leveled up after defeating the prison emperor Divine Palace. If it was before, when he was only a level 5 grandmaster, he probably wouldn't even have the qualifications to enter the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Where's the introducer? A man with 4 long fleshy beards on his face asked in the common tongue. Shui Dongliu. Yue Yang did not dare to say out Jizun's name. Otherwise, this indifferent registrar would definitely have a heart attack. He said out the old cunning fox's name. Anyways, in order to protect the rankers, privacy and unique abilities, the registrar would not check the rankers' grimoire. He would also not verify the rankers' abilities in front of everyone. This was to prevent the rankers' abilities from being leaked. The registrar would usually ask questions in an open manner. The person who was registered could even choose to refuse to answer certain questions. According to the registration of normal rankers, this was already enough. This was because they did not need to hide their levels and abilities. Innate rankers also had special access. Those who were protected were all rankers with special abilities. They might not be very strong, but they had some special skills. Once these people were found out by people with ulterior motives, they would be in danger. Of course, no one would have thought that there would be someone as powerful as Yue Yang, who would mix in with the newbies to register. No one would suspect that he was an innate ranker. Normally, when people saw Yue Yang who had the counterfeit inherent skill, they would only suspect if he really had the strength of a level 6 elder. Do you have any special skills? The question that the man from a different race asked was not to pry into the rankers' secrets, but to arrange the rankers' tasks. The rankers could choose to refuse to answer this question. My special skill is making mechanical puppets. Yue Yang pretended to be an honest child and answered them one by one. Mechanical puppets. The man from a different race seemed to recall for a while and nodded his head. Just now you said that you came from the Soaring Dragon continent. I remember that there is a Yue clan that makes machines. You must be a disciple of the Yue clan. What is your strongest beast? Silver ranked Wind Eagle Warrior. Yue Yang brought out the Transformers series from the ghost genius Yu Gong's Puppet Palace. Do you know any combat skills? The man from a different race asked. I think a few decades ago, there was a Yu Chu in the Soaring Dragon continent. He was an expert in combat skills. Was he from your Yue clan? He had already died in battle. His combat skills were not passed down. When Yue Yang said this, the man from a different race showed a pitiful expression. It seemed that he was not interested in Yue Yang who was an expert in making mechanical puppets. Instead, he admired Yu Chu who was an expert in combat skills. Young man, do you need my advice? The man from a different race asked in the end. Please say. Yue Yang was curious. This guy didn't even give any advice to the person who registered in front of him. According to your level, strength and ability, it would be very difficult for you to survive in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. In the lower floors of Tong Tian Tower, your war doll might be able to rampage around and sweep everything in its path, but you have to know that this is the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. There are 100 times more monsters than you can imagine, and 100 times stronger than you can imagine. Summon beasts that can't level up. Mechanical puppets or beasts with low potential are just like trash, they are completely useless. Please don't blame me for speaking bluntly, mechanical puppets are useless. If you want to survive longer in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, you must be strong. Not only must you be an expert in combat skills, you must also have a high-level beast with high potential. If you came here just to experience life in the higher floors of Tong Tian Tower, to see a different world, and not to train for a long time, then it doesn't matter. Young man, if you want to grow and improve yourself here, what you have now is far from enough. Do you understand what I'm saying? The man from a different race did not speak loudly, but warned Yue Yang very seriously. Human brat, go home and drink your mother's milk. This is not a place for a weak gigolo like you. Behind him, a sharp voice ridiculed. Yue Yang turned his head and saw that the person who ridiculed him was actually a dwarf. He was speechless. If you insist on entering the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, then I suggest that you don't go to these places. It's best if you stay in a safe area. The man from a different race took out a map and drew dozens of circles on it, indicating that those places were the places where Yue Yang, the level 6 elder, would die. Thank you. Although he was looked down upon, Yue Yang was still very grateful to this man from a different race who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. This was actually a kind of protection for the younger generation. Normally, young people would find it hard to accept rejection. However, if it was advice, although it was unpleasant to the ear, the effect would be much better. If Yue Yang did not hide his strength and was really like what he said, then entering the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower would really be a dangerous thing. The man from a different race did not reject him, nor did he stop him from entering. Instead, he gave him advice and even carefully marked out the dangerous areas on the map. Forget about a different race, even a human might not be able to do this. Therefore, Yue Yang said, "Thank you," from the bottom of his heart. Although it wasn't gratitude, it was to praise the man from a different race for his work attitude. The dwarf who was queuing behind him saw Yue Yang's figure and continued to ridicule him. The entire queue roared with laughter. Only a humanoid goblin race frowned as he looked at Yue Yang's back. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't see what the problem was. Was this human man really like what the dwarf had said? Was he just a weak gigolo? No, if he had to choose his enemies, he would rather choose the two dwarfs than this human man. His sharp goblin chi made him feel that something was wrong, but he couldn't really see any flaws. Would a real weakling be so calm and indifferent when they were being ridiculed? Even if it was him, he wouldn't be able to ignore it like that, right? He wasn't simple. This human man must have hidden his strength. He must have some special abilities that he didn't say out of secrecy. The goblin race man made an evaluation in his heart. He felt that Yue Yang was a strong opponent, but he never thought that this young human man would be an innate ranker, and had the terrifying strength to kill a level 8 innate ranker. Looking for a meat shield in Scarlet District 1, training, 1 wisdom fruit for 10 days, 2 wisdom fruits for a month. Equipment for sale, 90% new dragon skin armor and lightsaber, exchange for black sand, buy lustrous branch at a high price, also buy death equipment set after 10,000 years. Good news for newbies, Tong Tian Tower survival guide, 1,000 gold each, also a beast map. Super strong healing potion, 1 set for 100 gold, only limited to 9 sets, quick hands get, also selling topaz. As soon as Yue Yang walked out of the teleportation circle, he took out a water bag and was about to moisten his throat, but he suddenly heard the shouts of the people in the plaza outside. He spat out the water and choked. That was really shocking. This was simply a different world's version of online games. The only thing missing was cheating and leveling. In the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, the soaring dragon continent couldn't be considered a continent, it could only be considered a small place. On the map, it was smaller than a baby's palm. If it wasn't for Ji Zun, who was very powerful and ranked first among all the other races might not even know about a small place like the soaring dragon continent. Going up to the 8th and 9th floor, the soaring dragon continent was like a sesame seed or a mung bean, it was almost invisible on the map. Forget about the soaring dragon continent, even the demon abyss, which was more than 10 times bigger than the soaring dragon continent, was only the size of a finger on the map of the 8th and 9th floor. Level 6 elders, which were rare in the soaring dragon continent, could be seen all over the plaza, and every one of them could only be strong. Level 5 Grandmaster, that was a follower. As for level 4 heroes, they weren't even qualified to be a follower. After looking for a long time, Yue Yang barely found a dozen heroes and tens of level 5 grandmasters among the hundreds of level 6 elders. Without exception, they were all followers who depended on the existence of the strong. "You, that ugly human, come here." Suddenly, a tender voice shouted towards Yue Yang. Ugly. This was the first time Yue Yang heard someone say that he was ugly. What are you shivering for? If it wasn't for the fact that we are still lacking one person, why would we find you to fill in the numbers? We are in a hurry, don't just stand there in a daze, let's go. Another coarse voice boomed from behind. When Yue Yang turned around, he immediately jumped in fright. His heart was so scared that it almost flew out. Oh my god, chapter 359 in front of him was the combination of beauty and beast. 2 ox heads, 4 orcs, and 3 golden elves. This group of people, the beautiful ones were extremely beautiful, and the ugly ones were extremely ugly. The one who shouted at Yue Yang was an ox head girl who was about 3 meters tall. Yue Yang thought that the barbarian cow shadow awe man was ugly and had a personality before she evolved. Who would have thought that compared to this ox-head girl, she was like a small witch in the presence of a great witch? Forget about the ox-head girl, there were also 4 orc girls with long fangs protruding from their lower lips. Their bodies could be said to be plump and strong, each more muscular than the other. Originally, it was already shocking enough to see them standing together. Moreover, they were standing next to 3 breathtakingly beautiful golden elves. That kind of contrast gave people a strong psychological impact. Yue Yang thought that his mental endurance was not bad, but when he looked back, he felt like he couldn't take it anymore. It was too shocking. Among the 3 golden elves, one of them was slightly younger, an underage girl. Strictly speaking, she was a flat-chested lowly, youthful and lively. Her green elven light armor accentuated her slender waist and long legs, giving Yue Yang the first impression that she was like a deer in the forest, lithe and graceful. Her beautiful little face was flawless and delicate. Her long eyelashes were especially lively, and her light green eyes were like 2 emeralds. Her soft lips always carried a mischievous smile. With one look, one could tell that she was a smart and mischievous little demon. The other one looked a little like her brother. He was tall and slender, with long purple hair draped over his shoulders. His handsome face was not inferior to Prince Tian Luo's. Compared to him, Yue Yang's handsomeness and elegance were a notch lower. Only by being masculine and valiant could he win against the other party. Of course, compared to the golden elves who were all handsome and beautiful, the humans were definitely at a disadvantage in terms of appearance. The golden elves were a branch of the elves that were famous for their nobility and beauty. People like Yue Yang, Shui Tan Lang, Yan Po Jun, Prince of Tian Luo and the other handsome guys that dominated the entire soaring dragon continent would probably only be considered as ordinary people in front of the golden elves. The girl standing beside the golden elf male looked much more mature. Her beauty had definitely reached the level of femme fatale. Yue Yang had seen many beauties before, such as Shui Wuxia, Princess Sissy, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Sickly Beauty. Each of them had their own merits and were far better than normal human girls. However, compared to this golden elf girl, they were not even on par. Yue Yang suppressed the throbbing in his heart. According to his aesthetics, this golden elf girl was slightly skinnier. If her chest could be more voluptuous, it would be even better. Of course, wanting to see a female elf's breasts explode was not a dream, but a dream. Her specialty was her breathtakingly beautiful face, her slender waist, her breathtakingly long legs, and her supple skin. Exploding breasts and whatnot, only the orc girls beside the golden elves were born with this super talent. Any one of the 4 orc girls could come out. With their great breasts, they could easily suffocate a strong man to death. The slightly older golden elf girl was wearing a light purple robe with golden embroidery. She held an emerald green staff with a huge sapphire embedded on it. Yue Yang did not look at her for too long. Firstly, his wife at home also had a peerless beauty that was not inferior to the other party. Secondly, this mature golden elf girl seemed to be a couple with the handsome golden elf guy. She was already taken. The quest requires 10 people, we are still short of 1 person. If you come, we can give you a ruby as a reward. If you want to exchange it for gold coins, that's fine too. When the handsome golden elf guy saw that Yue Yang only glanced at the 3 of them, he immediately retracted his gaze. He felt that this human boy's manners were not bad. If it was any other human boy, he would probably drool like a waterfall when he saw his sister and wife. Thinking of this, he immediately expressed his gratitude towards Yue Yang politely and told him the reward. Why me? Yue Yang was curious. The whole plaza was filled with people, why would they look for a newbie like him? We will not let those fellows with ulterior motives join us. Come with us, it won't take up too much of your time. You can leave the party after we accept the quest. The ox-head girl patted Yue Yang's shoulder in a rough voice, almost causing Yue Yang's small body to collapse. What instance dungeon do you want to do? I'm a small level 6 puppet master now, can I still go down? Yue Yang felt that it was better to clarify things. What is a instance dungeon? Everyone looked at him in shock. Where are we going? Jadeite Forest. What kind of boss is there? I mean, what kind of big monster is there? What is the strongest monster guarding the treasure? When Yue Yang asked, he realized that everyone was looking at him as if they were looking at an alien. Don't read those messy unofficial history books like Warriors Fight Dragons and The Prince Saves the Princess. It's not what you think it is. The ox-head girl reached out and gave Yue Yang another slap. Luckily, Yue Yang managed to dodge it in time. You mean, we won't level up if we go there to fight monsters? Won't drop treasures? Yue Yang felt that the god of heaven gaming company was too evil. How could they not drop treasures when fighting monsters? We are going there to pick herbs. The veins on the ox-head girl's huge head were bulging. This fellow is a little silly, is it really okay to bring him along? An orc girl said to another orc girl. It's good to be silly, an overly intelligent fellow would be dangerous, however, among the cunning humans, it's rare to see someone as silly as him. The conversation between the orc girls hurt Yue Yang's self-esteem too much. Ever since he transmigrated, this was the first time he heard someone call him silly. Furthermore, this was the first time he heard someone call him ugly. Heavens, the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower was not a good place. Yue Yang felt that he had come to the wrong place. He didn't come here to travel, but to be ridiculed. Alright, it's better if they don't know the truth, otherwise it would be boring. Yue Yang pretended to be, I'm rich, stupid and easy to bully. If it wasn't for the fact that he was unprepared, Yue Yang would have pretended to be a nouveau riche from the countryside. The ox-head boy who had been silent the whole time seemed to be the boss. He put on the airs of a boss and waved his hand heroically. What are you trembling for? Let's go. Just like that, the rich, stupid and easy to bully Yue Yang set off with the Beauty and the Beast team. No one cared about a noob's opinion. His existence was only to make up a team of 10 people for the Beauty and the Beast team. This was because the most basic requirement to enter the Jadeite Forest was to have a team of 10 people. That was a group quest. Even if he was an innate, he wouldn't be able to complete it alone. The 4 orc girls were wearing heavy armor and wielding a thick mace in one hand. They also had a round shield made of mystic iron on their left arm. It seemed like they were the meat shields of the team. The 2 ox-head girls, one male and one female, had a huge axe on their back. They should be the main attackers, the berserkers. The big lowly elf was an archer, she had a beautiful wisteria bow on her back. Her brother was either a mage or a warlock, an important source of firepower in the team. As for the beautiful elf girl, needless to say, she was definitely the healer of the team. She was definitely a cleric. Yue Yang was daydreaming as he walked. What kind of role was he in this team? Puppet summoner. That was just a fake. If Yue Yang was also a puppet summoner, then how could ghost genius Yue Gong endure it? Paladin. No, that's not right. Although he had Nirvana's flame, he couldn't revive. Then was he a druid? Although he had Thorny Flower, Wei Tai Lang and other beasts, he definitely couldn't be considered a druid. As for being a ranger, forget it, that was not even close. Could it be that he was a thief? Yue Yang thought for a long time. In the end, he actually came up with a shocking conclusion. According to a real evaluation, he, who had a shameless fighting style and liked to scheme against others, was more like a sneaky thief. Forget it, being a thief wasn't really a good thing. I could sneak attack. Yue Yang was still daydreaming when the ox-head girl's slap almost sent his heart flying. What are you mumbling about? Are you still unhappy? The ox-head girl glared at him angrily. No, I wouldn't dare. Yue Yang immediately raised his hand, showing that he was a docile person. He belonged to the type of docile person who wouldn't retaliate even if the town security scolded him. If you are worried about danger, you can leave the team in the Jadeite Forest after you accept the quest and teleport back. We will give you the relevant rewards in a teleportation scroll. The kind-hearted elf girl thought that Yue Yang was timid and comforted him gently. She looked like a big sister comforting a little brother, causing Yue Yang to feel depressed. Coward, I already dared to accept a quest from the 6th floor 2 years ago. Unlike you, you're already so big, yet you're still trembling in fear. The mischievous elf lowly made a face at Yue Yang. You already accepted a quest from the 6th floor 2 years ago. Little friend, how old are you this year? Yue Yang was curious. 2 years ago, this girl was probably still in the 3rd grade of primary school, right? Listen, I'm not a little kid. In another 5 years and 8 months, I'll be 160 years old. I'm an adult, do you understand? The elf lowly's words almost made Yue Yang fall to the ground. Alright, there was no point in talking about age with the golden elves who could live for 3,000 years. Where are you from? The handsome elf smiled bitterly at Yue Yang. It was obvious that it wasn't easy to be a brother, so he changed the topic. Soaring Dragon Continent. Yue Yang knew that in the eyes of these people, the soaring dragon continent was actually an outer realm, and a very small one at that. I know, the human Jizun came from the soaring dragon continent. When the elf lowly mentioned Jizun, there was a hint of respect. Yue Yang noticed this. Not only her, everyone in the team, no matter if they were ox heads, orcs or even golden elves, all had sincere expressions of respect. It seemed that respecting the strong was the specialty of the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. As long as you were strong enough, you would have fans regardless of race. The elf lowly said, when I grow up, I also want to become Jizun. The handsome elf who usually doted on her immediately scolded her, don't be disrespectful to Jizun, there is only one Jizun in this world. The naughty elf lowly was so scared that she stuck out her tongue, expressing her fear. She tilted her head and looked at Yue Yang. Do you know Jizun? Yue Yang shook his head hurriedly. The 4 orc girls laughed out loud. One of them laughed so hard that her mane shook. Of course he knows Jizun, it's just that Jizun doesn't know him. For a weak human like him, I doubt if he has ever heard of Jizun. I've heard of Jizun before. Yue Yang refuted with a deadpan expression. Ha ha ha, are you trying to kill me with laughter? This time, even the ox-head girl and the reserved elf girl couldn't help but laugh. Brat, stand by my side later. I will protect you. The jadeite forest might be dangerous for you, but I have already entered it 3 times. I am more familiar with it than home. As long as you follow me, I will guarantee your safety. The ox-head girl patted Yue Yang's shoulder heroically. Her action made Yue Yang speechless. Luckily he knew that the ox-head race's aesthetic was completely different from humans. Otherwise, he would be worried that this ox-head girl would fall for him. Ox-head people like those with horns on their heads, and their bodies must be strong and hairy. A thick tail was more important than anything else. In the ox-head race, a man who didn't know how to wave his tail to chase away flies wasn't handsome. Lastly, if one wanted to be more handsome, they had to wear a golden ring on their nose or ears. As for scars, the more scars, the better. According to Yue Yang's appearance, he was definitely an ugly man in the ox-head race. According to this standard, it was just like in the orc race, a man without fangs, a mane and a belly was not welcomed at all. In the eyes of the ox-head girl and the orc girl, Fatty Hai was much more handsome than Yue Yang. Chapter 360. At first, Yue Yang thought that it would be easy to receive quests from the warrior guild in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Who would have thought that it would be completely different? The warrior guild in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower had a strict requirement for quests. Other than the requirement of the party's level, there were strict requirements for the number of members and the allocation of members. If a party's leader could not reach a certain level, or if the party did not have a member of a certain profession, the person who issued the quest would reject the target from accepting the quest. Furthermore, there were very few solo quests issued in the warrior guild. This was because even the innate rankers believed that the survival rate of a single person in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower and above was extremely low. Without the support of a party, a single person could not guarantee their own safety, let alone complete a quest. Are you sure that you have the ability to complete this quest? The middle-aged warrior who issued the quest asked Yue Yang at least 3 times. If we are really going to pluck the starlight flower. Yue Yang was speechless. Was there a need to be so nervous about plucking a flower? There was no big boss guarding it. Furthermore, why didn't the others ask him, but only him? Did he really look that weak? Was the counterfeit inherent skill really that effective? Young man, you have to watch your attitude. Although the jadeite forest was a green-marked area, more than 30% of the monsters there were gold-ranked monsters, and close to 10% were golden king beasts. Most importantly, there would often be strong green dragons and blue dragons appearing there. They liked to use the jadeite forest as a resting place. In the past 100 years, at least 500 warriors who accepted the quest have fallen into eternal slumber there. Do you understand what I mean? The middle-aged warrior was very dissatisfied with Yue Yang's attitude. He felt that letting Yue Yang do the quest was equivalent to watching him die. Alright, I will be careful. Yue Yang did not want to argue, and quickly expressed that he understood the other party's good intentions, so that the other party would not continue lecturing him. I'll lend this to you temporarily. The middle-aged warrior passed a teleportation stone to Yue Yang, and warned him, young man, if you meet with danger, crush it immediately, understand? Sometimes, retreating is not a disgrace. On the contrary, dying for nothing is the real stupidity. Yue Yang didn't think that this middle-aged uncle with a lot of saliva would actually be so concerned about his safety. Of course, to the members of the warrior guild, martial artists who could come here, no matter which continent they came from, were the elites of the elites. If they died in vain in the early stages, it would be a great loss. This was especially so for the young. They still had a lot of potential for growth, and they might even be able to advance to the innate realm in the future. It would be a pity if they died early in the early stages of growth. After accepting the mission, he was led to a designated teleportation room. Before they were teleported to the jadeite forest, the old man in charge of teleportation reminded them, "Everyone, you only have 10 days. If you can't make it back within the time limit, then the mission will fail. From the 11th day onwards, we will send out a rescue team. If you are in trouble, you must persevere. Finally, I wish you all good luck. Thank you for your blessings, Elder." Other than Yue Yang, everyone, including the orc and ox head, returned the gesture respectfully. A golden light flashed. Yue Yang realized that he had been teleported to a special space. The entire sky was green. The sky was the color of emerald jade, and the ground was also an emerald green. The trees in the forest here were almost 100 meters tall. They were lush and full of life. Compared to the soaring dragon continent, the forest here was much cleaner and greener. It was like a green jade that had just been washed in water. This place really lived up to its name, Jadeite Forest. The gravity here was much stronger than the 6th floor. It was estimated to be 8 times stronger. Oxhead, the orc and the 3 golden elves quietly adapted to the gravity here the moment they teleported in. The strongest Oxhead party leader and the handsome golden elf were the first to adapt to the gravity. When Yue Yang saw them opening their eyes, he immediately pretended that he was not used to the gravity to prevent himself from being exposed. The slowest was the big lowly golden elf. She needed a whole 5 minutes to adapt to the gravity. When she adapted, she immediately went to tease Yue Yang, the weak human. Her laughter was like a bell. "I was the slowest in the past, but now it's great. Someone has finally snatched away the throne of the last place. You have to cherish it. This position was given to you by me." "Oh right, what's your name? I still don't know your name after so long." "That's not my fault, it's because you didn't ask." Yue Yang introduced himself, saying the famous name, Titan. I don't think it's appropriate to call you Titan." The ox-head girl patted Yue Yang's shoulder out of habit. "If not Titan, then what should I call you?" Yue Yang wouldn't let her pat him again. "It would be more appropriate to call you Bone Chop Spirit." The ox-head girl almost said that Yue Yang was a skeleton. Yue Yang rolled his eyes. How could she bully him like this? Upon entering the Jadeite forest, everyone displayed an extremely cautious and vigilant expression, as if this was a bloody battlefield. Only Yue Yang, who was ignorant and fearless, treated it as a holiday. Of course, with his true strength, Yue Yang, who could kill a level 8 innate under certain conditions, came to the Jadeite forest as if it was just for fun. It wasn't that there weren't any strong beasts in the Jadeite forest. On the contrary, there were a lot of them. However, the reason why it was marked as a green safe zone was because most of the beasts here wouldn't take the initiative to attack intruders. Normally, they would just roar and chase the intruders away. Unless the other party attacked, they would live in harmony. A large group of forest wolves and dozens of forest boas passed by Yue Yang, but they didn't care about Yue Yang's small group and hurriedly passed by. Every single one of them was a gold rank level 6 and above. There were also the iron-winged dragon eagles and gold-headed falcons that flew past from time to time in the sky. They were even stronger. Yue Yang even saw 2 gold king beasts, the purple-backed thunder eagle. Other than being warned by a group of gold mammoths at the wetland in the forest to stay away, the group had not met any real enemies after walking for 6 hours. Oxhead and orcs, elves and humans, the adventuring group that Yue Yang was in, were not on the menu of the local beasts. With great difficulty, they walked to another piece of wetland that was slightly more spacious. Just as they were looking for a place to rest, suddenly, Yue Yang felt a strange sensation. Not right, not right. My heart is beating very fast. There might be danger here, we should leave. The gentle elf girl who didn't speak much suddenly stood still. Her slender fingers gripped her staff tightly as she surveyed her surroundings. Even though she didn't see any abnormalities, she immediately warned her companions. "I don't see any enemies, but this place doesn't feel good." Anna's senses are the sharpest. Since she said it's not safe, then we should leave immediately. The elf girl's husband, the handsome elf immediately stood in front of his wife and sister to protect them. The 4 orc girls and the 2 ox-head girls reacted very quickly. They took out their weapons and protected the 3 of them in the middle. Only Yue Yang didn't seem to fit in with the group. In the sky, a series of bird cries sounded. Hundreds of wyverns flew towards them majestically, practically covering the sky. Yue Yang almost drooled when he saw this. There were so many wyverns, if he killed them all, how many magic crystals would he get? Quickly hide behind a tree, idiot, do you want to die? The ox-head girl who hid in the forest rushed over and pulled Yue Yang back behind a tree. She glared fiercely at Yue Yang and scolded him in a low voice, "Didn't I tell you to follow me? Are you a natural idiot? Shut up, wyverns have very sharp hearing, especially these green-spotted wyverns. Their eyesight and hearing are very shocking. You guys didn't fight any monsters along the way." Yue Yang was a little depressed. How could he level up if he didn't fight monsters? How could he get magic crystals if he didn't fight monsters? Don't say any more. The ox-head girl glared fiercely at Yue Yang and quickly told him to shut up. The majestic flock of wyverns flew across the sky. Yue Yang's heart ached. His Reaper Mantis needed wyverns' magic crystals to level up. It was such a good opportunity just now. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have teamed up with them. He would have come by himself. Of course, he didn't think that he wouldn't be able to accept the Jadeite Forest quest alone and come here. Although the flock of wyverns had passed for a while, Yue Yang's feeling didn't diminish at all. He knew that it wasn't the flock of wyverns just now. There was an even stronger creature following him. Moreover, the distance between them was far beyond his eyesight and hearing. The elf girl Anna couldn't sense the existence of this strong creature at all. Although the ox-head party leader was silent, he was very meticulous. He personally went out to inspect the area before leading his team away. It was a pity that the ox-head party leader's inspection was ineffective. That strong creature seemed to be invisible. Even Yue Yang's eyes and ears could not detect it. What kind of creature was it? What was it trying to do by secretly following the team he was in? It had intelligence and knew how to be invisible and follow people. This proved that this creature was at least a holy beast. Yue Yang didn't point it out. He only paid attention to it secretly. Along the way, Yue Yang's harvest was plentiful. They were still far from the place where the starlight flower grew, but along the way, there were many strange flowers and plants. Yue Yang had seen it in the medicine encyclopedia before, and he had also inherited the knowledge from the pitiful guy's mother. When he saw something good, he definitely wouldn't let it go and kept plucking it. On the contrary, the ox-head, orcs and golden elves in the team were indifferent to Yue Yang's actions, as if they didn't recognize that those were treasures at all. There is a limit to the forest's growth, we should pluck it in moderation. Don't overdo it. The handsome golden elf even advised Yue Yang to pluck less. The Jadeite forest is so big, Yue Yang sweated profusely. From the map, the Jadeite forest was half the size of Da Sha Kingdom. Plucking a few plants was nothing. Even if 100,000 people came here to chop down trees for a month, they would only be able to do a little damage. That's right, the Jadeite forest is a medium-sized forest. It has a certain amount of resources, but we are outsiders after all. We are not the owners of this place. The creatures that live here have a natural cycle. We can't overdo it, or else we might damage this natural environment. You must know that explorers like us come here continuously. Every time we ask for something from nature, we reap without sowing. The Jadeite forest needs time to recover. If it doesn't recover, our descendants might not be able to enjoy the Jadeite forest's selfless blessing. The handsome golden elf's words made sense, but Yue Yang was stunned for a long time. No matter if it was the Hua Sha Tian dynasty or the humans living in the soaring dragon continent. No one had ever really cared for nature. The experts in the Hua Sha Tian dynasty all talked about how to protect the environment and maintain the balance of nature. However, once they discovered the existence of fur, medicinal ingredients, oil and minerals, everyone would go crazy for economic benefits. They would use the fastest speed to plunder as many resources as possible. Even if it was because of the harsh environment, the imbalance of nature's balance, and the continuous natural disasters, the country and the people never stopped plundering for even a second. In other words, in front of economic benefits, the environment was nothing. As long as they could get their hands on money, no one cared about how many species were destroyed. No one cared about how much land was polluted and what kind of consequences it would cause. Even if they knew that destroying the environment was equivalent to destroying their own homes, it was equivalent to committing suicide. People were happy and never tired of it. Yue Yang didn't think that the handsome golden elf would have this kind of awareness. Looking at the ox men and orcs again, they both had an expression of, "You are the executioner of nature," on their faces. He couldn't help but sweat profusely. Could it be that humans were really that greedy compared to other species? When they were not satisfied with getting enough resources, they still wanted to get more greedily, not stopping until the day they die. Alright, I won't pluck them. Yue Yang couldn't stand the stares of others. Was there a need to be like this just for a few plants? It's very rare to see a human like you who can control his desires. The handsome golden elf seemed to be surprised by Yue Yang's reaction. He praised Yue Yang and extended his hand. "My name is Lin En. Your words and actions have changed my impression of humans. My name is Bao. I'm a very, very, very outstanding archer. I never miss." The big lowly elf emphasized that her archery was invincible. "Oh, although I don't really admire you, it seems a little rude not to say your name." The ox-head girl patted Yue Yang's shoulder. The feeling of Yue Yang dodging her made her very unhappy. In the end, she still said her name in a low voice. "Call me Fan Lun Tai. It means healthy or strong. It's a very good name." Yue Yang didn't think that it was a good name for a girl to be called Fan Lun Tai, even though she was an ox-head. Leo. The ox-head party leader's words were very concise. Fudla, Fujiao, Fudli, Fudman. These were the names of the 4 orc girls. It didn't sound very interesting, but it was said that in the orc language, these 4 words meant white and fat. Yue Yang looked at the 4 orc sisters and realized that they were darker than black people. They were far from being white, but they were still fat. "As you know, my name is Anna, I'm Lin En's wife." In the end, the elf girl smiled slightly. "Although you are a human, you give me the feeling that you are more like an insensible little brother. You don't have the slyness and treachery of other humans." Yue Yang was speechless. If she wanted to praise him, she could have just said it. Why did she have to say that he was insensible? This was too hurtful. "Although your strength needs to be improved, we still welcome you to join our party. Ever since that annoying dwarf went back to his room to forge iron and refused to come out to do quests with us, we have been looking for a suitable party member. Brat, you are very lucky. If your heart was not in the right place, I would have thrown you out of the wetlands to feed the wyverns." The ox-head girl grabbed Yue Yang's arm with one hand and didn't allow him to struggle. She patted his shoulder fiercely and laughed happily. Yue Yang was speechless at her habit of hitting people when she spoke. Fortunately, ox-head people wouldn't marry humans. Otherwise, if this Fan Lun Tai married a human as her husband, that unlucky guy would definitely be beaten to a pulp by her. The flat-chested big elf lowly mischievously asked Yue Yang about the human race, intending to embarrass him. Of course, it was also because she was curious. For example, "Do you humans fight every day?" Or, "I heard that when your people are extremely hungry, they would exchange their sons for food." Is this true? Yue Yang found it hard to answer these questions. This was because many of them were the truth. Furthermore, the cruelty of humans was 100 times worse than exchanging their sons for food. If he told these pure-hearted golden elves about the dark side of humans, they would probably faint from fright. "What's your specialty?" The handsome golden elf guy wanted to help Yue Yang out of his predicament. He also wanted to understand the abilities of this new party member that everyone had just acknowledged. Specialty. Something like creating mechanical puppets. Yue Yang summoned out the silver fox that he had spent a lot of effort to create for his sister, Yu Shuang, as a way to explain his specialty. When the silver fox appeared, it immediately won the favor of the big elf lowly Bao. This big elf lowly's eyes shone with countless little stars. If it wasn't for her good upbringing, she might have snatched Yue Yang, this especially cute silver fox. The silver fox didn't have any intelligence. It only had its own set of instincts. It was created by Yue Yang to protect the little girl. Because he was worried that enemies would endanger the little girl's safety, Yue Yang made it the most important when he created it. When it appeared, its eyes immediately shone with a blue light. Its ears perked up and its mouth opened, revealing its sharp teeth. This battle stance meant that it had discovered a strong enemy. Chapter 361. When the silver fox realized that there were strong enemies around it. On the contrary, Yue Yang felt that the invisible holy beast that had been following behind them suddenly left. It left towards the southeast. Just when Yue Yang was puzzled, suddenly, the ox-head party leader Liao's black iron bracer and the golden elf Lin En's gemstone ring lit up in red light at the same time. Those two red lights flashed towards the southeast direction. The two of them shouted almost at the same time, "Southeast, someone is asking for help." "Quick!" The ox-head girl Fan Lun Tai patted Yue Yang's shoulder hard, signaling him to follow her. She rushed forward with her giant axe. "Awu, hurry up, we can get double the team points if we save someone." The four orc girls also rushed forward bravely. Yue Yang felt that this method of saving people was too much of a pain in the ass. They might not even be able to protect their own lives, how could they save people? Once the monsters here went berserk, this team would not be able to defend against them at all. Of course, saving people might be a good tradition of the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. This could not be distinguished by the human world's concept of right and wrong. Yue Yang kept the silver fox that had been surrounded by strong enemies, and followed behind the big lowly elf Bao. On one hand, he could enjoy the scenery. He could look at her round and perky butt, which was tight against her clothes as she ran. It was especially tempting. On the other hand, Bao was the weakest in the team. If anything happened, he could protect this innocent and lively girl. Yue Yang realized that along the way, countless monsters were gathering towards the southeast. Even the flying beasts in the sky were gathering quickly. After walking for about half an hour, a strong smell of blood permeated the forest, spreading far and wide. Beside them, there were beasts running past from time to time, but they did not care about Yue Yang and the others at all. They all pounced forward as if they were crazy, as if something was summoning them. After walking for another 10 minutes, there was a wetland and a lake in front of them. In the southeast, there was a tall cliff in front of them. Numerous green dragons swooped down continuously, spewing long dragon breaths, attacking the human warriors on the ground like raging flames. In the forest, countless beasts rushed towards the battlefield, disregarding their own safety as they charged towards the dozens of human warriors who had formed a defensive circle. On the ground, the corpses of the beasts that had been killed by the human warriors were everywhere. Blood flowed all over the ground. The stream of blood flowed into the lake and dyed the southeastern shore red. Yue Yang didn't need to look to know that these people weren't dangerous at all. They had 2 innate rankers, and the weakest among them was a level 7 overlord. A few green dragons couldn't do anything to them at all. As for the beasts on the ground, like the forest wolves, forest boas and Yan Sun, they were basically courting death. No matter how many of them there were, they wouldn't be able to do anything to 2 level 3 innate rankers. Moreover, both of them had treasures in their hands. One of them was holding a gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear, while the other was holding a cursed ball. While their battle prowess was soaring, they had also greatly weakened the battle prowess of the forest demonic beasts. It would be strange if they could lose this battle. Yue Yang did not understand why they were calling for help. Could it be that there were stronger beasts in the forest? On top of the dragon cliff, there was a silver figure guarding the cave. Only this silver giant dragon could barely defend against the 2 innate rankers. However, even if it had the help of a few green dragons, Yue Yang did not think that it would be able to defend against the double attacks of the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear and cursed ball, especially the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear, which was in existence that was on the same level as the gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger in Yue Yang's hands. More accurately, they were originally the gold-ranked dragon-slaying set equipment. Legend has it that 10,000 years ago, there was a talented but mediocre-looking man named Tai Yu. One day, he and the beautiful dragon girl met by chance and fell deeply in love. Their unmatched love had angered the Golden Dragon King. The Gold Dragon King angrily imprisoned the dragon girl, but she quickly escaped from the prison and eloped with her lover, Tai Yu, to a remote place to live in seclusion. The Red Dragon Prince who had a crush on the dragon girl was once Tai Yu's friend. He was deeply trusted by Tai Yu and the dragon girl. Other than the Red Dragon Prince, no one else knew about their seclusion. In fact, the Red Dragon Prince had secretly helped the dragon girl escape. Tai Yu and his wife were very grateful to the Red Dragon Prince and saw him as their benefactor. However, the truth was that the Red Dragon Prince was jealous because the dragon girl threw herself into Tai Yu's arms and became his friend's wife. He wanted to destroy the couple's happiness. After he leaked the news, the Gold Dragon King quickly sent out the Dragon Clan's personal guards to capture them. The Red Dragon Prince reported the news to Tai Yu immediately and requested Tai Yu to forge a weapon that could kill the Gold Dragon King. He wanted to use it to assassinate the strongest Gold Dragon King and prevent this tragedy from happening. Thus, Tai Yu, who was an expert in crafting, personally forged a gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear as the Red Dragon Prince's weapon. As for himself, he forged a gold-ranked dragon-slaying sword to block the pursuit of the personal guards. After the Gold Dragon King was killed, the Red Dragon Prince told the Dragon Girl about the news and framed her husband, Tai Yu. The Dragon Girl misbelieved him and interrogated her husband. Tai Yu, who had the gold-ranked dragon-slaying sword on his waist, couldn't explain and could only admit that it was the weapon he forged that killed the Gold Dragon Prince. The Dragon Girl left angrily and Tai Yu was surrounded by the vengeful Dragon Clan's personal guards. The last fatal blow was from his good friend, the Red Dragon Prince, who killed him on the spot with the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear. Dragon Girl, who had left and returned, discovered her husband's corpse. She was in so much pain that she wanted to die. At this time, she discovered that there was something suspicious about the matter and secretly investigated. When she discovered that the Red Dragon Prince had an invincible golden dragon-slaying spear, she understood everything. The regretful Dragon Girl was powerless to take revenge. She placed all her hopes on the son in her womb. When Tai Yu's son grew up, he was even more outstanding than his father. At the same time, he inherited his mother's good looks. Other than forging an extremely sharp gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger, he also learned the transfiguration technique from an expert called formless. Tai Yu's son disguised himself as a beauty and got close to the Red Dragon Prince, who had already become the Dragon King, and successfully assassinated him. Just when the furious Dragon Clan was about to join hands to tear Tai Yu's son into pieces, the Dragon Girl appeared and cried about this tragedy to her clansmen. She also took back her late husband Tai Yu's gold-ranked dragon-slaying sword from the Red Dragon Prince's waist and committed suicide. Her act of suicide shocked the Dragon Clan. In the end, the Dragon Clan released the grieving Tai Yu's son. The legend was passed down from generation to generation. Because of the long period of time, no one could verify the authenticity of this legend. However, the Yu clan's descendants in the Soaring Dragon continent had always regarded Tai Yu's son, the ranker who forged the gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger to avenge his father, as their ancestor. Using Yu as their surname. This was the story that Elder Yu Hai personally told to Yue Yang after he obtained the gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger. In the Soaring Dragon continent, other than the Yu clan, the other clans had probably forgotten about this legend. Maybe in Da Sha's or Tian Luo's royal library, one could find a few lines related to this legend. No matter what, the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear, dragon-slaying sword and dragon-slaying dagger were indeed the three weapons in the dragon-slaying set. Other than these three weapons, there were also the Crimson Dragon armor, Tai Yu gloves, Dragon Lady's necklace and Dragon King's crown. These treasures were all items from the legend. The later generations combined them into a set. Together with the dragon-slaying spear, dragon-slaying sword and dragon-slaying dagger, they became known as the Vengeance set. Of course, because the legend had been passed down for so long, the feat of slaying a dragon was even more memorable. Hence, in the later legends, it gradually became known as the dragon-slaying set. With the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear, Yue Yang felt that the few low-leveled green dragons would definitely not be able to survive under the joint attack of two innate level 3 rankers. He really couldn't understand why such a strong team would ask for help. These people were completely capable of dealing with the monsters, attacks in the Jadeite forest. Why would they ask for help? However, almost 100 green-spotted flying dragons had arrived in the sky. Yue Yang was tempted. There were magic crystals all over the ground here. He couldn't be an executioner who destroyed the environment, but in order to save people, he could at least take some magic crystals, right? Moreover, he wasn't the one who killed them. The beasts killed by that team couldn't be revived. It would be a waste if he didn't pick them up. Yue Yang rubbed his palms together and prepared to fight. Of course, the most important thing was to collect magic crystals. He couldn't be bothered with other people's lives. Moreover, with the help of two innate rankers, it wouldn't be easy for these guys to die even if they wanted to. On the other hand, Bauer and the others who came to help, the strongest Ox Head party leader, Liao, was even weaker than the weakest one. If he walked out, his life would probably be in danger. This group of despicable and shameless humans are really too hateful. Not a single human is good. The Ox Head girl roared angrily. Hey, what's going on? Yue Yang didn't understand. Why did she rush over to help them so excitedly? Why did she get angry when she saw that the human team had the upper hand? Could it be jealousy? Or could it be that this Ox-Head girl was as kind as a bodhisattva and couldn't bear to see blood on the ground? They are dragon hunters. The handsome elf Lin En suppressed his anger and explained painfully. What? Yue Yang still couldn't understand. Idiot, dragon hunters are a barbaric and bloody profession. They are completely devoid of conscience and bloodthirsty. Although they are dragon slayers, in reality, they do all kinds of bad things. They would kill any living thing they see. Wherever they go, it's like a plague of locusts, leaving nothing behind. There are green dragons and blue dragons resting in the jadeite forest. These dragon hunters used some kind of secret method to hide from the warriors guild and came here to hunt giant dragons and plunder dragon crystals. We can't just sit back and do nothing. We must punish these hateful human butchers. The big lowly elf bit her lips in hatred. She almost pulled out the vine bow on her back and shot at them. Don't, you are not their match. Yue Yang hurriedly stopped her. Don't tell me that you also think that their actions are right. Can't you see that the battlefield opposite is filled with rivers of blood? The ox-head girl grabbed onto Yue Yang's collar. This, my opinion, is not important at all. What's important is that you are far from being their match. Yue Yang told the truth. There are 15 of them. The strongest 2 are innates, 4 are level 8 intermediate emperors, 6 are level 7 advanced overlords, and the weakest 3 are level 7 beginner overlords. None of them are weaker than me and Lin En. This battle is extremely difficult. We might all be wiped out. The ox-head party leader Liao's expression was very serious. This was the first time he spoke so much. Are you really preparing to start a war with them? Upon hearing that, Yue Yang was shocked. Wasn't this the same as smashing an egg against a rock? The dragon hunters are the common enemy of all races. Although we are weak, we can't just watch them do whatever they want. Otherwise, they will come to kill us sooner or later. Someone has to stand up and stop them. Even if we kill one of them, their strength will be weakened. The handsome elf Lin En's words made Yue Yang speechless. Yue Yang remembered that there was a sentence that was left behind by the German pastor Martin Niemöller. When they were massacring the Jews, I did not make a sound, because I was not a Jew. When they were massacring the Christians, I did not make a sound, because I was not a Christian. When they came to capture the communists, I did not make a sound, because I was not a communist. In the end, when they wanted to kill me, there was no one who spoke up for me. If the dragon hunters slaughtering dragons happened in the soaring dragon continent, no one would oppose them for slaughtering dragons. Most people would think that this was a matter of course. Killing dragons and obtaining dragon crystals was the most basic requirement for humans. Anything could be killed. As long as there was a need, even humans could be killed, not to mention giant dragons. Maybe there were a few people who felt that excessive killing would harm the harmony of the world, destroy the natural environment and destroy the ecosystem. However, they would never or would not dare to stop the rankers who had the ability to slaughter giant dragons. At most, they would only complain a little in secret. Would there be people who would protest against the rankers who could slaughter giant dragons? Would there be people who would stop the actions of the dragon hunters? No, among the humans, there would definitely not be such fools. That was definitely an act of seeking death. Not to mention that they did not have the ability to stop it. Even if they did, they would be worried that it would affect their future and ignore it. There were even people who would join the dragon hunters excitedly and become a member of the dragon hunters to reap the greatest benefits. The wrath of giant dragons and the mourning of hundreds of beasts. Who would care about those things? Who would care about the harshness of the environment and the destruction of nature? Yue Yang was shocked by the few fools in front of him. Knowing that they were no match for the dragon hunters, they still bravely went forward to fight. Were the brains of these ox heads, orcs and golden elves made of hard granite? Couldn't they be more flexible and go back to the warrior guild to ask them to send people to stop them? This is suicide. Let's give up on the mission and go back to the warrior guild to ask them to send people over. Yue Yang advised. Good idea, you go back. Bring Bao along. The handsome elf Lin En patted Yue Yang's shoulder and nodded in agreement. What a great idea, the ox-head Fan Lun Tai sneered mockingly. I will not run away. Even if I die in battle, I will not leave. Let this cowardly human escape. I am a brave golden elf, a noble guard of the moon god. I will never run away in the face of danger. I am not afraid of death. Because death will let me return to the embrace of the moon god. The big lowly elf Bao lips trembled. It was obvious that she was actually very afraid of death. Good Bao, such a brave warrior. The 4 orc girls praised her in unison. You are sending her to her death. She can't even take one hit from the enemy. What can her little bow and arrows do? Can she even make the enemy lose a single hair? Have you ever thought that if you fail, not only will you die, you will also be captured. Bao and Anna will most likely be humiliated by the enemy. This is the end result of you trying to be a hero. I understand that you want to attack the enemy. But before you become stronger, this method is not rational. It is not right. I cannot accept it. Yue Yang was furious. Even if we are captured, the moon god will not let us be humiliated. We will sacrifice our lives. No one can humiliate the followers of the moon god. Anna's breathtakingly beautiful face revealed a smile, like a big sister looking at a little brother. She gently nodded. You are right. What we are doing is not the best. However, the greatest value of a life in this world is not how many benefits they obtain, nor is it that they always follow the best path, but whether they can enjoy freedom and happiness from the bottom of their hearts. If they can't, then no matter how strong they are, no matter how many treasures they have, they are still poor and weak. You may not understand my words, but one day, you will understand, because you are a different kind of human. Think about it, when there is an enemy that threatens your freedom and makes you unhappy, what will you do? Fight. I believe that you will fight. Of course, your way of fighting might be different from ours. You will endure and wait until you are strong enough to kill your enemies, while we will choose our own way. There is no way of fighting that is wrong. Your way is right, and ours is not wrong either. It's just that we have different ideas. We are all fighting. You would rather die than fight. Do you think there is value in making a sacrifice that does not harm the enemy? Yue Yang made Anna speechless for a long time, and finally asked back. We have value. Our value in battle doesn't lie in how many enemies we kill, but in our attitude. We definitely won't tolerate this kind of behavior. They can kill us, but they can't twist our souls, and they can't change our wills. Oxhead Party leader Liao patted Yue Yang's shoulder. We will not force you, because you are a human, different from us. You can stay, or you can report back to the Warriors Guild. Among the humans, you are a very good young man, live well. Sleep. The handsome golden elf Lin Si used his hand to brush Bao-er's face. A green light flashed, and Bao-er collapsed. Anna gently caught her. Golden elf Lin En said to Yue Yang, bring my sister away. She is still a child, please bring her to my father. You don't have to care about what happened today. In Tong Tian Tower, there are many teams with the same ideals as us. There are people dying every day, and new people joining every day. A warrior's grave does not necessarily have to be built in the family's graveyard. Mountains, forests, snowy lands, deserts, anywhere can be our burial ground. Our way of fighting is different, but one thing is for sure, we are all excellent warriors. I have never seen anyone more stubborn than you guys. Forget it, I won't leave for the time being. Maybe let me give it a try. Let me talk to those dragon hunters. Seeing that we are all humans, they might listen to my advice and leave this place. Yue Yang's idea was to chase those guys away himself, so that these rigid ox heads, orcs and golden elves would not die here. No, if you go, you will only die in vain. They will not listen to anyone's advice. Golden elf Lin En shook his head. He did not think that Yue Yang's idea was good. Stupid fool, go ahead. When you are killed by them, I will avenge you. I will at least kill one of them. Oxhead Fan Lun Tai slapped Yue Yang's back hard, and laughed heartlessly at the same time. The human dragon hunters from afar had already noticed Yue Yang's team. 2 of the 4 level 8 middle tier Emperors flew over with lightning speed. When they saw Anna and Bao-er's appearance, they immediately laughed lewdly. The tall and skinny man on the left laughed. Great, I have not tasted a golden elf for a long time. Maybe it has been at least 20 years. Who would have thought that today, another golden elf would come knocking on my door? There are 2 of them. Compared to the mature golden elf, I prefer this sleeping fledgling. When I think about how she screams in pain during the rape, I can't help but have goosebumps all over my body. This fledgling should still be a virgin. After I rape and kill her, I will happily suck her blood. Ha ha ha, that would be great nourishment. Another bare-chested man with a body as strong as a bull completely ignored everyone, including Yue Yang, as he laughed heartily with glee. Can you let them go on account that we are both humans? We will leave immediately. Yue Yang knew that this was a wasted question. However, he wanted to ascertain what kind of existence these dragon hunters were. Who do you think you are? Humans. Don't tell me we haven't eaten enough roasted human flesh. Don't think that just because you are a human brat, you can order us around. In Tong Tian Tower, there is no difference between races. As long as you are strong enough, then all living beings are food and slaves. Do you understand? Do you think that just because we are both humans, I will be merciful and let you go? Dream on, it is your bad luck to fall into our hands. With your weak and useless appearance, you still want to be a hero. Do you want to laugh until my teeth fall off? I say, brat, have you stopped drinking milk? You are so naive. What do you think Tong Tian Tower is? A nursery. If you don't have the ability, then you will die. The tall and skinny man spat on the ground and ridiculed Yue Yang. I think that this fellow's head must have been kicked by a donkey. I have never seen such an idiot. With your intelligence, I am very curious. How did you manage to survive to the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower and above? Brat, let me tell you a truth. The weak are prey to the strong. If you don't have the ability, then let us slaughter you. In your next life, if you still have a next life, you must remember that if you don't have the ability, then hide under your mother's skirt. Let her protect you like a hen protecting her chicks. Don't ever go out, or else someone might trample you to death. The man who was as strong as a bull laughed. The ox-head party leader Liao, the handsome golden elf Lin En, the ox-head girl and the 4 orc girls all looked at Yue Yang. No one spoke, but Yue Yang could feel that they all wanted to comfort him. But he did not know how to comfort them. Anna, who was carrying Bao walked to Yue Yang's side and said gently, "You are like my younger brother. Kind and smart. You just lack experience. I am very happy to meet you. Take Bao and leave. You are still young. You should not die here. We will open a path for you. Use the teleportation stone to leave. The golden elves and I will always bless you. Although you are a human, you are so outstanding." Yue Yang looked at Anna and shook his head. He did not take Bao who was in her arms. He stopped Lin En and Liao from persuading him. Step by step, he walked towards the 2 dragon hunters opposite him. The weak are prey to the strong, right? If you don't have the ability, then you should be slaughtered by others, right? Your words made me understand a lot, since that is the case, then you can all go and die. The rage in Yue Yang's heart exploded 100 times faster than lightning. His hand directly pressed on the tall and skinny man's face. The power of the star explosion domain exploded. The tall and skinny man could not even last a second before his head exploded. In the next second, Yue Yang appeared in front of the man who was as strong as a bull. Chapter 362. The man who was as strong as an ox was still in shock. He never thought that a weak enemy would be able to instantly kill his companion who was as strong as him. How was it possible to insta-kill a Class 8 mid-tier emperor? However, as an expert, his reaction was fast. When Yue Yang appeared in front of him, he did not hesitate and punched out. The power of this punch was enough to split a mountain. Even if it was a gigantic golden mammoth, it would probably fall to the ground under this punch. The man, who was as strong as a bull, only felt pain in his fist. His body's next natural reaction was to kneel on the ground. He felt as if his fist had been gripped by an irresistible force. It was crushed in an instant. That kind of pain penetrated deep into his bones. In his ears, he heard a strange sound. He was actually very familiar with this sound, because every time he broke the bones of his enemies, he would hear this crisp sound. In fact, in his heart, he really liked this kind of hair-raising sound of bones breaking. Hearing this, he forced his eyelids open in pain. He found that his arm was like a fried dough twist, constantly twisting and deforming. In the end, his entire arm was twisted off from his shoulder. Who would have thought that today, the one being abused would be him? Before he could even scream in pain, he immediately turned around and ran. Such an enemy wasn't someone he could fight against. The only thing he could do was to escape back to the 2 inborn experts. Only then would he be able to preserve his life. As he frantically tried to escape, Yue Yang pressed a hand on the back of his head. The huge force pressed his entire face into the ground and pushed him forward, like a cow plowing a field, creating a deep and long pit in the ground. Everyone, including the 2 inborn experts, was shocked by what they saw. They were dumbfounded. No one could understand what was going on. The guy whose entire face was scraped off by the mud was still alive. When Yue Yang let go of him, that fellow even jumped up and ran towards his companions like a rotting demon. His mouth, which was only a lump of rotten flesh, let out an indistinct cry for help. Hearing it made one's heart tremble and their hair stand on end. Boom! Before he could take 10 steps, his head was blown to smithereens by the junchi that Yue Yang had forcefully infused into his body. Brain matter and skull fragments splattered everywhere. They sprayed all over the sky. The two Emperor rank experts who had died under Yue Yang's hands had their beasts explode along with their master's death. They didn't even have the time to betray their master before dying on the spot. We didn't mean to offend you. The one who reacted the quickest was an innate ranker. He was dressed in black, had an aquiline nose, and a sharp glint in his eyes. He held a cursed ball in his hand. He was probably the brains of the team. He had heard some of the conversation just now, and he knew how despicable those two fellows were. Now that they had angered the opponent's rankers, it was normal for them to be killed repeatedly. The only thing that surprised him was that there was actually such a powerful inborn expert in the other party's team. Why would an innate stay together with a team that only had the strength of a level 6 elder and a level 7 overlord? This was too puzzling. The other was an innate ranker with a gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear. He was glaring angrily at Yue Yang. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't see through Yue Yang's level and true strength, he would have already attacked him. As a level 3 innate, although he had the strength to be arrogant, he knew that there would always be someone stronger than him in this world. A level 3 innate in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower was considered a powerful person. However, there were too many rankers above level 3 innate, so he wasn't truly invincible. If he met a level 6 innate or above, he would be killed in an instant. Now, he was afraid that this brat was a powerful level 6 innate. Looking at his age, this brat didn't look like an innate ranker at all. However, if he wasn't an innate, he definitely wouldn't be able to kill two normal level 8 emperor in an instant. Let's have a talk. Among the dragon hunters, the skinny man who was the most eloquent took the opportunity to speak to Yue Yang. Yue Yang's reply was first / earth-splitting / using his innate chi, his Wei Jin magic blade shrouded in raging flames, cutting the skinny man who was about to negotiate in half. The gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear flew towards him like lightning. The crimson-haired innate ranker flew into a rage. He gave up on entangling with the green dragons that were already riddled with wounds. Although he might be able to kill one of the green dragons with a few more spears, the sudden situation in front of him forced him to change his mind. He had to face Yue Yang, who was slaughtering his companions first. The innate rankers had a treaty in the innate alliance. Under normal circumstances, innates would try their best to avoid fighting, especially innates from the same clan, in order to avoid harming their vitality. Unless the negotiation broke down, otherwise, innates wouldn't kill each other without saying a word. Following its master's attack, a gold-ranked level 8 scarlet-eyed lion roared and pounced towards Yue Yang. In the sky, two gold-ranked level 7 cattle-eating giant vultures circled downwards with their sharp claws. If it was any other ranker who was below innate level 2, they would probably be flustered. Especially that gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear, it was extremely sharp and terrifying. Yue Yang's figure flashed, easily dodging the spear. The power of his Yang ability exploded instantly. Under Yue Yang's control, the raging purple flames on his Wei Jin magic blade soared into the sky like a fire phoenix, facing the two cattle-eating giant vultures. With a scream, the two cattle-eating giant vultures became roasted birds. As the scarlet-eyed lion pounced towards him from behind, Yue Yang held the Eye Destroyer dagger and slashed across the scarlet-eyed lion's eyes. Before the scarlet-eyed lion could react, the gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger had already pierced deeply into its head. The innate invisible sword chi flowed along the dagger's tip and penetrated deep into its skull, piercing through its magic core. The pouncing scarlet-eyed lion soared into the sky and crashed onto the ground. Before it could crash onto the ground, it had already been killed by Yue Yang. The other innate ranker's face turned pale when he saw this. He used his curse orb to cast the fastest poison curse, but realized that it had no effect on the enemy. An enemy that was completely immune to gold-ranked treasures, special skills, an enemy that could remain unscathed under the pincer attack of an innate ranker and his beast, and could even deal a fatal blow. Heavens, what kind of devil did those two fellows provoke? No, my big cat. The innate ranker with crimson hair roared in grief. He exploded with all his strength and furiously chased after Yue Yang with his spear. Yue Yang didn't care about him at all. He hid his dagger and attacked simultaneously with the crescent blade and Wei Jin magic blade. The two level 7 overlords who tried to defend couldn't even take one hit. Their heads were chopped off by Yue Yang, their necks bleeding profusely. Right now, the dragon hunters had turned from hunters to victims. In front of Yue Yang, the devil, they couldn't maintain their formation anymore. The survivors all ran away. Only two emperor rankers ran towards the center, to the side of their team leader who was holding the curse orb. They knew that they would only be safe if they were by their team leader's side. Run. Who could outrun an innate ranker's speed? Yue Yang stabbed one of the prison emperor's 7-star pillars into the ground, then chased after the few level 7 overlords who were running away. Blade slash dagger stab, star explosion. The one who escaped the furthest, Yue Yang, raised his flame bow and shot an ice arrow, piercing the heart of the guy who thought he could escape by luck. Yue Yang's ice arrow could even kill an innate ranker in an instant. Previously, Yao Guang of the 7 Great Bears had died under 3 ice arrows. The guy who escaped was only a normal level 7. He didn't even have the chance to scream before he was frozen into an ice sculpture. Explode. Yue Yang clenched his fist and the ice sculpture immediately exploded, shattering into millions of ice shards. Other than the 2 innate level 3 rankers and the 2 normal level 8 Emperor-s, the entire team of dragon hunters only had 1 level 7 overlord left. According to his true strength, he could definitely fight evenly with the golden elf Lin En or the ox head party leader Liao. But now, in front of Yue Yang, he was as weak as a little chick. He couldn't even muster up the courage to resist. When Yue Yang walked towards him, he took out the teleportation stone with his trembling hands. He crushed the teleportation stone. However, the teleportation pillar didn't appear normally. Everyone didn't look at Yue Yang. Instead, they looked at the prison emperor's 7-star pillars that Yue Yang had stabbed into the ground. This gigantic pillar had a strong will that even teleportation was severely disrupted. Spare me. That guy was so scared that his whole body was trembling. Your companion taught me that the weak are prey to the strong. I'm sorry, but you are not strong enough. Yue Yang pointed at that guy's forehead. A bloody hole appeared between his eyebrows and went all the way to the back of his head. The innate invisible sword chi was invincible. Let alone a normal level 7 overlord. Even rankers like the great emperor of Ziwei Shuntian, 1000 goblins sect leader and great demon king Baruth wouldn't dare to take it head on. Maybe it was because they saw that Yue Yang's strength was so terrifying and they couldn't escape. The 2 innate rankers and the 2 emperor rankers all rushed forward crazily and surrounded Yue Yang. If they didn't kill Yue Yang, they definitely wouldn't be able to survive. Now, they already understood that the other party was completely enraged by their stupid companion's arrogant behavior. He was bent on killing their entire team. There was no possibility of negotiation and reconciliation at all. The gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear took the lead and became the main attack of the 4 people. The innate party leader who was holding the cursed ball took out a gold-ranked staff and hit Yue Yang's head heavily. At the same time, he ordered his golden king beast, Chaos Flame Demon, to attack together. The 2 level 8 intermediate emperor warriors attacked from both sides. The one on the left was holding a thunder axe, while the one on the right was holding a blood scythe. Yue Yang laughed coldly. Facing the 4 people who were attacking together, his figure flashed past. When Yue Yang stood still, among the 4 people who flashed past, the 2 emperor warriors who were floating in midair fell head first to the ground. The thunder axe warrior was beheaded. The blood scythe warrior was cut in half. The innate party leader who had the cursed ball screamed in disbelief, "Impossible, this is impossible. What kind of divine weapon do you have? How can you kill him in an instant? I don't believe it." The crimson-haired man who was holding the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear stabbed out with all his might, flying towards Yue Yang's heart. Before the spear arrived, the long spear aura had already pierced through the air. Even the cliff wall behind Yue Yang, which was tens of meters away, was smashed into pieces by this incomparably powerful attack. Yue Yang was pierced through by the spear. Without waiting for the opponent to reveal a look of surprise, the afterimage slowly disappeared. Yue Yang's real body appeared behind the enemy. His eyes were filled with ridicule. Speaking of speed, this guy's speed was like a tortoise compared to the Heaven Realm great leader Void's speed. How could Yue Yang, who had already adapted to Void's speed, be hit by his spear? He stuck close to the enemy's back. The Nirvana flame transformed into a spear. A spear slowly pierced through the back of the innate ranker who was holding the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear and came out through his chest. "You are not fit to use a spear." Yue Yang waved his hand and snatched the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear into his hands. With a skillful spear flower that made people sigh, he lifted the burning enemy on the spear's tip and threw him onto the ground. He then stepped on this fellow's head, causing this fellow, who was still struggling before his death, to be deeply stomped into the ground. "Let me go, I can agree to any of your conditions." The innate party leader who had the curse ball knew that he was no match for Yue Yang. He only wanted to live. It's too late for you to beg for mercy. Yue Yang turned around. The world-exterminating wheel that he threw just now easily cut the last innate party leader in half. He kept the world-exterminating wheel, Nirvana Fire Spear, the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear and the curse ball. He turned around and looked at Lin En, Anna, Liao, Fan Lun Tai and the other new party members who still couldn't believe what had happened. He turned around and crushed the teleportation stone given by the middle-aged warrior from the warrior guild while keeping the prison emperor's 7-star pillars. It was time to leave this team. Although they had different philosophies, Yue Yang had learned a lot from these ox heads, orcs and golden elves. For example, fighting for their beliefs, their unafraid will to fight and their uncompromising spirit. These were things that Yue Yang had never come into contact with before. He didn't agree with their way of thinking, but he didn't deny their way of living. Wait! When Yue Yang teleported away, Lin En, Liao and the others cried out as if they had just woken up from a dream. Before Yue Yang teleported away, he felt that the holy beast that had been following him was secretly observing him. When did it arrive? Even with Yue Yang's senses, he didn't feel anything. If he hadn't teleported away, Yue Yang would have really wanted to see what kind of holy beast it was. If it was fated, they would definitely meet again. Yue Yang suddenly had this feeling in his heart. He had just ascended to the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. There was still a long way to go to train. Chapter 363 Warrior Guild. Yue Yang, who had crushed the teleportation stone, instantly teleported back to the middle-aged warrior's counter. Do you need treatment? When the middle-aged warrior saw Yue Yang covered in blood, he thought that Yue Yang was heavily injured. He did not expect that the blood was splattered by Yue Yang when he massacred the dragon hunters. Thank you, I'm fine. I can't return your teleportation stone for now. As for the mission, my companion will complete it. Yue Yang nodded and turned to leave. This brat is a little strange. The middle-aged warrior looked at Yue Yang's back and frowned. What's wrong? A younger warrior beside him asked. He doesn't look like he had just experienced a bloody battle. Although he looks like he's covered in blood, his expression is too calm. I can't understand why he's a newbie who just ascended to the 6th floor. The middle-aged warrior had seen Yue Yang's information before. He realized that he had just ascended to the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. In less than an hour, he had already formed a team to complete a mission. If not for that, he wouldn't have given him a teleportation stone to escape. Although this newbie teleported back in less than half a day and was covered in blood. However, his expression was very calm. Could it be that this brat was a blood-soaked general at the bottom of Tong Tian Tower? In less than 10 minutes, Yue Yang stepped into the warrior guild again. He walked in front of the middle-aged warrior and handed over a form. I've decided to join the ranks of the anti-dragon hunters mercenaries. The mercenary guild said that I need a nominator and a guarantor. May I ask if you can sign your name on this? You met a dragon hunter just now. The middle-aged warrior was shocked. Dragon hunters were no joke. Although there weren't many dragon hunters, almost every team of dragon hunters was led by a fallen innate ranker. Furthermore, every time they moved out, there would be more than 10 of them. It was too difficult for a normal warrior to surround and kill a dragon hunter. Even the warrior guilds, Iron Blood Guards needed more than 100 people to have a chance of winning. A ranker happened to pass by and chased them away. Our team was not injured. Yue Yang did not deny that they had met a dragon hunter. You are very lucky, the middle-aged martial artist sighed. Every year, there are at least 100 rookies who die at the hands of the dragon hunters. Listen, I can sign on it, but you have to listen to my advice. Before you reach the innate realm, if you meet a dragon hunter alone, what you have to do is to leave immediately, the faster the better. Understood. Of course, Yue Yang wouldn't tell him the truth. Hold on. The middle-aged martial artist wrote 2 words on Yue Yang's form, Zhen. It seemed like this was his name. After signing his name, he did not immediately return it to Yue Yang. Instead, he walked into the warrior guild and only came out after a few minutes. When he returned the form to Yue Yang, there was another name, Matthew, on it. That was Yue Yang's guarantor. The middle-aged martial artist Zhen also took care of the guarantor's signature. When Yue Yang was preparing to leave, Zhen warned him solemnly, "Young man, I understand your anger, but I sincerely hope that not only today, I hope that next year, or even 100 years later, I can still see you stepping into the warrior guild full of fighting spirit like today. Do you understand what I mean?" Yue Yang nodded. "Thank you for your advice. I don't think I will do anything stupid." Towards the ordinary name of Ogen, Yue Yang remembered that there was a great demon king in the demon abyss who was also called O General. Of course, that demon king Ogen did not give Yue Yang a good impression. It was still this Uncle Ogen with a mustache who was only innate level 1, who was more to Yue Yang's liking. Although he was a little long-winded, to the rookies, this Uncle O General was a very good guide. After Yue Yang left, the old man who was in charge of sending Yue Yang to the Jadeite forest came out. The white-haired old man laughed. "Oh Gen, it's hard to imagine that you would agree to nominate a rookies, and even ask me to be your guarantor. This young man is really hard to see through. What's even weirder is that I think he looks a little familiar. Maybe I have seen his father's generation or relatives before, but I just can't remember." The middle-aged martial artist Ogen frowned habitually. "He does look a little familiar. If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have noticed." The old man also had a vague impression of him. Yue Yang went to the mercenary guild and handed over 100 gold coins. He then handed over the form and officially became a member of the volunteer mercenary guild. He received a Medal of Courage from the volunteer mercenary guild. This Medal of Courage was divided into 6 levels. Each level had different runes as support. The first 3 levels were dwarf runes, while the last 3 levels were heaven runes. Yue Yang didn't care about such a little support at all. Moreover, those dwarf runes were like elementary school stuff to him. Even the last 3 levels of heaven runes were very basic to Yue Yang. They couldn't even compare to Sickly Beauty's research. What he wanted was only this identity. Yue Yang now realized that his own experience was not suitable to follow other people's path. He had to follow his own unique path. For example, killing monsters to level up. Yue Yang's current strength was high but his level was low. In front of his strong martial strength, the basic things seemed like a waste of a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It was really difficult for Yue Yang to calm down and patiently start from the beginning. This was because he was already used to fighting against strong opponents. Yue Yang didn't care about collecting flowers and plants or some low-level magic crystals. He had no motivation to do these things. On the contrary, if he changed his method, Yue Yang would be very motivated if he changed, killing monsters and looting treasures, to killing people and looting treasures. Especially when he was massacring the Dragon Hunters team just now, he had instantly killed his arrogant opponents and looted their treasures such as the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear, curse ball, blood scythe and thunder axe into his lich ring. That kind of satisfaction, that kind of refreshing feeling, was something that he could not obtain normally. Furthermore, the treasures on the Dragon Hunters were thousands of times better than the magic crystals, flowers and herbs that he collected along the way. If he killed a normal experienced team, it would be a little unreasonable. After all, the other party didn't provoke him. But now, he killed the Dragon Hunters. They were notorious bandits. Since it was a righteous act and he could obtain treasures, it was a double harvest. Why not? In the mercenary guild, Yue Yang realized that 50% of the top 100 quests were to kill the Dragon Hunters. Some were for small teams, while some were for a single person. The Assassin Guild, Thief Guild and Mercenary Guild were almost one entity in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. The quests were all issued in the Mercenary Guild, while the specific trades, information and rewards were obtained in different guilds. The 3 guilds all had a bloody list. Among the top 10 homicidal maniacs, 8 were Dragon Hunters, and only 2 were naturally bloodthirsty maniacs. The person with the highest number of kills was an awesome person called, and she. This guy had killed millions of people, far surpassing the homicidal maniacs behind him. This and she, according to the introduction, had the power of an innate level 10. He had once killed all the rankers in the continent by himself. And she had lived for more than 2,000 years. Other than Ji Zun, no one dared to say that they could definitely win against him. According to the martial strength list, his name was even higher than the great emperor of Ziwei, Shun Tian and the Thousand Goblins sect leader. Among the names that Yue Yang recognized, only the demonic palaces, Sky Execution, from the falling Kang Mountain was ranked 5th together with, and she. The 4th was the great demon King Baruth. As for the other 2 rankers who were ranked 2nd and 3rd, Yue Yang did not recognize them. It seemed that they were rankers from the outer realm. On the bloody list, other than the top and she, the number of homicidal maniacs in the top 10 did not exceed 100,000. Of course, the number of homicidal maniacs did not mean that they killed civilians, but rankers. Yue Yang did not know how the statistics were calculated. Yue Yang observed along the way. He felt that if he could get rid of all these guys, he would definitely get a lot of treasures. Other than the elusive and she, the dragon hunters were usually attached to the top 10 rankers on the bloody list. Some of them were so arrogant that they even built a country in the outer realm in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. This made Yue Yang very surprised. Looks like, once you have power, no matter who you are, you can really do whatever you want. There is nothing you can't do. Why are you covered in blood? Sickly Beauty saw that Yue Yang had returned and saw that his clothes were covered in blood. She couldn't help but be a little curious. I beat up a few thieves. Yue Yang chuckled. Gold-ranked dragon slaying spear. It's a dragon slaying set that is similar to your dragon slaying dagger. It's not a bad thing. Quote, Sickly Beauty knew that Yue Yang had always wanted to find a suitable long weapon. Although this gold-ranked dragon slaying spear was not an ideal holy ranked or divine ranked weapon, it was still a gold-ranked set. It was not bad to get it. The 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower is quite interesting. I'll rest for a while and continue to search for treasures tomorrow. A thought suddenly flashed through Yue Yang's mind. Should he let Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others come up here to train? Although it was a little dangerous and they might die, leveling up in this kind of environment would be better than staying in the soaring dragon continent to train. Are you missing wuxia, xianxia and the others? Sickly Beauty saw that Yue Yang was deep in thought and thought that Yue Yang was missing everyone. She hugged him lightly. I miss you too. Yue Yang didn't deny it. He hugged the beauty and gave her a sweet kiss. Are you trying to be naughty? Sickly Beauty's eyes were as intoxicated as wine. She slowly closed her eyes. When Yue Yang hugged her, she pinched his arm lightly with her small white hands. Scoundrel, take a bath first, your body reeks of blood. The next day, Yue Yang appeared in front of the mercenary guild wearing a Gemini mask, wyvern armor and carrying a bag containing the gold-ranked dragon slaying spear. He used the Medal of Courage to accept 3 quests. After obtaining the quest map, he prepared to teleport away. Suddenly, he walked towards the plaza. Golden Elf Lin En, Anna, Bao Oxhead Party Leader Liao, Fan Lun Tai and the 4 orc girls walked past him. However, they couldn't recognize this weirdly dressed man. He was the weakling who suddenly exploded and killed a group of dragon hunters yesterday. Yue Yang walked past Bao This big lowly golden elf who claimed to have never missed her target, shot him 100 times and had amazing eyesight. She even glared at him because Yue Yang pretended to accidentally touch the sign she was holding. She was holding a sign that said, looking for a teammate, Titan Yu. Looking for any information, anyone who knows will be rewarded. In the mercenary guild, there was also a similar quest to find him. Yue Yang didn't greet them. He only smiled and teleported away from the plaza to complete his bounty hunting quest. At this time, at the place where the newcomers were registering, a few men walked in shouting like farmers going out of the city. One of the fat men was holding a chicken drumstick in his hand. His hands were covered in grease. He looked like a hungry ghost as he chewed on the drumstick and shouted at his companions, Monkey Yi, look, this is the plaza of the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. My god, it's so much bigger than my courtyard. Look at that monster, damn, how did it grow? Look at that stone man over there. Could it be that its head is made of stone? Not bad, the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower is even more lively than I thought. If I set up a stall here, I think I can earn quite a lot. Damn Fatty, although you have the life of a peddler, don't embarrass the people of the soaring dragon continent. No one here would want your trash. The skinny man laughed coldly. 2 men who were as honest as hammers, carrying 2 huge bags on their backs, followed behind the 2 of them without saying a word. Behind them, there were 2 other men. One was as cold as ice, as if he had just thawed out from a world of ice and snow. The other had a jade-like face, even fairer than a girl's. For a human man to be as handsome as him, he was probably close to the limit. Golden Elf Lin En and Oxhead Party Leader Liao looked at each other. A newcomer from the soaring dragon continent. Oxhead Fan Lun Tai was even more anxious. She took big steps forward and shouted with her coarse voice, making people's ears buzz, you human newcomers, stop right there. Robbery, Oxhead King, I have no money. The fatty raised his hands exaggeratedly and pretended to be panicking. I do have chicken drumsticks, if you don't mind that I've eaten them before. Who wants to rob? I just want to ask you about a person. Oxhead Fan Lun Tai felt that none of the humans from the soaring dragon continent were normal. So it's not a robbery. The fatty immediately turned hostile and waved his hands, as if he was shooing away flies. Shoo shoo, I never talk to people other than beauties. What kind of person are you asking about? I just came to the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. I don't know anyone and I don't owe anyone money. You're asking the wrong person, he said while chewing on his drumstick, completely ignoring Ox Head Fan Lun Tai's angry bull eyes. We're looking for a person like you, a newcomer from the Soaring Dragon continent. Bao hurriedly ran over and asked. If a beauty is asking, then it's different. Although you're still young, you'll definitely be a beauty when you grow up. I've decided to answer your question, but you have to call me Big Brother first. The fatty showed a pig-like look. Scram, so embarrassing. The skinny man kicked the fatty into the air. That's right, the cool man who was as cold as ice also agreed. Please don't be offended. Although the Soaring Dragon continent is full of handsome men and beauties, there are exceptions occasionally. For example, that pig just now is the shame of our Soaring Dragon continent. Please don't be offended. The skinny man pretended to be refined and courteous, but even a blind person could see that this fellow was not a kind person. Furthermore, this courteous action was very different from his violent reaction just now. Even the thick-skinned Ox Head Fan Lun Tai couldn't react immediately. We don't mean to disturb you, we just want to find a friend that we just met and lost. His name is Titan Yu, may I ask if you know him? Anna decided to go personally. When she asked, Lin An and Liao noticed that everyone's faces revealed a weird expression. Could it be that they asked the wrong person? Were these people Titan Yu's enemies? They could be sure that they definitely knew each other, but they might not be friends. If Titan Yu was their friend, why didn't he come to the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower together? Titan Yu was alone. Did he purposely avoid these people? These people looked a little weird. It was very possible that they were Titan Yu's enemies. Lin An and Liao were secretly on guard. The fatty who was sent flying with a kick just now had returned unknowingly and was standing in front of Anna. Keeping the chicken drumstick in his bosom, he first used his sleeves to wipe the oil on his mouth, then took out a comb and combed his hair neatly. He then patted the dirt on his clothes and pretended to be an elegant noble. He bowed and said, "Beautiful lady, let me answer your question." Don't even talk about answering a question. Even if you want me to climb a mountain of swords and dive into a pot of oil, I will. Before the fatty could finish his sentence, he was kicked to the ground by the skinny man. The few people from the Soaring Dragon continent all stretched out their legs and kicked wildly in unison, causing Anna and Bao to be dumbstruck. Could it be that the Soaring Dragon continent was full of freaks? How come none of them were serious? When they were done, Anna tried to hold back her laughter and asked again. Just now, she also suspected that the other party might be bad people, but looking at it now, it seemed that they really weren't. They were just a bunch of clowns who liked to cause a ruckus. Although they were a little lecherous and a little weird, they were probably still a distance away from being bad people who would commit all kinds of crimes. What did you say? Titan Yu? What Titan Yu? Of course I know him. That brat is my little brother and I'm his boss. How could I not know him? The fatty with a body full of footprints, whose face had almost turned into a pig's head, jumped up. His face was not red nor was he out of breath. With a proud look, he patted his chest and said, "Thinking back to the time when we were studying in the Ivy Academy, I was the one who brought him to pick up girls. That brat was really too much of a scumbag, no girls liked him at all. He couldn't even be compared to me, a passionate young man who, passed by thousands of flowers, not even a single leaf touched my body." You're his boss. Lin An and Liao were speechless when they heard this. Is he really Brother Titan's boss? Bao couldn't help but sweat. She thought to herself, could it be that the fattest person in the Soaring Dragon continent was respected? Whoever was the fattest was the boss. Brother Titan. The skinny man looked at Bao curiously. This kind of gossipy gaze made Bao extremely embarrassed. Before this, Bao had never called Yue Yang Brother Titan. At most, she had called him an idiot a few times. However, when she woke up, it was as if she was listening to a myth. She heard Fan Lun Tai say that the weak human, that cowardly idiot, killed the dragon hunters in an instant and saved everyone. Furthermore, he even left in a flashy manner, leaving behind the back of a lonely and melancholy expert. Thus, the cowardly idiot leveled up to become Brother Titan. Where is he? Hand him over. Ox-head Fan Lun Tai was different from Bao. She felt that she had been fooled by Yue Yang previously. She was extremely angry and wanted to settle the score with him. Isn't he with you guys? The fatty asked back. He, got lost. Fan Lun Tai was too embarrassed to say that her group had misunderstood Yue Yang as a coward and had driven him away in anger. You can lose anything, but you, how could you embarrass yourself? The fatty immediately shouted. Chapter 364 Thunder Fortress. In the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, there was a terrifying place called Thunder Fortress. It wasn't a fortress, but a kingdom. To be more precise, it was a den of thieves. Because the whole Tong Tian Tower only produced one type of unique ore called Thunder Ore, the explorers who built their camp in the early days called this place Thunder Fortress. Of course, there was another saying. It was said that the leader of the explorers was surnamed Lei, hence he named this place Thunder Fortress. At the same time, he named the ore called Thunder Ore. No matter what the truth of the legend was, people didn't care. Moreover, the Thunder Fortress was occupied by the dragon hunters 1,000 years ago and became a forbidden area for ordinary explorers. People who could come here were either vicious robbers or bandits, or merchants. Things like justice, kindness and friendliness were all extinct here. Within the borders of the Thunder Fortress, there would be fights, killings and deaths at any time. The current king of the Thunder Fortress was Chong Ni, ranked 8th on the bloody list. He had the power of an innate level 8 and was invincible. He was a super homicidal maniac who killed more than 43,000 rankers in the past 600 years. Not to mention Chong Ni, even his 3 subordinates, Demon Eye, Mountain Elf and Blood River, were all homicidal maniacs ranked in the top 100 on the bloody list. Because the Thunder Fortress was very unique and Chong Ni was extremely powerful, the warrior guild couldn't do anything to it. Even the innate alliance turned a blind eye to it and pretended that they didn't know anything. In Tong Tian Tower, there were too many people like Chong Ni. Once they had power, very few could maintain their sense of self. Most of them became fanatical rulers. In the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, there were more than 1,000 evil forces like Chong Ni. It was just that the Thunder Fortress was relatively more famous and could be considered as the leader of the evil forces. Which ranker didn't have their own forces in Tong Tian Tower? Only the weak didn't have their own territory. For example, the great emperor of Ji, Shun Tian, not only did he own a few palaces in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, he also had a heavenly emperor divine palace in the 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower. With just one palace, he ruled over a vast and fertile area that was bigger than the entire soaring dragon continent. This was the embodiment of his power. The place Yue Yang was heading to was the Thunder Fortress, a place where he could show off his skills without any worries. He first teleported to the Yellow Goat High Hill, the only place he was allowed to enter, and arrived at the outpost of the Thunder Fortress, Yellow Goat Ancient Town. Although it was a town, it was even bigger than White Stone City. It was bustling with activity and was bustling with activity. Countless merchants were doing business here, selling all kinds of daily necessities, including food, clean water, meat products, all kinds of wine, salt, sugar, gold, silver, copper, iron, and other metals. There were even countless slaves of almost all races, including humans, but most of them were beastmen or half-beastmen. Most of these merchants were relatively weak. Most of them were level 4 heroes or even level 3 heroes. At most, they were level 5 grandmasters. Very few of them were level 6 elders. Although they were weak, their lives were very safe. Apart from the unwritten rule that forbade the killing of merchants, it was mainly because these merchants were wearing various emblems of different merchant associations. For example, the Heaven Emperor Divine Palace Chamber of Commerce that represented Shun Tian. Even if the merchants who came to do business were as weak as chickens, no one dared to touch Shun Tian's goods. Strength was the embodiment of everything here. As long as the master had sufficient strength, he would be unobstructed in any place. Yue Yang strolled along the streets of Yellow Goat Ancient Town. Looking at the bustling trade area, he was quite moved. Although it was a little extreme, it was indeed easier for evil to nourish merchants. Merchants pursued profit, they didn't care about justice or evil. On the contrary, the more extreme the means, the easier it was to make money. For example, selling slaves was a very profitable industry. Do you need female slaves? Half-elves, hot body and gorgeous appearance. As long as you have a taste of her service, you will be crazy. More than one merchant tried to sell the slaves in his hands to Yue Yang. In Yellow Goat Ancient Town, slaves were the most common commodity, but the price was slightly higher. For example, the half-elf female slave that was just sold to Yue Yang was priced at 3,000 gold. As long as you paid 3,000 gold and paid a heavy tax of 500 gold, you could immediately get this female slave. You could do whatever you wanted with her, or even kill her. In other words, her entire life belonged to the master who paid for it. If you thought it was too expensive, there were also cheaper ones. For example, ordinary female slaves only cost 10 to 100 gold. If you spent 1,000 gold, you could buy dozens of them. The cheapest slaves were laborers. They were beastmen who were bought to minor work. These laborers were not sold individually, but by cages. A cage of 100 would cost 500 gold. Are there any golden elves? Yue Yang walked 2 rounds and finally returned to the fat toad merchant who was selling the half-elves to him. Shish. The fat toad merchant quickly whispered. You are a person who knows what's good for you, but the golden elves are hard to deal with. Maybe you don't know this, but the golden elves are stubborn. The golden elves don't easily leave the forest where they live, so hunting is very difficult. The worst thing is, once a golden elf is caught, the whole tribe will come out to kill it. They won't stop until they are dead. The golden elf female slaves have always been the favorite of the higher-ups. There has always been a shortage of them. Everyone wants to earn this money, but it's hard to get them. I've been a merchant for hundreds of years, and I've only helped to transport them twice. The last time, I was surrounded by thousands of years-old golden elves and was almost scared to death. I had no choice but to put the little one back. That's a little one worth 50,000 gold. It hasn't grown up yet, otherwise I wouldn't have to worry about no one buying it even with 100,000 gold. Is that so? Yue Yang replied casually and prepared to leave. Wait a minute, although I don't have any golden elves, I have beauties of various races here. There's no lack of virgins. Do you want to follow me to take a look? I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Our Golden Toad Guild is a famous merchant guild. In the entire 6th floor, there are tens of thousands of merchant guilds. We are ranked 95. I'm sure you've heard of us before. The fat toad merchant was afraid that Yue Yang would run away. A fat sheep asking for the price of the golden elves, how could he be short of money? Furthermore, the mask on his face was a gold-ranked equipment, and he was wearing a wyvern leather armor. How could a normal adventurer have these? Yue Yang wasn't interested in buying slaves, and he wouldn't be bothered to the point of being righteous. Freeing all the slaves was something that other men from another world would do. He didn't have the time to do that. These slaves had long been enslaved and didn't have the ability to survive on their own. If he really freed them, they would lose their master's support and might even starve to death. Actually, Yue Yang's ultimate goal was to enter the Thunder Fortress. Otherwise, he wouldn't have talked to the fat toad merchant. I want to enter the Thunder Fortress to get something. If you have a way, name a price. Yue Yang's tone was similar to those homicidal maniacs who were ready to seek refuge with Chong Ni. Cough, I'm not doubting your strength, but entering the Thunder Fortress is a little. If you don't have a guarantor, it would be really difficult. I feel like an old friend when I first met you, and I wanted to help you, but the fat toad merchant was a little hesitant. If Yue Yang was caught for committing a crime in the Thunder Fortress, then he would be implicated. If Yue Yang was really going to the Thunder Fortress to buy some forbidden thunder ores, then it would be fine. But if Yue Yang was a spy from the warrior guild, then he would be implicated. 1,000 gold coins. Yue Yang named a price. What did you say? 1,000 gold coins. I also want to help you, but I really can't. The fat toad merchant swallowed his saliva. He wanted to earn this fortune, but he was a little worried that he wouldn't be able to live to spend it. 2,000. Yue Yang was like an evil demon, tempting the fat toad merchant with money. I really can't. The fat toad merchant decided that as long as the man in front of him added 100 gold coins, he would agree. Forget it if you can't. Yue Yang turned around and walked away. Wait. The fat toad merchant almost gave himself a tight slap. 2,000 gold coins coming to his doorstep, how could he be so stupid? By selling a half-elf beauty, he could only make a profit of 200 gold coins. Now, he was making a profit of 2,000 gold coins. How could he reject this kind of business? Idiot, he must have hired the rock man as his bodyguard for too long, that's why his brain had gradually turned into rock. When night fell, the fat toad merchant brought Yue Yang through the teleportation circle that was heavily guarded and headed towards the Thunder Fortress. The Thunder Fortress was in an independent space. The area was not very big, it was estimated to be about the size of 5 white stone cities in Da Xia Empire. Yue Yang reckoned that this place was even smaller than Hong Kong. Moreover, it was surrounded by volcanoes and lava rivers converged to form a lake. In the middle of the lava lake, there was a funnel-shaped island. It was flat at the top and sharp at the bottom, just like a spinning top in the churning lava lake. This was the Thunder Fortress. Of course, only Chong Ni's palace was on the island. Normal dragon hunters, robbers and bandits could only live in caves. As for the merchants and slaves, they could only live underground. 2 to 3 kilometers underground, there was an underground city that was made up of mines and pits. The environment could not be compared to the Thunder Fortress on the surface, but the space could be expanded endlessly. Every year, when the laborers dug the mines, new pits would be added. This is, at the entrance of the underground city, after receiving the bribe, an elite guard still asked Yue Yang about his identity. My nephew. Because of the battle, his face was ruined, so he wore a mask. I brought him here to broaden his horizons, he will definitely not cause any trouble. We are all honest merchants. The fat toad merchant gave another 20 gold coins as a passage fee. The elite guard frowned. The toad tribe had a nephew with human blood, but what trouble could a cowardly merchant cause? He reckoned that the fat toad merchant brought this kid to the black market to buy the forbidden thunder ore. If anything happens, the Golden Toad Merchant Guild will have to take full responsibility. The elite guard warned. Yes, of course. The fat toad nodded his head and bowed. On the surface, he looked respectful, but in his heart, he was sneering. Once he entered, who would know that he was one of my men? Moreover, there were so many people sneaking in here, he was not the only one. Who could they care about? Take off your mask, let me see. The elite guard wanted to let Yue Yang in, but when he saw the gold-ranked mask on his face, he couldn't help but be greedy. Whoever dares to touch my mask will become blind. Yue Yang pointed the Eye Destroyer dagger at the elite guard's eyelid and asked coldly, now, do you still insist on seeing my true face? The toad merchant's mouth opened so wide that a Kodo beast could fit inside. Chapter 365 The one with the biggest fist is the boss. This sentence was also applicable to the Thunder Fortress, the den of thieves. Yue Yang solved all the problems the moment he made his move. The fat toad and Yue Yang walked for 2 kilometers in the pit, but they still couldn't believe what they just saw. When they were about to reach the black market, he swallowed his saliva and said, Mr. Titan, you really surprised me. To be honest, this is the first time I saw someone who wants to enter the Thunder Fortress lift up the guards and press them against the wall. You have to know that they are evil people who eat people without spitting out their bones. They won't stop until they have extorted all the money from the people who want to enter. Other than bribing them, I have to give them 100 female slaves every year, if not I won't be able to pass the checkpoint at the entrance. Actually, no matter what method you use, as long as you can achieve your goal, it's a good method. Yue Yang replied casually. Yes, yes. The fat toad's respect towards Yue Yang increased by a few folds. If it was said that he had to serve Yue Yang well before, then he was now a little fearful of Yue Yang. It was mainly because he was afraid of Yue Yang. Mr. Titan, I did not complete my mission well. Maybe I should return you 500 gold. No, I should return you 1,000 gold. No need, money is meaningless to me. Yue Yang's attitude was too much like an emperor's. This attitude of treating money like nothing almost made the fat toad cry. He thought about how much money he could only earn every year after working so hard. Originally, he wanted to save up some money and buy a small villa on the 6th floor next to the busiest square. He wanted to live a good life with his family and live a leisurely life of the upper class. He didn't expect that his ultimate dream was nothing compared to theirs. To Yue Yang, money really didn't mean much. He didn't have a lot of money, but he didn't lack it. What Yue Yang lacked was divine equipment. Of course, in the Tong Tian Tower, no one would complain about having too many divine equipment. He believed that even Ji Zun would be the same as Yue Yang. The underground city under the Thunder Fortress. Black Market. This black market was actually very big. Apart from the dark pits where they lived, all the caves, tunnels, and underground cities were part of the black market. Everything could be found here. No matter if it was food, water, beasts, slaves, weapons, minerals, women, etc., as long as one could think of it, the black market would have it. Even if one couldn't think of it, it would also have it here. Outside the perimeter were stalls selling food from various races. Roasted rat meat, roasted snake skewers, or roasted lizards were the specialty snacks of this place. Just the aroma alone felt pretty good. Paired with a glass of chilled dwarven ale, this was a satisfying feast for most of the natives here. As he walked further in, Yue Yang found more items for sale. Most of them were hawkers, but there were also a few shops that were dug into the tunnel. Yue Yang felt that this place was similar to the underpass of some cities in China. It was messy, but very lively. Moreover, it seemed to be better to set up a stall here because there were no carbon-based creatures called city management here. Following the bustling crowd, Yue Yang walked forward for a few kilometers. The space in front of him suddenly became spacious. A hollowed-out underground city appeared in front of Yue Yang. The space of this underground city was estimated to be as big as dozens of football fields. The dome was estimated to be at least 300 meters high. There were caves all over the place, and inside the caves, there were flashes of light from the houses. It looked as dazzling as red stars. Although this place can't be compared to the fallen city above, it is still a goddamn place where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. The stronger and wealthier people are, the higher they live. Our merchant guild rents 30,000 gold every year, and we only have a small cave that even a snail would find narrow. There's no other way, this goddamn place is like this. It's not easy to find a temporary place to stay. The fat toad complained for a while and introduced himself. My real name is Jada from the Golden Toad clan. Of course, in front of outsiders, you better call me Wei. I have used this fake name for almost 100 years. Wei, you damn toad, did you bring the butterfly beauty that I asked for last time? Suddenly, a loud voice shouted from afar. Butterfly beauty. Everyone couldn't help but stop what they were doing and turn to look at him. Yue Yang knew that the butterfly beauty was rare and was the treasure of the butterfly clan, but he didn't expect it to be so popular in the Thunder Fortress. Respected Lord Ji Unite, how would I dare to forget your orders? I have already caught the butterfly beauty, but the situation is too tense, so I can't bring her here. Maybe I can think of a way after 10 days. The fat toad nodded and bowed to a person with a smile. This man wasn't human, but was from a different race. Yue Yang didn't know what race this guy was from, but seeing that he was an ordinary level 8 emperor and was a level 8 beginner level 8 emperor, his strength far surpassed the people around him. He knew that he was probably the boss of the local tyrant. He didn't care about the other party's probing gaze, but looked at his surroundings. Countless people were crowding around and trading in private. Each group of people had their own small circles. The torches were stuck on the rock walls, and the dim light had witnessed the birth of the black market. Naked Panther Lady and Snake Lady were twisting their waists in the iron cages, silently exuding temptation. They were all commodities with a clear price tag. Compared to the prostitutes who were standing in the tunnel and selling naked bodies under the torches, these women were considered to be luckier. They were all pretty, and they just needed to find a good new owner. Of course, the high-quality goods and top-quality goods wouldn't be displayed for sale, as they were the finale of the black market auction. For example, the butterfly beauty or the golden elf lady. Not to mention that the fat toad didn't bring the butterfly beauty. Even if he brought the butterfly beauty, he wouldn't sell it to Ji Unite. Instead, he would send it to the auction house and let the crazy rich people bid for it. Even if he sold it privately, the fat toad would only sell it to the powerful people in the Thunder Fortress, such as the top 10 experts of the Thunder Fortress. As for the local tyrant like Ji Unite, he would just treat him respectfully on the surface. Keep bragging. How can your third-rate merchant guild catch the butterfly beauty? Do you think the innates of the butterfly clan are fools? The man from a different race slapped the fat toad's shoulder, causing the fat toad's flesh to tremble. His other hand kept the money bag that was offered as a bribe, and he looked at Yue Yang again. He seemed to be very unhappy with Yue Yang. He made a gesture of giving money with his finger. When he realized that Yue Yang didn't have any intention of bribing him, his face was filled with anger. He pushed away the fat toad who was about to persuade him, and looked at Yue Yang provocatively, purposely glaring at Yue Yang's eyes. Yue Yang didn't care about him. This made Ji Unite even angrier. His oddly large nostrils flared, and he almost spat out smoke. Out of his 4 thick arms, 2 of them clenched their fists, and one of them pushed away the fat toad who was trying to persuade him. The last one stuck his finger into his nose, and dug out a big lump of green booger, and smeared the disgusting booger on Yue Yang's mask. Yue Yang tilted his head, and this guy's finger missed. It's fine, this is just a small misunderstanding. He just arrived, and doesn't know the rules. The fat toad quickly used his hand to wipe away the booger. What a joke, angering this titan who even dared to make a move on an elite guard. Ji Unite would definitely suffer. However, This guy was after all a local tyrant, and it would be best if he could just give him some money. Since he's new, then I'll teach him the rules. Yue Yang thought that Yue Yang was afraid. He used his hand to dig out an even bigger booger, but it wasn't enough. Then, he used his finger to dig into another nostril. It seemed like he was prepared to humiliate Yue Yang, this new guy who had just arrived. Countless people were watching. This wasn't the first time this happened, it happened almost every day, and they were already used to it. Furthermore, in order to please Yue Yang, this local tyrant, the crowd would even cooperate and laugh. Sometimes, they would even jeer a few words to make Yue Yang feel better. Boom! Yue Yang's fist fiercely landed on Yue Yang's face. The strength of the fist instantly smashed Yue Yang's nose into mush, and the broken finger came out from the mush. Before Yue Yang could even scream, Yue Yang grabbed the horn on his head, and smashed him onto the wall. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, broken teeth and blood splattered everywhere. The head of Yue Yang, who was the strongest in everyone's eyes, exploded like a watermelon, red and white blood splattered all over the ground. Yue Yang acted as though he had done something insignificant, and was even calmer than a normal person killing a mosquito. Under everyone's dumbstruck gaze, he elegantly turned around and prepared to leave. Yue Yang, whose head was half smashed, suddenly stood up. Although he had a head, but as a ranker of the Lu Sheath tribe, even without a head, he could still continue to fight. This kind of ability was similar to many low-level animals that could continue to live without a head or tail, just that it was stronger. Yue Yang was not surprised. With his Heaven Eye's divine vision, he already knew the opponent's weakness. Explode! Yue Yang clenched his fist. The star explosion energy that was injected into Yue Yang's body exploded in an instant, causing Yue Yang's heart to explode into pieces. His internal organs and blood splattered all over the fat toad's face. A broken arm was thrown under Yue Yang's feet, twitching non-stop. Seeing this scene, Yue Yang's underlings immediately gave up on the idea of surrounding Yue Yang and beating him up. Now it seemed that changing their boss was much more rational than fighting this man with terrifying strength in front of them. The boss could be changed, this was a common thing in the black market, but if their own head was gone, then they would not have the chance to change. The patrolling guards nearby saw that Yue Yang had easily defeated Yue Yang, so they pretended not to see it, and hurriedly walked further away to prevent themselves from getting into trouble. Fights, injuries, and deaths. This kind of thing happened every day in the Thunder Fortress. The only exception today was that an outsider had instantly defeated Yue Yang, who was quite strong, which was considered a dark horse. Many gamblers regretted not placing their bets, if not they might have been able to make a fortune. Among them, the one who regretted the most was the fat toad. He was very clear of Yue Yang's strength, he even dared to attack the elite guards just now. This Yue Yang was nothing. He regretted not setting up a bet for everyone to place their bets, if not these gamblers would have lost their pants. Good, your speed is as fast as lightning, your strength is as explosive as thunder, I like young people like you. A man who was 10 times fatter than the fat toad, was lying on a soft and comfortable bed, being carried by more than 50 strong beastmen slaves, walking out from the crowd ostentatiously. Beside him, there were 2 demon female slaves, who were massaging his shoulders and feeding him grapes. Yue Yang was speechless. If he did not have Heaven Eye's divine vision, he would not dare to believe that this huge fatty was actually a human. Are you interested in playing a few rounds in my arena? 1,000 gold a round, how about it? The huge fatty tempted him with money. Qilan Continent's great slave master and Dong, I am very happy to receive your recognition, but my friend does not care about money, maybe we can talk about other things, like trading. The fat toad hurriedly bowed, he knew that it was time for him, the spokesperson, to appear. If you want to fight against that guard leader of yours, then I don't mind playing. Yue Yang suddenly stated his condition. 3 guard leaders, I will increase it to 10,000 gold, do you have the guts? The huge fatty and Dong had 3 lesser innates as his guard leaders. These 3 fellows were extremely close to becoming innates, but because of their comprehension in realm, they might never be able to become innates, so they could only be lesser innates forever. Their strength was definitely one of the top in the underground city. 1 guard leader could easily kill Yue Yang. Now that 3 of them came together, no one thought that a newcomer like Yue Yang would agree to it. As long as one was not an idiot, they would know how terrifying the combined strength of 3 lesser innates would be. Although 10,000 gold was a lot, one had to be alive to earn it. Yue Yang pretended to be deep in thought, then said, I don't want money, if I win, you have to give me something of equal value. When Yue Yang said this, even an idiot would know that he definitely wanted the thunder ores. But they would never have thought that what Yue Yang really wanted was the lives of these 3 guard leaders. These 3 guard leaders were notorious homicidal maniacs, because the mercenary guild and assassin guild had put a bounty on them. They had nowhere to run, so they could only become the guard leader of Endong in the Thunder Fortress. As long as Yue Yang killed them, then Yue Yang's mission would be completed by 1/5. No problem. The huge fatty Endong was rich and overbearing. He was the owner of the thunder ores. He could have as many thunder ores as he wanted. Brat, you're courting death. The 3 guard leaders glared at him fiercely. Not bad. Last words. Yue Yang shrugged his shoulders indifferently. In order for both sides to obtain a fair competition, I suggest that the battle start after an hour. This way, both sides can get a better rest and adjust. And we can also take this opportunity to let more people participate in this heroic battle. Those who want to bet, follow me. Endong laughed out loud. He looked at Yue Yang. Young man, you can find a place to rest, or you can come to our contestants' room. We will provide all resources for free. Thank you, we will be there on time. The fat toad quickly rejected. What a joke, if he used the other party's things, he wouldn't even know how he died. After Endong left, the fat toad disregarded the fact that there were still people around and immediately complained to Yue Yang, Mr. Titan, I don't want to blame you for being rash, but this time, you really didn't consider it carefully, and didn't discuss it with me, your friend. Yes, I know Endong's tricks. Even if you are very strong, it will be hard for you to win against the other party, do you understand? Endong has a type of potion that can increase a person's strength by a few times in a short period of time. In this way, you won't be facing 3 lesser innates, but 3 innate rankers. If you don't have the confidence, let's just leave. Retreating is not a disgrace. Dying in a meaningless battle is the biggest mistake of your life. Maybe you don't understand my philosophy, but I still hope that you can listen to my advice. You have to think carefully about this matter. The other party definitely has the intention to eat us up. If not, he wouldn't initiate the battle. Maybe Endong's real motive is your mask and the treasure behind it. Yue Yang waved his hand. Jada, thank you for your kindness. I only have one thing to say. If you want to be my friend, the only thing you have to do is to trust me. Chapter 366. Although that was what Yue Yang said, the fat toad Jada had another thought in his heart. In this world, it was impossible for the weak to be friends with the strong. Just like how he wouldn't be friends with his guards or servants, the relationship between the weak and the strong would always be that of a master and a servant. The reason why this young human said all these to him was probably not because he wanted to be friends with him, but because he wanted to be his business agent. Of course, the fat toad Jada didn't dislike this difference in status. He even agreed with it. If Titan was really strong enough, then it wouldn't be a bad idea for him to change to a new backer. It didn't matter who he worked for, as long as the backer was strong enough. Although the Golden Toad Merchant Guild was one of the top 95 large merchant guilds, Jada was only a small branch in the Golden Toad clan. His position wasn't high. If he could really work under the powerful Titan, it would definitely not be a bad thing. The only problem was, would Titan be able to return unscathed from the encirclement of the 3 chief guards? This young human ranker, was his strength really as strong as he was confident in? If he could return with a great victory, the fat toad Jada made a decision in his heart. He was a daring merchant, and was an expert in opportunism. Let's go. Yue Yang didn't care about what the fat toad Jada was thinking about. In the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, everything was 100 times simpler than in the Soaring Dragon Continent or the wuxia Empire. There weren't any seniors here, and there weren't any complicated relationships to speak of. As long as one had strength, he could do whatever he wanted. In other words, strength decides everything. Without strength, one would be nothing. To Yue Yang, the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower allowed him to be like a fish in water. In the Soaring Dragon Continent, above Yue Yang, there were still Elder Yu Hai, Zheng Wuyu and the others. Even if they didn't restrict Yue Yang's life, the relationship between a senior, a junior, and a subject would still exist. In the same situation, when Yue Yang came to the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, no matter how many Soaring Dragon Continent rankers there were, as long as they were not as strong as Yue Yang, they would take the initiative to show respect to Yue Yang. They would not show their seniority in front of Yue Yang. Everything in human society would not work here. Yue Yang was very confident because he was strong. Qilan continents and Dong, Yue Yang did not even put him in his eyes. In this Thunder Fortress, there was only one person worthy of Yue Yang's caution, and that was the innate level 8 Changni. Not only did Changni possess the power of a level 8 innate, he was also extremely cunning. A ranker who killed people like flies and was accepted by the innate alliance, his intelligence was definitely not something Huang Sha, who was at the same level as him, could compare to. Because Huang Sha's characteristics were countered by water, Yue Yang, Little Wen Li, Shui Wuxia and the other girls worked together to kill him in the prison emperor's second hall. That failure was not a demonstration of his true strength. It could be said that Huang Sha, who possessed the power of an innate level 8, died in Yue Yang's hands unjustly. If Yue Yang were to fight Huang Sha head-on with his sword and spear, he might not be able to defeat Huang Sha. Even if Changni and Huang Sha had the same level of strength, if Yue Yang wanted to fight him, Huang Sha's encirclement method would definitely not be replicated. Huang Sha, Ming Ri Haoan and Zhe had already informed Yue Yang of their weaknesses. No one knew what Changni's weaknesses were. The only information that Yue Yang knew was that this fellow had unintentionally offended Night Empress and was chased by her. However, he managed to escape very cunningly and only suffered light injuries. Once he escaped, he immediately begged Elder Nan Gong to help him. He used 9 meteorite crystals to apologize to Night Empress and eliminate this grudge. Based on Changni's humble attitude, Yue Yang could imagine how smart and patient this fellow was. Night Empress ranking in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower wasn't high. Many people even thought that she was a member of the innate alliance. Only those who reached the 9th floor of Tong Tian Tower knew that her strength was just below Jizun. Among the countless rankers from different clans, she would definitely fight her way into the top 10, or even the top 5. Although Sky Law's impatience was arrogant, she would never look down on Yue Yang when she talked about Night Empress. Of course, Night Empress wasn't the only one who hid her strength. For example, Falling Kang Mountain's demonic palaces, Sky Execution. The impatience who had leveled up to innate level 10 once told Yue Yang that even if she leveled up to innate level 10, she wouldn't be able to compare to Sky Execution. Sky Execution was a ranker who was close to Jizun. His strength had even surpassed the 3 demonic palace leaders who founded the demonic palace in the Falling Kang Mountain. Shuntian and Thousand Goblins sect leaders' strength was clear. Even if they were hiding their strength, it wouldn't be too much. Night Empress and Sky Execution were different. These two people's strength was completely hidden in the dark. No one knew what realm these two people's true strength had reached. It was still too early to catch up to Jizun, Night Empress and challenge Sky Execution. That was Yue Yang's long-term goal. It was still too early to challenge Shuntian, Thousand Goblins sect leader, Baruth and Ha Xin. However, this innate level 8 Changni was Yue Yang's chosen touchstone. If he couldn't beat those who were too strong, he would first find someone above average to practice on. This was Yue Yang's current plan to level up. Fight monsters. No one would challenge the final boss right from the start. That wasn't fighting monsters, it was seeking death. Just like in Diablo, no one would challenge the big boss right from the start. A newbie would definitely run to the underground cave to find a corpse to vent his anger on. For someone like Yue Yang who had a certain level of strength, he wouldn't be interested in a small boss that could vent his anger on a corpse. At the very least, he would fight Ms. N. As the slave arena appeared in front of him, Yue Yang withdrew from his thoughts. Countless people were pointing fingers at Yue Yang, the newbie. They felt that Yue Yang was seeking death by challenging 3 lesser innates. Some gamblers rushed over and shouted loudly, cursing Yue Yang to die early so that they could win their money. There were also quite a number of men and women who saw Yue Yang killing Gu Naite in an instant. They hurriedly pulled their companions away to prevent Yue Yang from going crazy. It was never a good thing to provoke a rancor. Brat, go back to your mother's arms and drink milk. Such a skinny bag of bones, Li and the rest will beat the *t out of you. Start crying now, you won't be able to cry later. Did you see his eyes? I can see that he is trembling, this coward. Does anyone want to buy his flesh? I have already told Mr. Ndong that his corpse belongs to me. Those who want to eat human flesh, please sign up. I will give you a cup of frozen ale for free for 3 portions of meat. Organs. What did you say? Do you think that after being beaten by Li and the rest, this brat will still have his organs left? I dare say that his intestines will be pulled out by Li and the rest and fly around his neck like a kite. Countless shouts could be heard from the crowd. There were even people who wanted to squeeze over and beat up Yue Yang. These were the crazy gamblers who had bet on Yue Yang to lose. Yue Yang held the crescent moon blade in his hand, and all the gamblers who tried to sneak attack him along the way, as well as those who wanted to spit on him, were all chopped off. The ground was littered with broken hands and countless lips, tongues and ears were cut off. Following the continuous screams, the scolding crowd was thrown into chaos. Countless people ran away in fear. Those who were slow were already stepped on by others. For the first time, in front of the slave gladiator arena, a large number of spectators were injured by the gladiators. No one dared to do so. No one dared to offend all the spectators. Only Yue Yang, the newcomer who had just arrived for less than an hour, dared to use the sharp blade in his hand to tell them what the new rules were. There was a type of person who was born to change the rules. For example, Yue Yang. No one dared to scold Yue Yang to his face anymore. Of course, behind his back, where Yue Yang could not see or hear them, they were still scolding him. Almost everyone bet on Yue Yang to lose. The fat-toed Jada struggled with his thoughts for a while. In the end, he gritted his teeth and bet 10,000 gold on Yue Yang. This was not the money of the merchant guild, but a tenth of his life savings. Jada was not a crazy gambler, but he was a smart merchant. If Yue Yang lost, he would definitely suffer a great loss, but it would not affect his vitality. He still had the capital to start afresh. If Yue Yang won, then he would earn a fortune. Opportunities would not always appear in front of him. Jada felt that he had to grab hold of some opportunities. If not, he would forever be a small merchant in a district of the Golden Toad Merchant Guild. How much did you bet? Before Yue Yang entered the arena, he suddenly turned his head and asked Jada. Not much. Cough cough. I did not bring much money. Jada was shocked and hurriedly explained. Mr. Titan, I definitely believe in you. I bet on you to win. Do you have to pay for whatever you bet on? Yue Yang asked again. You want to bet too? Jada was surprised. Under normal circumstances, gladiators were not allowed to participate in gambling, because they were afraid of fraud. Of course, no one would really follow this kind of written rule. As long as one did not bet on himself to lose, even if the gladiator placed a full bet, they would still be welcomed in the slave arena. The full bet in the slave arena was 100,000 gold. Other than the real rich, no one would bet that much. There were even some poor people who wanted to gamble but did not have the money to bet on goods. It was just that the money they bet on would be half of the market price. Help me bet this. Yue Yang took out a huge bag from his lich ring. Ah, okay. The fat-toed Jada thought that it was a gold nugget or some kind of special ore. After he won, he would ask the fat and dong for the thunder ore. Unexpectedly, when he opened the betting area, he was completely stunned. The betting officer who was about to shout out, 5 items to bet, half price for the old ones, was so shocked that his jaw was dislocated. He could not say a single word. This was because the items that Yue Yang had bet were 5 platinum grimoires with different patterns. If he won, what would he use as compensation? Compensation? God knows how much the platinum grimoire would be valued. These were all priceless treasures. The recording officer's actions were very fast. He first wrapped up the 5 platinum grimoires and threw them into the pile of items at the back as if he was throwing cabbages. He then wrote down a wager. Here are 5 old and broken platinum grimoires as collateral. Everything will be decided by fate. If you lose, there will be no refund. If you win, there will be a refund. The payout is only half of the market price. While the fat-toed Jada and the betting officer were still in a state of shock, he had completed all the procedures. He then stuffed the wager into Jada's hands and shouted towards the window, "Quick, next!" This shout woke the registrar up with a start. He first wanted to snatch back the wager from Jada's hands. However, Jada immediately ran away, not giving him a chance to regret. The betting officer grabbed the collar of the wooden-looking recording officer and shouted angrily, "Damn it, are you blind? Didn't you see what it was just now? You actually dared to accept the wager. What if that fatty Jada won? What will we use to compensate him? The payout is 1 to 10. Damn it, if that damn titan wins, we will have to compensate him with 50 platinum grimoires. Even if it's half price, we will still have to compensate him with 25 platinum grimoires. Where are you going to find 25 platinum grimoires to compensate him?" The recording officer was stunned. What platinum grimoire? The betting officer's brain almost bled. He screamed in despair, "Don't tell me you didn't see what it was just now. Wasn't it 5 books? Only then did the recording officer realize that something was wrong. He looked at the record book in his hands. Here are 5 old and broken platinum grimoires as collateral. Platinum grimoire. My god, which idiot would do such a thing? This fellow is crazy. He actually used a platinum grimoire as a bet. That's not important. What's important is that he won. How are we going to compensate him? The betting officer felt that the sky was collapsing. Listen to me, buddy. I didn't react at all just now. I thought it was 5 books. Damn it, those poor bastards always use those rotten books as collateral. I'm already used to receiving books. I didn't even know that it was 5 platinum grimoires. If I knew that it was 5 platinum grimoires, I wouldn't have accepted it even if my head was crushed by a door. The recording officer realized that his numb and habitual movements had caused a huge problem. Damn it, that's not important. What's important is that you have accepted the collateral now. If that brat called Titan wins, Jada will ask us for 25 platinum grimoires. Lord and Dong will slaughter us alive and make our meat into sausages. I dare say that you will definitely receive the same treatment as me. The betting officer's forehead was full of sweat and his whole body was trembling. I say buddy, maybe it's not that hopeless. Look at Jada's wager. What's that? He bet on that brat Titan. That brat is going against 3 lesser innates. Leland, the others will definitely not lose. We will definitely win this bet. There's nothing to be afraid of, we will definitely win. The unlucky Jada will cry, the one who should cry is him. The recording officer was also sweating profusely. You're saying that we can win these 5 platinum grimoires? Lord and Dong won't be angry, and they will even reward us heavily. The betting officer also felt that there was a ray of light in the sky. Maybe, no, that's for sure. The recording officer comforted his partner and himself at the same time. The two of them didn't care about the gamblers outside the window who wanted to place their bets. They all listened attentively, hoping to hear the good news that the 3 lesser innates had defeated the newbie called Titan. Following an earth-shattering commotion, everything suddenly fell silent. This silence caused the two of them to feel a chill down their spines. Not good. If the 3 guard leaders had won, then everyone should be cheering. Could it be that the newcomer Titan had won? But that's not right either. How could the newbie Titan defeat 3 lesser innates? The two of them rushed out without a care and squeezed to a corner of the wrestling arena while panting. They stuck their heads out from the crowd and looked down. Looking down, the two of them were immediately scared out of their wits. In the wrestling arena, 2 of the 3 guard leaders were lying on the ground. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive, while the last one was trembling in fear. More than 10 beasts' corpses had been decapitated. A platinum-ranked Reaper Mantis was holding 2 beasts in its scythe. A Thunder Lizard was already dead, while the Poison Spot-flying Dragon King was still alive. However, its head was being devoured by the Reaper Mantis. Even a blind person could tell who won this battle. The recording officer and the betting officer's vision darkened as they fainted. The fat Dong who was sitting on the embroidered couch had a very bad expression on his face. He looked like a widow whose only son had died. Jada looked at him and sneered in his heart. This guy still didn't know what was going to happen next. If he knew that he would have to pay Titan 25 platinum grimoires, his expression would definitely be even more interesting. Chapter 367. Everyone had lost. Countless disappointed gamblers tore their bets into pieces and threw them all over the floor. Because of the 3 guard leaders' incompetence, these guys who had lost money all turned to Yue Yang's side and shouted in unison, "Kill, kill him." Hearing the crazy shouts, Dong's face became even uglier. However, there was someone who looked even uglier than him. That person was the only remaining guard leader, Li. He was the strongest among the 3, so he had survived until now. However, he was only 1 step away from death. As long as Yue Yang wanted, Li could die at any time. Not to mention a strong opponent, even the Reaper Mantis with terrifying speed would be able to kill him. The Thunder Lizard and the Green-Spotted Wyvern King were both Leals. They were once arrogant and powerful in the underground city, but now they had become food for the Reaper Mantis. Never in his dreams had he imagined that this nobody called Titan would actually be strong to such an extent. Originally, he thought that with the 3 of them, they could easily kill the other party. Unexpectedly, even after drinking the bloodthirsty frenzy potion, his 2 companions, whose strength had increased by several times, were still easily defeated by the other party. This seemingly weak young man had an unimaginable amount of power in his body. When he made a move, it was impossible to defend against him. Fighting with him was like 3. Ants trying to shake a mammoth elephant. Unfortunately, Liu realized that he had realized this too late. Spare me, I can use all the money I have to redeem my life. Liu begged for mercy. Sorry, I don't lack money. Yue Yang was indifferent. Sitting beside Indong, a man wearing a wide-brimmed hat, suddenly transmitted his voice to Indong. How does it feel to lose a bet? Is it very uncomfortable? If you haven't forgotten, I just placed a full bet on this titan, a total of 100,000 gold coins. I know that 1 million gold coins is nothing to you, but I hope to get it as soon as possible. If you use your shares in the Thunder Mine to repay me, I will be even happier. Indong's face was ashen, his fat jiggling. I haven't lost yet. The man wearing the wide-brimmed hat shrugged his shoulders. Of course, but I believe it will be soon. Hearing this, Indong's face was like a dead pork. He gritted his teeth and slapped the female devil slave who was about to feed him wine, sending her flying to the ground. Get lost. Hurry up and invite Mr. Meng and Mr. Nian. Hurry up, or I'll kill you. The man in the wide-brimmed hat grinned and said with a faint smile, Mr. Anton, do you want to bet again? This time, if you don't mind, I'll put down another 100,000. 1 million. If you have the guts, bet 1 million against me. It's 1-2, I've won, and the previous debt is cleared. Indong angrily slapped the brocade couch, almost breaking it. If you lose, I want 1/5 of your shares in the mine. The man in the wide-brimmed hat nodded in agreement. On the battlefield, Yue Yang ignored Liu's pleas. He dug out all the beasts, magic crystals and kept them properly. He casually instructed Liu, I'll give you a chance to commit suicide. Don't take too long, my patience isn't that good. Hearing this, the gamblers cheered like a tsunami. Although this brat had caused everyone to lose money, and had even injured many of them previously, no one was willing to support a loser. The winner was everyone's favorite. Hearing this, despair filled Liu's face. At the same time, an indescribable sense of savagery emerged. He glared at Yue Yang with hatred and cursed. You forced me to do this. If you want to die, let's die together. Liu, who was chanting rapidly, had a red light flash on his body. His entire body swelled up as if he was inflating. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a blood-red human ball, self-destruct. Even a blind person could see that Liu had no hope of surviving and was prepared to die together with the Titan. Jada's heart was in his throat. He was worried for Yue Yang. However, Yue Yang acted as if he did not see it. Only when Liu's body swelled to its limit did he stretch out a finger and pierce the roundest belly of the blood-red human ball. Countless energy gushed out like a volcano eruption. Yue Yang rotated both of his hands. That violent and explosive energy became like an obedient kitten. Under the control of the Yang ability, it changed from violent to docile, from fast to slow, from rotating to still, condensing into a blood-red ball of light. Finally, it was kept into the lich ring and disappeared. In the arena, only Liu, who was all skin and bones, was left. He was not dead yet, but everyone knew that this fellow was in a worse state than death. He who had completely lost all his energy had become a cripple. From a lesser innate to a cripple, no one could accept such a change. Even if he did not die, he would commit suicide. Liu fell to the ground. No one cared about his life or death anymore. Who would care about a cripple's life or death? Indong sat up and raised his voice, Mr. Titan, you've won this battle. If you're interested, let's fight again. This time, you only need to fight with 2 people. I'll raise the money by 10 times, I'll give you 100,000. Do you dare? If you don't dare, then you're a coward, a spineless coward. Yue Yang raised his head and stared at Indong with a gaze as sharp as a sword. His aura was like a ferocious tiger staring at a fat pig. Everyone was watching the show. Everyone felt that Indong, this huge fatty, would become a dead pig. Yue Yang snorted coldly, Mr. Indong, please do not insult a strong martial artist. If not, you'll have to be careful of your life. This time, I will forgive you for your words after you apologize. If there's a next time, I'll kill you. The dense murderous intent was like the arrival of a demon king. Indong was so scared that he couldn't help but shiver. Not to mention Indong, even the spectators in Indong's direction were sweating from Yue Yang's murderous intent. They were afraid that they would be implicated in the fight and cause trouble for Indong. Alright, I apologize. I did speak too quickly in a moment of desperation. But, if you think you're a strong martial artist, then accept my challenge. Indong was a cunning tycoon. He was extremely sly and experienced. He knew that the dignity of a strong martial artist couldn't be violated. Naturally, he wouldn't be stingy with his apology. In his heart, in order to wait for Yue Yang to agree, he could endure anything. As long as the other party fell into his trap, it would be time for him to make a comeback. This isn't fair. We've obviously won, but you're saying that this battle doesn't count. Mr. Ndong, this isn't in line with the rules set by King Chongni. There were a few people who had seen Yue Yang defeat Ji Unitai in a second. With a fluke mentality, they placed a small bet on Yue Yang's victory. Now that they saw that the victory didn't count, of course they objected. Moreover, if they were to lose the next battle, then the money they had just won would be gone too. In order to appease the crowd, Ndong could only say, of course this battle counts. But now, there's another option. You can continue to place your bets. You can bet on Mr. Titan winning 2 battles consecutively. You can also bet on my men turning the tables. Especially those who lost money just now, your chance to make a comeback is here. I'll give you half an hour. You can continue to place your bets. The new rate is 1, 2. If you bet on Mr. Titan winning, you'll get 1, 2. There were betting spots all around the arena. Those who had lost their bets just now immediately left and rushed over to place their bets. This time, even a fool would know to bet on the powerful newcomer, Titan. There were also many who bet on Yue Yang's consecutive victories. Among them, the fat toad Jada was the most enthusiastic. He bet his entire life savings, which was a total of 90,000 gold coins. Even if he lost, he would have earned around 10,000 gold coins from the previous battle. If he won again, then it would become 280,000 gold coins. If he had 280,000 gold coins, he could open a small business and become a small boss. He wouldn't need to listen to the elders in his tribe anymore. As for Yue Yang's bet, the fat toad Jada felt that Ndong, this fatty, would not be able to afford it even if he cut off his flesh and sold it every day. This was because he had taken advantage of the chaos at the betting point to place the receipt that he had bet on to win the bet at another betting point. This was a common practice in the underground arena. Because there was not enough time, many people would directly bet on the receipt for winning the bet. They would bet all their money from the previous round and then exchange it for a new receipt. If he won, then he would become rich overnight. If he lost, it would mean that he had not won at all. He would lose all his capital. Jada was very cunning. He did not go to the betting spot on the west side to place the receipt. Instead, he went to the betting spot on the east side. The announcer and recorder on the west side were afraid of death and did not dare to report the matter immediately. The betting officer and the recording officer at the east side did not know that it was a certificate of deposit for victory and there were too many people placing their bets. They did not even have time to read what was written on it and immediately shouted, "An old and tattered certificate of deposit from the casino. Bet it all on God's luck. If you lose, it will not be refunded. If you win, it will be refunded. The odds are 1, 2. The recording officer hurriedly copied the new certificate of deposit and sealed the old one with a brown paper bag before stuffing it into the drawer. As he stuffed the new certificate into Jada's palm, he shouted, "Next, quick." "Thank you, thank you." Jada thanked him politely on the surface, but in his heart, he was so excited that he almost went crazy. With this bet, the 25 platinum grimoire would become 50 platinum grimoire. 50 platinum grimoires, not to mention Ndong. Even Chongni, the owner of the Thunder Fortress, couldn't afford it. Now, they just had to wait for Titan to win, and then slowly watch Anton suffer. That damned fatty who was 10 times fatter than a pig would definitely cry bitterly, right? Just thinking about 50 platinum grimoires, Jada would tremble uncontrollably. When Jada returned to the arena, he did not even have the time to speak to Yue Yang before he was suddenly surrounded by curses. The loud curses from the gamblers were directed at Yue Yang. Everyone hoped that he would lose. Now, it was the complete opposite. At this moment, everyone's curses were directed at Ndong. When the fat toad Jada saw the two people standing on the opposite side of the arena, he couldn't help but curse loudly, "FCK, Ndong you dog shish asterisk T, FCK your 18 generations of ancestors." What made Jada so agitated were the two new gladiators that Ndong had invited. One of them was called Nightmare, while the other was called Tiger Nian. These two people were extremely notorious. Everyone in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower knew who they were. Even someone as despicable and shameless as Jada would despise these two fellows when he mentioned them. This was because these two were the scum of the scum. If not for the fact that both of them had the strength of a level 3 innate, 90% of the audience would have rushed out to tear them into pieces. In the entire 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, there was almost no place for these two people to stay, other than the Thunder Fortress and a few thieves' lairs. The Warrior Guild, Mercenary Guild and Assassin Guild all had their own bounties. Anyone who killed Nightmare and Tiger Nian would be rewarded with a black dragon pearl, wisdom fruit or a gold-ranked weapon. Only the top 100 murderous demons on the bloody villain list would have such a bounty. Of course, Nightmare and Tiger Nian were the top 100 evildoers on the bloody villain list. Although they had the strength of an innate, the innate alliance excluded these two people and disdained them to join. Nightmare and Tiger Nian, even in the Thunder Fortress, they were hated by everyone. No one liked them, including Changni who took them in. Changni had said more than once, "They are all rotten dog *t, don't ever let me see them again." He didn't mention the reason, but many people felt that Changni took in Nightmare and Tiger Nian because their master had once saved Changni when he was still young. Taking them in was to repay Changni for saving their master's life. Nightmare and Tiger Nian, who had joined hands to kill their master, were probably the people that Changni hated the most. Two innate level 3 innates, Nightmare and Tiger Nian, who were extremely cruel and bloodthirsty. This was not as simple as 3 lesser innates. Titan, could he continue to win this second battle? Jada's heart beat rapidly as he thought about it. He was sweating profusely, but he couldn't be bothered to wipe it off. He could only stare at the changes in the arena. The atmosphere in the arena was extremely tense. The battle was about to start. Chapter 368. Nightmare was a tall and skinny man. Not only was he skinny, his arms and legs were long and slender. Yue Yang remembered that he had learned an article before, but his memory was a little blurry. It seemed to be Lu Xuan's hometown, where Madame Yang's legs were like compasses. This was still fresh in Yue Yang's memory. He guessed that this Nightmare with his hands on his waist was similar. If his hair was shorter, he would look like a skinny version of Master Xie Yulong. However, that Tiger Nian was different. Although Tiger Nian was older, his hair was thick and black, like a hedgehog's, making him look especially energetic. His thick palms and muscular body contained explosive power. His pair of tiger eyes shone with a terrifying light. If it wasn't for his slightly spotted beard, no one would be able to tell that he was an old man. Both of them were innate level 3 rankers and had summoning grimoires. What surprised Yue Yang was that they only had gold grimoires. He remembered that Impatience had told Yue Yang that there was a type of person who used some kind of external force to forcefully level up to the innate realm. This was because this method used up all of one's potential in order to level up. That was why true rankers didn't bother to use it. Of course, some people who were impatient to obtain innate strength would use this method. However, the price they had to pay was that their innate realm would always be below innate level 3. Their summoning grimoires would also be limited to their previous level, with no possibility of leveling up. Previously, Yue Yang had seen the 7 great bears who were forcefully leveled up by Shun Tian. Yao Guang, Kai Yang and Tian Quan didn't have high potential and were only below innate level 3. However, they all had platinum grimoires. This proved that Yao Guang and Tian Quan were still considered to be late in leveling up. Usually, they only leveled up after reaching platinum grimoires. Unexpectedly, Nightmare and Tiger Nian didn't even have platinum grimoires. They only had gold grimoires. Yue Yang didn't know about Nightmare and Tiger Nian's past. If he were to ask about the people in the Thunder Fortress, he would be shocked. Back then, in order to reach the innate realm, Nightmare and Tiger Nian plotted to murder their master who had wholeheartedly imparted his skills to them. Then, they forcefully devoured their master's body and energy like wild beasts, and reached the innate realm in one go. It was precisely because they were so insane that the innate alliance excluded them and didn't acknowledge their abilities. Yao Guang and Tian Quan were able to reach the innate realm with the help of Shun Tian's hand and the special medicine. He was already looked down upon, not to mention the gourmets Nightmare and Tiger Nian. Although the 7 great bears didn't have a good reputation in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, compared to Nightmare and Tiger Nian, the 7 great bears were good kids. "Junior, you're really arrogant." Nightmare's sharp, needle-like voice sneered, piercing one's eardrums. "Are these your last words?" Yue Yang took out a small notebook and scribbled a few lines of words on it, as if he was recording something. "What do you mean?" Although Tiger Nian was arrogant, he was cautious by nature. He was curious and suspicious of Yue Yang's notebook. Not only the two of them, but everyone present also wanted to know what Yue Yang had written in his notebook. Facing two innate level 3 rankers, facing Nightmare and Tiger Nian, how could he still have the mood to record? I suddenly remembered that if I kill you, I might be able to exchange some good stuff from the mercenary guild. I have to record it down so that it won't go to waste. Yue Yang's words were like a barrel of gunpowder exploding, causing the crowd to boil. He was too arrogant, not to mention the outsiders. Even Jada felt that Yue Yang was too arrogant. Two innate level 3 rankers, not two ordinary level 3 tofu men. He hadn't even fought with them, and he wanted to take their heads to claim the reward. What kind of people were Nightmare and Tiger Nian? There were at least 99,999 people who wanted to kill them. However, these two people who were despised by everyone were still alive and well. They had to admit that these two people were really powerful. If they were slightly weaker, their graves would have been filled with weeds, and they would still be able to live happily in the Thunder Fortress. Especially those who knew about Nightmare and Tiger Nian's abilities, they felt that Yue Yang would definitely lose. Nightmare and Tiger Nian were both powerful innate level 3 rankers, and they even had special beasts. In the past, when they were not innates, they managed to kill their innate level 5 master together. From this, it could be seen how terrifying their beasts were. The fat Ndong laughed coldly. This brat is dead meat. The mysterious man wearing a wide-brimmed hat shrugged his shoulders. Mr. Ndong, please forgive me, I can't agree with you. I don't deny that Nightmare and Tiger Nian's beasts are special, but they are not undefeatable. The fat Ndong's face darkened. Are you going to report to that brat? The man wearing a wide-brimmed hat spread his hands elegantly. Don't think that I'm like you. Since we're playing a game, I will definitely follow the rules. That's for the best. Please don't forget that you've placed a bet of 1 million gold. Ndong warned him again. Do you want me to thank you for your reminder? The mysterious man didn't care about Ndong's attitude at all. At the side of the arena, Jada was wringing his hands. He didn't know if he should remind Mr. Titan that Nightmare and Tiger Nian's beasts were very special. If Mr. Titan lost, he would have wasted all his efforts. However, if he took the initiative to break the rules, it would be fine if he won. No one would care about the winner's mistakes, but if he lost, he would probably be killed. Should he watch Titan fail because he didn't know how powerful his opponent's beasts were? Even if it wasn't for his 280,000 gold, he should at least think about his new friend. Although it was just a casual sentence. At the very least, he had said the word, friend. A ranker saying friend to a merchant, there probably weren't many people like that in the entire Tong Tian Tower. Jada got excited and left his seat. He squeezed to the side of the arena and shouted, wait a minute. Are you trying to disrupt the competition? A dozen guards immediately surrounded him. I'm his friend, I just want to show my support. Do you want to drink water? Take a rest first. You've already fought a battle just now, it's not fair to start another battle now. Jada waved the water bag in his hands. He was prepared to wait for Yue Yang to come back for a drink before secretly telling him about Nightmare and Tiger Nian's special beasts. No need, the battle will end soon. It won't take much effort. Yue Yang smiled indifferently. He even hinted to Jada not to be too nervous. Jada sweated profusely. Was this brat too arrogant or too young? Could it be that he couldn't tell what he meant? He didn't really want him to drink water, nor did he want him to rest. He just wanted to tell him something. Could it be that he really couldn't tell? Jada was about to speak again when he suddenly remembered what Yue Yang said not long ago. I'll only say one thing. If you want to be my friend, the only thing you have to do is to trust me. Should he continue to trust him? Previously when the three guards were fighting, he was already worried. However, Yue Yang immediately won the battle and completely destroyed his doubts and worries. He even made a huge profit from it. Now, the battle was about to start again. Could he really not trust him for once? Fat-toed Jada gritted his teeth and nodded towards Yue Yang. Although the word, trust, was a laughable existence to the Jada in the past. But now, he was willing to try to trust him for once. Just once. Hearing Yue Yang's arrogant reply, everyone had different reactions. Ndong sneered. The gamblers all cheered passionately. They loved arrogant rankers. Weaklings. Let all the weaklings die. The gamblers didn't support obedient people. They wanted an arrogant, flashy and strong winner. Of course, there were some gamblers who bet on Yue Yang to lose cursed loudly. However, because there were too few of them, Their voices were drowned out by the cheers. Tiger Nian sneered silently. Junior, if you want to die early, I'll fulfill your wish. Nightmare placed his hand on his gold grimoire and summoned it quickly. A black light emerged from the summoning grimoire. Thick smoke rose into the air. Then, it rotated above the entire arena and turned into a layer of black mist. Slowly, it descended. Yue Yang didn't have any reaction at all as he watched quietly. The ground of the arena suddenly split open. Blood-red-hot lava spurted out and spread towards Yue Yang's legs. Yue Yang didn't move. The lava surrounded Yue Yang's legs and formed an encirclement, causing Yue Yang to be unable to move an inch. At this moment, the arena was extremely hot. Everyone was sweating profusely. Jada, who was at the side of the arena, was sweating profusely. The ground where Nightmare and Tiger Nian's legs were standing on rose up, forming two tall pillars. Countless pieces of soil, as well as the collapsed walls of the arena and some metal cages that were used to store beasts, had all fallen into the boiling magma. With a sizzling sound, they quickly turned into green smoke and melted. In the blink of an eye, they became part of the lava. Yue Yang's eyes were calm and unchanging. It was as if the lava surrounding him didn't exist at all. At this moment, under the control of Nightmare's fingers, countless spikes drilled out from the ground and pierced through Yue Yang's feet. Blood splattered everywhere, causing the audience to gasp in shock. Nightmare summoned for the third time. A meteor fell from the sky and smashed towards Yue Yang's head. Yue Yang didn't move an inch. The meteor brushed past his scalp and smashed beside him with a loud bang, causing a large amount of lava to splatter. The huge shockwave caused everyone to fall onto the ground. Many of them screamed in agony as they were scalded by the lava. Their bodies were on fire and they cried, slapped or rolled to extinguish the fire. The fat toad jawed his heavy and fat body flew high into the air and hung on the edge of the VIP seats on the second floor of the arena. His butt was hit by some lava and it was sizzling as it caught fire. Jada's face was contorted in pain but he clenched his teeth to prevent himself from screaming. Not bad, it would be great if chili powder could fall from the sky. Yue Yang suddenly said, chili powder. Everyone was stunned. Why would he want chili powder? If I don't add some chili powder, this big bowl of noodles won't be flavorful enough. Eating noodles without some spiciness isn't satisfying enough, Yue Yang explained. This is lava. Nightmare was so angry that his nose became crooked. What kind of look was that? Was this noodles? It was obviously lava, yet it had nothing to do with eating noodles. I agree. This is the Magma brand of instant noodles. If you add some hot water, add some chili powder or chili sauce, and stir-fry a poached egg, then it would be perfect. No, you have to add some vegetables. Say, if there were some spare ribs left over from the fridge, and you could put 2 into the bowl, how good would that be? Yue Yang was almost drooling as he spoke, but no one in the audience could understand what he was saying. What instant noodles? What fridge? They had never heard of it before. Furthermore, what did eating noodles have to do with lava? Everyone scratched their heads, but they still couldn't understand. However, a strange thing happened. The boiling hot lava disappeared. In the middle of the arena, there was only a bowl the size of a wok, filled with noodles. There were poached eggs, spare ribs and chili sauce inside. Yue Yang walked over with big strides. He held a pair of chopsticks in his hand, as if he was preparing to eat the noodles. Those who were attentive would notice that his leg that was pierced in the lava that splashed on his body had all disappeared. Everything was perfectly fine. What was even more strange was that Nightmare had turned into a white pig. The chopsticks in Yue Yang's hands turned into a butcher's knife. He explained, there aren't enough spare ribs, I have to kill a pig and barbecue it, then add some roasted pork. No, I'm not a pig, this is an illusion, Nightmare shrieked in fear. All the illusions disappeared. Yue Yang didn't move a single step and stood there quietly. Opposite him stood a shocked Tiger Nian and Nightmare, who was drenched in sweat. What was even more shocking was that Nightmare was still screaming crazily, I wasn't killed, I wasn't put on the table, no, I wasn't cut into pieces, I wasn't barbecued, no, this is my nightmare beast, this is an illusion, I didn't die, impossible, no one can control my beast, these are all illusions, Tiger Nian, save me, no, Tiger Nian, you can't kill me, you can't betray me, we are, impossible, you're already dead, I've eaten you long ago, don't, no, master, spare me, Nightmare's crazed screams stopped abruptly. It was as if he saw the most terrifying thing in the world. He fell to the ground and died with his body twitching. His eyes bulged out like a dead fish. His pupils dilated and slowly froze. Tiger Nian shook Nightmare's body with all his might and slapped him repeatedly. He tried his best to wake Nightmare up in the illusion of his nightmare beast. Unfortunately, the only thing he could do was to watch his comrade Nightmare die in fear. Nightmare, a murderous maniac who could toy with his enemies, a crazy disciple who could kill his master with his beast, was now dead. He died in the hands of his own nightmare beast. In the illusion of the nightmare beast, everything was an illusory existence. However, as long as one agreed with it, it would become real. When a person died in the illusion, their real body would also die, because what was killed in the illusion was the soul. Under the control of Nightmare, this unique ability had killed countless powerful warriors. Even warriors who were stronger than Nightmare couldn't escape death. However, to Yue Yang, who could pass the illusion of Gemini Temple and Virgo Temple, this illusion was child's play. Furthermore, Yue Yang had the Heaven Eye's divine vision that could see through his opponent's ability. That's impossible. The giant fatty and Dong was sweating profusely like a waterfall. He looked at Yue Yang, who was in the middle of the battlefield, in fear. His face was green and his lips were pale as he muttered to himself, "Impossible, this is an illusion. This brat can't kill Nightmare, that's Nightmare after all. Can I remind you, Mr. Dong, Mr. Anton, this is the truth." The mysterious man's lips curled into a smile. Chapter 369. As Nightmare died, his summoning grimoire and nightmare beast exploded violently. The gold grimoire became dull and lifeless. It had officially returned to its ownerless state. On the other hand, the nightmare beast disappeared in the illusory nothingness, leaving behind a small black pearl that rolled down to Yue Yang's feet. Yue Yang bent down and picked up the pearl and the gold grimoire, keeping them in his lich ring. This action was very fast. It was related to his habit of fighting monsters and snatching treasures on the internet. Yue Yang's hands had never been slow in making his moves. Fat Toad Jada started to understand where the 5 platinum grimoires came from. They were the spoils of war that Tai Tan obtained after killing his enemies. Gosh, what kind of enemies did he kill? Seeing Nightmare fall to the ground, the audience cheered, including those gamblers who bet on Yue Yang to lose. Everyone couldn't stand Nightmare and Tiger Nian, these two scoundrels. But because they weren't strong enough, they had no choice but to go along with them. Now that Nightmare was killed and Tiger Nian looked terrible, how could they not cheer? Tiger Nian took out a weird-looking black staff and waved it lightly. A black light flashed. Everyone's mouth seemed to be sealed. They couldn't make a sound. The whole arena was dead silent. Gold rank treasure, silencing scepter. Everyone reacted immediately, but no one could speak under the power of silencing scepter. Those who were shouting to shut their mouths halfway were almost suffocated to death. Silencing scepter was a gold rank treasure. It didn't have any attack power, but to some rankers, it was the scariest weapon. For example, when an enemy needed to summon a beast, with silencing scepter in hand, that person would die a horrible death. Not only did Tiger Nian use silencing scepter to seal everyone's mouth, preventing them from cheering for Yue Yang, he also summoned a huge beast. This beast looked like a tiger. It was extremely huge. Its head and tail were 20 meters long. Its mountain-like body was extremely sturdy and contained boundless power. Its mouth was filled with dense, sharp teeth, and the horn on its head was emitting a strange green light, causing its body to expand by nearly half its original size. His eyes were like lightning, and his 4 claws created wind. Faster than lightning, he pounced in front of Yue Yang and stretched out his claws, ready to tear Yue Yang into pieces. In the sky, the Reaper Mantis, who had been circling around, pounced down without fear. The Reaper Mantis had seen a lot of strong beasts. Not to mention tiger-type beasts, it would even kill giant dragons without hesitation. It was not an ordinary Reaper Mantis. Under the nurturing of Yue Yang's dragon crystals and innate chi, with the help of the heaven runes and the purification and reconstruction of the Nirvana flame, it was definitely the Reaper Mantis with the greatest potential to grow. In the future, it would become a holy beast, or even a divine beast. How could this gold rank level 8 tiger-type beast in front of it scare away a Reaper Mantis that could hunt and kill all beasts, including giant dragons? Of course, it was impossible. Although its level was slightly lower, its rank was higher. The Reaper Mantis was a platinum-ranked beast. The Reaper Mantis's sickle slashed deeply into the tiger-type beast's body, cutting a huge wound on its neck and tailbone. The smart Reaper Mantis had already abandoned its enemy before it could counterattack. It continued to circle in the sky, preparing for the second wave of attack. In reality, once a beast-type beast's neck and spine were severely injured, it would not be far from death. With the 2 sickles just now, the Reaper Mantis had already cut the tiger-type beast's arteries and trachea. It had almost cut off its entire head. Under normal circumstances, this tiger-type beast would definitely die. However, a strange thing happened. The tiger-type beast whose head was almost cut off did not bleed at all. Instead, the wound healed quickly. In less than 10 seconds, the fatal wound disappeared without a trace, as if it had never been injured. The tiger-type beast's horn flashed with green light, and a pair of wings slowly grew out from its back. It was like a bat, spreading out a pair of huge wings. It soared into the sky and pounced towards the Reaper Mantis. On the ground, Tiger Nian sneered silently. He exploded with the strength of a level 3 innate, and the shockwave shook the entire arena. He waved his huge fists of wind and thunder towards Yue Yang. Every punch made the entire arena feel suffocated. The wind from the punches made everyone feel nauseous, as if their bones were being squeezed. No one could imagine how strong the punches of the young titan, who was standing in front of Tiger Nian, was. Some of the spectators who were closer to the arena, or those who were in the path of Tiger Nian's punches, were in extreme pain. They had to use all their strength to defend themselves, and only then could they barely withstand the pressure from the punches that were tens or even hundreds of meters away. Yue Yang did not retaliate, nor did he retreat. He only swayed his upper body slightly. With that, he easily dodged Tiger Nian's punches. Even though Tiger Nian's punches were heavy and deadly, he didn't even touch a hair on Yue Yang after dozens of punches. The Reaper Mantis in the sky angrily tore the tiger-shaped beast that had overestimated itself and attacked it into 2 halves, throwing it onto the ground. However, that strange tiger-shaped beast was still able to fuse back together without any damage. In less than half a minute, it had recovered to its original state, completely unharmed. Jada really wanted to shout at Yue Yang, "This monster is called Nian. Other than sound, nothing can defeat it." He wanted to tell Yue Yang that he had to use sound, otherwise he wouldn't be able to defeat Nian. But he couldn't shout a single word. This was because Tiger Nian had already used the silence scepter to turn the entire arena into a dead silence. No one would be able to make a single sound. The Reaper Mantis had injured Nian countless times, but it was useless even if it cut it into 8 pieces. This strange beast could recover very quickly. On the contrary, Nian's huge claws, sharp teeth and iron whip-like tail could injure the Reaper Mantis. Although the Reaper Mantis was extremely fast and suffered very few injuries, as the injuries accumulated, the situation became less optimistic. The battle was leaning towards Nian. After all, one was unafraid of any attacks, while the other could only dodge. There was still a difference between the two. "Alright, let's fight like this. This brat is dead for sure. That mantis is also dead for sure." The fat Dong was inexplicably excited. He wanted to shout loudly, but his mouth was sealed too, and he couldn't make a single sound. In the entire arena, only the mysterious man wearing a wide-brimmed hat was still smiling, as if he still had high hopes for Yue Yang. Seeing that his beast was gaining the upper hand, Tiger Nian's murderous intent intensified. He was completely different from Nightmare. Nightmare's spirit was strong, but he wasn't good at close combat. Once he met an opponent whose spirit wasn't affected, Nightmare could be killed instantly. Other than Nian, which was unafraid of attacks, Tiger Nian also had the close combat ability of a level 3 innate. As long as his beast could suppress his opponent's beast, he could definitely kill his opponent in close combat. For example, right now, he was prepared to use his strongest and most secretive move, 3 strokes of the ferocious tiger. Back then, when he faced his master who he couldn't win against, under Nightmare's mental suppression, he used Nian and 3 strokes of the ferocious tiger to successfully kill his master. He devoured most of his master's body and became an innate rancor. Even his master, who was a level 5 innate, couldn't escape death. Of course, Tiger Nian didn't deny that Nightmare contributed to killing his master. Without his mental suppression, Nightmare wouldn't have been able to kill his master. However, it was an undeniable fact that 3 strokes of the ferocious tiger killed his master. After reaching level 3 innate, 3 strokes of the ferocious tiger became Tiger Nian's strongest move. None of his enemies had survived. Ferocious tiger strike. Tiger Nian gathered all his strength and formed a gigantic Nian beast. Together with the real Nian beast, they circled around Yue Yang, making it hard to tell which was the real one. In the end, they circled faster and faster until it was hard to tell which was which with the naked eye. When Tiger Nian felt that the time was ripe, he attacked again. With the momentum of a ferocious tiger, he pounced towards Yue Yang. Ferocious tiger strike could penetrate through defense and was unstoppable. The gigantic energy tiger pierced through Yue Yang's body. Just as Tiger Nian was about to celebrate, it mysteriously disappeared without a trace. It didn't explode like before. Similarly, the Nian beasts that were attacking together were caught by the Reaper Mantis in midair as it swooped down. It was chopped into two and thrown down. Tiger Nian was shocked. He couldn't imagine how the other party could tell which was real and which was fake. It was impossible to tell which was real and which was fake with the naked eye. Not to mention human eyes, even the Eagle clan with the best eyesight couldn't tell the difference between his energy tiger and the Nian beast. Moreover, although the energy tiger was fake, its attack power wasn't any weaker than the Nian beast. How could this brat be fine after the energy tiger pierced through his body? Tiger Nian really couldn't understand this. However, he didn't have time to think. Once the ferocious tiger strike was used, he had to continue with the second move. Otherwise, his body would be greatly damaged. The gathered energy continued to explode and the second energy tiger like the Nian beast appeared. From 20 meters tall, it was compressed to its limit, turning into a dark black hungry tiger that was only 5 meters tall. Of course, after the energy was compressed, its power was 10 times stronger than before. The black hungry tiger that had been compressed was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it pounced towards Yue Yang. Under its master's control, it fiercely bit towards Yue Yang's body. With this bite, not to mention a human body, even a mountain rock would be smashed into powder. Before the second move, bite of the hungry tiger, could bite Yue Yang's body, the third move arrived. Tiger Nian transformed into a tiger beast. With his hands as his teeth and the upper half of his body as a tiger's head, he attacked Yue Yang together with the bite of the hungry tiger. When Yue Yang broke apart to support himself, he turned around and spun rapidly. His arms lowered diagonally and his upper body leaned forward. With his left leg as the axis, his right leg lashed towards Yue Yang's ribs like a giant whip. This was Tiger Nian's most powerful third move, Ferocious Tiger Whip. In the past, his powerful master had died under this move. Although Tiger Nian didn't have a tiger tail, the whip with his leg as a tail was extremely powerful. Tiger Nian had used this move to shatter the ribs of 6 experts and turn their internal organs into minced meat. 2 of them were innate experts. Tiger Nian was sure that as long as this whip hit its target, any enemy would definitely die. No enemy would be able to survive after being hit by the 3 styles of the ferocious tiger that could ignore defense. Boom! In the arena, there was an earth-shattering tremor. Although it was silent, it caused everyone to tremble in the shockwave. One by one, they fell onto the ground in a sorry state. Other than the mysterious man in the wide-brimmed hat, no one could see what had happened. Tiger Nian stood 10 meters away from Yue Yang with a gloomy face. No one could tell what was on his face. Yue Yang was in a sorry state. Other than an obvious shoe print on his left rib, there were also 2 fist prints on his chest. These were all caused by Tiger Nian's 3 styles of the ferocious tiger. Could it be that the young titan was going to lose? Everyone was worried. Suddenly, Tiger Nian staggered a few steps. His body swayed and fell onto the ground. He pressed his hands on his crotch and curled up his body in pain. He looked like a snake that was hit in its weak spot. The smile on the face of the mysterious man with the wide-brimmed hat became wider. Only he saw that when Tiger Nian used the angry tiger whip to hit his opponent's left ribs, Yue Yang had retreated his body and kicked him sideways. While dodging the fatal blow, Yue Yang had also kicked Tiger Nian's crotch. Needless to say, Tiger Nian must be in pain right now. Nian, who was protecting its master, pounced towards Yue Yang. However, its tail curled up its master's body cunningly and was ready to escape. A shadow flashed in the sky, 10 times faster than the Reaper Mantis. A shadow swooped down at an extremely fast speed. She ignored the pressure from the silencing scepter and let out a scream that shook one's soul. From the moment the shadow appeared to the moment it disappeared, only a second had passed. However, that scream that made one's soul tremble and made everyone's mind go blank as if they had been hit by a hammer reverberated in everyone's hearts for a long time. The majestic Nian beast curled up in pain amidst the scream, looking even more miserable than its owner. It bled from all 7 of its orifices, as if its head was exploded by some kind of force. The Reaper Mantis pounced on it and chopped off Nian's head with its sickle. This time, Nian couldn't recover to its original state as blood gushed out. It was dead. The Reaper Mantis sent Nian's head to its master in an attempt to please Yue Yang before chewing on its corpse. Seeing this, Tiger Nian was terrified. He struggled to get up and was ready to escape. Now, even if he was an idiot, he would know that he was no match for this young man in front of him. Yue Yang ignored him and kept the silencing scepter. Seeing his skillful movements, everyone knew that he must have killed many people and snatched their treasures. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so skillful. Silencing scepter. Yue Yang had gotten one when he was in the Ares temple. Of course, that was a time-limited item. This one was a gold-ranked permanent treasure. Both of them had the same function, but their value was completely different. With it, Yue Yang felt that many people would be unlucky. In Yue Yang's hands, the power of this item would definitely make others cry. Tiger Nian clenched his teeth and endured the pain. He wanted to escape, but before he could crush the teleportation stone, Yue Yang hit him on the back with a ferocious tiger strike. Giving him a taste of his own medicine, the teleportation stone fell to the ground with a thud and rolled more than 10 steps away. Tiger Nian was very clear that it was impossible to escape with his legs. Not to mention the fact that this human named Titan was as scary as a demon king. Even the Reaper Mantis was enough to make him suffer. He had to get the teleportation stone, otherwise, he would definitely die. Tiger Nian, who was sent flying by Yue Yang, endured the blood that rushed to his throat. He struggled to get up and immediately pounced towards the teleportation stone. Just as he was about to grab the teleportation stone, a foot stomped down heavily. Tiger Nian couldn't help but look up. It was Yue Yang the killer. No, don't kill me. Yue Yang didn't forgive Tiger Nian just because he was covered in blood. To Yue Yang, mercy and compassion were very rare things. He definitely couldn't let his enemies have it. In front of the audience, Tiger Nian was hit by Yue Yang's second style, Bite of the Hungry Tiger, and third style, Whip of the Angry Tiger. Tiger Nian's head exploded and he died on the spot. He died under his own unique skill, just like how his junior brother, Nightmare, died under his own beast. However, no one sympathized with them. Instead, they cheered thunderously for Yue Yang. The crazy gamblers took off everything on their bodies, including their clothes. They waved or threw them towards the arena to show their admiration for the winner. Amidst the frenzied celebration, the fat Anton's face was ashen. Especially after hearing what the toad merchant Jada said, he immediately fainted from a cerebral hemorrhage. This was because Jada said, "My dear Mr. Ndong, my bet is very small. Let's not talk about it for now." However, Mr. Titan had bet 5 platinum grimoires with you. After 2 wins, Mr. Ndong, who is as rich as a country, would only need to return 50 platinum grimoires to him. The mysterious man sitting beside Ndong was also shocked. 50 platinum grimoires. It seemed like Ndong couldn't afford it even if he sold his body. Chapter 370. Ndong wouldn't be able to afford it no matter if he had to pay 5 or 50 grimoires. In fact, he didn't even have a single grimoire. A platinum grimoire was simply not a treasure that normal people could possess. Forget about normal warriors, even those who had contracted a grimoire might not necessarily have a platinum grimoire. Moreover, even if they had such a treasure, who would be willing to give it up? Who would be able to give it up? It was not impossible to obtain a platinum grimoire. For example, Yue Yang could kill someone and steal their treasure. Obviously, Ndong didn't have that kind of ability. Those who could possess a platinum grimoire were almost all innate rankers. Trying to steal their grimoires. That was no different from courting death. The mysterious man wearing a wide-brimmed hat stood up and nodded towards Jada courteously. "Mr. Jada, if you don't mind, please let me take charge of the matter of recovering the losses. In fact, I am also Mr. Ndong's creditor. Just now, Mr. Titan won 2 million gold for me. Although it's impossible to get back 50 platinum grimoires for Mr. Titan, I believe that he will receive the greatest compensation. If you don't mind, please bring Mr. Titan to Ndong's mansion to rest." "No, that mansion already belongs to Mr. Titan now. Of course, Mr. Chen. In the entire Tong Tian Tower, no one would doubt your absolute fairness." The fat toad Jada respectfully handed over the pledge in his hands. Facing this man wearing a wide-brimmed hat, Jada actually chose to trust him without any reservations. Without any hesitation, the mysterious man called Mr. Chen couldn't see his face clearly because of the hat, but the smile on his face remained unchanged. "Maybe I need 3 hours. Mr. Jada and Mr. Titan, please wait patiently. In the next meeting, I hope to discuss the mine business with Mr. Titan." I believe that at that time, he would already be the new owner of the mine. Jada bowed for the second time. Thank you very much, Mr. Chen. With your help, all of our troubles can be easily solved. The mysterious Mr. Chen didn't even look at the fainted Fat and Dong and shrugged his shoulders. I am very grateful to Mr. Tai Tan for making me and Dong's second biggest creditor. Actually, doing such a small thing is as easy as lifting a finger. Yue Yang immediately took back the 5 platinum grimoires. Everything else would be left to the mysterious Mr. Chen to handle. While he was having a good meal in Anton's spacious and magnificent mansion and taking a short nap, the mysterious Mr. Chen, a serious-looking old man, and a smiling businessman came in. Outside the door, there was a large group of people kneeling outside. They were densely packed, and there were probably no less than 100 of them. The fat toad Jada had completely treated himself as Yue Yang's spokesperson. On one hand, he welcomed them, on the other hand, he ordered Dong's beautiful maid to pour wine for the guests. You're welcome. The mysterious Mr. Chen sat in front of Yue Yang. His voice was as melodious as a clear spring. Mr. Tai Tan, first of all, I would like to express my gratitude to you. Firstly, you have allowed me to earn a small fortune. However, what moved me even more was the second point. That is, you are willing to trust me. You're a trustworthy person. Of course, I'm not worried. Yue Yang replied, no matter who it is, it's hard to trust a stranger in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Especially in the Thunder Fortress, it's even harder. The mysterious Mr. Chen smiled, I'll get straight to the point. Actually, I'm the same as Dong, I'm also from the Qilan continent. Usually, I don't come to the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, and even less to the Thunder Fortress. However, recently, I have no choice but to come here frequently. I'm not lacking in money, just like you. We're not people who lack money to spend. However, because of some reason, the Qilan continent needs thunder ores. These ores are extremely important to the Qilan continent. Unfortunately, Dong has never been willing to sell the thunder ores to his hometown, the Qilan continent, in order to earn money. During this period of time, I've always wanted to buy Dong's mine, but I've never been able to do so, until Mr. Tai Tan appeared. Is that so? Then it seems that I've done a good deed. Yue Yang smiled indifferently. Dong is very rich, and also very cunning. No matter if it's the Thunder Fortress, or the Qilan continent, he's very popular. However, he made a mistake. He doesn't know how determined I am to get the thunder ore, and he can't see through your strength. Stupid and confident him, he will probably be dismembered by Demon Eye in the future, because both Nightmare and Tiger Nian, whom he invited, died in front of you. This kind of weakening is a huge blow to the Thunder Fortress, and even more so to the Demon Eye. Dong will definitely not be able to bear this responsibility. Alright, let's not bother about a person who's about to die, let's talk about something else. The mysterious man wearing a wide-brimmed hat, Mr. Chen, raised his head slightly. His handsome face and eyes that were as bright as an eagle's could be seen from the shadow of the hat. He looked at Yue Yang. Mr. Tai Tan, if you're willing to sell the thunder ores to the Qilan continent, then, other than getting double the market price, you'll also gain the true friendship of the Qilan continent's rankers. Just like what you said, I'm not lacking in money. Maybe, we can use another method to trade. Yue Yang placed a magic crystal on the table. It was a gold-ranked level 5 green-spotted flying dragon crystal, Yue Yang's spoils of war just now. No matter if it was a high-leveled magic crystal, dragon crystal or treasure, Yue Yang would never complain about having more, he only felt that the more the better. Other than his own beasts, his sister Yu Bing, the little girl Yu Shuang, his second sister Yu Yu and in all needed a large amount of magic crystals to level up their beasts. It was really enough. There was still Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers. Those guys were all big spenders. No matter how many there were, it wouldn't be enough. If there were too many, there was still Wei Tai Lang who ate magic crystals like rice. That fellow, even if he was given a warehouse full of magic crystals, he would probably be able to finish it quickly. As a world-exterminating demon wolf, this fellow's leveling up was different from other beasts. It didn't seem like it would take the path of a holy beast to transform into a human. It would always maintain its wolf form, but it would still have the strength of a holy beast. In fact, it might even be more powerful and more intelligent. The only shortcoming was that it needed countless magic crystals. Luckily, Wei Tai Lang didn't reject anything, unlike the Bloody Queen Red who was picky with her food. As for little Wen Li, She simply looked down on those things. He didn't know how to raise this little Lamia lowly. Although magic crystals are also a necessity for us, they aren't as scarce as thunder ores. I agree to this condition. There's no problem in using magic crystals to trade. Mr. Chen muttered to himself for a while, then nodded and agreed to Yue Yang's request. Do you have treasures like lustrous branch, everlasting leaf, firefly bamboo, spiral wood or wisdom fruit? Yue Yang stated another condition. If Mr. Chen has a way to get them, I will buy them at 10 times the price. 10 times? Jada was shocked when he heard that. When he heard Yue Yang talk about treasures like lustrous branch, everlasting leaf and wisdom fruit, he really wanted to remind Yue Yang that no one would sell those things. Gold coins could buy a lot of things, but there were some treasures that money couldn't buy. To be able to enter the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, everyone was a ranker, a super elite of each continent. Everyone needed the wisdom fruit. That was something that beasts could use to evolve into holy beasts. There would never be too many treasures that could increase one's intelligence. However, Jada was still extremely shocked by Yue Yang's offer of 10 times the price. Those things were originally expensive, yet Yue Yang was still asking for 10 times the price. That price was really tempting. At least as a merchant, he was completely moved. 10 times the price was definitely a fatal temptation. However, Mr. Chen shook his head. Mr. Titan, we do have some of these treasures, but because our juniors also urgently need them, I can only apologize to you. Your offer is very sincere, but the wisdom fruit and the others are really hard to obtain. Yue Yang was only probing Mr. Chen just now. He had already expected Mr. Chen's reaction. Other than merchants, who would sell the wisdom fruit to a true ranker? He looked at the mysterious Mr. Chen. Although we have just met, I have a good impression of Mr. Chen's honesty. I really want to obtain lustrous branch, everlasting leaf and wisdom fruit. If you are willing, I can use some martial spirit pills to exchange for them. Martial spirit pill? Mr. Chen stood up in shock. Ayo. The merchant who was sitting at the side was so shocked that he fell to the ground. Pooh. The fat toad Jada, who was drinking tea, spat out a mouthful of tea. He almost choked to death. Even the serious and old-fashioned old man's expression changed slightly. The mysterious Mr. Chen took a deep breath. He held his wide-brimmed hat, as if trying to calm his mind. He tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart. Mr. Titan, do you really have martial spirit pills? Yue Yang nodded. Mr. Chen took another deep breath. I have been searching for martial spirit pills for more than 20 years, but I have never been able to fulfill my wish. Mr. Titan, you are really my biggest lucky star. I hope to use a lustrous branch, 2 wisdom fruits, a bottle of fairy spring water, and a fully ripe hard-shelled dragon fruit to exchange for 2 martial spirit pills. Is that possible? Can you tell me why you want to exchange for 2 martial spirit pills? Yue Yang asked. Because I am a father, the father of 2 children, Mr. Chen paused for a moment, then finally told the truth. Your son has a good father. Yue Yang suddenly thought of 4th mother. His heart was moved, and he nodded in agreement. No problem. Yue Yang could have agreed to Mr. Chen before, not to mention anything else. Just the hard-shelled dragon fruit was enough to make Yue Yang nod his head. This thing was the main ingredient of martial spirit pills, and it was even rarer. With it, Yue Yang could make more martial spirit pills. However, Yue Yang originally wanted to sell the normal martial spirit pills to Mr. Chen. After being touched by Mr. Chen's caring attitude towards his child, Yue Yang decided to give him 2 martial spirit pills that he had specially made, not for anything else, but for the fatherly love that he longed for. He remembered that 4th mother had sold all of her jewelry, accumulated 1,000 gold, and bought the spirit beast awakening knowledge pill for the pitiful guy. Although it wasn't him, Yue Yang had replaced the pitiful guy after all. Furthermore, Yue Yang had enjoyed all of 4th mother's love, which was not any less than the pitiful guy's. I have never envied others, but at this moment, I envy your child. Yue Yang handed Mr. Chen a small jade bottle. Inside, there were 2 specially refined martial spirit pills. I have never been as grateful to someone as I am today. Thank you. At the same time, I also want to say that I envy 2 people, and that is your parents. Having a son like you, I believe that is the greatest pride of their lives. Mr. Chen carefully put the jade bottle into his bosom. He did not put it into the storage ring, but put it into the pocket of his clothes close to his heart. Then, from the storage ring, he took out the lustrous branch, wisdom fruit, fairy spring water and hard-shelled dragon fruit and gave them to Yue Yang one by one. He waited for Yue Yang to accept them, and suddenly bowed, Mr. Titan, originally, I still had a lot of deals to discuss with you, but my heart is too excited right now. I will take my leave for now and bring the good news back. Please forgive me, I hope to visit you tomorrow to apologize. Take care. Yue Yang's heart was not moved at all. He had obtained the lustrous branch and the wisdom fruit, as well as the hard-shelled dragon fruit. With these, he could continue to make martial spirit pills, and Yu Bing's treant might be able to level up again. Most importantly, Mr. Chen's actions had evoked Yue Yang's longing for Fourth Mother. He also decided to return to the soaring dragon continent, go to the Mirage, and see Fourth Mother and the naughty little girl.